Chapter 1133, Lord St. Defier's Treasure. The white ring was very thin and did not look like it belonged to a man. Instead, it seemed like it was something a woman would use. When it flew out, it shot into the pillar of light which reached the heavens and went to float above the altar, right on top of Su Ming's real physical body. Lord St. Defier's Treasure, we ask that you help us. A dark light shone in the eyes of Xing Ji Dao, who was dressed in blue. He formed a seal with his right hand and pointed at the ring in the pillar, and it immediately shone with a dazzling light before growing larger, nearly reaching 30 feet. At the same time, waves of aura that shook the pillar of light were released. They filled the pillar before seeping out. Bai Feng's expression instantly changed drastically, and she took a few staggering steps back. Shock, the kind of which she had never felt before, showed up on her pale face, but there was also fervent ardor shining in her eyes. She trembled and immediately knelt down in worship. As for Defier, he was once a sublime paragon and a powerful warrior who had surpassed in power the current bodies of the black-robed man and Xing Ji Dao. Even though he could not compare to the real bodies of the two in St. Defier's camp, he could still put up a fight against them. When he and Su Xian had been gravely wounded in the past, his injuries were worse, which made it so he could only retain his soul, and his level of cultivation had also regressed by a lot. But no matter what, he had once been a sublime paragon. Yet under the mighty pressure spreading out from the ring, his expression changed as well. He took a few steps back, and shock appeared in his eyes. The mighty pressure was filled with an air of supremacy, as if all those under it had to kneel down and worship and bow their heads. All those who dared to struggle would be destroyed. Avicania? This is definitely Avicania's presence. St. Defier Expanse, Cosmos' powerful warrior, is in Avicania realm. Defier's breathing quickened. When he moved back, his expression changed, and he chose to kneel down. The white ring in the pillar of light continued exuding a mighty presence, while numerous complicated runic symbols came to surround it. Each of one contained power which could suffocate Su Ming, and when he saw them, he felt as if a door had been opened before him. It broadened his horizons and had, during that instant, allowed him to see a cultivator in Avicania. The presence was the strength of something in his memories. When Su Ming searched through them, a figure appeared in his head, an ancient figure standing on an ancient ship which washed all manner of lives bringing offerings to him. Old Man Extermination gave off the same feeling. This person's presence means that he's in the same realm as Old Man Extermination. This ring came from St. Defier, so it's Lord St. Defier's treasure. Fervent ardor appeared on Xing Ji Dao's expression, and he immediately knelt down in the direction of the ring. The black-robed old man also swung his arm at the moment he sensed the presence spreading out from the ring and knelt down. As the presence continued spreading out, gradually, all the cultivators knelt down with shaking hearts. Slowly but surely, even all the cultivators from Morning Dao Sect who were fighting against those in the Immortals Union within the territory of the Immortals Union reacted in the same manner as their enemies. Their hearts trembled, and in shock, they looked in the direction of the core of the Immortals Union. Then, they instinctively chose to kneel down and worship the presence. About a dozen breaths later, the presence spread through the entire true Morning Dao world. In fact, it even affected Morning Dao Sect and shocked countless cultivators. Their bodies trembled, and with humiliation as well as despair, they were forced to kneel down in the direction of the Immortals Union. The entire Morning Dao Sect descended into dead silence, with countless cultivators kneeling down in worship. Only Su Xian, he let out a low growl at the instant he sensed the presence while in his isolation grounds within Morning Dao Sect, and a glint of anticipation for something long-awaited shone in his eyes. He slowly stood up under the presence. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist, then threw a punch at the air. The whole world was silent, but Su Xianyi's isolation grounds trembled furiously, like it was about to crumble. However, countless runic symbols immediately appeared in the air, and as they flashed rapidly, they seemed to mend the air. This presence still isn't enough, but the first stage is about to be completed. When it reaches completion, I will gain full control of this body, and I will be able to walk out of this place. St. Defier, Dark Dawn, and you young little sublime paragon, you have all been speculating for a long time, but you could never guess my plans. You could never understand my madness after my race was destroyed. Su Xian threw his head back and laughed. Ferociousness appeared on his face, and hidden underneath it was a madness that could destroy the universe. Su Xianyi's roar echoed in the isolation grounds, but it did not reach the Immortals' Union or Su Ming's ears. At that moment, he was in the black-robed old man's body. He stared at the white ring in the pillar of light, and a feeling he'd never felt before rose in his heart. It surged in him violently, and his heart seemed to go through a metamorphosis of longing for even greater power and becoming the greatest in the world. So this is Lord Saint Defier's level of cultivation. I wonder if there will come a day when I will possess this power. Su Ming fixed his stare on the white ring while ripples appeared in his divine sense. Yet he did not notice that the bald crane, who had also hidden itself in the black-robed man's body, had started trembling ceaselessly when it saw the white ring. Fond remembrance showed up in its eyes. An indefinable feeling rose within it, as if it was recalling something. Fei Hua, how many years has it been? How many years has it been since I left that place? So you have already taken that step forward and become Lord Saint Defier. Did you use the method I told you in the past? It was a path I discovered based on the calculations from my whole life. It was the wrong path, but one that could allow you to become Lord Saint Defier. As the bald crane mumbled, it suddenly used its claw to grab hold of its head. Damn it, I seem to have remembered something again. During that moment, numerous cracks appeared on the altar, holding Su Ming's real physical body in the pillar of light. The cracking continued, and more breaks appeared. In the span of a few breaths, the entire altar melted. It did not collapse, but melted and became muddy liquid. Waves of faint fragrance spread out from it before turning into fog. It enveloped Su Ming's real physical body and the ring. At the same time, the light seeped through the fog and shot through Su Ming's real physical body, as if the ring possessed its own consciousness. Immediately, right before Su Ming's eyes, his physical body turned transparent. He could see venous paths in his physical body, and there were vortices packed densely together within them. It looked like the venous paths formed a gigantic, complicated runic symbol and a lock. To the others, the runic symbol was complicated and profound, but Su Ming felt like he had seen life upon taking a look at it. The runic symbol formed by the venous paths was the brand of life which belonged to the Abyss Builders, and the lock was clearly something that kept the bloodline safe. Paragon Zhang Ji Dao, the blue-robed Xing Ji Dao said. Right away, the black-robed old man raised his arms. When he formed a seal, he instantly charged towards the pillar of light with Xing Ji Dao. Once they shot inside, they sat right beside the white ring. The two of them sucked in a deep breath at the same time before spreading out all of their cultivation bases to fuse into the white ring. Clearly, neither of them was worthy enough to control the ring alone, so the both of them had to act at the same time. Even so, they were still faced with great difficulty. Su Ming's divine sense rippled. While in the black-robed old man's body, he sensed the black-robed old man's cultivation base tumbling about before it charged towards the white ring. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had a strong urge to split a part of his divine sense to follow after that cultivation base. The urge was incredibly strong, so strong that even if Su Ming wanted to suppress it, he felt a great reluctance to do so. This is Saint Defier's treasure. This sort of treasure. Su Ming's divine sense rippled violently before he sent out a bit of it towards the white ring along with the black-robed man's cultivation base. The bald crane had no idea of how important this matter was during the entire process. Once Su Ming promised it crystals, it immediately stopped thinking about all the jumbled-up memories in its mind. Instead, with its full power, it worked to transform Su Ming's divine sense so that it would appear the exact same as the black-robed old man's cultivation base. The thread of divine sense which Su Ming had separated from himself instantly surged into the white ring with the black-robed man's cultivation base. At the instant it entered the ring, rumbles rang out in Su Ming's head. He saw a vast world with mountains and rivers as well as countless life forms. Yet when he looked closer, he discovered that the life forms and even the world itself was formed by various runic symbols. There were so many of them that even Su Ming could not count all of them. There was only one word which could be used to describe the number: countless. At the instant Su Ming saw the world, he noticed that the white ring was not activated by Xing Ji Dao and the black-robed man. Their levels of cultivation were just like a drop in an ocean compared to the supreme treasure. However, the injection of their cultivation bases into the ring seemed to have unlocked some sort of seal within it. The action disassembled all the existences formed by runic symbols amid loud rumbles, and they turned into countless runic symbols that danced in the air. Su Ming watched it full of shock. He had a strong feeling that there was a path hidden within the runic symbols which he could not understand. Once he managed it, his cultivation base would increase by leaps and bounds. This feeling was incredibly great, and Su Ming's full attention was fixed on his observations. Once the entire world turned into countless runic symbols, Xing Ji Dao shouted out, "Di Tian, offer up all the things you've prepared in the past. Use them to overturn the universe, make the earth turn into the sky, and cause the reversal of time run to its end." A light shone in Di Tian's eyes. He suppressed the strong excitement in his heart and threw his storage bag forward. With a raise of his right hand, the bag opened, and the countless items he had prepared in the course of numerous years flew out. Chapter 1134. Change for the Worst. All of the items were rarely seen things in true Morning Dao world. Each one could tempt countless cultivators and make them go mad. They were so rare that the degree of rarity would be difficult to describe. Yet all of them immediately melted into the pillar of light, and it was so quick that their appearances could not even be seen clearly. They turned into liquid and were swiftly absorbed by the white ring. Di Tian had prepared them for tens of thousands of years. Yet in just about a dozen breaths, all of them turned into liquid and were completely absorbed by the white ring. Soon after, a piercing white light spread out from the white ring. In a flash, that light spread out in all directions and covered an area of 800 million feet. And then, this area in the galaxy disappeared. It was described as such because the dark hues of the space in the galaxy had vanished and were replaced by a layer of white light. There was a color to that light, and if a person raised their head to look, they would have a strong feeling that the galaxy had turned into a blue sky. Su Ming's heart trembled when he saw it, because he was the only one who saw the event in its complete form. In fact, not even the black-robed old man or Xing Ji Dao saw it, because they had only sent their cultivation bases to fuse into the ring. Due to some sort of show of respect, they had not dared to send their divine senses into the ring. Su Ming saw that once the items Di Tian had prepared for tens of thousands of years melted, they were absorbed by the ring. Their only use was to turn into a power that would gather all the runic symbols. The act of gathering the countless runic symbols in the world within the ring required a lot of energy. The materials Di Tian had prepared could do so, albeit only for a short moment. The countless runic symbols merged together until there were only 3 left. The complexity of the 3 runic symbols caused Su Ming's divine sense to crumble the moment he saw them. He could not withstand them. But even though his divine sense had crumbled, he had a strong feeling that all the runic symbols in the world within the ring were formed by the 3 runic symbols continuously merging with each other. At the instant the divine sense was destroyed, Su Ming saw one of the 3 divine senses had sent out the white light to form the blue sky, which stretched out to a circular area of 800 million feet beyond the pillar. The entire sky was in truth just a runic symbol. Su Ming's heart trembled. He might have had one sliver of his divine sense destroyed, but without any hesitation, he split up another portion and used the black-robed man's cultivation base to charge straight towards the white ring. It was a serendipity, a fortuitous event. It was a great serendipitous event that a normal person would find hard to experience under normal circumstances. Even though Su Ming had come for his real physical body, he would absolutely not give up on this chance. He might not understand the 3 runic symbols for the moment, but he still wanted to look at them. His instincts were telling him that they were connected to the Avicania realm. When Su Ming's divine sense entered the white ring again, he saw light spill out from the 2nd runic symbol. Its color was black. At the instant it spread out, it immediately changed the area beneath the blue sky into black earth. Even though the color was black, it was different from the black hue of space. It was truly earth. Within the area of 800 million feet in the galaxy was a blue sky and dark earth. The place had been changed into a world. Such a divine ability dazed all the cultivators in the area, but their absent-mindedness did not last for too long. When the light from the 3rd runic symbol spread out, all the people who saw it immediately felt like the world had been overturned. The blue sky turned into the earth, and the earth changed into the blue sky. Nobody changed position, but the feeling of the world being overturned immediately made all the cultivators nauseous, and their faces went pale. The world had been overturned. The power to make the world within 800 million feet overturn fell back the next instant. All of it surged back into the pillar at the center and gathered on Su Ming's real physical body. Boom. Su Ming's real physical body might still have been transparent, but the Venus paths and the runic symbols were trembling and distorting faintly. If they could have been compared to a lock of life previously, then at that moment, that lock was reversing under the power that overturned the world. That lock opened. Tian watched this from beyond the pillar of light with excitement. He understood the Abyss Builders very well, and he could tell at that moment that the lock on the blood within the Abyss Builder's physical body had been opened. During that moment, the runic symbol which had turned into the earth changed into the runic symbol of the sky. The invisible runic symbol which overturned the world also seemed to have flashed at the same time. Immediately, booming sounds shook the entire true Morning Dao world. Su Ming immediately sensed that the three runic symbols were continuously circling each other. Based on some sort of pattern, a power of time, which was similar to that of the Abyss Builders, spread out from them with a bang. At the instant the power of time appeared, it spread in all directions. It flowed swiftly, making time flow in reverse, and the effect was clearly seen on Tian as well as by Fang. Sometimes, they would appear old, and their presences would instantly gain an even more ancient air. At other times, Tian would look young, and by Fang, even more so. These changes lasted for about a dozen breaths before swiftly coming to a stop. Time no longer moved, and neither did it flow in reverse. It had stopped completely. At that instant, the power immediately shrank and gathered on Su Ming's real physical body within the pillar of light. This resulted in everything in the area beyond the pillar to return to normal. Only Su Ming's real physical body was cut off from the time in the area outside, frozen in a state in which time was not moving for it. At the instant time stopped, Xingji Dao's exhausted traveled outwards. Tian, change your life now. Tian threw his head back and roared before he sat down cross-legged. He struck his forehead with his right hand, and immediately, his body started aging with a bang before he was instantly destroyed. However, at the instant his body was destroyed, his nascent divinity flew out, and he started burning in midair. This burning lasted for the span of 2 breaths before he reached his limit. As his nascent divinity burned, a golden soul appeared. Tian had absorbed the power of his physical body, so his nascent divinity would increase in power exponentially for a short period of time. With the power burning his nascent divinity, he also forced out his soul, which had fused with the nascent divinity. The golden hue on the soul exuded the great power of sublime paragons. He had used the burning of the physical body and nascent divinity for his soul to return to its former level of cultivation. However, this could not last long. Once the time ran out, the damage he'd suffer would be incredibly grave, but it did not matter to him. During that instant, not only did he regain his former level of cultivation, he even showed improvement. Clearly, even though his level of cultivation in the past years could not match up to his former power, he had gained a lot of epiphanies. Even the black-robed old man and Xingji Dao raised their heads and cast sideways glances at him. Their pupils narrowed slightly. At that moment, Tian's golden soul turned into a golden long arc that shot into the pillar of light connecting to the heavens. With greed in his eyes, Tian cast a glance at Su Ming's transparent physical body for which time had been frozen. It lasted for a brief moment before he moved his soul without any hesitation. In an instant, he rushed into Su Ming's real physical body. When Su Ming saw it, his response was a cold laugh. Since he could come so close and hide in the black-robed old man's body, then what Su Ming needed to do was at that moment was not to seize his body back before Tian. This was not practical. What he needed to do was simple, to make Tian fail, and it would be enough. Once Tian failed, Saint Defier would begin the process of searching for another person to go through the life-changing art. In the meantime, Su Ming, who had already attached himself to the black-robed old man, would have enough time to easily seize back his real physical body. In fact, the instant Tian's soul fused with Su Ming's real physical body, the black-robed old man helped Su Ming a little. A glint appeared in his eyes, and black light immediately shone on his body. It was the light of extreme darkness, the one the black-robed old man had promised Tian. When he changed his life, he would use it to help him keep his soul steady. The moment the light of extreme darkness appeared, Su Ming immediately gave up on his original plan. Instead, he had his divine sense leave swiftly with the light of extreme darkness. At the same time Tian's soul began to fuse, Su Ming's divine sense entered his real physical body for the first time ever. A warm feeling he had never sensed before instantly rose in his heart. He was in the physical body he had desired for a long time. It was his real physical body, which he had craved for even in his dreams. When he was in the land of berserkers and realized that he was just a soul, he had always dreamed about seizing his physical body back. Even when he was banished to the barren lands of divine essence, that thought had persisted in his heart. At that moment, though, he had come infinitesimally close to his physical body. His divine sense fused with it, and the feeling that he could control the body with ease if he was given just a little time gave Su Ming an urge to fuse with it regardless of all costs at that instant. He could sense the Venus paths in the physical body. While they were frozen, Detian was swiftly spreading his soul over them. Once his soul spread to all of them, he would succeed in changing his life. Su Ming forced down the urge in his heart and laughed coldly. He only needed to change a few things, and he could make it so that Detian would not succeed. But the instant Su Ming was about to take action, an indescribable sense of danger rose in his heart. The sense of danger came from his own physical body. Once it reached him, Su Ming also sensed a hint of unfamiliarity hidden underneath the familiar sensation of his physical body. The next moment, the bald crane's piercing scream resounded in Su Ming's heart with a hint of anxiety in it. Something's off. Su Ming, there's something wrong with this physical body. Su Ming, damn it, this is the 1 billion corpse soul seal. It is the incredibly diabolical forbidden art only the Sacred Lady of Dark Dawn's camp had mastered. Su Ming, this isn't your physical body. This is a corpse of an abyss builder specifically refined by someone using 1 billion corpses. Retrieve your divine sense. If you're too slow, you'll be doomed for all eternity. Damn it, just who could possibly be so malicious? Once this corpse explodes, it can easily destroy an entire true world. Chapter 1135. What is there left in my life? When the bald crane's piercing scream reverberated in the air, a huge storm of an unprecedented magnitude rose in Su Ming's heart. He was in a state of disbelief, unable to believe it. In fact, in the depths of his heart, he refused to believe it. He did not want to believe that his physical body, the physical body he had always believed belonged to him, was just a diabolical corpse that someone had created from 1 billion corpses. He did not want to believe that Su Xianyi knew about this. He did not want to believe that his real physical body was in such a state. This completely overturned all the memories Su Ming had and flipped all of his knowledge over its head. Even with Su Ming's composure and intelligence, he fell into a daze at that instant. He was full of anguish that he had never experienced before. His heart ached with grief and indescribable pain. He felt as if his heart had been dug out, as if everything that he knew had been overturned at that instant. Ever since he had learned that he was just a soul and that his real physical body was in the land of immortals, he had treated his desire to retrieve his physical body as the greatest desire in his life. Yet at that moment, when he was so close to his real physical body, much closer than ever before in his life, the bald crane's words hit him like a sledgehammer. His heart trembled, and he felt like his soul and nascent divinity were about to be torn apart. Why? Why? Su Ming mumbled. Hurry up and leave. Damn it. Hurry up and leave that accursed body. It isn't your body. It's a huge trap someone had laid down. Hurry up and leave. The bald crane shrieked. In its voice was unprecedented anxiety and hysteria. However, Su Ming did not seem to have heard its words. He did not leave because he did not believe any of it. He simply refused to believe that his real physical body could be a lie. The truth that Dark Mountain was a lie had already dealt an incredibly huge blow to him. But as time passed, the wound had slowly recovered. But now, if even my real physical body is fake, is there anything real in this world? Dark Mountain was fake. Bai Ling's love was fake. My childhood friends were all fake. What is real? What is real? Su Ming's nascent divinity trembled. He could not believe in anything. He could not bear such a truth. It could be considered to be the strongest blow against him, one that even surpassed what he'd felt when he found out about the Dark Mountain. However, he had clearly felt the unfamiliar sensation hidden underneath the familiar feeling of his real physical body. It felt like it had been intentionally created and had changed his memories. Because of it, Su Ming had always believed that it was his physical body. He hadn't doubted the truth of it even once. Why, just what is the reason behind all of this? Su Ming's nascent divinity raged. Without caring about the piercing, hysterical warnings from the bald crane. He had his divine sense fuse into his real physical body, without regard for anything else. He wanted to find an answer, to find something that would change what he'd just realized, so that could relax knowing that nothing was a lie and it was indeed his physical body. Or rather, Su Ming just wanted to find something which would allow him to lie to himself and willingly shroud himself in the deceit. However, when Su Ming sent his divine sense inside and touched the core of the physical body, ripples he could not suppress swiftly rose in his divine sense, because he could clearly sense that unfamiliarity hidden under the familiar feeling. Eventually, Su Ming even found the source which had brought about the familiar feeling. It came from a drop of blood at the core of the physical body. It generated a presence which filled the physical body and made Su Ming feel familiarity towards it. Su Ming laughed brokenly. With his intelligence, there was no way he would not understand what was going on, but the answer was too brutal, so brutal that even Su Ming could not bear it. At that moment, an exhaustion so great that he could not describe it with words filled his heart. He felt like his heart had already died. His life had tired him out, but that was not all. All the falsehoods had pushed his exhaustion to its peak a long time ago. If it was not because of his hope for his mother, Su Xian-yi, whom he did not acknowledge but who still remained in his heart, and having to retrieve his physical body, he would have long ago closed his eyes and went to sleep. At that instant, though, the subversion of his knowledge, the crushing of his dreams, and all of the falsehoods caused Su Ming to feel as if he had begun crying in his anguish. He was weeping despite not having a physical body. It was his nascent divinity and soul crying. The sadness hidden in his soul came from all the pressure he'd suffered in the course of his life. At that moment, Su Ming felt like the most miserable person in the universe, because it felt like there was no longer a hint of truth in his life. Deep confusion, anguish, and sorrow turned into self-deprecation. As he ridiculed himself and laughed at his choices, he felt his life fading away while depression welled inside him. The flames of his life became increasingly dimmer. For the first time in his life, he chose to run away. He chose to close his eyes and acknowledge his destiny. He accepted it. If all of it was fake, then he would accept it. Once he did so, he could afford not to be so tired. He could put an end to his laughable life. Su Ming acknowledged his destiny. Even if he had extraordinary power, even if he had incredible willpower, and even if he had experienced many things that normal people would not survive through, he was still alone. In the end, he was a normal person, a person who could get sad and hurt. Damn it. Su Ming, do you actually want to die? Are you going to accept dying here so willingly? Are you going to give up on Yu Xian and even stop searching for your senior brothers, just like that? Are you going to accept all of it so willingly? There was an unprecedented anxiety and grief in the bald crane's voice. It had traveled with Su Ming all along the way and had conquered all sorts of trials and hardships by his side, even living through numerous dangers with him. Because of that, it could clearly sense Su Ming's intent to die. He was not someone walking towards death due to injury, but because of the death of the soul. There was a thick aura of death spreading out from a person's entire body when he no longer had any desire towards life. His intent to die terrified the bald crane. It almost made it remember the person who had been incredibly important to it in its earlier life. In the end, her wish for death had filled her whole body, and the bald crane could only watch helplessly as she gradually lost consciousness, then slowly turned into a statue. Like that, she ended her life, removed all signs of her life in the world, and extinguished the brand of her life. Su Ming, is this worth it? Is it worth it? If you want to die, then you should go fight till you die against your enemies, and I would die along with you in battle. But how do you dare to give up on your life and everything else in this place? Have you forgotten about Yu Xian? Su Ming's gradually fading life seemed to throb a little at that instant. Without you, who will protect Yu Xian? Don't you know that the damned Su Xian-yi will continue using Yu Xian? Is that fine with you? If you're no longer around, what is she supposed to do? I'm absolutely positive that she will die as well to be with you. Su Ming's heart started throbbing again. What about your third senior brother? Have you forgotten about him? If Huzi learned that you died, how sad would he be? He'd go mad and overturn the world so that he could create a dream in which you existed. Because you're his junior brother. What about your second senior brother? Have you forgotten about him? Darn it all, Su Ming, if you died, then what would happen to your second senior brother? He'd go mad. He'd be sad, and it'd be the worst pain he'd have to suffer in his life. Because you're his junior brother. What about your eldest senior brother? Have you forgotten about him? He no longer has a head, so do you want him to lose his heart as well? Su Ming, you damned fool. Don't you want to know all the answers about this place? Don't you want to search for the person who has been manipulating your life? You can't die here. You coward, you bastard. You coward, you're giving up on them, and you're giving up on me. Why you? If you really want to die, then I will die with you. The bald crane screamed. There was deep sadness in its eyes, and its words continuously traveled into Su Ming's heart. Because of them, his heart began beating more vigorously, and it continued until the intent to die affecting his life was replaced by a great wave of madness and a will that hated the heavens, the earth, and everything in the universe. That's right, that's exactly it. You have to learn the truth about everything. You have to kill until everything in the universe is dyed red. Kill until you become the paragon of Arid, Triad, Expanse, Cosmos. Kill until you bring forth a madness that will cause Saint Defier and Dark Dawn to fear you and retreat. Su Ming, you cannot die. Su Ming's nascent divinity descended into pure madness at that moment. His divine sense roared as if there was a huge wave surging in him. His desire to die was replaced by madness. He had previously closed his eyes, but a will like that of rebirth made him swiftly open them. His soul also seemed to have been reborn at that moment. It seemed to have woken up, like it had gone through a metamorphosis while passing through hell. The waves of intense pain in Su Ming's soul caused his madness to become even stronger. He no longer cared about the pain of his soul being torn apart. Since he had opened his eyes, he would proceed to rise to power despite all the pain. Su Ming saw his soul shattering from the intense pain. When it did so, a scene that had been hidden inside it and was something that he was not supposed to see in his life rose before Su Ming's eyes. He saw a chaotic galaxy in which countless people were fighting against each in a corpse-filled battlefield. Hundreds of people exuding the presence of those in Life Realm, and some even with the presence of Death Realm, were attacking a middle-aged man with black hair. He held a baby in one arm while in his other was a long blade. There were hundreds of corpses around him, and each of one was a formerly powerful warriors above Life Realm. In fact, some of them even belonged to those in Death Realm. There was an awe-inspiring, righteous air about the middle-aged man, along with a will that screamed that he would not submit even if the entire universe collapsed. As he killed, he threw his head back and laughed, long and hard. There were numerous wounds on his body. His cultivation base was rapidly growing weaker, but his presence was filled with fevered fighting spirit. Chapter 1136, The Gap in Arid Triad. The middle-aged man's fighting spirit shocked the powerful warriors around him, and without even knowing it, they began feeling respect. Ming heir, you could have had a good life, because I am your father. I am only an ordinary abyss builder, but my existence is one even the royal family has to respect. If this hadn't happened, you would have been brought up and taught by me, eventually surpassing me and even the royal children. You were to be my son, Su Zhan's son, whom even the Abyss Builder's progenitor has to regard with great importance. But now you will have a bad life, because you are my son, because you will die with me in this battle. Are you afraid? The middle-aged man threw his head back and laughed. He swung the long blade in his hand, and an indescribable, domineering power erupted from it with a bang. It beheaded an almighty in Life Realm and destroyed his nascent divinity. The man's blood gushed outwards and landed on the baby's face. The baby extended his tongue, and as if he was sucking on milk, he drank the blood. He even giggled happily. Now that's my son. As expected of the son I've sired after sneaking into Dark Dawn and seizing your mother, who belongs to the sacred bloodline of the essences in Dark Dawn. It doesn't matter whether she was willing or not. In the end, she gave birth to you. But you truly do not have a good life. The middle-aged man lowered his head and stared at the baby in his arms. There was kindness in his domineering gaze as well as sadness. Booming sounds reverberated in space, and the slaughter continued. Su Ming simply watched everything before his eyes while staring at the tall and built middle-aged man. He was not Su Xianyi, but a stranger who had never appeared before in Su Ming's memories. However, this stranger gave him a feeling that made his soul tremble. It gave him a feeling that he was that baby who was giggling while licking his enemy's blood. Booming sounds reverberated in the air once more. The scene continued until Su Ming saw everything turn into dazzling fireworks in the galaxy. They were lit by a single life, releasing everything within it and drowning everyone out. Even the man and the baby in his arms turned into nothingness in the dazzling fireworks. There were only a few words which still echoed quietly in the galaxy. Ming Air, if we can be born again, then I'd like to still be your father. If we are born again, I will teach you the paths of cultivation. I will bring you along while I travel through the universe. I will love you with my whole being, because you are my son. Even if I die, you must remember, your father's name is Su Zhan. As for that convenient mother of yours, perhaps she'll shed tears when she knows I died, but perhaps she won't. No matter what, I, Su Zhan, have no guilt towards the heavens, the earth, my people, and my best friend. The scene ended, and a tear tore Su Ming's soul apart. Intense pain shot through his body and mind, but he no longer cared about it, because he saw another memory which had clearly been sealed. It also had the same galaxy filled with corpses. After an unknown number of years had passed, a person walked into it. He was Su Xianyi. He moved quietly forward in the galaxy filled with death. He stood there for a long, long time, and sadness appeared in his eyes. The moment he was about to turn around and leave, he let out a gasp of surprise. When he raised his hand, he seized a weak soul from the galaxy. It was a baby's soul, protected by his father when he died. Due to the mysterious qualities of his mother's race, he'd remained a broken soul still struggling to survive in the barren battlefield. Su Ming saw Su Xianyi stare at that soul for a long, long time before he mumbled, "Su Zhan, you lured away our pursuers so that I could leave smoothly with my wife. You knew that I would one day come to this place, which is why you self-destructed and protected your child. Then, from now onwards, this child will be my son." Su Xianyi's voice was soft. When he turned around, he left the galaxy with all the corpses belonging to his enemies, his allies from the fifth true world, as well as the drop of blood which was pressed at the center of the baby's brows. Your father sacrificed himself to protect his race. You will sacrifice yourself to do what your father did not manage to complete. You will make our race rise to power. Are you willing to do so? Su Xian stared at the fragile soul in his hand while speaking softly. However, there was a hint of a cold madness in his words. The baby's soul seemed to sense something horrifying, and it trembled while looking on the verge of dissipating. You will be. Su Xianyi brought his right hand up, and with a hint of cruelty, he yanked the blood from the baby's soul. He then turned around and left into the distance. When another scene appeared, Su Ming saw a beautiful and gentle woman. She stared at him blankly with pain on her face. I won't agree to this. Su Zhan died in battle for our sakes. We can't. An aloof voice cut off the woman's words. This is my choice. Su Zhan died for our race, and he died a worthy death. He did not die for our people. He died so that we could leave. With his cultivation base, he could have taken his son and fled without any problems. We can't do this to his son. He was Su Zhan's son, but from now on, he will be my son. If we don't do this, then our own son will die? If we compare my blood to Su Zhan's, then it is already considered a great honor for this broken soul to have the right to help us. If Su Zhan was still alive, he would definitely agree to this as well. You're mad? Su Xianyi, you're mad. The scene disappeared, and when another appeared, the baby was held in the woman's arms while they drifted in the vast galaxy. The woman's aura was weak, and she was already on the brink of death. Tears fell from her eyes when she looked at the baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If there comes a day when you learn the truth behind everything, you can blame me, but please, spare my son. I'm truly sorry. Our entire family has wronged your father, and even more so, we have wronged you. Su Ming, my son. The scenes ended in Su Ming's mind at that point. His soul no longer ached in pain, and there was no longer any confusion in his mind. Madness made the pain irrelevant, and his previous confusion was meaningless. He only smiled. It was an expression filled with madness that longed to destroy everything. His smile was no longer one of self-deprecation, but an aloof one which would terrify anyone who saw it. Laughter echoed in his nascent divinity at that moment. It was filled with a forlorn tone as well as hate that surged into the heavens. Sorry, huh? Su Ming moved his divine sense and swept up the bald crane. By the time Tian succeeded in refining the physical body created by 1 billion corpses, Su Ming's divine sense had left and returned to the white ring and back to the black-robed old man's body. Moments later, all the veins in the physical body started shining with a dazzling light. When it opened its eyes, a brilliant light shone in them. It had already come into Tian's possession. Happiness and excitement appeared on Tian's face. He slowly sat up, and when he threw his head back to laugh, the black-robed old man, and Xingji Dao smiled faintly. Bai Feng, too, saw this scene beyond the pillar of light, and eager anticipation appeared in her eyes. Yet at that moment, a brilliant light spread out from the white ring. When it shone, a strong sense of danger rose in Xingji Dao and the black-robed old man's hearts. Tian's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He swiftly lowered his head to look at his body, and disbelief as well as shock showed up in his eyes. Countless faces appeared on his body in a manner as if his body was melting. The faces were packed densely together, making it impossible to calculate just how many of them were in total. A presence powerful enough to destroy an entire true world erupted from his body, and it was so strong that Tian's expression changed drastically, and Xingji Dao's pupils shrank. Something's wrong with this corpse. This is the forbidden art of Dark Dawn's dark chamber. 1 billion corpse soul seal, the black-robed old man shouted loudly. His expression twisted, and disbelief as well as shock appeared in his eyes. His voice had even started quivering at that instant. This is the 1 billion corpse soul seal. When the black-robed old man instinctively repeated himself, he started screaming shrilly, then swiftly rushed away. Shock was on his face along with fear that had never been seen on him before. Xingji Dao shuddered violently and let out a roar filled with despair, then moved to leave the pillar of light as well. Yet during that moment, while the destructive power spread out, the physical body Tian had just mastered let out a loud bang, which shook the entire true Morning Dao world. At the instant this loud bang shot out, Tian let out a shrill scream of pain. He wanted to leave the body regardless of the cost, but he found that it was impossible. As he screamed, an indescribable hate seeped into his voice. Su Xian Yi. It was Tian's last cry in his life, the final words belonging to the most formidable man of his generation, the sublime paragon whose level of cultivation had shocked the world and who had fought against Su Xian Yi for tens of thousands of years. His voice was instantly drowned out by the booming sounds. Amid them, the body he had just gained control of exploded. The explosion from 1 billion bodies and the collapse of Dark Dawn's forbidden art brought forth a power that surpassed even what sublime paragons could use. In fact, no one could say whether it possessed a power close to those in Avacania realm or whether it had surpassed even that. No one knew the full power of the first stage of Su Xianyi's plan, which he had prepared for countless years. It was an explosion which could destroy an entire true world, a madness triggered by Tian, who had personally refined it with the help of Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos. Its collapse could destroy all the lives in true Morning Dao world, and even the planets and the entire galaxy. After it, there would no longer be any true Morning Dao world among the 4 great true worlds. From then on, there would only be 3 great true worlds. And that power which could destroy an entire true world was gathered within the Pillar of Light, which it was about to tear apart. At that moment, the pillar became the one and only gap leading from within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos to the universe beyond, and it was something which had never appeared before in this expanse cosmos. The appearance of this gap could allow a large number of cultivators from Saint Defier to descend. Their levels of cultivation would not be limited, and neither would they need to rebuild their bodies. In fact, besides those in Avacania realm, no one else would be affected no matter how strong they were. All of them could descend with their complete power in large numbers. The gates to hell had been opened. This was Su Xianyi's plan, because once such a gap showed up, Dark Dawn, who had their previous relocation path destroyed by Su Xian using Su Ming's hand and who had been preparing a new relocation path, would be forced to give up on all their preparations. They would have to attack Saint Defier at full force so that they could seize the gap in the shortest amount of time possible. After all, they could not allow Saint Defier to enjoy the benefits by itself. If one camp completely occupied Arid Triad, they would be able to destroy all existences within the other camp. The first stage of Su Xianyi's plan was to ignite the war between Dark Dawn and Saint Defier so it would reach its peak in an instant and become more frenzied than ever before in their history. Chapter 1137, Possession. This was directed outwards, and the attack directed inwards. At the instant Su Ming's divine sense returned to the black-robed old man who was about to rush out of the pillar with fear and disbelief, Su Ming sensed great danger. It did not come from the physical body which he had believed belonged to him, but from his nascent divinity's right hand. Su Ming's right hand, the one which could allow him to release power surpassing his level of cultivation, gave off ripples which could endanger his life. It did not choose to self-destruct like his physical body, but instead, it had started melting, turning into an energy source that nourished the seed of life extermination. This might not cause direct harm to Su Ming, but it could change the seed of life extermination's parasitic relationship with his soul. From mere absorption, it could turn into an incomparably violent and blatant pilferage. This would not last long. When the seed of life extermination was close to ripening, it would use a short period of madness to instantly complete the entire process. Su Xianyi, what a man you are. I don't know whether you have any follow-ups to your plan, but by the looks of it, this is still part of it. To the world outside, you showed the souls of 1 billion corpses exploding to destroy the pillar and overturn Saint Defier, as well as Dark Dawn, while underneath this plan, you hide the fact that you're using my soul to nourish the seed of life extermination. Only half of it has formed because I am not your son. I am only nourishment to restore your real son. If I hadn't seen the sealed memories, then perhaps even at my last moment I would have not known the reason for my death. Su Ming fell silent. He understood everything now. His fake physical body was an item used by Su Xianyi to further his goals, and his soul was clearly the same. It was an object entangled in the man's numerous schemes. But Su Ming still remained silent. Even though he had come to understand everything, he wanted to know whether Su Xianyi intended to utterly annihilate him in his plan. Did he still have other tasks for Su Ming after using him this time? Or was Su Xianyi going to cast him away after he lost his purpose once his soul was used to nourish the seed of life extermination until it fully matured? This question was incredibly important to Su Ming. He wanted to know the answer, and it was not hard to find that out. When Su Ming saw the right hand melt and the seed of life extermination descend into a frenzied state before gradually burning his soul, he knew his answer. The seed seemed to be persecuting him, even burning his soul, just so it could reach maturity. His lips curled up into a smile while he shook his head. There was an air of a person being freed from all their shackles in that smile. Su Ming seemed to be bidding farewell to his past, as well as finally growing up from a child he'd been for so long. At that moment, Su Ming looked like he had truly grown up. All his emotions came to a single point that cut him off from his past. After all, he was supposed to die there, because of the seed of life extermination buried in his soul, as well as Su Xianyi's plan. From now on, the Su Ming you speak of has died. The person who will appear from now on in this world will be a new person, a ruthless and unfeeling person. Su Ming mumbled. The moment the destructive power erupted from the body he once believed was his, it disintegrated with a bang, and Su Ming chose possession. He would possess the black-robed old man, and he would be born anew when he possessed his physical body. Su Xianyi, you've kept a broken soul like me alive up to this moment. Even though you've only done so to have my soul nourish the seed of life extermination, this is still a kindness towards me. You let me grow from that weak, broken soul to this date. If you weren't around, I would have disintegrated a long time ago. I will never forget this kindness you've given to me. If you want to have my soul to make this half of the seed of life extermination mature, why should I hesitate in giving it to you? The moment Su Ming chose to possess the black-robed old man, he let go of many things, just like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Rumbling sounds rang out. They were so loud that they resounded at an unprecedented volume. That sound spread through the entire true Morning Dao world, and even went to the galaxy belonging to Saint Defier's camp through the gap where the pillar once was. As the rumbles echoed in the galaxy, Tion's will was wiped off, and a destructive force which could collapse true Morning Dao world was brought forth. The destruction did not affect the area beyond the Pillar of Light, however. Instead, it charged straight into Saint Defier's galaxy through the gap. The space in true Morning Dao world was torn apart by the destructive force, and a huge tear was formed. Countless screams of pain traveled down from the other side. Those screams were from the people controlling the heaven-penetrating pillar in Saint Defier's camp, dying all at once. The moment the power which could destroy a true world erupted, the Pillar of Light shattered with a bang. Countless fragments fell back, cutting space. It tore apart the galaxy, but most of the power rose continuously into the gap, tearing it wider. Xingji Dao, one of the 8 paramount Daos of Saint Defier who had just descended, and who was a powerful existence with a great level of cultivation, as well as a high status in Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos, almost disintegrated once the destructive power erupted. Only his nascent divinity managed to escape. With a fearful expression, he charged forward through the destructive force. While enduring waves of terrifying damage, he had only one thought in his mind: run. Fortunately, he still had the white ring with him. The supreme treasure from Saint Defier was the only item which could fight against the destructive force. With the greatest speed he could muster, Xing Dao dashed into the white ring while swamped by fear. He watched the pillar of light beyond the ring shatter and the huge gap being created in the heavens high above the pillar. He knew that it led to Saint Defier's camp and heard countless shrill screams of pain. He trembled, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. They're mad. These people from Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos are all mad. This is a scheme, Dark Dawn scheme. When this event in true Morning Dao world whose after effects could even be felt in the remaining 3 true worlds, the black-robed old man let out a shrill scream of pain. As his body shuddered, madness appeared on his face. It was very clear, and it looked like he was fighting against something trying to possess his body from within. His robes had long ago been torn, revealing an old face and a thin body. He had countless injuries, and blood spilled out from him before it was reduced to nothingness. However, all of this was insignificant compared to the fear he felt in his heart at that moment. It originally came from Tion's body self-destructing, but that had only lasted for an instant. His fear changed targets the instant he sensed someone possessing him from within his body. The strange power had appeared without a single sound, having hidden away from his senses. In fact, only when most of his body had been possessed did the black-robed old man suddenly realize the unfamiliar presence. The shock and terror this discovery brought to him instantly reached the peak. Yet even when the black-robed old man cast his gaze on the power possessing him, he had no idea who the other was and why they would want to possess him from within instead of the general trend of possessing forcefully from the outside world. The timing was also so impeccable that it was terrifying. It began when the black-robed old man fought back against the destruction of the world around him with all his strength, which meant he had no spare energy to watch within himself. At that moment, the power had appeared like a bolt of lightning and instantly began possessing him. The light of extreme darkness shone brightly around him and moved with him towards the white ring. He approached it in no time. The moment he rushed in, the eyes hidden under the light of extreme darkness were no longer filled with madness, but had turned into aloof and as cold as ice. At that moment, the old man was no longer Zhang Dao, one of Saint Defier's 8 paramount Daos, but the reborn Su Ming. The speed of his possession this time was unprecedented. After all, the current Su Ming was incredibly powerful. Besides, his soul had started burning due to the stimulation provided by the melting of his right hand. This sped up Su Ming's speed in possession, and since he had hidden himself in the black-robed man's body at the start, his possession had become even faster. Besides, since Su Ming's timing had been impeccable, it meant that before the black-robed old man could even notice him, Su Ming had already possessed most of his body. Because of it, Su Ming managed to complete the possession in a few breaths. He had also devoured the black-robed man's soul in one fell swoop. The power of his soul instantly fused with Su Ming's soul to serve as nourishment. Once the seed of life extermination devoured Su Ming's soul, the black-robed man's soul would replenish it. Damn it, what's going on? Zhang Dao, what's the meaning of this? Xing Dao's nascent divinity trembled. When he saw Su Ming rush into the white ring, he immediately questioned him while lifting his head to look at the huge gap in space which had been formed when the pillar of light had shattered. This is Su Xianyi's plan, Su Ming answered in a raspy voice. While hidden under the light of extreme darkness, he stared at Xing Dao. His gaze was that of a hunter staring at a prey. Waves of power from the world turned into whirlwinds that spilled out from the gap. They swept out in all directions, and since it was their first outburst in countless years, they instantly filled a small portion of true Morning Dao world. No one knew how long the power of the world would continue rampaging in the galaxy, but once it weakened, Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos would descend en masse. Before that could happen, though, Dark Dawn would definitely launch a heinous massacre beyond Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos to fight against Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos for the only gap which would allow them to descend into Arid Triad. As the power of the world swept about the galaxy in a wild rampage beyond the White Ring, invisible whirlwinds destroyed everything. Countless cultivators from the Immortals Union died straight away. Their sects were also instantly reduced to nothing. Fang was the closest to the attack. By then, she had already coughed up an unknown amount of blood. Her face was pale, but there was a huge cocoon encasing her. It was crimson, like the egg of a fire phoenix, and it was one of the ultimate protection arts in Phoenix Sect. It could be used only once in their lives, the Phoenix Art Cocoon. At that instant, all those in the Arid Triad Expanse cosmos who were capable of noticing what happened in true Morning Dao world were shocked. In truth, though, even those who did not notice felt an abnormality in the galaxy, and all of their hearts trembled. A mighty pressure descended, traumatizing them. Chapter 1138. Another possession. The whirlwinds formed by the power of the world swept outwards from the spot, which was once the core of the territory belonging to the Immortals Union. As it tumbled outwards, piercing whistles rushed out in all directions at an even faster speed. The place was described as the spot formerly belonging to the Immortals Union because it had now been reduced to complete ruin. Countless immortals had died, numerous planets were shattered, and an innumerable number of sects were instantly destroyed. However, all of this had yet to reach the degree at which it would threaten to destroy an entire true world. After all, it was not the damage caused by the explosion brought by the 1 billion corpse soul seal wreaking havoc, but the power of the world between Saint Defier and Arid Triad spilling forward. Even so, it was still a great disaster to true Morning Dao world. And there was an even greater disaster waiting for them, the huge gap in Arid Triad Expanse cosmos, which had been created by the power of the 1 billion corpse soul seal, which could destroy a true world. The gap was like a newly cracked hole in a huge egg that was still some time away from hatching. The power which was being formed to give birth to a dragon of the heavens had begun flowing outwards. At the same time, due to a large amount of aura from the worlds beyond surging in, signs of erosion appeared in the space around the gap. There might have been only a few at the start, but more and more of them appeared without stop. Perhaps this process would need a certain amount of time, but in the end, Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos would lose its right to become the third camp standing on equal ground with Saint Defier and Dark Dawn. If Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos had life and could feel pain, it would be experiencing an indescribably intense pain while sensing its life flowing away. Then, it would spread its pain to all the lives born in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. The predecessor of Dao Ocean tumbled about in Morning Dao Sect while letting out a pained cry. The countless planets in the galaxies which had yet to be affected by the whirlwinds formed by the power of the world in true Morning Dao world started trembling, and countless living beings within them howled in pain. They sensed their lives flowing out of their bodies. Intense pain came with it, and they felt like their bodies and even souls had lost a precious part of them. All lives behaved in such a manner, including the cultivators. It did not matter whether they were cultivators from the Immortals Union or disciples from Morning Dao Sect. All of them sensed the intense pain and felt their lives seeping out of their bodies. Right away, their hearts filled with indescribable terror. It was as if the universe had become different from before, like a crack had appeared in an invisible barrier which had protected them without their knowledge. True Morning Dao world was not the only one affected. The same scene could be observed within true Sacred Een world as well. All the cultivators there felt like their spirits were about to be torn apart, and the tremors from all the planets made true Sacred Een world fall into complete chaos for a period of time. At the same time, all the powerful warriors in true Sacred Een world, especially those who were in Fate realm and above, as well as the Culpal Lord along with the Sublime Paragon, sensed all what had happened. There were 5 mountains floating in space in the galaxy. They shone in 5 different colors whose light was very piercing. At the centermost mountain was a middle-aged man. While standing quietly at the top, he raised his head to look at the endless universe. At the same time, a dreary expression appeared on his face, followed by a hint of shock. I can sense a huge gap being torn open in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, right where true Morning Dao world is. The power protecting Arid Triad does not exist in that gap. You can sense this because you are connected to true Morning Dao world. What you sense is what true Sacred Een world understands, a faint voice said. The air distorted, and a child in red clothes walked out to stand beside the middle-aged man. The child looked incredibly young, but there was an unimaginably ancient air to him. If anyone looked into his eyes, they would lose themselves. Lord Sublime Paragon. The middle-aged man cast the boy a glance, then wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing slightly to him. Many years ago, I sensed that the sublime paragon of true Morning Tao world had become incredibly weak. He disappeared the next second, hiding himself away. Just now, I sensed his presence again, but it only lasted for an instant before it disappeared once more. At the same time, I sensed a destructive power that not even I would dare touch coming from true Morning Tao world. It could easily destroy sublime paragons like me, and it could even destroy a true world. The boy stared in the direction of true Morning Tao world while speaking calmly. His words immediately caused the middle-aged man's expression to change. This destructive power that terrifies even me did not shatter true Morning Tao world, but instead opened a gap to Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. A complicated expression appeared on the boy's face. In fact, even with his level of cultivation, he could not suppress the great anxiety which had appeared on his face at that moment. Send the order to all in true Sacred Een world to prepare for war and bring forth all their strongest equipment. Have the cultivators in all true worlds prepare for a great war, the kind of which we have never experienced before. War is about to start, and it will be of an intensity we have never seen before. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos will fight against those from beyond. Be prepared to die in this battle. Even I will most likely die in this war, so it is even more like for other cultivators. Be prepared for true Sacred Een world to be completely destroyed. War, the boy said softly. The middle-aged man beside him had already started breathing rapidly. His pupils shrank, and if it was not because of his respect for the boy and knowledge of the other's status, he would have not believed anything he just said. Yet those were the words of true Sacred Een world's sublime paragon. And he even said that he would probably die himself too. This caused the middle-aged man, the culpable lord of true Sacred Een world, to feel an indescribable terror. The same scene could be seen in the Emperor of Abyss true world. The planets trembled and the cultivators sensed fear and intense pain. However, the person with the greatest influence besides the sublime paragon of the Emperor of Abyss true world, the Emperor of Abyss, was incredibly quiet. In a world existing in an unknown region within the Emperor of Abyss true world was a lavish palace which towered into the skies. It had a window, and standing beside it was a person. He had his hands behind his back as he stared outside. Sunlight scattered all over the place, making it impossible to see his face. He stood beside the window quietly and watched the universe roar. The cultivators within the true world were panicking, but there seemed to be a hint of a smile on the man's face. Lord Sublime Paragon is about to return. The second stage is about to start, the man murmured in a barely discernible volume. His words were faint, disappearing into the sunlight beyond the window. True Spirit Hell World, the fourth true world, was the most mysterious of the four true worlds, and its name was known only by a select few who were worthy. The instant the gap connecting to St. Defier's camp was torn in true Morning Tao world, countless shrill screams reverberated in the fourth true world. They came from all regions. Once they joined into one loud roar, the whole world shook. The screams came from pain as well as a sort of madness. However, there were cultivators within each region of the fourth true world who did not make a single sound. Their faces were pale, but they remained aloof. There were plenty of such cultivators in each region, and they all wore uniform clothes. Once the roars reverberated through the true world, they immediately started trembling, and a grim expression they had never showed before appeared on their faces. There is a gap in Arid Triad. Release me now. I'm willing to fight for Arid Triad. Haha, a gap appeared in Arid Triad. I can sense Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos pain. All of you will die. All of you will die. This is the presence of the power of the world. There's also the presence of those damned cultivators from the worlds beyond. All of you of the damned later generation shall die 1,000,000 times for your crimes. Look at the Expanse Cosmos we gave you because we felt at ease handing it to you. Open the spirit hell and let us out. Various roars reverberated in space, and there was an incredibly mighty power contained in each voice. They were so terrifying that most of the cultivators protecting the true world coughed up blood as their hearts trembled. Seniors, please calm down. Without the orders from at least 2 sublime paragons from the other 3 true world's sublime paragons and culpable lords, it is impossible for us to open the spirit hell and let you out. Even if a disaster which Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos cannot withstand has appeared, it has nothing to do with spirit hell. Seniors, please be quiet, an old, aloof voice said. It could be heard in all of the fourth true world, but his only response were even stronger roars than before. However, no matter how much the prisoners shouted, the cultivators protecting the place did not say a single word. Even the ancient voice from before did not say anything. In the meantime, the whirlwind formed by the power of the world continued sweeping outwards through true morning Tao world. The spot where the pillar of light connecting to the heavens once existed was the spot where the whirlwind had originated. Fang's cocoon was being weakened by the wind formed by the power of the world. From the looks of it, it would only be able to last for a dozen more breaths before shattering. Not far from the cocoon was a white light. It came from the white ring, the supreme treasure from St. Defier Expanse Cosmos. At that moment, the ring was slowly rising into the sky. Judging by the looks of it, it was about to stand up against the power of the world and force its way back into St. Defier's camp through the gap. Zhangji Dao, we have to leave this accursed place as soon as possible. We have to tell the three Lord St. Defiers that Dark Dawn has prepared such a treachery in this accursed place. You have to help me. We absolutely can't stay here. Before long, numerous cultivators from Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos will be led here. The both of us must not let Lord St. Defier's supreme treasure be snatched away. Xing Jidao roared in the white ring. Even the eyes of his nascent divinity were bloodshot as he used his full power to control the white ring. The eyes of the black-robed old man, who had been possessed by Su Ming, flashed briefly. He nodded and raised his arms to send his cultivation base to fuse with the white ring. It immediately lightened Xing Jidao's burden, but the instant he relaxed his guard, he sensed great danger, and his expression changed drastically. Zhang Jidao, what are you doing? Chapter 1139, Morning Dao Sect's Disaster. Su Ming was skilled in reading the changes in his opponent's thoughts and taking control of the weaknesses that came from their emotions. This was something which had already showed itself when he was hunting in Dark Mountain. Since then, 1,000 years had passed, and he had become even more proficient at it. His experiences had made his intelligence grow incredibly quickly. When Xing Jidao was shocked by the things happening around him and wanted to leave Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos as quickly as possible, Su Ming used this to his benefit. He first offered help and activated the white ring so that his enemy would relax his guard. At the instant that happened, Su Ming sent out his nascent divinity and soul without any hesitation. He attacked so fast that Xing Jidao did not have time to fend against him. If this had happened at any other time, he definitely would not have been in such a state. However, his heart was shaken by the things around him, like the completion of Su Xian Yi's crazy plan. He was also fully invested in escaping, which was why he showed a weakness that he would never show under normal circumstances. You're not Zhang Jidao, Xing Jidao growled. His physical body had been damaged, but the great cultivation base within his soul kept him strong. There was a reason behind why Su Ming could possess the black-robed old man in just a few breaths, but when it came to Xing Jidao, it was not so easy. However, Su Ming still chose to possess him. If being accurate, however, it was not possession just for the sake of itself. He was pushed by the seed of life, extermination devouring him. The instant Su Ming's soul rushed into Xing Jidao's nascent divinity and the man's roar reverberated in space, he lost control of the white ring. The whirlwind of the power of the world immediately started sweeping towards them. When Su Ming made his choice, waves of power of the world surged in. They might not be able to destroy a supreme treasure like the white ring. It could destroy Xing Jidao and Su Ming who were within it. It doesn't matter who you are, but without us controlling the supreme treasure, we will both die. Damn it, are you mad? The moment Xing Jidao's terrified voice rang out, it was completely drowned out by the loud rumbles caused by the power of the world surging inside. When the white ring was dragged into the tornado, loud whistles reverberated in space. No one knew that there was a crazed possession and devouring going on there at that moment. Su Ming was no longer his past self. At that moment, he was like someone who had risen from the ashes. He was going to pursue his new life, and this life would require him to get rid of the seed of life extermination. Only by doing so would he cut off the final connection between him and Su Xianyi. The moment he did so, he would also make Su Xianyi think that his body and soul had been destroyed, and that he had turned into nutrients to make the seed of life extermination grow. To do this, Su Ming needed to possess almighties like Xing Jidao and devour their souls to replenish the life force absorbed by the seed of life extermination. That was why, even though it was incredibly difficult and there were great dangers in attempting it, he had to do it. If he did not, he would not be able to separate himself from the seed of life extermination and run away from the destiny of his body and soul being destroyed. Because of it, there was really no other option for Su Ming. He had to devour them, and he had to succeed. This was the only thought in Su Ming's mind the moment he rushed into Xing Ji Dao's body. The whirlwind of the power of the world roared and enveloped everything in the area. The white cocoon not too far away was being weakened layer by layer, while a woman inside it was hugging herself. As she shivered, helplessness and despair appeared on her face. Everything around her was in ruins. There was nothing else beside the whirlwind. The entire true Morning Dao world had been reduced to a wreckage. Fear was on the faces of all cultivators in Morning Dao Sect. All the relocation runes connected to Morning Dao Sect were destroyed completely by the whirlwind, separating this true world from the world outside. No one could venture out, and no outsider could get in. The violent whirlwind rushed around the area beyond Morning Dao Sect. All the cultivators who tried to leave with any method they could think of had their flesh and blood torn off as they screamed shrilly in pain. Once they became a bloody mess. Even their nascent divinities and souls were forcefully torn apart, and their forms were destroyed. This scene was the result of sect masters of Morning Dao Sect choice to send some of their disciples outwards. The moment they saw it, their expressions grew dark. Right then, there were only a few cultivators left in Morning Dao Sect. There were only about a few million of them. After all, most of the cultivators of Morning Dao Sect were in the world outside, and there were definitely very few who could survive the rampaging whirlwind. Because of it, the whirlwind's actions were the equivalent to giving a hard blow to Morning Dao Sect's soul. However, as long as they could survive it, then with their foundation, they would definitely be able to recover. But the prerequisite to this was that they did not suffer an even greater disaster, or else there would be a great possibility that after existing for countless years, Morning Dao Sect would disappear in the river of history within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, just like Ancient Way. Yet, to Morning Dao Sect, this sort of hope was only that, hope. In fact, it did not even last for long before it shattered when a shocking bang came from Su Xianyi's isolation grounds. The chamber serving as Su Xianyi's isolation grounds was falling apart layer by layer in the mid of the rumbling sounds. In just a dozen breaths, it crumbled to pieces with a bang. When the dimension shattered, a heinous, murderous aura which seemed to have been oppressed for tens of thousands of years was swiftly released. Along with that murderous aura came a figure with long hair and black robes. It walked out slowly from the destroyed isolation grounds. Its appearance immediately caused the sky and the world to turn black and countless cracks to appear on the ground as it trembled. Sublime Paragon, you had your physical body explode so it would turn it into a seal that would put my body in complete lockdown. Dao Chun, you used the great soul reversal art to have your will fuse with this place so that I could not walk out of this chamber. But now, the black figure threw his head back and laughed menacingly. There was madness in that laughter, along with thirst for blood and a craziness that spoke of willingness to destroy the universe to achieve his goals. But now, Lord Sublime Paragon, your body and soul were destroyed. When you personally entered the physical body I prepared for you, your soul naturally disappeared. Dao Chun, you might have been able to fuse your will into the dimension and turn it into a seal serving as a chamber, but you didn't expect that once the whirlwind fused with the power of the world, it could reduce your seal to its weakest state, allowing me, who had fully recovered, to be able to easily break it. The black-clad figure with the heinous murderous aura was naturally Su Xianyi. I swore an oath in the past that if I should ever be able to walk out of this seal, I would definitely bring about a bloodbath in Morning Dao Sect to exact revenge for what you've done in the past. A bloodthirsty smirk appeared on Su Xianyi's lips. Behind him was Sang standing silently. He stared into the distance, but no one knew what he was thinking. However, it was obvious that Morning Dao Sect had reached its end. When Su Xianyi's laughter spread out, he immediately left the world. Booming sounds that surged into the sky reverberated in the air, and the world immediately shattered to pieces. At the same time, a loud, deafening bang which shook the hearts of all the cultivators within Morning Dao Sect rang out in the 9 floating continents within the first plane of Morning Dao Sect. At the instant it echoed, everyone saw a scene they would never be able to forget in their lives. In fact, it could even be said that it was the final, most dazzling thing they saw. One of the 9 continents suddenly shattered amid the loud bang, and all the lives on it, all the mountains, rivers, and buildings instantly collapsed. A long-haired, middle-aged man dressed in black stood at the spot where the shattered continent had once been. His head was lowered to stare at the ground. There was a bottomless, profound look in his eyes, like flames were burning madly in it. I once said that this world shall be built for abyss. His voice was not loud, but the instant it traveled outwards, it caused the air to tremble, the heavens to shudder, all the continents in the place to rumble, and the hearts of all the cultivators to quiver, while indescribable terror rose within them. With a smile on his face, Su Xian-yi took a step forward and swung his right arm. Booming sounds rose in the air, and another continent shattered. It has been many years since then, and I have waited long for this day. Su Xian-yi moved, and 3 consecutive bangs shook the sky. In no time, only 4 of the 9 continents remained. Who are you? Roars filled with shock and anger came from the distance. At the same time, dozens of long arcs charged forth with loud whistles. Needless to say, the people in the lead were Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. They fixed their stares on Su Xian-yi. This person appeared unfamiliar, but there was also a hint of familiarity about him. However, they simply could not remember who he was. Who am I? A hint of derision appeared at the corners of Su Xian-yi's lips. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed before he lifted his right hand. He did not even move his body, only choosing to point at Sect Master Ri, who had been the one to speak among the 3. This person's flesh and blood shall be used as an offering for mine people, and his soul shall become mine vessel. The pupils of Sect Master Ri, who had the power of those in Death Realm, immediately shrank. At the same time, a shrill scream of pain tumbled out from his mouth. His body instantly withered. The moment he looked like he was about to die, he raised his right hand and struck the center of his brows. With a bang, his physical body was destroyed, but his nascent divinity succeeded in fleeing. A sublime paragon's power. He has the power of a sublime paragon. At the instant his shrill shrieks reverberated in the air, Sect Master Ri's nascent divinity shuddered, and under all the people's disbelieving gazes, he turned into a crimson wooden sword in the blink of an eye. The wooden sword hummed, and in a flash, it charged to Su Xian-yi. It was a telling sign that it was now an enchanted treasure. If anyone observed the wooden sword closely, they would find that its presence was identical to that of the wooden sword he had wanted to give to Su Ming. Art of serendipity. This is the power of a sublime paragon. The expressions of Sect Masters Ri and Yu instantly changed, while Sect Masters behind them went stark pale. You're a sublime paragon. Sect Master Yu's voice was filled with disbelief. Sublime paragon? Look closely and see for yourselves who I am. Su Xian-yi swung his arm, and his face immediately changed. His presence also became that of Dao Chun. Chapter 1140, Dust. The instant a presence with which all the Sect Masters of Morning Dao Sect were familiar with erupted, they recognized that it belonged to their progenitor, Dao Chun. Impossible. Impossible. Sect Master Yu shuddered. Disbelief appeared in his eyes, followed by great sadness. Su Xian-yi, you're Su Xian-yi. Sect Master Xing's cried out as his breathing quickened. In his voice was indescribable fear and despair. I remember you. You were not yet a Sect Master in the past. Su Xian-yi smiled faintly. While staring at Sect Master Xing, he raised his right hand and pointed at him. The world darkened. Shrill screams of pain caused all those who heard them to feel their hearts tremble. When the world brightened, Sect Master Xing was no longer around. The Almighty in Death Realm had already turned into a red wooden sword that floated around Su Xian-yi. Run, all disciples of Morning Dao Sect. Morning Dao Sect is no longer. With everything that you have, run. As the only Sect Master remaining, Sect Master Yu laughed brokenly with madness in his voice. His words were filled with grief, and he rushed towards Su Xian-yi the next moment. This Sect Master in Death Realm had chosen to die a heroic death. I was born in Morning Dao Sect, and I will die in Morning Dao Sect. This is my home, and even if I die, I will die defending my home. Morning Dao Sect, if I am ever born again and you are still around, I still want to be a part of you. As he roared, he went aflame. His physical body burned, his nascent divinity burned, and even his soul started to burn. A destructive power born from self-destruction was swiftly released by the rampaging power within him. Madness appeared on the faces of people behind him. Some might have chosen to retreat, but the majority chose to self-destruct. If they could not live with Morning Dao Sect, then they would die with Morning Dao Sect. The explosion from dozens of Sect Masters was a madness that could shake the heavens and earth, but it was destined to be unable to erupt. If Su Ming could control time and make it go in reverse, then it was even more so for Su Xianyi. He only lifted his right hand and swung it forward, and the whole universe's time flowed in reverse. The explosions were extinguished. The next moment, everyone turned into red wooden swords. From today onwards, Morning Dao Sect will no longer exist, Su Xianyi said faintly, then raised both his arms to swing them forward. Immediately, the dozens of red wooden swords around him whistled and charged in all directions. Wherever they went, continents would crumble, and cultivators would be sliced apart and die wretched deaths. Even more strange was the fact that every single time the dozens of wooden swords killed a person, a new one would appear in place of the person who had died. Because of it, as the wooden swords swept sideways, their number gradually increased. If anyone was to use their divine sense to check them at that moment, they would be able to tell that a soul of a member of Morning Dao Sect could be found in each of the wooden swords. They were in endless pain, and they could only watch helplessly as the wooden swords formed from their bodies killed their fellow sect members, friends, lifelong partners, and even the love of their lives. And the cause of all this was Su Xianyi, who stood in midair. With the expression of someone who enjoyed watching the deaths and slaughter around him, he stared at the destruction of the sect and listened to the pain-filled cries. Destroy all of your families and your sect. I will take back several times what you took from us when you descended on the fifth true world all those years ago. This is just the beginning. A smile appeared on Su Xianyi's lips. Behind him, Sang watched everything quietly. Conflict and hesitation appeared in his eyes. Yet after a long while, he only sighed and lowered his head. For a time being, the entire Morning Dao Sect was drenched in blood and encased in crazed slaughter. The continents shattered, and soon, all of them were reduced to pieces of rock that fell into Dao Ocean. The 99 continents in the second plane, too, could not escape from the disaster. As more red wooden swords appeared until their numbers eventually reached a state where they could no longer be counted, the continents crumbled simultaneously. It did not matter whether they were men, women, the elderly, or the young. Even the toddlers died forlorn deaths. It was a destruction of a sect, so all manner of living within it had to be killed. Roars echoed in the air at that moment. For long arcs shot out from Dao Ocean. Within them were the four spirit beasts of Morning Dao Sect: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle. The four beasts had bloodshot eyes. At the instant they rushed out, they charged towards Su Xianyi. The fastest among them was the Vermilion Bird. It instantly closed in, but Su Xianyi only raised his hand and swung his arm in its direction before a sea of fire surrounded it. The Vermilion Bird was born of fire, but at that moment, it let out a shrill cry and was reduced to ashes. Swordlight shone. The incoming Azure Dragon was beheaded. Its nascent divinity was destroyed, and only its long body fell onto a destroyed continent with a bang. Falling along with it was the White Tiger. Its body was not complete, for it had turned into countless threads of flesh and blood. Like blood rain pouring from the sky, it scattered all over the land. As for the Black Turtle, its shell was destroyed. Su Xianyi dug out its bloody heart and squashed it into a core. Then he ate it. A black turtle's core still tastes pretty good, Su Xianyi said softly, as if he was enjoying the aftertaste. Nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Booming sounds surged up into the heavens. Once the 99 continents were destroyed, the 999 continents and 9,999 continents in the third and fourth planes were shattered along with all the innocent lives on them. All of them were robbed of their right to live. Everything in Morning Dao Sect was destroyed, and the sky was reduced to a mere wreck. The ground was ruined. Blood dyed the fog in Dao Ocean, and a bloody stench filled all the parts of the sect. Only this Morning Dao Sect is pleasant to the eye. Su Xianyi ended his recollection of the taste of the black turtle's core, then raised his right hand to strike the shattered sky. Immediately, rumbling sounds rang out once more from the highest spot of the sky. The tower of the sect masters was shattered along with a plate created from countless valuable materials. They had originally floated up in the sky, unseen by the naked eye. Carved into the plate was Morning Dao Sect's name. At that moment, the plate, which had been passed down through generations and which had existed since Morning Dao Sect, was created cracked into many pieces. A smile appeared on Su Xianyi's face. As he stared at the no longer existing Morning Dao Sect, he turned around and walked away. Sang followed quietly behind him. The two of them walked out of Morning Dao Sect, and stepped into the rampaging whirlwind. It has ended. With just one more thing, everything will be perfect. Su Xianyi stood in the whirlwind. The distortions of time could be seen around him, as if he could affect a certain part of the whirlwind surrounding him. The distortions made it disappear, returning that part of the galaxy to a point many years ago when the galaxy was in a state of peace. Su Ming, my son, where are you? Su Xianyi smiled faintly. When he was about to close his eyes and search for him, Fang finally lifted his head behind him and stared at Su Xianyi's back. You promised me, he said softly. Chapter 1141. Separating from the Seed of Life, Extermination. You promised me that even if you are going to use Su Ming as a host, you will not harm his life, and that this will be a great serendipitous event for him. Not a single hint of emotion could be detected on Fang's face. However, it was the first time he ever used that tone to speak with Su Xianyi in the countless years he had been by his side. It was also the first time he did not have respect stemming from the bottom of his heart in his words. Instead, there was only a cold chill in his voice, and Fang did not even bother hiding it. Instead, he showed it without holding any of it back. Su Xianyi turned his head around and cast Fang a deep look. A darkness gradually rose in his eyes. What did you say? Say it one more time. I didn't hear you clearly, Su Xianyi said faintly. His voice was awe-inspiring, and it sounded like a calm before a storm. You promised me that you wouldn't harm Su Ming. Fang trembled lightly. Su Xianyi's mighty pressure was incredibly hard to bear, but he still gritted his teeth and enunciated his words clearly. Fang, you have indeed grown to love that child as his parent, but his family name is Su. He is an Abyss Builder, and he must be prepared to sacrifice everything for the Abyss Builders. I can promise you, as I have already promised him, that I will make it up to him. I will make it up to him for everything that I've done in the end. Su Xianyi stayed silent for a moment before a complicated look appeared on his face, and he said softly, What I need the both of you to do is to believe in me completely. Hand me your lives and your destinies, and one day, I will fulfill my promise and will make it up to all of you for everything. I have always believed in you. It has been the case in the past, it still is now, and it will be so in the future, but I have one request. Don't harm him anymore. Let him go. You promised me. Anguish appeared on Fang's face as he said those words in a low voice. Su Xianyi fell silent. In the galaxy with the roaring whirlwinds, his silence lasted for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. And if I refuse? Su Xianyi's calm voice spread out slowly through the howling whirlwind, and a resolute expression appeared on Fang's face. If you don't keep to your promise, then I can't be sure whether I can keep to my own promise to help you complete the second part of your plan. The instant Fang said that, Su Xianyi whirled around, and with an electrifying gaze, he stared at Fang. After a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I promised you, and I will fulfill my promise. Su Xianyi decided not to search for Su Ming. Instead, he raised his right hand, formed a seal, and swung his arm. Immediately, whirlwinds filled the space in the galaxy, and a complicated runic symbol appeared. It flashed a few times before disappearing without a trace. In a galaxy far away from this place, but still within true Morning Dao world, was the territory which had once been the core of the Immortals' Union. It was also the spot where the whirlwind began and where Saint Defier's heaven-penetrating pillar was once located. Su Ming, who had just executed the first invisible battle of possession against the resistance of Xing Ji Dao, suddenly felt a ripple in his heart. The half of the seed of life extermination which was about to mature in his soul had trembled. Right after, Su Ming felt a great suction force in his soul. It shrank by 3/10 of its original size, and the speed of seed of life extermination's growth instantly increased exponentially. All of this happened the instant Su Ming suppressed Xing Ji Dao's nascent divinity with the power from possession. When nearly 3/10 of his soul were forcefully devoured by the seed of life extermination, a feeling of weakness he had never felt before rose in his heart. At that moment, the final bit of disbelief towards this matter shattered in Su Ming's heart. It was followed by a great pain due to the destruction of that disbelief. The seed of life extermination seemed to have gone through a catalysis due to the control of someone from a boundless distance away. In just the span of one breath, it sucked his soul again, and this time, it took another 3/10. Most of Su Ming's soul had been absorbed by that point, and a strange and enchanting light spread out from the seed of life extermination. It traveled through Su Ming's soul, and it could be clearly seen that the seed of life extermination longed to become complete and was rapidly growing for that purpose. Judging by the looks of it, as long as it could absorb a little more of the soul, it could reach completion. Su Ming stared at it in silence. He did not fight back, and neither did he struggle against it. To Su Ming, all of this was already unnecessary. It was just like a dream that a child might have, and now, he was about to wake up from it. He was about to fully grow up. In silence, Su Ming saw the seed of life extermination shudder. Right after, the third violent suction force appeared. This time, it absorbed the remaining 39/100ths of Su Ming's soul, leaving behind only a sliver of it. Everything else was absorbed cleanly. When nearly all of Su Ming's soul was absorbed, the seed of life extermination finally became completely. The statue resembling half a ship was filled with great power. It also seemed like it contained the will of all lives. Once it was completed, it left Su Ming's soul and flew out of his body. With a flash, it left the white ring and charged towards the whirlwind in space. Su Ming watched this scene. He stared at the seed of life extermination, leaving, and felt like his past had also been taken away by the seed of life extermination. At that moment, Su Ming died, and the one who survived would be a person who loved silence, refused to show his face, and in all the people's eyes would only appear as a stranger. Su Ming's soul had not been completely absorbed. A sliver of it was left, but if Su Ming did not receive any serendipity, then while he might not die, he would become incredibly weak. He would be reduced to a mere mortal, and even one who had forgotten everything about his past. Perhaps instead of saying that it was a sliver of his soul, it would be better to say that it was a thread of life force. It was the life force Su Xian had given to him once his elder had fought and exchanged himself for him. However, to Su Ming, the existence of the sliver of life force was not important. Even if he did not have it, he could still rise to power. It would just take a bit longer. Su Ming stared at the seed of life extermination leaving into the distance and watched it disappear into the whirlwind while he mumbled under his breath, "Su Ming has died. From now on, I am Mo Su." His eyes slowly fell shut. He had lost 99/100ths of his soul. During that instant, he had fused with the pure soul left behind by the black-robed old man once the other's consciousness was wiped away from it. At the same time, the sliver of Su Ming's original soul started absorbing the black-robed old man's soul in a mad rush. The so-called fusion was in truth Su Ming's soul treating the black-robed old man's soul as nutrients, just like the seed had done to him. By doing so, he could make himself grow swiftly. Time trickled by. As he continued absorbing this soul and executed the extreme devouring, the black-robed old man's soul became smaller while his own soul gradually grew larger. When the black-robed old man's soul was completely absorbed, Su Ming's soul had already recovered to nearly 6/10ths of its original power. This did not mean that the black-robed old man's soul was too weak. After all, based on their levels of cultivation, the black-robed old man was far stronger than Su Ming. However, in the process of devouring, the black-robed old man's soul suffered from a form of deterioration, and Su Ming was not executing a simple fusion either. He was using the black-robed old man's soul to nourish himself. Because of it, once he got rid of the impurities, he could return to nearly 6/10ths of his soul. This was akin to a piece of land having a seed. As the seed grew, it absorbed all the water from the ground. Once it matured and absorbed all the water, the land would turn into a desert. The cracked, dry ground would also be land. But if it was used to describe the black-robed old man's soul, it could be said that the desert was the impurities in it. Once Su Ming absorbed the black-robed old man's soul, he opened his eyes, and without any hesitation, he cast his gaze on the suppressed Xingji Dao. The man's resistance was as fierce as ever, but Su Ming had taken full grasp of timing and seized the opportunity to gain an upper hand on him. He only needed to maintain this advantage over Xingji Dao and continue using his inborn talent and possession to suppress him. Even if Su Ming was an abyss builder, 2 consecutive possessions was an act of complete madness. Yet at that moment, Su Ming could no longer care about it. He wanted to live, and he wanted to live properly. He wanted to live another life so that he could overturn his destiny. When Su Xian formed a seal and swung his arm in the whirlwind within the galaxy beyond Morning Dao Sect, which was located incredibly far away from where Su Ming was, the complicated runic symbol flashed 3 times before it floated in the galaxy, without moving. However, In just a few dozens of breaths, a long arc with a speed exceeding that of shifting came from the distance. There was dark light spreading out from that long arc, and it was so quick that it surpassed what divine senses could detect. It instantly appeared beside the runic symbol and fused with it. As that item came to an abrupt halt, what appeared before Su Xianyi and Sang's eyes was Su Ming's seed of life extermination, the statue of half of a ship. As Sang stared at it, a hint of pain and grief appeared in his eyes. There was only determination in Su Xianyi's eyes as he slowly raised his hand to seize the space in the direction of the ship, formed by half of the seed of life extermination. Immediately, it shot through the distortions of time around Su Xianyi and appeared on his palm. He wrapped his fingers around it. Su Ming didn't die. I fulfilled my promise to you. Su Xianyi swung his right arm and put away the seed of life extermination before he raised his head and stared at the distant galaxy. Let's go. We should leave true Morning Dao world now. Let me bring you to the true world that belongs to me. Su Xianyi took a step forward in space, and his body instantly disappeared. Sang followed him silently, but before he vanished, he turned his head around and cast his gaze into the distance with a complicated expression on his face. A hint of resolution, which Su Xianyi could not see, appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1142. Tears from a Beauty. Standing beyond the palace, floating in the air which towered into the sky in the Emperor of Abyss true world, was the Emperor of Abyss, who was also the culpable lord of that world. He had his hands placed behind his back as he stood there as if waiting for someone's arrival. He was very patient. It looked like even if he had to wait for 10,000 years, not a single hint of emotion would appear on his face. Time trickled by, and after an unknown amount of time had passed, the air in front of him suddenly distorted. In time, Su Xianyi walked out. Sang followed behind him quietly. The Emperor of the Emperor of Abyss true world did not appear at all surprised when he saw Su Xianyi and Sang. Greetings, sublime paragon. At the instant the Emperor of Abyss saw Su Xianyi, he immediately swung his arm and knelt on one knee, then bowed like a disciple greeting his master. Dao, there aren't any outsiders here. You don't need to do this. Raise. A smile appeared on Su Xianyi's face. Master. The middle-aged man raised his head, and respect appeared on his face. When he cast his gaze on Sang, his lips curled up into a smile, and he nodded towards him. Junior brother, it has been many years since we last met. You look as fine as ever. The door to Yu Xian's room within the Emperor of Abyss true world was pushed open silently, and Su Xianyi walked slowly into the room. Yu Xian had her back turned to the door, and she was sitting by the window as she stared at the starry sky outside. The moment Su Xianyi walked in, she shuddered, and a complicated expression appeared on her face. Su Xianyi stared at Yu Xian quietly. After a long while, he sighed softly and brought out an item from his bosom that he placed on the table. He then said softly, "You've suffered over these years, but he doesn't suit you. From now on, he will only be immortal." Su Xianyi stood silent for a moment before sighing and turning around to walk out of the room. He gently closed the door behind himself. When Su Xianyi left, Yu Xian turned her head around. Tears flowed down her face as she stared blankly at the statue of the ship, formed by half of the seed of life extermination, placed on the table. More and more tears streamed down her cheeks. Endless whirlwind could be seen howling everywhere in the broken, true Morning Dao world. The terrifying power of the world could tear through many planets and even rip apart space. It could also easily destroy all cultivators' bodies. Countless torn limbs could be seen in various places within the gigantic, true Morning Dao world. They were from the cultivators which belonged to the Immortals Union and Morning Dao Sect, but no matter on which side they had fought, they were in truth all people of true Morning Dao world. Perhaps they had not managed to put the hatred they harbored against each other behind them before the disaster struck, but it could be disregarded when facing it. The hatred could even be forgotten, because surviving was their only goal. As endless numbers of cultivators from the Immortals Union died, they longed to receive help from the Immortals Union, but they did not manage to live till that moment, because the only thing waiting for them was the madness of the disaster. It was a nightmare from which no one could save them. It was especially so for the cultivators near the core of the Immortals Union. They had began laughing brokenly, because they saw the galaxy of the Immortals Union collapsing and the region being reduced to ruins. However, they were also fortunate, because they knew that from then on, the Immortals Union would no longer exist, which was why they chose to escape. They chose to use every method in their disposal to survive through the disaster. Those cultivators who did not know that the galaxy of the Immortals' Union had shattered still harbored the hope of returning. Yet what awaited them would be only the fear and bewilderment which would rise in their hearts once they saw the wreckage. Compared to the Immortals' Union, the cultivators from Morning Dao Sect were more fortunate. This did not mean that fewer of them died, but that those who survived would forever have hope, and its name was Morning Dao Sect. Since all the relocation runes in Morning Dao Sect had been shut down, they might never be able to return and would never be able to see what had happened. But in their minds, Morning Dao Sect would always exist. This was hope. It would forever remain in the hearts of the people who survived, and perhaps it would be passed down generation by generation. 7 days after the disaster passed, not only did the whirlwind in true Morning Dao Sect not disappear, it had become even stronger. No one knew how long it would last, and perhaps not even those from St. Defier's camp knew precisely when it would disappear. As long as there was power of the world surging in from the gap formed in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, the endless whirlwind would exist. Yet whether it was 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years or 1,000 years, there would come a day when the power of the world would stop. The whirlwind in true Morning Dao world would also disappear at that moment. Once it was gone, Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos would come face to face with a slaughter and disaster brought by St. Defier or Dark Dawn, or even both. Compared to the whirlwind, this was the true disaster, because this would be a bloodbath which would affect the entire Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos instead of a single true world. Before this disastrous bloodbath arrived, true Morning Dao world would remain filled with whirlwinds formed by the power of the world. It would be the calm before a storm for Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. There was nothing anyone could do about that. It was impossible for them to mend the gap formed by Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. They could only continue making themselves stronger, making their sect stronger, and making their true world stronger so that they could have a sliver of hope to survive in the final disaster. While working hard, they would wait silently for the dazzling arrival of that disaster. To St. Defier and Dark Dawn, which lay beyond Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, the period of peace and quiet was the critical moment for them to wage war against each other. They had to fight to seize the gap, and since the gap was in St. Defier's camp, Dark Dawn had to pay several times the price to seize it. Yet if Dark Dawn was going to attack with everything, St. Defier had to fight back with everything they had as well. No matter what, it might be the final period of peace in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. It might last only for a short moment or maybe a long time, but no matter how much time it took, it would definitely come to an end one day. That moment might no longer be far away. When the 7 days passed in the broken true Morning Dao world and the whirlwind became even stronger, at the spot right under the gap formed in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos where the whirlwind was born, a white light rushed out from the spot where the pillar of light, which connected to the heavens, had once been. The white light traveled so quickly that it instantly rushed out of the strongest whirlwind, which was located at the core of the Immortals' Union. When it ventured out, the cocoon which was formed by foam only had a thin layer of it left. It should have been impossible for the cocoon to last till that moment. In truth, it should have shattered many days ago, and everything in it was supposed to be destroyed by the whirlwind. The only reason it had been able to do so was because Fang had executed an irreversible forbidden art from Phoenix Sect for the sake of surviving. It used her life as a source of power and would burn it to provide the cocoon with several times the support. This was how she had been able to last that long. However, the price she paid was incredibly devastating to her as a woman. It could be seen within the thin cocoon that Fang's face was no longer as beautiful as it was in the past. Instead, it was full of wrinkles. She no longer looked youthful, but like she had just crawled out of a coffin. An old and decaying presence spread out from her body. She was still dressed in white, but she was no longer beautiful. Instead, she was filled with sorrow and misery. It stemmed from her very soul. To her, the 7 days had felt like her entire life. She did not have to act like that. She could have welcomed death in a more dignified manner and choose to die beautiful if she could not survive. However, she could not accept this. She was afraid of death, and she could not accept that she had lost everything. She had always dreamed of ascending to St. Defier Expanse Cosmos, and for this dream, she could give up on everything. Yet now, she was swathed in deep despair. She could only stay in the thin cocoon and wait for Su Ming's arrival. There was no longer any life left for her to burn. Even if the cocoon could continue existing, She had less than a month left to live. Just when the white light flew out from the core of the whirlwind in the distance and was about to leave, it came to a stop and changed its direction to charge towards Fang. It approached the cocoon in an instant. The white light pierced Fang's aged eyes. If it was 2 days ago, she would have been excited. If it was 3 days ago, Fang would have been so excited that she would have cried. No matter what she would have been asked to give up, as long as the person in the white light would save her, she would promise it all away. If it was 4 or 5 days ago, Fang's choice would still not change, but all of the 7 days had passed. She only had 1 month left to live, and she knew clearly that she could not reverse what had been done. With numbness, she stared at the white light beyond the cocoon. There was not a hint of emotion on her face, and there were no tears in her eyes. However, if anyone looked at her, they could hear faint cries echoing in space. After a short moment of silence, a soft sigh that seemed to come from a day filled with snow and wind from the distant past traveled through space. White light shone beyond the cocoon and seeped into it to sweep up Fang. The next moment, the light left into the distance. The white light was a white ring that was about 100-something feet big. Naturally, it was Lord St. Defier's supreme treasure, but right then, it no longer belonged to anyone from St. Defier. It belonged to Mo Su, who had bid farewell to his past and had been reborn. Only Su Ming himself knew just how hard it was to devour Xing Ji Dao and all that had happened within the white ring during the past 7 days. Yet all that mattered was that the moment the white ring flew out of the whirlwind, it meant that Su Ming had devoured Xing Ji Dao and his soul. Su Ming's appearance had changed drastically. He no longer looked as old as the black-robed old man, but much younger. He appeared to be a young man, and he had a handsome face, but there was a hint of ghastliness to it. When his eyes shone, there was life in him, but there was also a dead stillness within his gaze. He was still dressed in black robes, but the soul in the body underneath them was stronger by nearly 3/10 to Su Ming's previous soul. His level of cultivation had also increased exponentially. The level of its increase was even more shocking than that of his soul. However, if anyone compared all of these to the white ring, they would not say that those were serendipities, because the real serendipity was the white ring. This was Lord St. Defier's supreme treasure, an item which was incredibly rare even in St. Defier's camp. It was so valuable that it could not be described with words. Yet it had become something which belonged to Su Ming. In the supreme treasure, there was a hint of presence which belonged to those in Avicania. If Su Ming could gain an epiphany from it, then the help it would provide him would be enough to shake the entire universe. In fact, as long as he kept this supreme treasure by his side, it would be the same as having a chance to step into Avicania realm in the future. This sort of thing could make all cultivators go mad. This was the real serendipity Su Ming had obtained. Right then, he sat and meditated within the white ring. Before him was the woman he had saved. Fang, who had now become an old woman, sat quietly in front of him and stared at the world that flashed beyond the ring in a daze. She had not spoken for 3 days. She was silent, and Su Ming didn't have anything to say to her either. In truth, he had only saved her due to a hint of sentimentality. He was feeling sentimental about the past, about the relationship they had, about Dark Mountain, about the game of walking in circles they had shared, and about the sigh in the snow. Chapter 1143, Mortal Refinement Art. Su Ming was silent. He sat in the white ring and stared at the galaxy beyond. It looked boundless when he cast his gaze on it. With countless whirlwinds rampaging around, he could not see a single planet. There were only stones floating in space. Occasionally, some large ones would sweep past them in the whirlwind. The stones had once been part of the planets in true Morning Dao world, but most of them had been destroyed, filling the galaxy with stone fragments and dust. There were also fragments from quite a large number of enchanted treasures. In fact, there were even some torn pieces of flesh and blood, which filled the galaxy of true Morning Dao world with a bloody stench. As he stared at the world outside quietly, Su Ming felt like he had returned to the barren lands of divine essence. In fact, even that place was in a much better shape than true Morning Dao world at that moment. The white ring charged forward with a howl, and the whirlwinds in the world outside looked like they had been cut apart. The instant the ring touched them, they crumbled on their own. And it was able to do that when Su Ming had only activated 1/100th of the ring's power, which was all that he could use so far. Su Ming might want to make the white ring bring forth even stronger power, but he lacked the strength to do so. The power of this treasure was something that not even the black-robed old man and Xing Ji Dao could fully bring forth. They could only use their power to activate the cultivation base left behind in the ring. It was a type of indirect control. This was why it had been so difficult for Xing Ji Dao activate the treasure. He had used up all of his power, and the pressure on him had also been incredibly great. Because of it, Su Ming had gained a chance to possess and devour him. Su Ming's method of controlling the supreme treasure was different from that of Xing Ji Dao. He did not activate the cultivation base contained in the treasure to indirectly control it, but was having the bald crane for that. How is it? Su Ming delivered a divine thought flatly to the bald crane in his heart. I'm still a little off. Darn it all, this thing is really quite hard to deal with. The bald crane answered with a pant in Su Ming's mind. Are you sure that the method you mentioned will work? A barely noticeable glint shone in Su Ming's eyes as he delivered his thought. Of course it'll work. Haha, don't worry. When I saw this treasure, a memory appeared in my head. It's definitely not wrong. Mortal refinement art was a famous art used to refine treasures in the past. It has been lost for many years, but thankfully, I still know it. You only need to refine this based on what I said. I can't promise that you'll be able to perfectly control this treasure, but you'll certainly be able to use at least 1 or 2/10 of its true power. The bald crane's smug voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. When he devoured Xing Ji Dao and was about to control the white ring, the bald crane had suddenly sent him a thought and told him about the mortal refinement art. This method could allow Su Ming to use his own power to perfectly control the supreme treasure, but the process of refinement was a little problematic. With mortal refinement art, you will enter the cycle of reincarnation as a mortal and refine it during the cycles of reincarnation. Once you go through 9 cycles of reincarnation and refine it 9 times, you can form a connection through the cycles of reincarnation with this treasure, and with that connection, you can control its essence. You won't need to have a matching level of cultivation to control it. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, and he nodded quietly. You said that this art was once very famous? Since it's so peculiar, why was it lost? Su Ming suddenly asked in his head. He had a vague bad feeling about it. He had a constant, nagging sense that the bald crane did not seem to be too reliable. I don't know about that. I just know that in my memories, this art looks very powerful. I seem to have remembered something. It seems like there is something lacking about, but I can't remember what it is. Hey, are you going to use it? Su Ming, if you don't use it, then I'll stop making the preparations. This is too tiring. The bald crane mumbled under its breath. Su Ming fell silent. In just a few breaths, determination appeared in his eyes. Continue with it, he said faintly. Another 7 days passed. When the 7th day arrived, Su Ming finally saw a planet in the whirlwind-filled galaxy. It was the first planet he had seen in 7 days. It was a cultivation planet which had been mostly destroyed, but a part of it still remained. As he stared at the broken cultivation planet, a glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. This disaster affected the entire true Morning Dao world, but there are still planets remaining. That means that there are definitely cultivators who survived the disaster. True Morning Dao world has already been destroyed. I wonder what happened to Morning Dao Sect, and what about my senior brothers? Was Yin Death region affected? The light in Su Ming's eyes darkened. After a moment of silence, he sent a divine thought to the bald crane. Immediately, the white ring turned into a white long arc that changed direction to charge towards the cultivation planet. It instantly approached it and flew straight inside. The moment Su Ming arrived, the cultivation planet shuddered violently, and more of it shattered. Several crushed rocks were swept away by the whirlwind, as if the cultivation planet had already been destroyed to its limit, and Su Ming's arrival caused the stress it suffered to become greater, causing the edges to start crumbling again. Thankfully, the crumbling did not last for long before it gradually came to a stop. When Su Ming walked out of the white ring, he stepped onto the ground of the cultivation planet. Above, he saw a broken sky filled with whirlwinds. Beneath him, countless layers seemed to have been lifted off the ground to reveal a bloody red land. There was no mountains in the distance, because all of them had already been destroyed by whirlwinds. There were no seas either, because they had already been wiped off. Heat spread out from the ground, and as it intersected with the cold chill in the sky, it formed a violent gust of wind which blew up the sand and swept it across the planet. There was no presence of lives. In fact, all of them had also been extinguished a long time ago. This was a dead planet, a world with no life force. Su Ming swept his gaze past the area, then lifted his right leg. Immediately, a huge vortex appeared with a bang on the ground. It lifted the sand and swept it outwards, but it was immediately blown away by a violent gust of wind, clearing the place. In just a few breaths, a gigantic basin appeared under Su Ming's feet. He cast a glance at it, then sat down at the bottom of the pit. When he lifted his head, he cast a glance at Bai Feng, whose life had already reached its end. Her presence was weak, and she was about to die. At most, she could live for one more month. Su Ming had saved Bai Feng had due to his sentiments. She was someone he had loved when he was still ignorant about love. Perhaps it was just a mere joke and the young love had already withered. However, when Bai Feng died, she would not know that the black-robed person beside her was Su Ming. The invisible destiny connected the two of them, bringing one of them to the other side when they were about to die. However, the love had been blown away by the wind and turned into a single snowflake. It lingered, refusing to leave, and they could only lament at destiny as well as their lives. Su Ming closed his eyes and waited for the bald crane to finish its preparations so that he could use the mortal refinement art to refine the white ring with the will of reincarnation. The bald crane had began making preparations at the very start, but even then, it had yet to finish with them. Su Ming sat silently as days passed. Gradually, another 7 days went by. To Su Ming, they only lasted for an instant. It was a short period of time for him to familiarize himself with his new body, but to Bai Feng, the 7 days were nearly 3/10 of what remained of her life. She only had half a month left, only 2 cycles of 7 days. Humans were complicated life forms, but no matter how complicated they were, as long as they had emotions, then right before they died, they would find that those emotions were the purest things in their lives. Bai Feng stared at the sky quietly, and when 7 days passed, the aged look on her face became even clearer. Her presence was so weak that she looked like she had turned into a mortal. "Thank you for saving me." She mumbled her first words in the half a month they had spent together. The sentence landed in Su Ming's ears. He listened to the familiar voice and watched the woman whose figure he could still recognize even though she had grown old. He sighed in his heart. It seemed like there were always sighs between the two of them whenever they came in contact with each other. He might have sighed just then, but it might as well have been her too. They had walked in circles in the past, gotten to know each other when the blood moon appeared, and it had determined this unchangeable and indefinable conclusion. "I only have half a month left, but I still want to thank you for letting me die on this planet instead of the whirlwind," Bai Feng mumbled. Anguish could be seen on her face. It was not due to her life flowing away, but because she seemed to have remembered something. A faint light shone in her eyes when she immersed herself in her memories. In the past, to ascend, I agreed to Tion's plan. To ascend, I could sacrifice everything. Bai Feng stared at the sky while mumbling softly to herself. "What about now?" Su Ming asked calmly. His voice had changed once he obtained his new body through possession. It belonged to Zhang Jidao, not Su Ming. Now, the anguish on Bai Feng's face slowly disappeared, and a smile replaced it. That smile made it seem like she had seen through everything, and there was an air of freedom about her. However, there was a hint of regret in that freedom. It's strange. Right now, I'm not thinking about trying to obtain life or dreaming about ascension. Instead, some of the memories of the past keep resurfacing in my mind. Perhaps this is a memory that belongs to my clone, but when it died, her encounters were buried in a corner of my memories eternally. Now, I think that those memories are of the incredibly happy and beautiful moments of my life," Bai Feng said softly. However, her beautiful voice had turned hoarse due to the aging. Instead of dark locks, her head was covered in white, and her bones seemed about ready to crack. Chapter 1144. Him in Emperor's Robes. In true Morning Dao world, there was a spot that had once belonged to the immortals. It was an incredibly strange place even to the 4 great true worlds and the whole of Arid Triad expanse cosmos. Over there was the homeland of Su Ming's memories, Death region. The entrance to it was a vortex that seemed to have no end. While Su Ming was listening to Bai Feng's quiet murmurs in the pit on the broken planet in the galaxy, there were countless whirlwinds formed by the power of the world which could destroy cultivators and planets howling before the vortex. But even they could not affect Death vortex. They could blow around it, but not enter. Countless dimensions were within Death vortex, and there were plenty of races living there. The Berserkers were simply one of them. In one of the many dimensions was a fiery red world. Its sky was red, its earth was red, and it was filled with countless seas of fire that swept up hot air. When wind blew, It would stir up flames which were so bright they were blinding. The world looked like a burning hell. Over there was a mountain surrounded by flames. It was a volcano that had been extinguished countless years ago, and it was a huge lake of fire. Red light shone from it, casting the volcano in a dark red light. Floating in the lake of fire was a purple coffin. No one knew how long it had been in that place, but the ancient air spreading out from it made it clear that it should have been around for at least tens of thousands of years. Countless runic symbols were branded on the coffin, and once every 9 breaths, they would flash. It seemed like this would continue without end for all eternity. However, banging sounds suddenly came from the coffin. This was the first time since countless years that this happened, and it changed the rhythm of the runic symbols. Instead of shining once every 9 breaths, they began to shine once every 8 breaths. The banging sounds became increasingly louder, as if something was continuously hitting the coffin. The runic symbols began to shine even more frequently, changing their interval to once every 7 breaths, then once every 6 breaths. When it became once every 3 breaths, a louder than before bang came from the coffin. At that moment, the lid of the coffin lifted, and it slowly floated into midair. The lake of fire around it started tumbling about furiously, as if it was roaring loudly. At the same time, an arm shot out from the coffin. It was a thin and shriveled arm with all 5 fingers parted from each other. At the instant it shot out of the coffin, all the lava in the volcano erupted. The land in the area outside roared at once. The sky, too, trembled furiously. Tumbling red clouds immediately appeared above the volcano. It was as if the entire world had been affected the instant the arm shot out from the coffin. Soon after, the 5 parted fingers slowly clenched into a fist. The entire world's flames and heat immediately started surging madly towards them, as if they were centering themselves towards the arm. All of this only lasted the duration of the hand clenching itself into a fist. If anyone looked from the highest point in that world, they would have been able to see that the sea of fire had tumbled backwards. Wherever the flames passed, all heat would be taken from the land, and the ground would turn black. At the same time, all the flames in the place, including the flame clouds in the sky, were absorbed by the volcano. They gathered on the palm from the arm that had reached out from the coffin. Once the person seized the flames, a crimson pearl appeared in his hand. Within it, a sea of fire was tumbling, and fire clouds were swimming. It looked like an entire world. A sigh came from the coffin. Gradually, a tall figure slowly sat up. When he eventually stood up, a crimson robe could be seen. That robe was not a normal robe, but an emperor's robe. A crown was also on the man's head, giving him the domineering air of an emperor. It filled the volcano and the entire world. "I failed, huh?" the person said softly. He had a strange, imposing tone, like he looked down on all forms of life in the world. He might have said that he failed, but no one could hear even a single hint of regret towards his failure in his voice. "I have long since guessed it. The possibility of success for it was too low. Su Xian, he was the most formidable man of his generation. There was no way that he would not have any backups. But since the start, my main plan was only to learn what he was planning. An enemy who can be understood is frightening, but once they reveal themselves, they are no longer frightening. The intention behind this plan was to make Su Xian go through with his plan so that I would know what he was planning." As he spoke, the man in the emperor's robe and crown slowly raised his head to reveal his face. Needless to say, he was Di Tian. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he looked exactly the same as Di Tian, but his face was even more ancient. The domineering air about him was also stronger, and his level of cultivation was also greater. I had sent out a soul fragment as a test. It would have been good if I could succeed, but even if I failed, it doesn't matter. That tiny immortal's union holds no importance to me, the man said faintly. A glint shone in his eyes, and he raised his head to stare at the sky above the volcano. Gradually, the hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. "3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, my fellow Taoists, have all of you rested well?" His voice traveled through the world and echoed within all of Eldest region. After a moment, powerful ripples charged towards him from 7 different dimensions. There were terrifying divine senses touching each other in that place, as if they were communicating with each other. After a long while, they disappeared to return to their own worlds, and Eldest vortex gradually regained its calm. "It is just as I thought. We'll have Su Xian change the world outside. There is no need for us to get out so soon. We'll let him continue with his plan, and at the final moment, we will let him know that he is just a farce." Tion smiled faintly before he slowly laid down in his coffin once more. He unfurled his right hand, allowing the crimson pearl in it to spread out and fill the world with seas of fire once more. My injuries have completely recovered from 10,000 years ago. Avacania, I've come to understand the basics of this realm. If I get more time, then perhaps I will truly have the right to reach this realm. I have you to thank for this, Sushini. Tion mumbled, and the lid of the coffin fell with a bang. Once the coffin was sealed, it slowly sank back into the lake of fire, disappearing without a trace. That damn Immortals Union, that damn Morning Dao Sect, this damn universe, and this damn whirlwind. In another broken planet within true Morning Dao world was a young man dressed in black robes who looked incredibly disheveled and had madness in his eyes. He brought his arms up as if he was pushing up the sky while shouting at it. Hey, you bastards! Persevere. The rune is about to be completed. This damn whirlwind will not be able to destroy us cultivators from the war chamber. As the young man roared, the near 20,000 cultivators behind roared as well, and all of them sent forth their power for it to fuse with the air. Gradually, a screen of light appeared. It looked like it wanted to envelop the planet within it. In the crowd was Flame Fiend's progenitor and Zhu Kai. They were both there. In a galaxy which was in true Morning Dao world was a lone ship, which seemed to treat the whirlwind as a huge wave in the ocean. It treated the galaxy as seawater, and it was swimming forward through it. Oh wind, oh stars, you're so pretty. Oh wreckages, oh space, it's a pity that there isn't any sunlight. Ah, why are you not pretty? A bright and clear voice rose from the ship. When it reverberated in space, it held a hint of exultation. What a lovely poem. Sir, your literary talents are great, a gift rarely seen in a million years. This is definitely the best poem I've ever heard. The voice filled with exultation was soon followed by a woman's giggles. As the ship went forward, it could be seen that there was a layer of fog surrounding it. The fog appeared to be thin, but it seemed to keep the whirlwind at bay, not allowing the power of the world to reach the ship. It could be seen that there was a table on the ship. Sitting beside it was an incredibly handsome, long-haired man. He had an air about him like he was as gentle as a flower. By his side were three women as beautiful as flowers. With gentle gazes, they stared at the man. It looked like even if the man spewed out a pile of utter crap, that crap would still sound poetic to them. One of them was pouring wine for the man, while another was holding a sweet fruit for him. The third one was gently massaging his legs. The women's petite faces had gentle and loving expressions. The man shook his head, as if he was thinking back about his poem. From behind the four people, in other words the end of the ship, came a discordant sound that broke the poetic air. It was a snore as loud as thunder, and it even had a rhythmic pattern to it. Occasionally, it would be loud, while at other times, it would be soft. The one who produced it was an incredibly large man that looked like a fierce tiger. In his hands, he held a pot of wine. At that moment, he was dreaming, and there was drool trickling out of his mouth. No one could tell what he was dreaming about, but he seemed to be very happy. The man turned around and murmured, "Youngest junior brother, come drink this pot of wine." After those words, his snores became even louder. Huh. As if he had heard the murmured words, the man who was as gentle as a flower slowly opened his eyes to stare at the distant galaxy before he lowered his head and sighed. "Youngest junior brother, where are you?" At the same time, within one of the 999 continents in the third plane of the now ruined Morning Dao Sect, was a figure gradually crawling out from the wreckage. He looked rather pathetic, but monstrous hatred could be detected on his sleazy face. Su Xian-yi. The man quivered with rage. He had an extremely low level of cultivation, but the hate spreading out from his body at that moment could destroy anything. Tears fell from his eyes as he stared at his surroundings. After throwing his head back and roaring, he flew out. He wanted to see if there were any other survivors. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he would not give up. Chapter 1145. Su Hui. The person was Deshun. The Da in his name meant morality, and Shun meant having everything going one's way when they bought things. It was the Deshun who had went to Su Ming's Lotus platform when he was going through the challenges as a dynast in true Morning Dao world. The things he said had left the 10 million cultivators in the area flabbergasted, and even Su Ming had been stunned for a moment. The man had great talent, but did not have the heart to practice the ways of cultivation and only wanted to conduct small business. Yet now, the cheeky grin on his face had been replaced by searing hatred, along with deep sadness. They died. They're all dead. Deshun screamed forlornly as he charged through the ruins of Morning Dao Sect. He had survived not because he had great power or enchanted treasures. It was just pure coincidence, one that even Su Xian he had not paid attention to. After all, there would surely be a few people who would manage to avoid a destruction that caused the deaths of several millions of people. With a broken smile, Deshun charged through the ruins of Morning Dao Sect before he came to a sudden halt. Then, he rushed to a fragment of a broken continent floating in the area below. When he descended, he immediately formed a seal with his hands, and the fragment let out a bang. As dust and dirt flew into the air, a body buried in a pit was revealed. It belonged to a woman which Deshun had never seen before, but if Su Ming saw her, he would definitely be able to recognize, for she was Su Hui. Her face had drained of color. While seated, her eyes were shut tight. There was blood at the corners of her mouth. Her hair was no longer black, but had turned white. There was a purple layer of light around her, and its shape resembled that of a scorpion. In fact, there was also the mark of a scorpion occasionally shining at the center of her brows. The instant Deshun saw Su Hui, her eyes fly open behind the purple screen of light. Dark light shone within them, as if there was a scorpion hidden in her pupils. Malice spread out from her, and she moved at that instant and appeared right beside Deshun, whose expression drastically changed, and who was just about to say something. Without any hesitation, Su Hui grabbed his neck at lightning speed. It was too fast for Deshun to dodge. Deshun's expression immediately changed, but a vast power instantly came from Su Hui's right hand, suppressing him. The moment fear appeared in his eyes, Su Hui raised her left hand and struck the center of his brows. At the same time, the shadow of a scorpion rushed out of her left hand and went into Deshun's body through her palm. I've planted the scorpion shadow goo poison in you. Bring me to Su Ming. He will break this shadow goo poison in your body and will also grant you a great serendipity. No one else but the people I've acknowledged can cure this goo poison. If you try it recklessly, you will surely die an unnatural death. The moment Su Hui said those words, her body shuddered. Then, she closed her eyes and fell to the ground, unconscious. With a pale face, Deshun immediately took a few steps back. Fear lingered on his face. The power Su Hui had showed just then was incredibly great in his eyes, reminding him of the almighties he had faced in the past. In fact, he could sense clearly that if she wanted to kill him, she could have easily done so. Damn it! Did you just return my kindness with enmity? Anger appeared on Deshun's face. He circulated his cultivation base to check his body, and his facial color immediately went even paler. He even shuddered a few times. He could clearly sense his veins twisting in his body, intersecting with each other to form the shape of a scorpion. Cold chill filled his body, making him suck in a sharp breath. He remembered the words Su Hui had said before she fell unconscious. Outrage filled Deshun's body as he thought about what had happened. It had been out of good intentions that he had checked to see whether she was alive, yet he ended up in such a situation. If anyone else was in his position, they would definitely feel as indignant as he was. Damn it, who is Su Ming? Where am I supposed to find this Su Ming? I can't even get out of Morning Dao Sect. Why will you? Deshun fumed with rage. He took a few steps forward to check the unconscious Su Hui, then raised his leg, intending to kick her, but the instant he raised his leg, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. This instantly caused Deshun to shudder, and he put on an obsequious smile while moving backwards in a submissive manner. Yet the instant Su Hui opened her eyes, her body started shrinking in a bizarre manner, and in just the span of a few breaths, she, who was originally an adult, turned into a little girl of around 6 or 7 years old. Who are you? The instant Deshun moved back, fear and panic appeared in Su Hui's eyes, and she swiftly moved backwards as well, as if she was terrified of him. She hugged herself while her face filled with wariness and fear. She looked as if she was about to cry. Where is this? Who are you? Deshun was taken aback. He stared at Su Hui in surprise. Then once he scrutinized her, he asked a question as a test. Lady Immortal, don't you remember me? Big brother, who are you? I don't know you. Su Hui's face was pale. She looked around herself in panic, and the fear in her eyes grew stronger. A thought appeared in Deshun's head. He took a few more steps back before asking another question to test her. Who is Su Ming? Su Ming? Who is Su Ming? Are you Su Ming? Confusion appeared on Su Hui's face as if she was somewhat familiar with that name, but almost the same moment, pain clouded her features. The mark of the scorpion shone, and Su Hui immediately wrapped her hands around her head. As she shuddered, her pain grew even more intense. Deshun's eyes instantly brightened, and great joy filled his heart. Looks like this diabolical woman has lost her memories. But it's not a surprise. After all, I might have been lucky enough to live through this disaster, but not everyone was as fortunate as I. She must have activated some sort of divine ability which allowed her to live, but its great side effect is that it will cause her to lose her memories and even turn her into a child. Yup, that's definitely the case. That's why she planted that scorpion-something goo poison in me the first time she woke up. She had also referred to me as Big Brother. Could it be? That's right. Her memories must have become jumbled up, and by the looks of it, she's filled with fear. Her body is that of a child as well. Could it be? Could it be that her memories have regressed to the period of time when she was still a child, and she is yet to walk down the path of cultivation? Deshun let out a dry cough, and with shifty eyes, he took a few steps forward. A sleazy look immediately appeared on his face. Little girl, where are your parents? Deshun delivered his question in an incredibly natural manner, and there was not a hint of falsehood in it, as if he was truly treating her as a young girl he had met coincidentally. Papa, Mama, I don't know. I want to go home. Su Hui started crying like a child. While doing so, she started moving backwards. Deshun's expression immediately changed to glee. He threw his head back and laughed, then leaped towards Su Hui. He had already made up his mind to beat her up so that he could force this diabolical woman to break the goo poison in her. Deshun did not think about anything else. After all, the woman was in Morning Dao Sect. She might not be a disciple of Morning Dao Sect, but she definitely had some connection with it. Morning Dao Sect had already been destroyed, so when he looked at her, he had a feeling that they were in the same boat. Why you? Don't come any closer. Go away. Su Hui immediately screamed. She quickly moved back, and the fear on her face reached its peak. Su Hui, who had turned into a child, looked pitiful at that moment, as if she had just gone through a great scare. However, the moment she finished speaking, disbelief appeared on Deshun's face. He could only watch helplessly as his body moved back, no longer under his control. Go away, go away, go away. Su Hui repeated in fear. Every single time she said those words, Deshun would immediately move dozens of feet backwards. Gradually, great terror showed up on his face. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Could this be? You're a bad person. Mama said that bad people will fall on their faces when they walk. Right when Su Hui said that, Deshun suddenly slipped and fell. His face landed straight on the ground, and intense pain immediately filled his head. However, the pain in his body at that moment could not compare with the fear he felt in his heart. His expression had already changed completely. Puppet poison. Damn it, that goo poison she used was puppet poison. As if she had become slightly happier because Deshun had fallen on his face, Su Hui no longer seemed to be so terrified. She clapped her tiny hands and broke into a smile before she started speaking again. Bad people use their hands to walk. Bad people walk on their hands and feet like turtles. Bad people lie on the ground and crawl about on their backs. Bad people. Mistress, you're my mistress. I'm begging you, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll take you back home. Deshun immediately cried out, pleading for mercy. He was really worried that the girl would next say something like bad people use their tongues to walk. While Deshun was being tormented by Su Hui, Fang raised her head with nostalgia on her face to look at the sky of the broken planet beyond Morning Dao Sect. In faint murmurs, she talked about the past while the whirlwind howled outside. With only half a month left to live, she no longer cared about who was beside her. Even if she was alone, she would still talk about her memories. It was as if only by doing so could she not be alone before her life ended. Su Ming listened quietly until the bald crane's divine thought appeared in his heart. It's done. Su Ming, I already told you how to cast that mortal refinement art. Cast it here. If you're fast, then you'll go through 9 cycles of reincarnation in a year. During that period of time, remember to have the light of extreme darkness spread around you. I'll also protect you, so don't worry. There was a smug tone in the bald crane's voice as if it was very happy that it could remember the mortal refinement art. Chapter 1146. Grandpa, could you give me this fish? A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. Fang might still be mumbling to herself, but he had saved her because he was feeling sentimental about his past. It was not out of compassion, much less out of love. From the moment Fang decided to use Su Ming, they were destined to forever be strangers. As his eyes sparkled, Su Ming looked away from Fang. Black light shone around his body, and the light of extreme darkness swept outwards from his position. It did not spread far, only enough to cover the pit. At the same moment, Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. Immediately, wisps of black smoke flew out of his body. They instantly turned into the bald crane. It existed in the light of extreme darkness, and as if its body was melting, it looked like it had fused with the light of extreme darkness. Mortal refinement art. I will surround the supreme treasure with my will, and with my mind as the path, we will enter the cycles of life and death together. Su Ming raised both his arms and swung it forward. Immediately, the white ring floated in front of him. It was incredibly big, occupying almost the entirety of the pit. There was a grim look on Su Ming's face. He continued forming different seals with his hands in front of himself. Those seals were what the bald crane had taught him. Once they were formed, they sank into the white ring. However, the ring remained still. It floated in the air, not providing any sort of reaction to the seals. Gradually, Su Ming's speed became faster. The seals changed rapidly, and when nearly 100 breaths had passed, Su Ming's eyes flew open. He bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It turned into blood fog and charged towards the white ring. Then, as if it was branding the ring, it carved itself deeply into its side. The ring shuddered as if the blood Su Ming had offered had transformed under the complicated seals. It seemed to possess some form of strange power that affected the white ring. However, the shivers only lasted for an instant before the supreme treasure returned to normal. Yet Su Ming's eyes brightened. This mortal refinement art is indeed useful. This is just the first refinement, and it could already affect this treasure. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. All his attention was directed to his hands. He changed the seals once more. This time, he lasted nearly 200 breaths before he coughed up another mouthful of blood. When it touched the white ring, it immediately started shuddering again. A blood-red thread seemed to want to crawl into the white ring, but soon, the ring started showing signs of recovering. Without any hesitation, Su Ming leaped up and continued moving around the white ring. As he did so, he quickly formed seals with both hands. His speed increased, and more seals were formed. He also occasionally coughed up blood. If anyone looked carefully, they would find that Su Ming always coughed up blood at the same spot on the white ring. It was the spot where the blood-red thread had almost pushed through previously. In a short span of time, Su Ming was drenched. Sweat ran down all over him. In fact, even with his cultivation base, he looked like he could not withstand the burden. After all, quite a large amount of his cultivation base was required for every single seal he made. Every single mouthful of blood he coughed up contained a bit of his soul and the blood from his heart. 998 seals and 8 mouthfuls of blood. I only need one more seal and one mouthful of blood to be able to activate the first refinement. Su Ming was panting, but determination appeared on his face. With a single move, he brought his right hand up and formed the 999th seal. At the instant he pushed it at the ring, he opened his mouth and coughed up his 9th mouthful of blood. It instantly caught up to Su Ming's right hand, about to land on the spot where the blood-red thread had appeared on the ring. Bald crane. Su Ming immediately sent a thought in his heart. The bald crane had long since been prepared for this. At that moment, it let out a shrill shriek. Its disappeared body manifested, and it turned into a black needle. It did not stab the white ring, but went straight to the center of Su Ming's brows. He did not dodge, and simply allowed the bright glow of the black needle to close in on him. It stabbed the center of his brows, and once it sank in, it went straight to his brain. Su Ming immediately sensed sharp stabs of pain that came from a loud roar in his head. It echoed ceaselessly in his mind, growing only louder until it replaced his consciousness. During that moment, a drop of crimson blood appeared at the center of Su Ming's brows. It turned into a long arc and charged towards the spot where the blood-red thread had appeared. Once it touched it, the drop of blood was immediately absorbed into the blood-red thread, as if it had been sucked into it. Immediately, the blood-red thread looked like it had received nourishment and began spreading outwards. Su Ming's consciousness scattered. His mind instantly turned blank, as if all of his thoughts were cut off at that moment. Soon, though, his scattered consciousness gathered together once more. Yet when Su Ming opened his eyes, he no longer saw a planet surrounded by the light of extreme darkness. His body was no longer in the shattered planet either, but had instead appeared in a world which he had never seen before. "Grandpa, could you give me that fish?" A lively voice reached Su Ming's ears. It instantly grounded his confused mind. His gaze focused, and he saw the world around him. Above was a blue sky, filled with white clouds. There were a lot of mountains before Su Ming, was located on a small island beside a lake. Some villagers were moving about nearby. Su Ming was sitting on a fishing platform. He wore a straw hat to provide shade for himself against the sun. Before him was a fishing rod, so it seemed that he was trying to catch fish. Beside the edge of the wooden fishing platform was a net attached to one of the pillars. The net was submerged in the lake, and it could be seen that there was a fish swimming inside. It wanted to escape, but was unable to do so. Squatting behind Su Ming was a little girl. With childish naivety, she pointed at the fishing net and pleaded for the fish inside. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. He lowered his head to stare at himself. He had an old man's body. His hands were rough, but even though they were old, they weren't cracked. It was a clear sign of time caused by constant fishing and his constant contact with water. He stared at the fish, then at the girl, and a hint of understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The words the bald crane had said rose in his head. They reminded him about the will of reincarnation of the mortal refinement art. You will share the 9 reincarnations with the supreme treasure. They might be short, but they can also be incredibly long. During the reincarnations, you will no longer be you, and the supreme treasure will no longer be the supreme treasure. It will turn into a will that will fuse into the cycle of life and death. If you form a link of fate with it during these 9 cycles of life and death, then once the mortal refinement art comes to an end, this link will turn into the connection between you and the supreme treasure, and it will belong to you. This might seem simple, but there are actually quite a lot of difficulties in it. First, you'll have to find the treasure during the cycles of life and death. Only then would you be able to form a link of fate with it. Reincarnations are abstruse and profound. Very few people are able to understand them fully. That's why searching for the treasure during the cycles of life and death will be the most critical part of this whole process. If you can't find it or focus on the wrong thing, you won't be able to form the link of fate, and the mortal refinement art will fail. As for how you're supposed to find it, well, I don't know either. Grandpa, that fish is really pitiful. Please don't eat it and give it to me. While the bald crane's words echoed in Su Ming's head, the little girl by his side stared at him with a pleading look. Since he didn't reply, she once again begged him in her youthful voice. Su Ming lifted his head slightly. The sun was blocked off by the straw hat and could not land on his face. He stared at the girl in front of him, then at the fish in the net before gradually furrowing his brows. He could not tell whether the will formed by the supreme treasure was the little girl or the fish in the first cycle of life and death. On the broken planet outside, the bald crane sat in the pit enveloped by Su Ming's light of extreme darkness. It would occasionally cast its gaze at him, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance while meditating. There was a black thread at the center of Su Ming's brows, and it was connected to the white ring. The bald crane yawned and cast a glance at the floating white ring, looking incredibly bored. Haha, aren't I just smart? I can't believe that I managed to remember this powerful mortal refinement art. Looks like I was very powerful in the past. I might even be someone very influential. While swathed in boredom, the bald crane started lavishing praise on itself. This manner of boasting was what it loved doing the most. When it started getting bored, it would be very willing to do such a thing. Speaking of me, I seem to have remembered something. This mortal refinement art seems to have some kind of drawback, and it seems to be pretty bad. The bald crane was momentarily stunned, and it used its talon to scratch its bald head. Then it instinctively started moving about the light of extreme darkness. That's odd. What sort of drawback does it have? Damn it. Why can't I remember it? With frustration on its face, the bald crane subconsciously flew out of the light of extreme darkness and appeared beyond the pit. The moment it did so, the bald crane widened its eyes and stared at the spot whereby Fang had originally sat with a blank gaze. The woman had long since stopped breathing, but there was a black thread at the center of her brows that stretched into the light of extreme darkness. The bald crane put on a long face and immediately flew into the light of extreme darkness along the black thread. Soon, it saw that her black thread was also connected to the white ring. Damn it, now I remember. When someone uses this art to refine supreme treasures, having other people around them is the most taboo thing. It's over. If Su Ming fails, then the reputation of my wisdom will be ruined. The bald crane's face filled with gloom. It had a feeling that it could not cut off the black thread, or else the backlash on Su Ming would be incredibly great. It could cause the refinement to fail straight away. And once he failed, It would be almost impossible for him to perform the art a second time. After all, this was like an initial impression. Once it was left behind, it would be incredibly difficult to change it. The bald crane continuously scratched its bald head with a talon. Then its eyes suddenly lit up. It raised its talon, then started moving them in front of itself as if counting something. In just a few breaths, it relaxed. There is a hidden serendipity in this. Haha, since there's a serendipity in this, even if Su Ming fails, he can't blame me for forgetting to remind him of this. That's right. That's how it is. I intentionally did not tell him about this because I wanted him to get a serendipity. That's right. I'm so smart. Huh. The bald crane started laughing smugly before it began lavishing praise on itself again. Chapter 1147. A Cycle of Life and Death. How could this be? As Su Ming stared at the little girl, disbelief gradually appeared in his eyes. The girl looked exactly the same as by phone. She looked like the child version of the woman. It made Su Ming remember when she was in Dark Mountain. Grandpa, what are you doing? Please give me that fish. It looks so pitiful. I want to let it go. Its parents must be very worried. The little girl stared at Su Ming. Her pleading look and naive eyes made it impossible for people to refuse her. Su Ming remained silent. He turned his head to the side and cast a glance at the fish in the net. It was an incredibly normal fish. It struggled in the net, occasionally blowing bubbles. By the looks of it, it seemed like it was exhausted to the point of giving up. Could it be that since Phone was around when I executed mortal refinement art, her soul was dragged inside as well? But she didn't form the 999 seals I did just now. They're the reason I kept my memories and intelligence, but she didn't form them, which is why when her soul was dragged in, her memories and intelligence were lost. Only her origin soul is left, and it was transformed due to the reincarnation. Su Ming cast a complicated gaze at the little girl who was by Fang's soul. With Su Ming's intelligence, he could already tell that the fish was formed by the will of the White Ring, and there were two ways to form a link of fate with it. One was to let it leave, but this choice was a little uncertain. No one could be sure whether it was the correct method. The other was to cook and eat it. By doing so, he would truly form a link of fate with it. Besides, if he did something like this, then once the refinement came to a successful end, it would mean that he had completely suppressed the treasure. In silence, Su Ming cast a glance at the girl. He shook his head. When the girl saw his action, tears immediately collected in her eyes. She turned her head to look at the fish in the net, and her expression filled with a reluctance to see it die. Once she took a few steps forward, she lowered her head to look at the net submerged in the lake. Grandpa, then may I lift the rope and take a good look at it? Please. Su Ming stared at the little girl and sighed in his heart, giving silent consent to her request. When the little girl saw that Su Ming did not speak to refuse her request, she immediately extended her hands to seize the rope, pulling it up with great effort. When the fish was slowly lifted up with the net out of the lake, it started struggling. In fact, Su Ming saw a ferocious glare shining in its eyes. Clearly, the fish had basic intelligence. It might have been caught by Su Ming, but since the net was submerged in the lake, nothing had changed for it, besides its movements being restricted. However, when the little girl pulled it up bit by bit, removing it from the water, she slowly stripped the fish of its life, and a fierce glare shone in its eyes. At the same time, it also started struggling violently. The little girl pulled the net with great effort. When she was about to bring it to the fishing platform and the fish started struggling violently, a sly expression suddenly appeared in her eyes. She grabbed the bottom of the net and lifted it, allowing the fish to rush out. With a loud splash, it sank into the lake and disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Grandpa. The little girl looked incredibly happy. She turned around and stood beside the edge of the fishing platform with her back facing the lake. Then, she stuck her tongue out at Su Ming, presenting him with the picture of adorableness. Is this your choice? Su Ming's expression was calm, but he sighed in his heart. Yes. The little girl looked incredibly happy, feeling that she had done a good thing. She had released the fish, and it would definitely be grateful to her, since it could return to its parent. Yet the moment she said her first word, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the lake behind her. The instant it showed up, a black shadow flew out. It flashed in midair before growing to be about 10 feet big. They could vaguely see that it was a creature that had the shape of a fish, and it was so fast that it instantly approached the completely unaware girl. In an instant, it bit into her shoulder and rushed back into the lake on the other side of the fishing platform while dragging its prey. The little girl's laughter disappeared. When she looked up, she saw that the fierce creature which had bitten her and had caused her such intense pain that she was about to fall unconscious, was the same the fish she had released moments ago. If not for the size, they would be identical. Only at that moment did she see the light in the fish's eyes. It was not gratitude, but a cold, fierce glare. When the girl sank into the lake and saw the fierce glare, she found that she could no longer speak. Her lips moved slightly, and there was confusion on her face. She mouthed her words, and once Su Ming saw them, he immediately understood what she said. Why? Su Ming watched what was happening. He did not stop it. This was by Fang's choice. When she chose to lift the net, her destiny was decided. This was not the real world, but an illusory cycle of life and death. Everything was possible in this place. Splashing could be heard from the water. A large amount of blood filled the area, dyeing a small part of the lake red. Su Ming watched this quietly before closing his eyes. After a moment, he opened them, and a fierce glare shone in them. However, he only threw the fishing rod into the lake before closing his eyes again. The sky slowly turned dark, and rain gradually fell from the sky. The world fell silent and gradually shattered into pieces. Once it was reduced to countless fragments, it regrouped itself, as if nothing had changed, but it also seemed like something had changed. Su Ming had no idea how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, he saw a vast sky. It was drizzling, and rain fell on the stone floors, bringing up fog that shrouded the county. He was no longer the old fisherman, but a middle-aged man dressed in a purplish-blue long robe. There was already quite a lot of white in his hair. He sat in a rocking chair under a roof and stared at the rain falling from the sky. He watched the pearls made of water at the eve, the slow-moving dark clouds, and the sun which could still be vaguely seen through the dark clouds. He was in a quiet county town basked in the rays of dusk and drenched by rain. The house in which Su Ming was sitting had a garden. There were a lot of medicinal herbs planted above the ground. They looked like they were being nourished by the rain. The house was not big, and only Su Ming stayed in it. He was a slightly famous doctor in this county. He practiced medicine to help people, and he had succeeded in saving quite a lot of lives. Time trickled by. The patter of the rain grew louder when it fell on the ground. Night arrived even earlier and filled the county with darkness. Only the lights from lamps in the houses could be seen, and they looked like some form of guides, allowing people to feel that they were not alone. Su Ming slowly stood up from the rocking chair. He could still remember that he was Su Ming, but he found that his memories were no longer clear. It was as if he had lived a long, long life, so long that he had almost completely forgotten it. Is this the power of reincarnation? This is just the second time, and I'm already like this. Based on this, perhaps during the third or fourth time, I will completely forget why I came to this place. Su Ming stood up quietly and picked up a lamp. Its fire shone on his face, flickering, and gave him an ancient aura. At that moment, banging sounds reached his ears. Someone was knocking on the gate to his courtyard. Is Dr. Imo here? Dr. Imo, please help us. Su Ming turned his head around and looked towards the gate, then took a few swift steps forward to push open his gate while under the ring. Once he did so, he saw two men standing right outside his gate along with a shattered palanquin held by 8 people. The two men looked rather similar, and it was clear that they were brothers. At that moment, the one to the left looked at Su Ming anxiously, then came forward to hold his hand. Dr. Imo, please help us. My wife is about to give birth. Please save her. With an anxious face, he dragged Su Ming over. When he was about to call the people holding the palanquin to come forward, Su Ming interrupted him. Wait, if your wife is about to give birth, you should go to a midwife. This is... Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he looked as if he had forgotten about his previous status and seemed like he had completely fused into this world. He instinctively said the fitting words. But Dr. Imo, this is a long story. In truth, my wife's life is hanging on the line. Dr. Imo, I'll kowtow to you. The man knelt on the ground with a thump. Without even caring about the water on the ground drenching the cloth covering his knees, he started kowtowing to Su Ming with loud banging sounds every time he did so. His eyes were bloodshot. No one could tell whether the liquid flowing from his eyes was tears or rainwater, but he looked like a ferocious beast filled with despair. If Su Ming did not agree to help him, he would go berserk and start killing. Get up first. I'll go, all right. Bring me my medicinal box. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before casting a glance at the man and quickly helping him up. After a moment, with his medicinal box in hand, Su Ming was lifted up to the palanquin. In the distance, he could see lights in the windows shining amid the rain. They had an air of freedom to them. Su Ming sat down in the palanquin and placed the medicinal box by his feet as he stared at the county beyond the window. As the palanquin was swiftly carried away, he saw a shed built not too far away at the bottom of the county town's wall. There was a noodle stall there, and a few people sitting beside a table were eating steaming noodles. A loud thunderclap roared in the sky. At the same time, a woman in the distance started crying hysterically. Her voice grew shriller with every second. Feng Er, why aren't you back yet? Huh, my family's daughter-in-law is. The people in the noodle stall raised their heads when they heard the shrill voice and cast glances in the direction of the voice. They shook their heads and started speaking to each other in whispers. It's a pity what happened to that lassie. 3 days ago, she was dragged into the lake by a big fish. Chapter 1148. How many lines does a leaf have? Su Ming sat in the palanquin and shook his head fiercely. He could sense that there was a muddled area in his mind, as if a veil had covered his memories. Some time was required for him to remember his past self. He watched the people in the noodle stall talking to each other and the woman screaming shrilly in the rain gradually fade away into the distance. He felt like he had understood something. However, when he tried pondering over it, his mind turned completely blank. In silence, he sat in the palanquin and slowly went into the distance with the man leading the way in the front. They continued walking until they reached a corner of the county town. There was a courtyard before them. It did not occupy too big of a space, but it was very exquisite. There were 2 lamps hanging on the gate, but the fire in them had already been extinguished. They only swayed in the wind. The rain might have been heavy, but there were quite a number of people who were busy with their own tasks in the house. However, if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that almost every single person was panicked and fearful. They were shuddering as if they had been frightened by something. The palanquin stopped outside the house. The curtain over the window was lifted, and with anxiety on his face, the man looked at Su Ming. Dr. Mo, please save my wife. Su Ming nodded. With the medicinal box in hand, he quickly walked out of the palanquin. The man started running swiftly, and Su Ming was dragged into the courtyard. The instant he stepped foot into it, a shrill scream of pain suddenly came from the room in front of him. It was a woman's voice. There was frailty in her voice, and she seemed to be in unbearable pain. At the same time, an old woman pushed open the door to the room. There was fear on her face, and when she walked out, she shuddered before she started screaming loudly. Monster! This is a monster! The old woman was clearly a hired midwife. The moment she opened her mouth, a person came forward to drag her out of the courtyard. Su Ming came to a halt. The man in front of him had tears in his eyes. When he noticed that Su Ming had stopped, he turned around and knelt down with a thump. Dr. Mo, we've already asked 3 midwives to come here, and the one just now was the 4th, but all of them reacted this way. All of them cried out about monsters and refused to continue. Dr. Mo, please save us. Please, I'll kowtow to you. The man kowtowed ceaselessly, causing Su Ming to sigh softly. He ignored the man and picked up the medicinal box to walk towards the room where the expecting woman was. Inside, Su Ming immediately saw a woman lying on a bed. Her face was pale, as if she was already on the verge of death. At the instant he saw the woman, Su Ming's heart trembled. She was by foam. Her belly was swollen, and Su Ming could vaguely see the shadow of a big fish. It was indistinct, but the fish was the one that Su Ming had seen in his first reincarnation. When he saw it, a loud roar suddenly rang out at the back of his head. He seemed to have come to a sudden understanding. He also remembered the crazy woman and the dialogue between the people in the noodle stall while he was in the palanquin. Reincarnation. So this is reincarnation? It isn't the circle I thought about previously, where the changes occur from the start to the end of a person's life. Reincarnation isn't a circle. It takes all kinds of shapes, and it is a world formed by countless connecting dots. My first reincarnation was as a fisherman, and this is a dot. I personally witnessed by Fang being devoured by a fish. Then, in my second life, I am no longer a fisherman. I became a doctor, but I am still in this world. It's just that I've become another connecting dot. This is a world, and I will become all sorts of people in this world due to cycles of life and death. So this is reincarnation. Su Ming's heart trembled as if he had come to truly understand something, but there was still something lacking. He felt that there were a few things which still evaded him. A scream of pain from the expecting woman interrupted Su Ming's thoughts, causing his gaze to become slightly complicated. This person and the baby in her womb. Clearly, the baby is the manifestation of the will of the ring. If I sacrifice the woman and let the baby be born, I will be able to form a link of fate with it. But Su Ming remained silent. He could vaguely sense the power existing in the cycles of life and death. It was a power of destiny that was one of the countless connecting dots in the world, but the things it did could cause a great change in the entire world. The current situation could be taken as an example. If Su Ming chose the baby and helped it be born smoothly, then the woman would certainly die. The born baby would have no mother, and no one could tell what would happen to it in the future. But if he chose the mother, he would be killing a baby before it was born. Because of that, the world would be missing a dot, and because of it, the changes which would have happened due to its existence will be lost forever. Every single reincarnation is linked together. The story which happened previously has bled countless types of changes to this one. All of them are activated in an unseen manner based on my choices. If the fish did not eat the girl, this woman wouldn't have such a difficult labor, and the mother who went mad in the rain wouldn't have appeared either. In silence, Su Ming stared at the woman whose breathing was growing increasingly weaker. He also stared at the baby in her womb, whose presence was also becoming weaker with each passing moment. After a long while, he raised his right hand and swung his arm at the woman. With it, her breathing instantly became stronger and steadier, but behind it was a life swiftly flowing away. In just the span of a few breaths, a baby's cries rang out in the air. A smile appeared on the woman's lips, and she closed her eyes, breathing her last. The adult died, and the baby lived. Or rather, the baby was born because the adult died. With a person's death, another person survived. With the baby in his arms, Su Ming quietly pushed open the door to the room and stared at the anxious man outside. At the instant the man saw the baby, excitement appeared on his face. He took a few steps forward, but when he saw the dead woman on the bed, his face instantly turned pale. He staggered, and sadness as well as anger appeared in his eyes. He stopped moving, then threw his head back to let out a forlorn roar. He did not stare at Su Ming or the baby, but instead took a step forward to arrive beside the bed. When he saw the woman, who still had a smile filled with maternal love on her lips even though she had already died, tears fell from his eyes. "Is this your choice? Why didn't you ask me? Why?" The man turned his head around and glared at Su Ming. He did not even stare at the baby in his arms, but instead started shouting loudly, as if he had gone mad. The forlorn voice made Su Ming sigh softly, but the next moment, with red in his eyes, the man suddenly raised his right hand and pointed at Su Ming. With it, a great sense of danger rose in Su Ming's heart. When he turned his head around, his pupils shrank rapidly, and he saw a scene he could not believe. He saw a vague figure appear faintly behind the man. Its presence might have been faint and fragile, looking like it might disappear when wind blew against it. But at the instant Su Ming saw the figure, his heart trembled in a manner he had never experienced before. "How could this be?" he mumbled. A hole appeared at the center of his brows. Blood poured out from it, taking away his life and soul with it. He could not dodge the one-finger strike. It was like a destined strike. The moment Su Ming saw the figure behind the man, he was destined to die. That figure was himself. Su Ming saw himself. The body slowly fell down. The instant Su Ming's consciousness scattered, the entire world went silent and gradually shattered to turn into a gigantic vortex. The pieces regrouped and turned into a complete world again. Moments later, Su Ming opened his eyes. Rain was pouring. It was dark, but the lamps in the area were bright. A shrill scream of pain came from the house, clearing Su Ming's head. When he looked around, he found himself in a courtyard. As he stared around it, he felt that it was incredibly familiar, but there was also a hint of unfamiliarity to it. However, it was very weak, and Su Ming could not help but disregard it while picking up anxiety. He stared at the servants busying themselves in the courtyard and the figure under the lamps in the room. The person in pain in the room was his wife. It was the day she was supposed to give birth, but a long time had passed, and they had already brought 2 midwives. Each of them would eventually run out with fear and panic, announcing their refusal to continue helping with the labor. "Monster! Monster!" The door to the room was pushed open swiftly. An old woman ran out while shuddering. Through the door, Su Ming could see his wife struggling in pain, and his heart clenched in pain. He had forgotten his past. It was as if this was who he was supposed to be. He was a slightly reputable ministry counselor in this county town, and he had a well-off family, a beautiful wife, as well as an official rank in the government. Yet now, he could do nothing but stare at his wife in pain and watch as the midwives screamed that there was a monster. Have someone get the palanquin. We're going to Dr. Mo. Su Ming gritted his teeth. He remembered Dr. Mo, the doctor who had the greatest medical skills in the county town and whom he disliked for some unknown reason. Yet at that moment, he could no longer care about stuff like that. When he turned around, he went into the rain, and with his servants, he rushed out of the house. At a rapid speed, the group went past a noodle stall with rain pouring down over them. He did not see the old owner of the noodle stall sitting there and taking out his tobacco pipe before casting a glance at him. Neither did he pay any attention to the crazy woman screaming for her daughter in the rain. Her shouts only brought annoyance to the others in the dark night filled with rain. When he arrived outside Dr. Mo's house, he went forward to knock on his gate. Rain fell on his body, and there was a cold chill to it. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about that. The only thing on his mind was his wife and child. Is Dr. Mo here? Dr. Mo, please help us. The moment the door to the room was pushed open, he grabbed the middle-aged doctor with anxiety on his face. Dr. Mo, please help us. My wife is about to give birth. Please save her. Chapter 1149. The heavens have Tao, and Tao has reincarnation. Su Ming forgot his own status and lost all his past memories. He believed himself to be the man whose wife was about to give birth from the bottom of his heart. However, there seemed to still be a hint of doubt at the very depths of his heart. This doubt was very faint, and it was barely noticeable, like a sign that was about to be wiped off in the cycles of life and death. As the anxiety in his heart rose, that sign faded away until Su Ming disregarded it. He grabbed the doctor's arm and pushed him into the palanquin before rushing back to his house, not caring that the rain was getting heavier. When he passed by the noodle stall, he still did not pay any attention to the people in there nor the mother who had lost her child and was calling out to her in the distance. When they reached his house and Su Ming began waiting anxiously outside the room, he forgot everything about his past. It was as if he was a mortal husband whose wife was about to give birth. His heart was filled with agitation. The corners of his eyes turned red. A feeling of unrest seized his heart as his wife screamed in pain in the room. Not long after Dr. Mo entered the room and his wife let out a shrill scream of pain, the door to the room was pushed open. When Su Ming saw a baby drenched in blood in the doctor's arms, he went forward. Like a real father, he was about to hold the baby, but he instinctively cast his gaze at the bed in the room. A shudder ran down his back when he saw his still and unmoving wife. Grief appeared in his eyes. He ignored the doctor and the baby and walked towards the bed. He stared at the woman who no longer breathed, but whose lips still held a smile filled with maternal love, and an intense pain that made Su Ming feel as if his heart was being torn apart rose in him. He shuddered. This authentic feeling made it seem like he had went through half of his life with this woman. Is this your choice? Why didn't you ask me? Why? Su Ming turned his head around and stared at the doctor with the baby in his arms. His eyes filled with red, and his gaze held a hint of madness. He knew that his wife was going through a difficult labor, and there was a high possibility that the doctor could only keep one alive. But if he had to choose, he would choose his wife without any hesitation, not the baby. However, this choice had already become something of the past. The intense pain of his heart being torn apart drowned Su Ming's mind. As he laughed brokenly, a storm raged in his head. It brought about a faint memory. It seemed to be telling him that this was a cycle of life and death. He was no longer himself, but had become the doctor before his eyes. In that memory, he seemed to have chosen the baby. It seemed like this had always been his choice. A confusion mixed with madness and grief Su Ming could not put to words made him instinctively raise his hand. He had a strong feeling that as long as he pointed at the doctor through the air, he could destroy all lives. He raised his hand and pointed at the doctor. He saw disbelief appear in the doctor's eyes and a hint of understanding within it. This understanding made Su Ming remember something, but it was soon overcome by grief. The doctor fell to the ground, breathing his last. Su Ming threw his head back and laughed brokenly. As his laughter echoed in the air, it seemed to act as a response to the forlorn calls of the woman in the rain. On that night, the doctor wasn't the only one who lost his life. The 4 midwives and everyone else were the same. When the morning arrived and the rain ended, their corpses had already been buried in the darkness. With Su Ming's status in the county town, he only needed to spend a rather large sum of money to resolve this matter. Everyone's lives continued, and time slowly passed. 1 year, 3 years, 6 years. The baby girl slowly grew up. She was an obedient little girl that was full of youthful vigor, but she was not loved by her father. When they were alone, She could only see her father's aloof gaze. Her only companion was the son of the teacher in her house. He was a boy who learned with her. He had been born several months before her and had grown up alongside her. Su Ming did not like the little girl because she was too similar to her mother. It made him remember his deceased wife, and an intense pain like that of his heart being ripped apart would strike him. He loved to silently stare at the sky during rainy days. He would watch the rain fall and the world be enveloped by a curtain of water. Then, without realizing it, he would remember everything that had happened a few years ago. On one rainy night, Su Ming stared at the rain, and at the instant he closed his eyes, the world was reduced to pieces and turned into a gigantic vortex. When he opened them again, the fragments instantly merged together and regrouped. He was no longer the little girl's father, but a thin, middle-aged man with a scar on his face who dressed in long robes. He was very knowledgeable, but had an ugly face. Due to it, he had been repeatedly treated as a liar, and he had never been able to achieve his ambitions. He could only become a teacher in a house that belonged to some official in a county town. Teacher, when man does plenty of good, the heavens will always reward them. Is it true? A clear, puzzled voice reached Su Ming's ears. He lowered his head and saw two children sitting in front of him in the room used to teach. The two children were about 6 or 7, and they were a boy and a girl. The one who asked the question was the little girl. Her eyes were full of innocence as she stared at Su Ming. He only had 2 students. One was his son, and the other the daughter of the official. He had always taught his son to be kind and to do what was right, to live like a pine tree and never give up. He had also taught the little girl who was not loved by her father to be independent, to not be sad, and to grow up kind. Of course it's real. Doing good is the way to become a proper human being. If everyone did good, there would no longer be unkindness in the world. Remember this, people are born kind. We do not do good for the heavens, but instead, when we help others, we will receive a baptism of our hearts, Su Ming said softly with a smile. I know. Grandpa, I saw someone fishing yesterday, so I asked the old fisherman to let go of the fish. This is an act of kindness, the boy immediately said loudly with a laugh. All things in the world have souls. The kindness you performed today saved a life, and you will surely be rewarded in the future, Su Ming said with a smile. This time, he no longer retained a single one of his past memories. Even the hint of doubt in his heart from the previous cycle had disappeared without a trace. He had truly become someone of this world. Then when I see someone fishing in the future, I will also do good. It seemed like the little girl did not want to admit that she had lost to the boy. She cast a glance at him and pouted. Su Ming stared at the 2 children's expressions, and a smile appeared on his face. When the sun gradually set, he ended his class for the day, and based on his habit, he went to one of the noodle stalls in the county town. He sat there and ordered a bowl of noodles with hot soup. It tasted pretty good, which was why he seemed to always come to this place. The owner of the noodle stall was an old man with a head full of white hair. He was dressed in gray robes, and he had always made his own noodles over the years. Even if he sometimes had a worker, the younger person would only be in charge of helping and assisting him. When he only had a few customers, the old man would smoke his pipe while sitting on the large stone by the stall. He would use the grass on the side to weave grass puppets while he watched the passers-by around him. Occasionally, he would drink some wine with his customers. His eyes were slightly muddled, but every single time Su Ming looked towards the old man, he would have a strange feeling. It was as if he could see a hint of compassion in the old man's eyes, along with the anguish behind it. This hadn't changed over the years, but Su Ming did not ask. He liked this place. He loved sitting at the noodle stall and drinking hot soup while watching the people in the world outside. It was a good time to think about his life. On that day, when Su Ming put the bowl down, he raised his head and saw that the old man was staring at him as usual. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he suddenly spoke. Old man, why do you always look at me? This isn't something that has happened just once or twice. Over the years, every single time I come here, you stare at me. The old man tapped the tobacco pipe against the ground. As he smiled, he spoke softly, with words that carried a profound meaning. It is not I who is staring at you, but you who is staring at yourself. Su Ming stared at the old man. After pondering over his words for a moment, he found himself unable to understand the meaning behind them and shook his head. You don't understand, huh? Heh. I am watching and waiting for the day you will no longer come, and another you arrives. Su Ming frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the old man mumble to himself. The fisherman always comes here, because I buy his fish. Only with it can I make the soup for my noodles taste like seafood. Not all children are kind-hearted by nature. Only when they are taught to be kind will they try to persuade the fishermen to let go of the fish they caught. The heavens have Tao, and Tao has reincarnations. If that child was not dragged away by the fish, the wife of the official would not have been possessed and forced to give birth. If that was the case, the doctor would still be the doctor and not a corpse. The official would also still be the official. He would not have become a man who did not love his own daughter. If that was the case, he would also not have the teacher teach his own daughter, but would instead teach her himself. Perhaps he would not teach her how to perform deeds of kindness, and she would not persuade the fisherman to release the fish. And because of it, the teacher would not be around, and his son would also not be around. When Su Ming heard this, his heart trembled. He suddenly stood up and stared at the old man in a dumbfounded manner. He could vaguely feel like something in his mind was about to break, but at that moment, the old man sighed softly. He stared at Su Ming with a complicated gaze. This gaze made him feel like he was staring at a bronze mirror which reflected himself. You have yet to arrive at the moment when you gain the epiphany. Go on, be on your way. The old man shook his head and tapped the tobacco pipe in his hand against the ground. Immediately, a bang rang in Su Ming's head. The world shattered to pieces during that instant and turned into a gigantic vortex. It spun with loud rumbles, and the fragments of the broken world regrouped to form another scene in the same world, a new cycle of life and death. Chapter 1150, The Memory of 7 Breaths. The girl was a child whose mother had died and whose father did not love her. Since birth, she had never seen her father smile, and she had never had any sort of paternal love. From the moment she could remember herself, she had to cover her body and face with blankets during the nights, and in the morning, she had to be careful and avoid the rooms in which her father stayed. If she ran into him, she would only see his aloof gaze. It seemed to be resenting her for not dying, and while she was still just a child, she understood what it meant. She did not have many friends. There was only the son of her teacher who had grown up with her, and he was her childhood friend. If she was to add another person as her friend, then it would be the teacher. He taught her to perform good deeds and taught her how to read. He shouldered all the tasks that a father should take up. As she gradually grew up, she stopped crying at night because she knew why her father did not love her. It was because she had killed her mother. She had died because of her. The girl seldom left her yard. She did not want to go anywhere, since every single time she did so, her father's gaze when she returned would seem to contain resentment. It would seem to question her why she still came back and why she had not died outside. She lived in this sort of environment since her birth, and she was incredibly afraid of her surroundings, which led to her timid nature. However, on that day, she decided to venture outside because she heard from her teacher during her lessons that saving a life was an act of kindness. She wanted to be like her childhood friend and asked the fisherman to let a fish go. That was why even if faint signs of dark shadows appeared in the sky, which seemed to promise that rain would pour for several days once it came, she still snuck out and appeared on the fishing platform beside the lake. She saw the fisherman sitting there while a fishing net hung on a pillar beside him. There was a big fish struggling inside it. "Grandpa, could you give me that fish?" the little girl asked in a whisper of the fisherman who had his back turned towards her. "Grandpa, that fish is really pitiful. Please don't eat it and give it to me," the little girl pleaded. The fisherman turned around. It was an old man who had an amiable and kindly face. He stared at the girl and smiled. What am I to do with you children? A few days ago, a young lad came and asked me to free my fish. Today, you're here as well. But if I let all the fish go, how am I supposed to live?" The old fisherman pulled his fishing rod back with a smile. Once he fixed the bait on the hook, he threw the line back into the water. "Grandpa, the person you mentioned just now is my older brother. You released the fish you caught for him, so please do it for me too. It's so pitiful, and its parents must definitely be feeling anxious." The little girl took a few steps forward and lowered her head to stare at the fish in the net beside the pillar. "Who said I let the fish go?" When that lad saw that I didn't agree, he ran off, discouraged, the old man said with a smile. The little girl was momentarily stunned, but determination soon appeared on her face. She went behind the fisherman and raised her little hands to tap his back, giving him a massage. She looked incredibly adorable. "Grandpa, come on, please." Time trickled by. The little girl's pleas lasted for more than 2 hours. The fisherman smiled and shook his head, looking resigned. He got up and moved to the pillar where the net was, then opened it. The fish instantly swam into the lake, diving into the depths, and disappeared without a trace. All right, I released it. This should be enough, right? The fisherman smiled and patted the girl's head. As she beamed at him, he turned around and continued fishing. A happy smile appeared on the girl's face. With a tinkling laughter, she ran away. The young girl did not know that when she left, the fisherman raised his fishing rod, and a big fish was caught. No one could say whether it was the one which he had released moments earlier or whether it was another one. In the end, the fact was that the fisherman caught another fish. He put it in the net and hung it on the pillar again. With excitement on her face, the little girl ran back to the county town. On her way, she passed by the noodle stall without noticing an old man sitting on the large rock. With a complicated gaze, he stared at the little girl leaving into the distance while tapping the tobacco pipe gently against the ground. When he tapped the ground, the little girl who had already ran into the distance suddenly came to a stop. She saw the world in front of her suddenly shatter before they were swept up to form a vortex. It pulled her in, and after an unknown amount of time passed, the fragments regrouped, forming a deep lake. Fish swam within its depths, and no one could say where it came from. One particular fish moved in the water and seemed to swim about without any sentience. It was a fish which had lived for an unknown number of years in the lake, but it did not have many memories. Whatever it could remember only lasted for 7 breaths. Everything else was a blank slate. The days repeated themselves, and every year passed by in the same manner. The fish swam in the lake, occasionally surfacing to stare at the scenery beyond. It watched the passing of seasons. There were times in the past where it wanted to rush out of the water and take a look at the sky and earth, but the moment this thought appeared in its head and it could take action, it had already lost that thought. This was because that thought had come from surpass the span of 7 breaths, and because of it, the fish forgot it. However, with only the memories worth the time of 7 breaths, the fish did not know grief, and neither did it know joy. 7 breaths were too short, so short that even its grief would only last for at most 7 breaths. Then, it would forget why it had been sad. Its joy would last for at most 7 breaths as well, since it would forget why it was happy. With its memory like that, the fish's mind was blank most of the time. It had no memories and thoughts. It would only swim about in the lake based on its instinct. It would stare at its companions, at the darkness, and the distance where no future existed. One day, when a fish bait sank into the lake, it entered the fish's line of vision. It knew what it was, but it still went up to bite it. When it was pulled up by the fish hook and flung onto the platform, it saw the blue sky and the world beyond the water, but a pity. It only had 7 breaths worth of memories. When it was placed in a net, and the net was hung beside a pillar, it could only struggle against the net. During that time, it would only struggle for 7 breaths, because after that time, it would have forgotten that it had been caught by someone. It also forgot that the lake where it was should not be this small, and that it should not have a net which it could not leave. Because of that, it would swim about in the net in a carefree manner. When the net was lifted out of the water and the fish struggled with the pain of suffocation, it saw a little girl. That girl had raised the net, bringing it such great agony. The fish glared at the little girl, and as it continued struggling, several breaths passed. It forgot why the little girl had lifted the net. The fish only remembered that the girl was the one who had caused it great pain. Its memories only lasted for 7 breaths. So when it struggled free through a gap that had suddenly opened up in the net, it forgot that it had once been caught and brought out of the lake by someone. It forgot that it had been placed in a net, and it forgot that the net was not its home. It only remembered that during the first breath of its memories, the girl had brought it pain. Because of that, when it returned to the water, it leaped up again. It did not know why its body would instantly turn big, but with a single bite, it dragged the little girl into the lake. Time seemed to continue trickling by. The fish could never know how much of it had passed. Perhaps it had just been 7 breaths, but, at that instant, it saw another hook falling into the lake. It had already forgotten about the dangers of the hook, yet it seemed to know what that hook was. Once it bit it again, it was brought out of the water again, and it was put into a net again before being placed into the water with only a limited area of movement. Then, just like before, it forgot the start of the story and only remembered the ending. This time, the fish did not see the girl. Instead, after an unknown amount of time passed, the net was opened and it swam out to return to the lake. Upon being freed, it cast the fishing platform a glance. On it stood an old man, and by his side was a little girl who seemed to be staring at it. When 7 breaths passed, the fish started swimming about in the lake. But this time, it seemed to be trying hard to think of something, and it continued thinking even when it bit down on another fish hook and was brought out of the water. It still continued thinking when night fell, and it was taken out of the lake the second time. It had already forgotten the start and the ending. The fisherman took it and sent it to the noodle stall, where it opened its eyes to see an old man holding a tobacco pipe through the net. He was using grass to weave grass puppets while staring at it. "You are my 6th reincarnation," he said. There was an ancient air to his words, and the one sentence was spoken so slowly that he spent a total of 7 breaths to finish speaking it. This allowed the fish to hear the full sentence, thereby allowing it to be recorded in its memories for all time. It turned into a loud rumble, and the fish seemed to have remembered something. As its world crumbled, the fragments of the shattered world turned into a vortex. With a howl, it took away the final shred of thought in the fish's mind. It could not see the fragments regrouping, and it could not see another world appearing before its eyes. Zhang Wenzhang, one was his name. It was a name that looked very common, but in truth held a hint of a poetic flair. His father had given him that name, and as the son of a teacher, Zhang Wenzhang thought that this was quite a good name. At the very least, based on the name alone, the others would know that he was an educated person. Yet in reality, he did not like studying. He liked personally cooking good food, such as brewing soup or making noodles. Perhaps it was due to this hobby that as he gradually grew up, he was no longer as gentle and frail as his name suggested, which meant that he was an article written in a book. Instead, he turned into a young man who leaned slightly on the plump side. His round face looked rather honest, but the light occasionally shining in his eyes would allow other people to tell that he was rather cunning. Yet that was all that they could see. After all, the cunning that others could see was usually something intentionally shown, and it was all due to a person's ego of not wanting other people to think that they were not smart. Translato's note. Zhang Wenzhang. Zhang is a family name, while Wenzhang means essay. A long time ago in China, only the rich can study, and the poor did grunt work or hard labor. So, the rich do not need to do hard work, which means they easily get sick compared to the boys who learn martial arts or do hard work, which means they are frail and gentle. Since essay is associated with studies, that's why we have frail and gentle. Chapter 1151. Watching lives pass as he counted the cycles of life and death quietly in his heart. Zhang Wenzhang might not like studying, but as the son of a teacher, he believed that he should sound eloquent when he spoke. It was rather difficult for him, however, which was why he listened to the advice of the daughter of his father's employer, the one he was incredibly fond of and the one who was incredibly beautiful. He started intentionally showing a thoughtful expression. No matter whether he was sleeping, eating, walking, or doing something else, he would keep a thoughtful expression. This was the method the girl he liked had mentioned to him when they were young. She suggested that he should look like he was constantly thinking about something, and because of that others would believe that he was knowledgeable. Zhang Wenzhang abused this method to its limit, and gradually, as he grew up, he began to slowly think for real instead of just pretending to do it. On the day he married the woman he liked under the envious gazes of those around him, he thought about his life. When they were about to bow to heaven and earth as part of the wedding ceremony, the woman had to drag him down in anger so they could finish the ceremony. He was very fortunate that the woman he liked had a father who did not love her. Because of that, he completely disregarded the marriage in which Zhang Wenzhang's status did not match up to that of his beloved. In fact, the man did not even turn up for the ceremony. This luck seemed to have accompanied him throughout his life. As he continued pondering it, he thought to have come to understand something, but when he thought about it carefully, he found that he had understood nothing. Time trickled by. On the second summer since the marriage, there was a night with rain pouring from the sky. There was a storm on that night, and as lightning crackled, his wife was about to give birth. On that night, his father-in-law threw his head back in the rain and laughed as if he had gone mad. He did not care about the rain drenching his body. His laughter echoed in the air, and there was grief in his voice. Zhang Wenzhang stared at his father-in-law in the rain. The man's crazed expression made him sink into contemplative silence. However, his thinking only lasted for a short moment before it was interrupted by anxiety, because his wife's shrill screams of pain came from the house. Her voice was full of the pain from experiencing a difficult labor. It caused his heart to tremble, and he could no longer ponder about his life. Fear was in his heart. He was afraid that on this day, he would part with his wife forever. Once the day ended, he might become as crazy as his father-in-law. As his wife's pain screams continued ringing in the air, and his father-in-law's laughter grew stronger, Zhang Wenzhang shuddered. At that moment, someone pushed open the door to his wife's delivery room. The midwife who was brought over to receive the baby ran out with an expression full of fear. Monster! Monster! Zhang Wenjiang's heart shuddered. He rushed into the house and cast a glance at the room where his wife was giving birth. When he saw her pained expression, he called out to the other people in the room to bring the palanquin. Then, they rushed out of the room. He wanted to get a doctor, not a midwife, because he had a strong feeling that this birth might cost someone a life. If that was the case, then it was no longer something with which a midwife could help. He needed a doctor to save his wife's life. With rain pouring down on him, he walked past the noodle stall, which was still open despite the storm. He did not notice the old man sitting on the rock with his gaze towards him. Zhang Wenjiang, in too much hurry to pay attention to those around him. When he finally brought the doctor, whose skills were rather similar to those of Dr. Mo, back to the courtyard, Zhang Wenjiang stared at his wife's labor room before gritting his teeth and stepping inside. He did not want to wait outside. He wanted to hold his wife's hand so that he could go through the hardship with her. But the moment he pushed open the door to the room, someone else pushed it open from within as well. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. At that instant, he saw a baby in the doctor's arms, and he also saw the body of his wife lying on the bed without moving or breathing. A loud roar went off in his head. In his ears, he heard his father-in-law laughing shrilly outside. His body shuddered, and he walked to his wife. He stared at her pale face, which reminded of a corpse, but which still had a smile filled with maternal love on its lips. His heart was torn apart forcefully. At that moment, he no longer thought about life, but instead turned around to glare at the doctor. An illusion manifested without his knowledge. It seemed like another figure was slowly forming in front of him. As for the doctor staring at him, disbelief appeared on his face, along with some sort of understanding. Zhang Wenjiang did not know that his father-in-law had gone through almost the exact same thing in the past, but the difference was that his father-in-law had had the figure appear behind him, while he himself had turned into the illusion, and the figure appearing in front of him was a body manifesting itself to gain corporeal form. It was also at this moment that a loud rumble suddenly rang out in Zhang Wenjiang's head, as if a sealed memory had suddenly been released. At the instant it was freed, he woke up from the cycle of life and death. He opened his eyes from his sleep, and slowly, they cleared from earlier madness and gained clarity. He did not look any different from before, but there was an air of someone who had gained some form of epiphany about him. He closed his eyes. As his memories returned, and he woke up from the cycles of life and death, he remembered everything. He was not Zhang Wenjiang, but Su Ming. He was true Morning Dao World Su Ming, the Abyss Builder's Su Ming, and the Su Ming who had prepared and activated the mortal refinement art on a broken planet to refine the White Ring. He remembered everything, but he could not remember the cycle of lives he had gone through. His memories reached only up to the moment when he stepped into the world formed by the mortal refinement art. In silence, Su Ming turned his head around to cast a glance at the body of the woman lying on the bed. He saw her face, and he shuddered lightly. The woman looked like Bai Feng from his memories, or rather, as Bai Ling from Dark Mountain. In this cycle, she was my wife. In silence, Su Ming raised his right hand and tapped Bai Ling's body gently. A wave of life force immediately surged into her. Even though her life had been about to disappear a moment ago, she slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Su Ming, and a smile bloomed on her frail face. "Let me take a look at our child." Su Ming stared at Bai Ling. With his memories recovered, he couldn't help the complicated emotions in his heart. However, they did not reflect on his face. Instead, he nodded and took the baby from the doctor's arms before returning to Bai Ling's side. The two of them stared at the baby together, and the smile on Bai Ling's face showed maternal love. "He looks quite like you, but he'd best not be as silly as you," Bai Ling said with a smile, but there was still a hint of weakness to it. Su Ming closed his eyes and hid the complicated look in his eyes. He sighed in his heart. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years went by. During them, Su Ming stayed by Bai Ling's side. He no longer pondered over life, because life was right before his eyes. There was no longer anything to ponder about it. He was in a cycle of life, an illusory life. Within it, everyone was asleep, and only Su Ming was awake. He looked at the people living their lives in happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. He watched Bai Ling's gentleness towards him, watched as his child grew up, and the emotions he felt could not be described with words. At certain times, waking up was a form of suffering. If Su Ming had not remembered everything, he could have lived happily as he did in the past, but now, even if he wanted to live happily, it had become impossible to immerse himself in it completely once he knew that it was all fake. 3 years after Su Ming had regained his memories, Bai Ling's father closed his eyes and left the world. Another 3 years passed, and Su Ming's father in this cycle, the teacher, also reached the end of his life. Being born, growing old, getting sick, and dying were all parts of a person's life. The noodle stall from the past was no longer around. It was empty, as if it had disappeared without a trace in this time and place. The child grew up, and wrinkles appeared on Bai Ling's face. When an ancient air surrounded Su Ming's body, time had walked a long path with Su Ming and Bai Ling in this cycle. Bai Ling was happy. Even if she was old, every single time she looked at Su Ming, gentleness would appear in her eyes. When she whispered to him, she would talk about their childhood in this cycle, about how they had stayed together since they were young. Su Ming, too, gradually stopped thinking about his past. He slowly allowed himself to immerse himself in the cycle. As they counted the white hairs on their heads, they slowly grew old together. Then, their daughter married off. Then, the mercilessness of time aged Bai Ling's body as decades passed. More wrinkles appeared, and on a midnight several years later, she held Su Ming's hand. While staring at the starry sky beyond the window, she whispered under her breath, "I had a dream. I dreamed of a mountain which housed an ancient tribe. I dreamed that I was a girl in that tribe, and I was dressed in white mink fur. There were some pretty embellishments at the center of my brows, and you were a person from another tribe. One day, there was a blood moon, and you carried me on your back. At dawn, you circled the mountain with me. You did not want to send me back. I dreamed of a promise made between us." Bai Ling mumbled. There was a smile on her lips. She did not manage to finish speaking, though. Her words turned into murmurs, and she closed her eyes for the last time. Su Ming held Bai Ling's hand, and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He watched her life gradually flow from her body and the world go through a cycle of 60 years. 1 year later, Su Ming sold the courtyard because there were no longer any people in his memories of this place. As time passed, he became the oldest person in the county town. He witnessed all the changes during the cycle of 60 years, and far too many people living and dying. Then, he sold his property, built a platform at an empty spot in the county town, and there, he built a noodle stall. He made noodles, brewed soup, weaved grass puppets, and watched lives pass as he counted the cycles of life and death quietly in his heart. Chapter 1152, 13 Meteors. Within a vast galaxy in true Morning Dao world was a whirlwind. It had already raged for over 10 months. Thankfully, it did not continue becoming stronger, but it didn't weaken either. It continued raging in the galaxy, intending to destroy all signs of life. 10 months might not be long even for a mortal, but in this place, to the cultivators who could originally move across galaxies and had the world at their beck and call, the 10 months were a very long period of time. They could not venture too far away from their shelters. They had no way of learning what happened in the world outside and could not contact their fellow Taoists. They had been trapped in a hopeless situation and could only watch the whirlwind beyond the galaxy. Full of anxiety, they quietly waited for the day when the whirlwind would disappear on its own, which might or might not happen. However, there were some cultivators who gradually found some indistinct patterns in the whirlwind with the use of their mighty strength and ceaseless investigations during the 10 months. With the knowledge of the patterns, they could venture slightly further away to head to other places in search of their surviving companions, or to rob those who were in trouble. At that moment, there were 13 huge meteors not too far away from the planet where Su Ming was meditating. They were charging forth through the whirlwind. When they touched it, they shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Judging by looks of it, they would last only for 3 more days before they were crushed by the wind. And this was under the condition that there was cultivation energy being sent continuously from the meteors to constantly neutralize the power of the world in the whirlwind. Otherwise, they would shatter even sooner. The 13 meteors were empty at the center, and there were 3 cultivators sitting cross-legged and meditating in each one of them. Their clothes were rather beautiful and did not seem to be disheveled. After all, during the 10 months in which true Morning Dao world was reduced to wreckage, they did not care too much about it as cultivators. Besides the 3 main cultivators who were meditating in each of the 13 meteors, there were dozens of others around them. Their presences were weak, and their bodies were pinned against the walls by dozens of nails. Their minds were clear, but their cultivation bases had been pinned to the walls of the meteors in a bizarre fashion. They were connected to where they were situated. They were clearly being treated as living spirit stones and were forced to release their cultivation bases continuously so they would fuse with the meteors to fight against the whirlwind in the world outside. Based on the information Old Monster Wen sent us several months ago, there is a planet in a rather good condition 3 days away from here. There are ripples of power from cultivation bases spreading out from there. A middle-aged man who was one of the 3 people sitting in the meteor in the lead opened his eyes. A ferocious smile appeared on his lips, and he said languidly, "Let's hope that we can get a very good haul this time. What if we run into those from Morning Dao Sect?" An old man also opened his eyes. When he voiced his question in a calm voice, he cast his gaze at the last person among them. There are no longer any sects after the great disaster in true Morning Dao world. We'll just kill them and use their cultivation base as a soul source to keep the Rune in operation. Their enchanted treasures will belong to me. Their soul goes to you, and their body will go to fellow Taoist Miao. The last person of the 3 was a young man. He was dressed in a constellation robe, but the robe made it clear that he was not a direct descendant, just a member of the branch family. However, the young man's power was incredibly great. He had already attained great completion in Solar Culpa realm, and he was only a step away from entering Mastery realm. Yet for some unknown reason, the mighty pressure spreading out from his body could cause the other 2 to treat him as their equal, even if they were in Mastery realm. After all, there were few who were weaklings among those able to survive so freely in the disaster. Only those who had the power of Almighties had the right to do so. The 2 men cast each other a glance, then smiled faintly. They did not speak and closed their eyes. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. When the 3rd day arrived, most of the 13 meteors had been lost, but they still did not disintegrate in the whirlwind. Instead, they turned into 13 shooting stars that charged towards Su Ming's planet. After a moment, booming sounds rang out from the planet. A powerful tremor shook it ceaselessly. There were many parts at the edges that were reduced to fragments and swept up by the whirlwind into the galaxy. While Su Ming was enveloped by the light of extreme darkness in the pit, a glint suddenly shone in the bald crane's eyes, and its gaze turned into a fierce glare. It flew up and rushed out of the light of extreme darkness. Then when it cast its gaze into the distance, its expression changed. 1, 2, 3. Darn it all. There are hundreds of people in those 13 shooting stars. That's not right. There are only 39 lively presences. The others have been turned into puppets used to protect and operate the 13 shooting stars. They're like human-shaped spirit stones. This idea isn't too bad. I didn't expect them to be able to use this method to move through the galaxy. Could it be that they came here because of this place? A thought formed in the bald crane's mind, and it shrank, returning back to its place. It dissipated and fused with the light of extreme darkness while changing the scenery so that no one would be able to see a pit, but flatland. It did not take long before the 39 long arcs charged over from the distance. In an instant, they came to Su Ming's isolation grounds and drifted in space. An icy expression appeared on the 39 people's faces. They had grim, murderous looks. Clearly, all of them were people who had killed plenty of others. There were 6 among them who exuded the mighty pressure belonging to Almighties, and even the weakest among them was in the later stage of World Plane realm. There were some who were originally cultivators from Morning Dao Sect, and there were also those from the Immortals Union. They had been from 2 opposing parties who would fight against each other the moment they ran into each other 10 months ago, but right then, they were on friendly terms. The reason for it was the disaster that had fallen on true Morning Dao world. The distribution of loot between them was also a factor to their cordial relationship. It's strange, it should be in this place. Based on the information the old monster told us, it should be this place. A glint shone in the eyes of the old man named Meow, and a jade slip showed up in his hand. When he read it, he frowned and spoke slowly. Could it be that old monster Wen sold us fake information? One of the 30 people immediately asked with a cold sneer. He wouldn't dare. If he dared to sell us fake information, I would definitely find him and skin him alive. I would then use the fat of his corpse to light a lamp to burn his soul. Impossible. Fellow Taoist Wen has a good reputation. Even if he is selling fake information, he wouldn't sell it to us. Could it be that the person here left? He either left or hid himself. We might not be able to sense anything with our divine senses, but if we destroy this planet and fuse it into our enchanted vessels, we wouldn't have come here in vain. If that person has really hid himself, then when we crush the planet, he will naturally show up, the young man in the constellation robe said in a sinister voice. As he spoke, He raised his right hand and seized space. Immediately, the galaxy rumbled, and a black, long blade appeared in his hand. When it appeared, the weather changed. Waves of cold air crashed into everyone's faces, and greed immediately filled the expressions of the cultivators in the area. But their wariness was even greater than their greed. The sect defending treasure of the Immortals Union's freezing blade sect, the Heavenly Frost cutting blade. Haha, only you alone are suited to have this item, Brother Dao. At least my action of killing the great sect elder of Freezing Blade sect in the past, when he went into isolation to cure his wounds, wasn't in vain. The old man named Meow smiled faintly. Brother Meow, you praise me too much. I've also split up a portion of great sect elder Han Dao's soul with you, didn't I? The strength of your divine sense is outstanding among your peers. And Brother Song obtained the physical body of Freezing Blade sect's great sect elder. After he refined it, he added another layer of refined skin on himself. He might be the person with the strongest physical body among his peers. The young man dressed in the constellation robe made light of this matter. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pushed it swiftly downwards. The ground immediately roared, and a black thread appeared. As it distorted, several threads spread out from it. As they intersected with each other, they turned into a black net that charged towards the ground. The net was large and had no end. Judging by the looks of it, once it landed, it would instantly crush the planet and cut it into countless stone fragments. The flatland that the bald crane had manifested was also within the area where the net would cut. If it truly landed, Su Ming's isolation grounds would immediately be revealed. The bald crane's illusion could hide them from the detection of all divine senses, but there was a huge weakness to it. What it created was an illusion, not something real. The naked eye and divine senses might not be able to detect it, but if anyone broke it forcefully, they would immediately notice the difference. Damn it, Su Ming still needs a few more months. Why did this group of people suddenly appear in this place? And who is that old Monster Wen? How did he know that there's someone here? The bald crane's eyes glowed in the light of extreme darkness. A dark look appeared on its face, and it did not bother to dodge the black net descending on them. It simply allowed the net to charge towards the ground. When the ground trembled, huge cracks immediately appeared. They spread out and intersected with each other with loud bangs. In just a few breaths, a loud bang came from the planet as if it was about to crumble. Yet at that moment when the black net cut up the planet and touched the illusion, it suddenly disappeared on its own, and an endless black light spread out from within. The 30-something cultivators in the area were the first to be affected. At the instant the black light spread out, some of them immediately let out shrill screams of pain. Cold chills filled their bodies. 4 of them who were cultivators in the later stage of World Plane Realm plunged straight to the ground. With a thump, their bodies turned into blocks of ice. Their nascent divinities could not escape either. They were instantly shot through by the black light, and their forms as well as their souls were destroyed. The other people escaped by a stroke of luck, but shock was on all their faces. Only the eyes of the 6 cultivators who had the presences of almighties spreading out from their bodies filled with greed, even if they were retreating with the others. What is this light? Haha, there's definitely a person in this place. He has such a powerful light with him, but he chose to hide, so it's certain that he's severely wounded and is exercising his breathing to heal himself. This is our chance. Chapter 1153, The Road to Hell. This light. The instant the young man in the constellation robe saw the black light, he frowned as if he had remembered something. This is the light of extreme darkness. I've seen in true Morning Dao world before. At that time, it was controlled by Dynast Dao Kong. Could it be that the person recovering from his injuries here is Dynast Dao Kong? A glint appeared in the young man's eyes. It shone with excitement and bloodthirstiness. Move into formation, the old man named Meow roared while licking his lips. The 30-something people in the area immediately moved and surrounded the area from which the light of extreme darkness spread out. They formed seals with their hands, and at a deep shout from the old man named Meow, they lifted their palms. Using all their power, they pushed down against the ground. The land trembled, and the planet rumbled. It already had plenty of cracks, and after the attack, it looked like it could no longer withstand the pressure. It crumbled and shattered as layer upon layer of the planet tumbled backwards. What was revealed in the galaxy before the people's eyes was a gigantic stone of about 100,000 feet big. That stone encapsulated the pit in which Su Ming was sitting. The 13 planets which had descended flew up and surrounded the area to form a rune. preventing the whirlwinds from surging inside. As for those which had come out, these cultivators had no need to fear their power for the time being. The moment the planet shattered and the stone was revealed, the bald crane let out a shrill screech. The light of extreme darkness spread out swiftly, and the 30-something people immediately cried out again. When they retreated, 2 more people turned into blocks of ice and fell onto the planet. Damn it! If it wasn't because I, Grandpa Crane, need to split my divine sense to maintain Su Ming's world of reincarnation, I would have killed all of you bastards a long time ago. But I can't do it because I can't move too much of the light of extreme darkness. If Su Ming woke up, then it'd be even easier to kill these people. Damn it. Why are there so many of them? And 6 of them are even almighties. This is just bullying. The bald crane felt slightly anxious. It would have been easy if the enemy wasn't numerous, but with so many people. The bald crane did not fear them, but it knew that Su Ming's mortal refinement art was at a critical stage. If he was disturbed, an irreversible change might occur. Besides, once he failed, he would no longer be able to use this refinement art to subjugate the supreme treasure. This is indeed the light of extreme darkness. If we absorbed it, our offensive abilities would increase by a large margin. The greed in the eyes of the old man named Meow grew stronger. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the galaxy shuddered and distorted. In the area surrounded by the 13 shooting stars, dozens of huge eyeballs appeared. They were filled with blood capillaries, and some of them were even damaged. However, all their pupils shone with a brilliant light at that instant. When it gathered and was about to shine on the stones serving as Su Ming's isolation grounds, it was surrounded by the light of extreme darkness. The eyeballs were the eyes of the sacred temple. When they appeared, the old man, named Meow, formed a seal with his hands and pushed his palms against his chest before coughing up a mouthful of blood. It immediately turned into blood-red marks which stuck to each eyeball. "Make the offering," he roared. Immediately, around 40 of the hundreds of people pinned to the walls of the 13 shooting stars started trembling violently. Some of them had belonged to the sacred temple and had been the ones in control of the eyeballs. As they shuddered and coughed up blood, it raced through the shooting stars and charged towards the eyeballs. Once it fused with them, the eyeballs shone with a blood-red light. When they cast their gazes on the light of extreme darkness, they seemed to be able to penetrate the light, making it semi-transparent and allowing the people in the area to see Su Ming sitting cross-legged and meditating in the light of extreme darkness. A huge ring was spinning slowly above him. In fact, even the bald crane's figure, which was originally hidden in the light, was revealed for a short time. Moments later, a dozen of eyeballs exploded with a bang. Clearly, they were only able to see through the light of extreme darkness with much effort on their part, and after sacrificing some of their number. The dozens of cultivators from the sacred temple also collapsed. This had happened because Su Ming had yet to awaken. Otherwise, with his status as the origin of the light of extreme darkness, even if there were 10 times the number of eyeballs, they would still be unable to see through his light. The bald crane, however, was only an entity with only its soul left, and it had also lost many of its memories. It only had its instincts left, and it was not strong enough to use the light of extreme darkness to fight against almighties. That is definitely some kind of supreme treasure. I can vaguely sense the mighty pressure coming from it. This is a supreme treasure that can bring forth the light of extreme darkness. He's not Dao Kong. That person's figure doesn't belong to Dao Kong. Then the appearance of the light of extreme darkness is definitely due to that supreme treasure. I understand now. He's using the supreme treasure to cure his wounds. By the looks of it, he should be gravely wounded. All of the almighties, including the young man in the constellation robe, looked at each other, and they could see the greed in each other's eyes. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be a soul entity in the light of extreme darkness as well. I'll take care of it, but I'll need some help. Fellow Taoist Han, you used a treasure to destroy my entire army of cultivators in the past. Don't tell me that you didn't bring it with you this time. An old man dressed in black robes, and who possessed the power of an almighty, laughed hoarsely. His physical body started withering rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he became emaciated, reduced to only a layer of skin. In fact, even his bones seemed to have melted, making his body squeeze together. A wisp of black smoke flew out from the top of his skull. The black smoke moved through space while changing into a 3-headed malicious spirit. It roared toward the heavens, and the ripples of power which belonged to Almighties spread out from it. This was no longer a nascent divinity, but a magical entity that had fused with a nascent divinity after refinement. The three-headed malicious spirit roared and charged towards the light of extreme darkness. At the same time, a cold sneer appeared on the face of a middle-aged man dressed in purple robes. He did not speak, but instead raised his right hand and flung something into space before he sat down and began meditating. Clearly, the item he had thrown just then required him to immerse his entire mind in it to control it. Booming sounds rose into the air, and the galaxy trembled. A gigantic, green log appeared before everyone. There was an old face on its surface. However, most of it was damaged, and it looked rather indistinct. At the instant it appeared and the purple-robed man sat down, the eyes of the giant log flew open. At the same time, a freezing glare shone in them. The log let out a loud bang and charged toward the light of extreme darkness. The three-headed malicious spirit laughed ferociously and rushed forth as well. Damn it, that's an enchanted treasure that is only brought out during large-scale wars. A treasure that can only be activated by tens of thousands of people, and he could activate it on his own. Darn it all. So all the souls of a sect fused into this log when the sect was destroyed. Because of it, they might have a chance to possess others and be resurrected once the disaster is over. It's a pity that this item was given to someone unworthy, or it is a treasure he snatched away once he killed the original owner. The bald crane used its full power to operate the light of extreme darkness. With a loud whoosh, it shone brightly. Immediately, it crashed into the giant log, and booming sounds reverberated in space. The log shuddered and shattered layer by layer, but it still pushed through T, drawing incredibly close to Su Ming. Immediately after, the three-headed malicious spirit hidden behind the giant log roared towards the heavens and lifted its arms to seize the light, the extreme darkness. The bald crane instantly sensed great danger. It felt its soul being absorbed by a great force, about to be yanked out of the light of extreme darkness. As the bald crane screamed, its wings suddenly flashed, and its body changed into that of a seven-colored peacock. Screeching, it fought the suction force. At that moment, though, the old man named Meow, who had summoned the eyes of the sacred temple, let out a cold harumph and lifted his right hand to push against the light of extreme darkness. The galaxy rumbled, and his palm turned into a huge seal that immediately suppressed the light. The young man in the constellation robe formed a seal with his hands, and the freezing blade performed a horizontal slice to cut the light of extreme darkness. For Almighties were attacking together. All of them were by no means weak, since they could survive the disaster and even live luxuriously. When they attacked simultaneously, there was no way the bald crane could stand up against them. It could not turn the tables and get out of the disadvantageous situation as its soul was being continuously sucked out. Fellow Taoist Chun, fellow Taoist Sima, please attack together. Once we obtain this supreme treasure, we can try to gain an epiphany from it based on our own fortune. We'll see who among us is destined to have this treasure, and the others won't be allowed to fight against the one who obtains it, or we will all work together to kill that person. However, the person who obtains this treasure must provide some benefits to the others. A glint shone in the eyes of the old man named Meow. His languid speech was a telling sign that he already treated the supreme treasure as theirs. A man and a woman who seemed to be a wedded couple and who were by his side cast each other a glance. The man's eyes shone, and he smiled. My fellow Taoists, none of you have used your full strength, but you still ask me to attack. Clearly, you're worried that I will ambush all of you and snatch that treasure. Oh well, it wasn't easy for us to run into each other, and there are still plenty of things for us to do in the future. I will help you. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, the power of the laws of fate appeared. Soon after, the woman by his side smiled faintly and pressed her left hand on his. White light instantly appeared between their palms, and it turned into a long, white blade. Instantly, the galaxy seemed on the verge of shattering. With one swing, the light from the sword turned into a white streak that charged towards the light of extreme darkness. For the bald crane, having 6 Almighties attack it was a challenge it had never faced before, as far as it could remember. At that moment, as it was being extracted, it threw its head back and let out a fierce screech. Still in the shape of a peacock, it opened its tail. It was not in 7 colors, but entirely black. At the instant the tail was spread, the light of extreme darkness swept outwards as if it was water that had begun boiling. Chapter 1154, One world, 9 lifetimes. Compared to the danger the bald crane was facing when dealing with the 6 almighties trying to seize it, the world of reincarnations was in a state of peace. Since there was no wind, there were no waves. Since there were no trees, there were no leaves which could move, making everything peaceful and quiet. Only the seasons changed silently, while governed by a law that was different from the world outside, but no one noticed this change. Time went by in a blink of an eye. As Su Ming watched the sun rise and set as people moved about around his noodle stall, he grew used to the smell of the smoke from his tobacco pipe, using blades of grass to weave grass puppets, and adding fish bones into his soup so that it would be filled with the scent of seafood. Almost every day, a fisherman would deliver him fish. When he saw him, Su Ming felt like he was watching his first reincarnation, but also like he was staring at the fish that had been delivered to him. When it opened its mouth once it left the water, suffocating, Su Ming felt like he was watching another of his incarnations. There was also the doctor who would not come close to his stand every single time he passed by, as well as the official who had moved into the county town. He had then come with a group of servants and a palanquin on a rainy night to bring the doctor over. When he saw them, Su Ming closed his eyes. There was a teacher who could not achieve his ambitions visiting his noodle stall. He was used to drinking soup and eating noodles in this place, and not even storms could stop him from coming. He would always bring his son, a child who looked rather smart, to drink soup together while they ate noodles. Occasionally, a little girl would also follow them. When she came, she would usually play with the boy. Their happy laughter would echo in the air, and when it reached Su Ming's ears, a faint smile would grace his lips when he looked at them. Fisherman, little girl, fish, a doctor, an official, a teacher, the grown-up son, an old man who brews soup and makes noodles in a stall. 8 people, 8 lives. But their lives intersect with each other quite often and affect each other. When the sun set, rain began to fall. Su Ming sat on the stone and stared at the dark clouds in the distance while he mumbled under his breath. There was understanding in his eyes, along with a hint of sentimentality. If fate governs the sun rising and setting, then this would be the rise and fall of fate. It is also reincarnation. Reincarnation forms a net in which countless fates intersect with each other. Every single life in this net become part of the reincarnation. Su Ming sighed softly. Mortal refinement art, what an art. I am actually immersing myself in a cycle of life and death. This is clearly a way for me to gain an epiphany of fate realm. I am forming links of fate connecting me with the ring time and again, and they will turn into threads that bind it layer by layer until they cannot be unwound, and the ring would be impossible to separate from me. During one incarnation, I was a fisherman, and it was a fish. Fang was the little girl. When I brought it out of water, I formed a link of fate with it without realizing it. Fang released it, and then it dragged her into the lake, which formed a link of fate as well, and because of it, the incarnation afterwards was formed, because this is the rise of fate. During another incarnation, I was the doctor, and the ring was the baby in the woman's womb, while Fang was its mother. I killed Fang and brought it out, and because of it, I formed a link of fate with it. This is the fate of helping it be born. During yet another incarnation, I was the official, and it was the baby in my wife's womb. I watched it grow, and it was Fang, but also the soul of the ring. This is the fate of bloodlines. In another incarnation, I was a teacher. I taught children to perform good deeds, and I formed the fate of teaching and educating with it. In another incarnation, I was a fish, and it was the fisherman. As if the cycle of life and death had been reversed, I sensed the pain it felt in the past. This is the fate of empathy. We experienced lifetimes together until Fang and I married each other. It then became my daughter, and this is the fate of a father and child. The ring and I have gone through 7 lifetimes together and shared our fates. During the 8th lifetime, I have become an old man who counts the lifetimes and watches the cycles of life and death. This mortal refinement art has 9 cycles of life and death. I've experienced 8 of them, so only one is missing. This missing cycle might be the fall of fate. The rise and fall of fate, a dream of reincarnation. Su Ming shook his head and opened his eyes. When he saw the world again, he found rain pouring outside. It was heavy and loud as it fell. After watching it for a long time, Su Ming went to close his eyes again, but at that instant, he heard an indistinct, barely discernible, shrill cry in the rain. Feng air. Feng air. Su Ming's heart shuddered violently, but he still closed his eyes, because he knew that the missing cycle might have already passed. and it was just that he had forgotten about it. At the instant Su Ming closed his eyes, the world swiftly turned into countless shards. They were swept up into a vortex. As it spun with loud booming sounds, it gradually turned into nothingness. In true Morning Dao world, the planet in which Su Ming meditated had already shattered. The only thing that remained of it was the stone protected by the bald crane. Yet it was suppressed by the 13 shooting stars. The light of extreme darkness was attacked by the 6 almighties working together, causing the bald crane to spread open a black tail in its madness. With a whoosh, the galaxies seemed to freeze at that instant, and the light of extreme darkness which surrounded Su Ming swept out violently. The giant log was the first affected and crumbled with a bang. It was disassembled layer by layer until it was reduced to ashes. The three-headed malicious spirit let out shrill screams of pain and retreated swiftly. Green smoke poured out from the magical entity, and it instantly became much weaker. The freezing blade sliced down, but was sent backwards once it touched the black light. As booming sounds reverberated in the air, the expression of the young man in the constellation robe changed, and he staggered a few steps back. The huge seal formed by the old man, named Miao, shattered as well, which made his pupils shrink. Only the white sword beam coming from the long white blade between the wedded couple's palms did not dissipate when it charged down with a howl. Even if it had also been weakened when it touched the light of extreme darkness and was reduced to a single thread, it still charged straight towards the meditating Su Ming. Clearly, the wedded couple's target was not the bald crane or the ring, but Su Ming. As long as they killed him, there would naturally no longer be any problems. When booming sounds echoed in the air and the bald crane delivered its final hit after it spread its tail, most of the light of extreme darkness around Su Ming dissipated. The spot in which Su Ming sat, and his appearance was seen rather clearly by the group. The bald crane let out a roar. With a bang, it turned back into its original appearance. Weakness appeared on its face, and its body that was a soul was reduced to a semi-transparent state. The bald crane rushed towards Su Ming, wanting to close in on the white sword thread before it reached him and stop it. Yet at that moment, the three-headed malicious spirit that was originally retreating turned around swiftly. The 6 eyes on its 3 heads fixed on the bald crane before the creature rushed over at an indescribable speed. Damn it! This bald soul entity is mine. No one snatches it from me. I will swallow it. I'm going to crunch it to pieces bit by bit. The 3-headed malicious spirit roared. The bald crane was about to reach Su Ming, but it could only watch helplessly as the white sword thread seeped into the center of his brows with a bang, and the 3-headed malicious spirit caught up. It lifted its claw and sent it sweeping at the bald crane with a ferocious smile. The other people in the area rushed over, but at that instant, a flat voice echoed in all directions. It was not loud, but the instant everyone heard it, their hearts trembled. Who gave you the right? Su Ming opened his eyes. He had the look of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life from the cycles of life and death in his eyes, along with a chilling glare that could make the entire world submit to him. He also had a domineering air that could make the galaxy tremble and the universe surrender. A boundless maliciousness surrounded him. When it fused with his appearance, the feeling Su Ming gave off turned into a huge, chaotic presence. It could absorb all the wills in the world, and the dead stillness within him erupted without holding anything back. He lifted his right hand, and with just the simple act of seizing the air, the 3-headed malicious spirit with the power of an almighty found itself frozen, unable to fight back. As fear and shock appeared in its eyes, the magical entity disappeared before showing up in Su Ming's hand. He pushed his fingers inside it to grab its heart. Was it you? Su Ming's gaze swept past the area. The first person he looked towards was the young man in the constellation robe. His face instantly turned pale. A bang shot up in his head, and he staggered a few steps back. When he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with great fear, causing him to instinctively shake his head. He felt that if he did not do so quickly enough and actually dared to nod, then with just one thought, this person could make him die 10 million times. Then was it you? Su Ming looked towards the old man named Miao. The old man's face turned stark white. His body shuddered violently. An unprecedented fear rose up in him when he met Su Ming's gaze. He felt like the stranger was the universe, and at that moment, it seemed to be intent on wiping off all lives with an aloof mercilessness. And the old man was just a tiny ant beneath the universe's anger. Then it was you, Su Ming stated flatly. At the instant he said those words, the white ring above his head moved, and a ripple spread out from it before instantly disappearing. When it reappeared the next moment, it was in front of the purple-robed man who had activated the giant log. Fear showed up on his face. Before he could even say a single word, the ripple shot through his body, shattered it, and destroying the soul. At the same time this happened, Su Ming slowly furled his right hand and crushed the heart of the magical entity. With a bang, its body turned into a ball of fog. Su Ming flung it towards the bald crane's mouth. Chew it slowly. I didn't make its soul dissipate, so you will have to chew it slowly, bit by bit. When Su Ming said those words in a flat voice, excitement and eagerness showed up in the bald crane's eyes. It opened its mouth and even used its claws to stuff the soul fog formed by the magical entity into its mouth, and it actually started chewing it slowly. Shrill screams of pain shook the area, making the hearts of everyone present to tremble. At that instant, their gazes focused on Su Ming were filled with fear, as if they had just seen an ancient, ferocious beast that could shake the entire universe. Run! The remaining 4 Almighties and the 20-something people in the area only had one thought in their heads at that moment. Chapter 1155, Old Monster Wen. Run! They had to run. Su Ming's strength, as well as the casualness and ease with which he killed the person, shook the hearts of all the people. At that moment, when the 4 of them fled, their faces were pale. They brought forth all of their power. The young man in the constellation robe turned into a star and charged towards one of the 13 shooting stars around them. The old man named Meow dashed away as well. Distortions swiftly appeared in the space around him, and as they flashed, his speed increased. The pupils of the wedded couple shrank, and they turned into 2 sword beams that left into the distance with a loud whistle. The 20-something cultivators in the area could not compare with the monstrous almighties neither in terms of their speed nor reaction. Even though they were also retreating, they were much slower. You interrupted my meditation and scared my companion. How can I just let you leave like this? Su Ming asked flatly. He raised his foot and took a step forward. In an instant, his body sliced through space and appeared right behind the old man named Meow. He struck him gently with his right hand. The expression of the old man named Meow changed drastically. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape from this disaster, and madness appeared in his eyes. It was the one that made it clear that he was about to risk his life by fighting with everything he had. The old man named Meow naturally had his killing moves, since had been able to survive through the disaster and even live so luxuriously and freely. The instant he turned around and looked at Su Ming while prepared to fight with everything he had, the old man named Meow growled and raised his arms to push up space. Then, he brought his arms down in Su Ming's direction. Life and death. An iron book appeared in the old man named Meow's left hand. At the same time, a black wooden brush manifested in his right hand. Su Ming had seen that set of enchanted treasure before. At the instant the old man brought it out, he roared again. Your life will be erased from the book of life and death. He swung the wooden brush in his right hand and drew a line across the iron book, serving as the book of life and death. Immediately, a vast power spread out from the iron book. It turned into a huge, ferocious head of a ghost that opened its mouth to eat Su Ming. Interesting. Your level of cultivation is passable, and your divine abilities are not too bad. Give me your soul and acknowledge me as your master. Then I will spare you, Su Ming said flatly. The ghost head closed in on him, but he stayed still. The white ring floating behind him let out a buzz, and a ripple spread out from it. With a shudder, it touched the ghost head, and it immediately let out a shrill scream of pain. At the instant it crumbled and shattered, the iron book and wooden brush were also destroyed. As for the old man named Meow, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and shock appeared on his face. Disbelief could be seen in his expression. Just as he was about to retreat, Su Ming took a light step forward. He casually lifted his right hand and squeezed the neck of the old man named Meow, then dug his fingernails into his skin. His expression was relaxed, but there was a blatant killing intent that made the old man shiver even though it was not cold. Do you choose to die or to live? Su Ming asked flatly. The old man named Meow laughed brokenly. He had intended to self-destruct, but once he met Su Ming's gaze, he could only shiver in place. He had a strong feeling that even if he self-destructed, he would not be able to injure the man in the slightest. The sense that spoke of the great disparity between their strengths made him certain that he would be unable to deal any sort of damage to Su Ming. He closed his eyes. His soul fused into the center of his brows and turned into a brand. Flashing once, it floated out. Su Ming sucked in a breath and swallowed it. Like this, he gained control of the life and death of the old man named Miao. When he relaxed his right hand, the 13 shooting stars in the area roared at once. Before the young man in the constellation robe could step into one, all 13 moved simultaneously and charged towards the wedded couple. It surrounded them and formed a huge meteor that charged into the whirlwind. The two fled on their own, completely ignoring the young man in the constellation robe. His eyes immediately turned bloodshot. At the instant he threw his head back and roared, Su Ming moved towards him languidly. The instant Su Ming got close, the young man in the constellation raised his hands and quickly formed a seal. Madness appeared in his eyes, and he flung his arms outwards. Immediately, the 20-something cultivators in the area who were fleeing shuddered. They let out shrill screams of pain, and their bodies withered, turning to ashes. However, the blood did not scatter. It gathered together to form a sea of blood that charged towards Su Ming. At the same time, the young man in the constellation robe roared, and his body collapsed with a bang. His blood swept up his nascent divinity and rushed to attack as well. If anyone cast their gaze in that direction, they would find that the area around Su Ming contained a sea of blood. A bloody stench surged into the heavens, and crazed, shocking killing intent filled the area. You have quite good skills, so you have also showed your value. Acknowledge me as your master, and you will be able to live. Su Ming did not dodge. He stared at the young man in the sea of blood with a cold gaze. The young man's nascent divinity jolted. He fell into silence for several breaths before the sea of blood immediately merged together and turned into a body of blood. The young man's nascent divinity fused into it, and he cast Su Ming a complicated gaze. He did not intend to fight him. Based on his judgment, even if he fought with everything he had, he would still not be Su Ming's opponent. He had spared no pains, even self-destructing his body and killing the 20-something people in the area to show off his strongest divine ability. And he did so not to fight against Su Ming, but to survive. He gritted his teeth and struck the center of his brows with his right hand. Immediately, his soul turned into a brand. It rose up and flashed a few times before charging towards Su Ming. He caught it, and with a squeeze had it fuse into his palm. The young man in the constellation robe wrapped his fist in his palm and said darkly, "Master, while our levels of cultivation are quite high, Chun Wen and Sima Yu are more important. The both of them are skilled in the art of runes. They were the main overseers of all the runes in the Immortals Union. The 13 shooting stars were created by them, while we were the ones who prepared the materials. That's right. In fact, the two of them were the ones who discovered some of the weaker areas in the whirlwind. If we let the two of them escape, they will definitely bring us endless troubles in the future." A glint shone in the eyes of the old man named Miao, and he glared at the wedded couple who had already run into the whirlwind. Su Ming did not speak. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the white ring behind him. Immediately, it let out a buzz and moved, but it did not rush forward. Instead, it swiftly expanded, growing to 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, and even larger. With a bang, the ring grew to a size where its edge could no longer be seen. It still continued spreading outwards, though, and wherever it went, even the whirlwind disintegrated with a shudder. This scene stunned the old man named Miao and the young man in the constellation robe. Their pupils shrank, and great shock as well as fear took over their hearts. In just the span of a few breaths, the galaxy rumbled, and a white thread charged towards them from the distance. When it approached them, the old man named Miao and the young man in the constellation robe saw with their own eyes that the white thread was the shrunk white ring. Within it was a gigantic meteor, and it was the one that the wedded couple had formed and used to flee just then. No matter how the meteor struggled, it could not rush out of the ring. It could only be dragged back continuously as the ring shrank. Just a few breaths of time passed. Su Ming did not do anything, simply standing in his original spot when the meteor appeared in front of him. It had already stopped fighting back, abandoning the pointless struggle. The meteor disassembled itself, and the wedded couple appeared inside it. Their faces were pale, and when they looked towards Su Ming, their gazes were filled with fear. Su Ming cast a glance at the both of them, and his voice was flat when he spoke. 1, 2. Those were meaningless words, but the numbers caused the wedded couple's expression to change drastically. They cast each other a glance before gritting their teeth and raising their hands to strike the center of their brows. Immediately, their souls gathered together to form a brand. and they flew out of their foreheads to charge towards Su Ming. Clearly, they had already seen the old man named Miao and the young man in the constellation robe being spared after they delivered their souls. Su Ming raised his right hand and swung it, taking away the brand of the wedded couple's souls. His expression remained calm when he lifted his head to cast a glance at the area above him. My fellow Taoist, how long are you going to keep watching? Do you truly want me to bring you down? When he said that, the four people immediately felt their hearts tremble and lifted their heads to look above. They had not noticed anything strange with the galaxy up there. But as Su Ming's words reverberated in space, a dry cough came from above. Soon after, distortions appeared before their eyes. A white-haired old man with an awkward expression on his face showed up. There was a guarded look in his eyes, hiding the fear brought by the shock of all Su Ming had done after waking up. Old Monster Wen. The old man, named Miao, was the first to recognize the person's identity. His words were practically hissed through his teeth. Chin 1, 2, glared at the old man with white hair and spoke up. Master, this is the person who sold us the information of a cultivator recuperating in this place. He is the reason why we offended you just now. It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist, please listen to me. In truth, this is... The expression of the old man with white hair, known as Old Monster Wen, immediately changed. He spoke quickly, but the next moment, his eyes shone, and before Su Ming could attack, he took action first. He swung his arm, and a vast, mighty pressure flew out from his sleeve. At the same time, a dark light shone. It did not go forth to attack Su Ming, but instead, swept up the old man to flee into the distance. Clearly, he was shocked by Su Ming's strength and was forced to change his plans. He did not dare to negotiate and only wanted to leave the place as quickly as possible. Chapter 1156, Finger. Su Ming's eyes shone when he cast a glance at the dark light that Old Monster Wen had flung out from his sleeve. It had surrounded dark light his back, and a faint presence that Su Ming doubted others could notice spread out from it. The presence of an ancient god. Interesting. Su Ming swung his arm, revealing his right hand, and pointed at space. With his move, the galaxy shuddered. The space where Old Monster Wen stood instantly looked like it was about to crumble, but also like it had frozen. At the same time, black light shone in the frozen galaxy. The light of extreme darkness was brought out of Su Ming's hand, and its might was much greater than when the bald crane had used it. Old Monster Wen let out a shrill scream of pain. He moved back swiftly, but he felt like he was deep in mud. In a panic, he raised his right hand and swung it. With a roar, a huge item instantly flew out from his storage bag. It was the finger. It was also several hundreds of feet big. It was filled with an ancient air, and it looked like an antique. At the instant it appeared, it pointed at space and the light of extreme darkness, as if it was controlled by the old man. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. The power which froze space instantly shattered, and even some of the light of extreme darkness dissipated. A gap was formed, allowing the old man to pass through in a flash. He was just about to disappear. An ancient god's finger. Su Ming's pupils shrank. This time, he did not hesitate the tiniest bit. He charged forward and appeared right in front of the old man. Then, he raised his right hand to strike him. Old Monster Wen growled and formed a seal with his hands before coughing up a mouthful of blood. It fused into the ancient god's finger, and it let out a buzz. Its aura grew, then like a huge stick, it went to strike Su Ming with loud bangs in its wake. At the same time, a pure wave of ancient god's power erupted from the finger and charged towards Su Ming. Even if the ancient god had died, the power in the finger was enough to intimidate almighties in Mastery Realm and make them not dare to fight against it head-on. However, Su Ming remained calm. At the instant the ancient god's finger came towards him, he flipped his right hand over and used the back of his hand to touch it. His body moved a few steps back due to the force, and he flipped his right hand over. Then, as if he had borrowed the finger's strength and fused it into his own palm before he added in his own cultivation base to it, he struck with his palm. Loud rumble deafened the ears, and the old man coughed up blood while staggering thousands of feet back. His face was pale, and when he looked at Su Ming, his body suddenly jolted. This was because he saw that Su Ming had not come for him. The man patted the ancient god's finger, and it disappeared without a trace, as if he had taken it forcefully. After that, Su Ming turned to the old man with the ghost of a smile on his lips and a sinister, malicious air about him. Senior, please calm down and hear me out. I know the spot where the giant's corpse from the Immortals Union lies. but my level of cultivation was not high enough, so I could only obtain one of his fingers. That is why I have been searching for those whose minds are especially strong to obtain the giant's corpse together. Several months ago, I noticed the ripples of your power on that planet, which was why I wanted to test how great was your level of cultivation. My intention was to work with you. Senior, you might have been careful while practicing your cultivation, but my divine sense is different from that of a normal person. I do not investigate based on the ripples of a cultivation base, but sense the flames of life in the galaxy, which was why I was able to sense you. The old man said quickly told Su Ming everything. He did not dare to hide a single thing from him. Su Ming's strength was so great that he was already immensely regretting his decision to provoke him. He knew that if he still intended to hide the truth, he would definitely die in this place. If you require it, I can lead the way and bring you to the place where the giant's corpse is. Let me use this as a deed to redeem myself. Senior, please give me this chance so that I may compensate for the agitation caused by my provocation. The old man's face was pale. His heart raced in anxiety as he bowed deeply. Su Ming cast the old man a glance. He did not speak, but turned around and looked towards the pit which he had used as his isolation ground. A complicated look showed up in his eyes when he looked at the spot where Bai Feng had been. It was an empty place. Clearly, Bai Feng had died a long time ago, and her corpse had turned to dust. The dream of Dark Mountain, the promise made in the snow, and the sigh that wandered about for 1,000 years had come to an end at that moment. Su Ming sighed softly, and the complicated look on his face disappeared. The 9 reincarnations could be said to have allowed him to fulfill the promise, and that he had brought about an ending to their relationship. Since it was over, Su Ming would no longer force himself to persist in anything regarding it. The enmity between him and Bai Feng had come to an end. He raised his right hand, and the white ring approached him with a hum. When it shrank, it fit itself on his finger, turning into a real ring. A feeling as if he could not be separated from the ring rose in Su Ming's heart. There were links of fate between them, and they were the knots formed during the cycles of life and death. No one could untie them. The spirit in the ring had also caused the knot to become something eternal. Perhaps it had become different than before, because now it had Bai Feng's soul. With a swing of an arm, a black robe appeared around Su Ming's body. A black had covered his face. Everyone could only see a black-robed man. The instant Su Ming put on the black robe, Miao Feng's pupils shrank, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Shock appeared in his eyes again. Since he was a member of the Immortals Union, there was no way he would not recognize a black-robed man like Su Ming. I, Miao Feng, member of the Tower Rememberers in the Immortals Union, greet Master. Greetings, Grand Immortal. The young man in the constellation robe had a slightly complicated look on his face, but he soon lowered his head to bow respectfully as well. I, Dao Zhong, member of Morning Dao Sect's branch family greet my master. Greetings, Grand Immortal. We, Chun Wen and Sima Yu of the Rune Renegades in the Immortals Union, greet our master. Greetings, Grand Immortal Taoist Zhang. Chun Wen and Sima Yu had a dazed look on their faces the moment they saw Su Ming in different clothes. They cast each other a glance, then lowered their heads in anguish and bowed sincerely. They had met Zhang Jijun before, which was why their words as they greeted Su Ming were different from the others. They could tell that all the black-robed people who appeared in the Immortals Union were this person's subordinates. They had only seen his black robes before and not the face, which was why it had been difficult for them to recognize him. However, the mighty pressure from Su Ming was the exact same as that of the black-robed Taoist Zhang, whom even the higher-ups in the Immortals Union had to be polite towards. Old Monster Wen's expression turned paler at that moment. As he stared at the black-robed Su Ming, he groaned in his heart. He had not expected that this person would be an immortal of the higher realm. He had actually told him he was aiming to plunder the corpse of the giant, who was also an immortal of the higher realm. How did you manage to move about in the whirlwind? Su Ming asked in a hoarse voice. At that moment, his ancient presence carried with it a mysterious air. It caused all those who looked towards him feel their hearts tremble. Since my divine sense is different from the others, that is why. I can see the trajectory of the destructive power in the whirlwind. It's because of this that I can move through it and avoid the destructive power. It might be slow, but it is better than being trapped in a place, like the others, Old Monster Wen quickly explained. His expression was one of immense respect. Come on, lead the way. Su Ming swung his arm, and a faint white ripple spread out from his ring to surround an area of around 300 feet around him. Old Monster Wen hesitated in his heart, but did not dare think too much about it. He summoned all his courage and stepped into the area of 300 feet belonging to Su Ming, then bowed towards the hostile-looking Miao Feng and the others before he began leading the way in low whispers. Su Ming's eyes flashed while hidden beneath the black hood. Immediately, the white ripple charged forward. When it passed by the 13 meteors, they were instantly retrieved by him. With a whoosh, the white ripple charged towards the whirlwind. Wherever it went, the whirlwind would fall back. Even the destructive power of the world in it would disintegrate once it touched the ripple. How many survivors like all of you still exist in true Morning Dao world? Su Ming asked hoarsely while sitting in the white ripple. Miao Feng and the rest stayed quiet. So Chun Wan, who was highly skilled in the art of runes, said in a low voice, "We can only live in a small corner and cannot venture too far away. Fellow Taoist Feng should know the details about this." Miao Feng remained silent for a moment before he said softly, "Only 1 in 1,000 could survive. I've gone to many places during the past 10 months, and I've only seen 2 slightly larger gathering spots. The others are mostly scattered. Plenty of people died in the disaster or the lawless chaos after it." Old Monster Wen cast Su Ming a glance and spoke of everything that he knew. The Immortals Union has turned into complete ruins. All the entrances to Morning Dao Sect have crumbled. No one knows what is happening inside, but based on what I could sense from the divine sense I sent in, there's a thick wave of death there. Perhaps a drastic change had also happened in Morning Dao Sect. Morning Dao Sect. Su Ming's eyes fell slightly under the black hood. The moment the seed of life extermination flew back, he could guess that Su Xian began a bloodbath in Morning Dao Sect. It would not be out of Su Ming's expectations if everything in that place had been reduced to ruins. He was only worried about Su Hui. Did she die in the disaster, or was she fortunate enough to escape from it? He sighed in his heart, and that sigh turned into a sharp stab of pain that made him fall silent. Old Monster Wen hesitated for a moment before he suddenly said, "Those who could survive are definitely not weaklings. With your power, you could bring these people together and form a new sect." Su Ming lifted his head and cast a cold glance at him. When the old man's heart trembled, Su Ming slowly nodded. He knew some of the things that the people here did not know. For example, that the whirlwind surrounding true Morning Dao world would not remain there forever. It would disappear after some time. This might happen soon, but it might also take a long time. Even so, the longest stretch of time before it disappeared would not be too long. Once the whirlwind disappeared, Dark Dawn and Saint Defier would descended through the gap. At that time, what awaited Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos would be a bloodbath. Chapter 1157, Devour the God. The destruction at that time had nothing to do with Su Ming. He did not care about it. Instead, Old Monster Wen's suggestion had caused a thought to rise up in his mind. True Morning Dao world no longer has any sect. If I can gather those who survived and form one, they would become a force of power which will be completely mine once people from Saint Defier descend. Since I chose to keep Zhang Jidao's identity, this force would be of a lot of help to me. At the very least, true Morning Dao world would then belong to me in its entirety. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The white ripple charged forward through the whirlwind in true Morning Dao world. Su Ming meditated in it. He remained silent during the entire trip. The people beside him kept quiet as well. Only the bald crane put on airs and acted incredibly smugly, occasionally taunting the other people. In its eyes, they were just asking for death. Even if Su Ming had not woken up, with the great-grandpa crane's divine abilities, it could still chase all of them away. At that moment, it had clearly forgotten how disheveled it had been. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days were gone. A week was not a long period of time, but the white ring moved at a speed akin to shifting. Wherever it went, the whirlwind had to move back, and it was so fast that in just 7 days, Su Ming and the others had already reached the spot where Old Monster Wen had said the ancient god's corpse was located. It was an area where the whirlwind was incredibly strong. There was endless wind there, and it swept out in all directions. Within it was a corpse which was hundreds of thousands of feet big. Many of its parts had been damaged, and it was filled with the aura of death. It drifted in the whirlwind, its flesh being ripped apart. In many places, the bones had already shattered, and they looked about to be swept away at any moment. The ancient god no longer had a right arm, and there were only 3 fingers left on the left hand. His face was indistinct, but Su Ming could still see that the mark of a star at the center of the ancient god's brows. This is the place. 8 months ago, I passed by it and discovered the giant's corpse. At that time, It was still in a rather complete shape, but now it has already been damaged to this extent. But the fact that it could last till now in the whirlwind and not be completely destroyed shows that it was incredibly powerful and tough while alive. If you can refine this body into an enchanted treasure, it would definitely be something that is on the level of a supreme treasure, Old Monster Wen quickly said. As Su Ming stared at the ancient god's corpse, his eyes sparkled. He moved and immediately stood on the ancient god's body with the whirlwind blowing in his face. He then rushed to the center of the ancient god's brows, arriving there after a moment, and dipped his head down to stare at the only mark of the star left. The star was dull. As far as Su Ming understood the ancient gods, it seemed like all of their power was gathered in the stars at the center of their brows. After a moment of pensive silence, Su Ming sat down cross-legged and raised his right hand, pressing it against the star. When he closed his eyes, his appearance under the black hood changed. In an instant, he turned into the appearance of the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. However, he did not have a corporeal form for this clone, only an illusion. After all of Su Ming's clones were destroyed in the world beyond the universe. While he could make all of them manifest once more as long as his soul was around, he needed to use up different amounts of power to do so. His Dao Kong clone could be taken as an example. It required the least energy, and it was also the easiest to control. What it required was just Su Ming's cultivation base, but now that he had Zhang Jidao's body, that clone was no longer of any use to him, which was why he had yet to restore it. If Su Ming wanted to restore his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, he required something with great physical strength. This was the reason why he had rushed to this place when he heard about the ancient god's corpse. As for his Akang clone, he would need to spend Akang's power. Su Ming was already prepared for it. He was the complete Akang, so he only needed time to recover. It was a lot of time, however, so if Su Ming could find the portions of Akang's souls which had escaped from the foreign lands and devour them, he could form his Akang clone much faster. I no longer have a physical body, or rather, I never had a physical body to begin with. My body was destroyed an unknown number of years ago. This means that what I need to do now is not to obtain a physical body, but to create a body that belongs solely to me. It will have all of my clones serve as its flesh and blood, and my cultivation base as its bones. I will use my epiphany of moving from winter to spring to form my soul. When my flesh, blood, bones, and soul fuse together, I will form my real physical body, and it will belong solely to me. Su Ming's eyes shone with a brilliant light while hidden under the black hood. He closed them swiftly, and while his right hand was still pressed at the center of the ancient god's brows, he sent his fingers deeply into the skull. However, the instant he was about to seize the mark of the star, Su Ming's palms suddenly stopped moving. With his eyes sparkling, he cast a scrutinizing glance at the ancient god before he raised his head and cast a glance at Old Monster Wen, who was in the distance. A hint of a cold sneer appeared on his lips, but it did not last. Instead, he swiftly seized the mark of the star with his right hand. With it, a vast power surged up Su Ming's right hand into his body. In an instant, it filled his physical body. Explode! Explode! A glint shone in Old Monster Wen's eyes while he sat in the white ripple in the distance. He was shouting loudly and smugly in his heart. Su Ming was not the first person he had met. In truth, he was the third to be tricked into coming to this place over the last couple months. Every single one of them craved for the physical power of the ancient god and wanted to absorb it, but both had exploded while they were absorbing the power. Su Ming was the third, and on his way to face the same fate. Old Monster Wen could practically see Su Ming exploding in a few breaths. When he died there, all of his treasures would belong to Old Monster Wen. He felt proud of himself, but as time passed and the 10 breaths went by, the pride in Old Monster Wen's heart slowly turned into hesitation. He stared blankly at Su Ming, who was at the center of the ancient god's brows. His aura was running rampant, and his robes fluttered. It was as if he was still continuously absorbing the power, but the sight Old Monster Wen longed to see, the sight of Su Ming exploding, did not bless his eyes. His heart made a loud thump. It's fine. It has only been 10 breaths. Before long, this person will definitely explode. No one can absorb the giant's physical body. Even if he is a grand immortal, it's impossible for him to be able to do so. After all, the ancient god personally told me that no one can obtain his physical power. Old Monster Wen sucked in a deep breath, but when time trickled by and another 20 breaths passed, his face gradually turned pale. At the same time, Su Ming's lips curled up into a cold sneer once more. He had noticed a long time ago that he was not absorbing the ancient god's physical power from the mark of the star, but its ancient thought hidden within it. The divine thought was disguised as his physical power, like a flying beast pretending to be a candle flame so that it could devour all the moths lunging at it. After devouring enough of them, he could repair his body until all of his injuries were healed. The ancient gods who descend in arid Triad expanse cosmos only have at most 7 stars at the center of their brows. Forget the fact that you're injured. If I could fight against ancient gods with 7 stars at the peak of their condition, then it is even easier for me to stand up against you, since you're heavily wounded and recuperating. You disguised your divine thought as your physical body. Once I tried to devour it, you could obtain my cultivation base and nascent divinity to use as nutrients for your recovery. You've overestimated yourself in this matter. At the same time Su Ming absorbed the divine thought, he sent his own divine thought into the ancient god's mind through his right hand. It turned into a rumble as loud as thunder. The ancient god jolted. His eyes instantly flew open, and a hint of panic showed up in them while the smile on Su Ming's lips grew colder. A white ripple spread out from the ring on his right index finger. It surged into the ancient god's mind through the mark of the star, and a loud rumble echoed in space. It turned into a power that suppressed the ancient god. At the same time, Su Ming lifted his right hand. With a single move, he appeared on the ancient god's left arm, then raised his left hand to seize it. There is an incredibly sinister art in Zhang Ji Dao's memories. I'll use your body to test Saint Defier expanse cosmos, forbidden art. Foul flesh of hell. The instant Su Ming touched the ancient god's left arm with his own, a black ripple spread out from it. Immediately, the ancient god's left arm started withering before his eyes. The ancient god started trembling violently, but his divine thought had already been suppressed, and he could not fight back in the slightest. His entire left arm was swiftly reduced to only skin and bones into the span of a few breaths. At the same time, a large amount of physical power surged madly into Su Ming's body, causing his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole to gain corporeal form at a terrifying speed. In just 10 breaths, the ancient god's left arm no longer had any flesh or blood left. However, it was not the end yet. Once the ancient god's left arm was reduced to only skin and bones, his torso and his legs withered away. The vast power of his flesh and blood was continuously absorbed by Su Ming, and his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole gained corporeal form. It was swiftly getting stronger. The foul flesh of the netherworld lasted for half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The ancient god remained large in stature, but he had become completely emaciated and resembled a skeleton. He looked incredibly terrifying. This scene caused the faces of Miao Feng and the other 3 to turn pale. Fear appeared in their eyes, and when they looked towards Su Ming, they seemed to see an evil spirit. Netherworld burns bones. Su Ming moved. This time, he appeared at the top of the ancient god's head and pushed his left hand against the skull. He grabbed it swiftly, and as cracking sounds reverberated in space, a black ripple spread out from Su Ming's hand and covered the ancient god's body. The ancient god trembled even more violently. If it was not because of the white ring suppressing him at that moment, his shrill roars would have rang out in all directions. He would not be acting as quiet as he was now, only able to shudder. The ancient god's eyes turned bloodshot as he descended into madness. He wanted to self-destruct, but due to the white ring suppressing him, he could not. As he trembled, his legs gradually melted and his body slowly became pliant. Su Ming absorbed the power from the bones with his left hand and fused it with his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Chapter 1158, Saint Defier, Sovereign of Dawn, Arid God. I wonder how strong is my clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole after he devoured the complete ancient god. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Miao Feng and the other 3 felt their skin crawl, because they saw that the large ancient god only had a head left. His flesh and blood had withered, his bones had melted, and his body was no longer a body. Transmigration of the soul. Dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He raised his left hand and pushed it at the top of the ancient god's skull. With a sharp inhale, the ancient god opened his mouth and let out a roar that shook the galaxy. As he roared, his head melted, and after a moment, the large ancient god which had previously existed in the whirlwind was gone. Only Su Ming remained sitting in space as he quietly circulated his cultivation base to digest the ancient god's soul and nourish his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Almost at the instant the ancient god was destroyed, old Monster Wen let out a shrill scream of pain while still in the white ripple. His body started shuddering before it was destroyed along with his soul. He was reduced to ashes before he vanished. Time trickled by. When half a month passed, Su Ming opened his eyes. The brilliant light in them was as fierce as a sharp blade, but after he blinked, the burning gaze vanished and became calm. Hell, netherworld, and transmigration of the soul. These are the three forbidden arts of sacred Defier expanse cosmos. Heh, since it's a forbidden art, why did they create it? From Zhang Jidao's memories, it's clear that the three great forbidden arts are used to target the ancient gods specifically. Some people used to hunt down the ancient gods to strengthen their own physical bodies, since the three forbidden arts can turn an ancient god's flesh, bone, and soul into pure physical power. They weren't forbidden arts originally, but after Saint Defier appeared among the ancient gods, it was named such. All those who cast this art against the ancient gods in Saint Defier expanse cosmos will suffer the fate of having all their blood relatives destroyed. But it's rather difficult to cast this art. It requires the ancient god to be unable to struggle, and his divine thought must be unable to control his own body, or else it would be difficult to cast the art successfully. The caster might even suffer backlash. Fortunately, I had the ring to suppress the ancient god's will, which is why everything went so smoothly. This is also related to him being heavily wounded, or else I'd have been forced to do something else to cast this forbidden art. Su Ming slowly stood up and touched the ring which had long since returned to his finger. He then took a step towards the white ripple floating in the galaxy. Master, congratulations on successfully fusing with the giant's physical power. Miao Feng and the other three had been in a constant state of anxiety during the half a month. They had witnessed Su Ming devouring the ancient god, and they could not calm their minds. This overturned all that they knew since they were well aware of the giant's strength. In fact, while they could accept that Su Ming could absorb the ancient god, a forceful devouring at such a fast pace, and in such a terrifying and ferocious manner, brought immense terror to them once they witnessed it with their own eyes. When they saw Su Ming return, the four of them bowed respectfully to him without any hesitation. Su Ming cast a glance at the spot where old Monster Wen had disappeared, and a hint of derision flashed in his eyes. His suspicion towards old Monster Wen had arisen when he asked him about how he moved in the whirlwind, and his suspicions had been verified. The old man named Wen had clearly had his life controlled by the ancient god, or perhaps he had obtained some benefits for it. This would explain why he had started searching for people to bring over to the corpse in the name of obtaining the ancient god's physical power, when in truth, he was sending people to the ancient god to be absorbed. Su Ming stood in the white ripple and stared at the spot where the ancient god's body had been. The whirlwind in the land was incredibly strong, and as it howled, it swept through the area. There seemed to be a vortex at the depths of the whirlwind. It spun slowly, and occasionally, a bit of the whirlwind would seep into it. As Su Ming stared at the place, his eyes focused. "Who among you knows what this place originally was?" he asked calmly. Dao Zhong fell into a moment of pensive silence before he wrapped his fist in his palm and answered. "Master, this is, if I remember correctly, this was once one of the relocation spots in Morning Dao Sect." Su Ming did not speak. He cast his gaze on the relocation spot in the whirlwind, then raised his right hand and swung it. Immediately, the white ripple around them spread out. In an instant, it covered tens of thousands of feet. Then, with another bang, it continued expanding. Only when it spread over an area of 300,000 something feet did it stop. As the white ripple spread out, the whirlwind in the land fell backwards. Even the power of the world in it was pushed back, clearing the area of 300,000 feet. Immediately after, Su Ming swung his arm. The 13 gigantic shooting stars he had taken previously flew out and surrounded the area. They rotated in the slowly. Su Ming charged towards the broken relocation rune in the distance. When he arrived there, he sat down cross-legged and lowered his head. After scrutinizing the rune, he closed his eyes and fell into a moment of deep thought. Once the disaster fell, Immortals Union and Morning Dao Sect ceased to exist. Right now, I will create my own sect, and the name of this sect will be the Ninth Summit. The four of you can each obtain a protective ripple from me. This ripple will not only allow you to move in the whirlwind, but it can also defend you. Search for other cultivators in this true world and invite them into the sect. Those who submit will be offered protection, and as for those who don't, record the places where they were found. I will visit them one by one on my own. There is one more thing. The 4 of you, record the portraits in this jade slip. If you find any one of these 3 people, immediately send me word with the jade slip. I will immediately rush to the place. Su Ming raised his head, and when he lifted his right hand, 4 jade slips appeared on his palm. He focused his mind and left a brand on them before he threw them to the 4 people. Miao Feng and the other 3 received 1 each. When they trained their attention on the jade slips, they immediately took note of the portraits of the 3 men. Each person had their own unique characteristics. The first one was a headless person with a heinous, murderous aura. All those who saw his portrait were able to sense a killing intent that came crashing into their faces. The second was a gentle man who had a smile like flowers. It gave off a feeling of a spring wind, making those who saw him unable to forget him. The third was a big man who looked like a boorish person. His big and sturdy body, as well as his honest but foolish expression, made him into someone people would pay some attention to once they met him. The 4 people bowed to Su Ming. When he swung his arm, white ripples immediately appeared under the 4 people's feet. They moved back and instantly turned into 4 long arcs that rushed into 3 different directions. After they left, the place became quiet. Su Ming stared at the relocation rune and shook his head in silence. This rune is completely sealed off and badly damaged. The difficulty in activating it and entering Morning Dao Sect is far too great. But if Hu Zi was here, he might have a way. Su Ming raised his head and stared at the galaxy before he quietly closed his eyes. Building the 9th summit and becoming the master of true Morning Dao world were the things Su Ming had to accomplish before Saint Defier and Dark Dawn came. Only by doing so could he gather up enough power to have a slim chance of surviving and possibly even gaining a serendipity in the true world-ending disaster, which would be several times more violent than the whirlwind. Based on Zhang Jidao's memories, Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos paid attention to Arid Triad only because Arid Triad is an Expanse Cosmos. It is a place that can give birth to a saint who can claim the title of Arid God, and this person would be of equal status to the 3 Saint Defiers and the 3 Sovereigns of Dawn. There is even a possibility that this person could surpass them. Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos has their Lord Saint Defiers, Dark Dawn Expanse Cosmos has their Sovereigns of Dawn, and Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos will have an Arid God. An Expanse Cosmos has 3 deities. Only by becoming the Arid God, especially the first one, would I be able to look down upon the 3 Expanse Cosmoses with confidence. Chapter 1159, Seize the Heavens and Replace the Sun. Time trickled by as whirlwinds howled in the galaxy beyond the white ripple. They sounded like a malicious spirit, and it made a person feel as if they were in the netherworld or in the realm of ghosts if they listened to it for a prolonged period of time. Su Ming had long ago grown to love loneliness. He was used to meditating silently, and as he did so, he would regulate his cultivation base while mulling over his epiphany about winter, autumn, summer, and spring. However, since his physical body had yet to be formed, the will of spring was still a little bit away from him, and he could not complete the path. When Su Ming formed a physical body that belonged solely to him, he would step completely into the path depicting the will of spring. With the resurrection of spring, he could reach completion of his physical body, and then he could open his eyes to see a different world. It was just like his ideal goal when he was in the land of berserkers. He wanted to open his eyes and see a world that the others could not see. Back then, he had believed that the day was not far away from him, that it was just within his reach. Only after all that happened did he learn that while the distance was not great, he did not know how close he was. He needed to walk towards it step by step. The 9 cycles of life and death had ended his fate with Bai Ling. He might be feeling a little melancholic, but the past was the past. Insisting further on it was not Su Ming's character. From the moment Bai Feng chose to stand against him, the end to their relationship was already set in stone. The way things went down could already be considered a satisfactory conclusion. The 9 cycles of life and death had allowed Su Ming to end his story with Bai Ling. He had also formed links of fate with the White Ring. At the same time, he had also sensed the power of fate within the realms of the masters of fate, lives, and death during the reincarnations he experienced in the mortal refinement art. This epiphany was due to Bai Ling and the ring. It was related to him, but it was related to the others even more so. If he regarded it as a law of fate, then this fate would be vaguely related to the fate of the world around him, but also to him. The fate realm is too fascinating for words. This is true. This realm might be slightly similar to Avicania. Perhaps there are even some similarities between them. Right now, I can sense the existence of the fate in the world around me. This feeling exists in my heart, and it is shown in my hand. Su Ming mumbled. He lowered his head to stare at his hands. In silence, he raised his right hand and seized space. Immediately, threads of black light gathered on his palm. They were the light of extreme darkness and looked like ropes of grass, so Su Ming slowly tied knots on them. The knots merged together, and in the end, a doll made of the light of extreme darkness appeared in his hand. He stared at it for a long time, but he found that he could not tell who the doll was. It looked like him, but the sense of unfamiliarity when looking at it was just as strong. It seemed to contain the images of all lives as well as the appearances of all the people Su Ming had seen in his life. With a fling of his hand, the knots in the puppet were untied, returning to being only 2 threads of the light of extreme darkness. Su Ming weaved them together once more. This time, he made a doll of himself, but as time passed, he noticed that he could not successfully create himself. He felt as if there was always something lacking, making him unable to complete the doll. Su Ming continued for a while longer before he let out a soft sigh and gave up on the weaving equals. Turning the fate in the world outside as the doll in my fate is known as external fate. If I can create my doll someday, it will be a sign that I have mastered my own fate and perfected fate realm. I used the light of extreme darkness to weave the doll now. If I can use the threads of law in this galaxy to make a doll one day, the power of the laws of fate would reach its strongest. Su Ming relaxed his grip, and the doll fell apart. The former is an epiphany, and the latter is a divine ability. Only when they are merged together can they be considered to be the complete fate realm, but this fate realm is Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos Fate Realm. It is still inferior to what the powerful warriors in St. Defier's camp have reached. But if I can use laws to make a doll, and then take it a step further by using the light of extreme darkness to replace all the threads of laws in the galaxy where I am, it would be equivalent to saying that the laws were created by me, and they would change because of me as well. Once that becomes the case, I will definitely be much stronger than an average almighty in Fate Realm. I will be able to fight against the powerful warriors from St. Defier's camp who are in the same stage as I am. Su Ming mulled over his thoughts for a moment before a glint appeared in his eyes. Mountain Shifter and Ocean Remover are my strongest divine abilities, second only to my inborn abilities as an Abyss Builder. Then, perhaps 2 more powerful divine abilities shall come next. Seize the Heavens and replace the Sun. Seize the Heavens would come from me perfecting the laws of fate. My body itself will be heaven and fate. The matter of replacing the Sun will be that my fate replacing the laws in any place. This would not be a temporary change, but a complete, eternal change. And based on what I can imagine, the strongest state in this realm is being able to replace all the laws in true Morning Tao world. They would form once again based on my will, and because of it, I would replace true Morning Tao world's will. I would become true Morning Tao world. A brilliant light shone brightly in Su Ming's eyes. On that day, even if the people from St. Defier's camp descend, they will have to be wary of me. Even if their levels of cultivation are higher than mine, as long as the difference in level between us is not too great, they can only fight against me on equal terms. After all, I will have already turned into true Morning Tao world. I will be true Morning Tao world, and true Morning Tao world will be me. And Zhang Jidao's body will help me mediate and adjust to this. At that time, true Morning Tao world will belong to me completely. This is what I'll do. Before this whirlwind disappears, this is what I must do. Only by doing so will I be able to have a hand in the disaster that will arrive after this. And I will also have the right to obtain a serendipity from it. The light in Su Ming's eyes became brighter. He had already found his direction. The first step is to stabilize the fate of the world around me. The second step is for me to figure out my own fate and gather it together until I perfect my epiphany of it. The third step is to use the light of extreme darkness to replace the laws in a small area around me. The fourth step is also the last step. I will replace the will of true Morning Tao world and turn it into a world that belongs to extreme darkness. Then, I will have turned all of the laws in the area into my will. The first step is simple. I can do it with my current abilities, but I will need to spend some time on it. But the second step, how am I to master my own fate in the shortest time possible? This is. Su Ming frowned slightly and sank into deep thought. Several days later, a sparkle shone in Su Ming's eyes. At the same time it turned into a brilliant glare. He raised his right hand and drew a circle in the space before him. The circle slowly turned bigger. When it was several hundreds of feet big, a look of understanding appeared on Su Ming's face. The fate in the world around me can form this circle, and my own fate can cause this circle to grow without end. When it reaches a certain size, it will have gathered a lot of the fate in the world around it, and it will naturally expand again until it can gain control over itself. This form of control is a gradual control, moving from a small scale to a big scale. When the circle grows larger, everything it covers will be in my control, and slowly, I will have the feeling as if I gained control of my own fate. This feeling will continue growing stronger until it forms a will, and then it will be considered perfection. I can't take this path, however, because it will take too much time. It would have been fine before, during times of peace, but a disaster is imminent, and the thing I lack the most now is time. Then I should find another way to step into the state in which I can control my own fate. No one should have taken this path before, but it will still allow me to achieve the same result. Confidence appeared in Su Ming's eyes. This idea had not come to him out of the blue, but he had come to gain an epiphany on it based on the epiphany he had from the cycles of life and death he experienced in the world created by the mortal refinement art. The cycles of life and death in the mortal refinement art are in truth countless connecting dots in a single cycle. I can be said to have experienced 9 different lives at the same time. These lives intersected and connected with each other to form a huge net. All of this is external fate, but if I experience more things, I will live through more lifetimes. The net will become bigger, and each of the intersections will be part of my will. Once it reaches a certain size, I will have achieved the goal of mastering my own laws of fate through the fate in the world around me. It'll be like giving birth to countless lives with my will as the center. Through these lives, I will be able to continue expanding the circle of fate until the net is completed, until I come to be in control of myself through the lives of others. This is just a theory, but there should be nothing wrong with it. Yet if I am to put it into practice, I might need to make a few changes. After all, I cannot truly experience countless cycles of life and death, but I can gain an epiphany through other people's lives. The prerequisite for this would be that they have me in their hearts. They must also worship and respect me. With that, the will they produce can be connected and turn into the great net of reincarnation I need. Su Ming mulled over his thoughts. What he had come up with might sound difficult, but if he went about understanding it in a simple manner, he would describe controlling his own laws of fate as a form of confidence. With that premise, controlling the laws of fate in the world around him could be said to be how many people knew him. Having 10 people know him was nothing, and it was also nothing even if thousands of people knew him. However, if there were 10,000, tens of thousands, or even millions of people who knew him, it would be the same as him seizing control over the fate of the world around him. When these links of fate increased and reached an incredibly terrifying number, they would fill him with confidence. It would stem from the ability to control the power of his own laws of fate. In truth, the so-called great fame operated in this logic. Those who were famous would definitely become illustrious people. This was the power of fate. What is similar to what the people who I saved in the world of Nine did. They formed their own race and worshipped me. In their hearts, they remember me, and they deliver to me the power of their will. It then naturally forms the laws of my fate. If that is the case, and I can make more people worship and respect me, their wills will turn into the net of reincarnation. Once inside it, I will become stronger daily, and through them, I will obtain my own fate. In fact, it will be easier for me to seize true morning Tao world and replace it through them as well. With my will, I will be able to replace the laws. Determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. After pondering over everything carefully for a moment, he became certain that the idea was plausible, and he closed his eyes, immersing himself in meditation. He was now even more certain that he could make true morning Tao world integrate with him. Chapter 1160, Sending Out the Clones. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During them, Su Ming meditated in the area. He strengthened his understanding of the epiphany towards the laws of fate, making his body and mind master it thoroughly. On that day, Su Ming opened his eyes slowly and stared at the distant galaxy. His gaze was profound, as if the universe was contained in his eyes. Before long, a long arc charged over from the whirlwind. There was a white ripple around the long arc wherever it went, the whirlwind would spread out, allowing the person to muster a certain extent of their power. In the span of a few breaths, the long arc turned into the old Miao Feng hundreds of feet away. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. "Greetings, master." Su Ming remained as calm as ever. He cast Miao Feng an indifferent glance and nodded slightly. "Master, I investigated the easternmost direction and noticed tens of thousands of cultivators in the area. They are either in groups of 3 or 4, or in hundreds. They are scattered in several hidden parts in the east. Most of them were wary of me, besides a small portion who showed delight and surprise towards being offered to join the sect. Most of them are hesitant." Miao Feng explained with his head lowered. Su Ming swept his gaze past Miao Feng's body and asked calmly, "How did you get those injuries?" "I obtained them in a spot in the east, about 2 months away from here. It is the furthest I have went this time. There is a small army formed by members of the past Morning Dao sect there. They number nearly 10,000, and they refused your offer to join the sect. However, they wanted the treasure to move through the whirlwind which you bestowed upon me." When Miao Feng said that, he lifted his head and cast Su Ming a glance. He did not continue speaking. A barely noticeable glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He sized up Miao Feng, then raised his right hand and swung it. Immediately, a medicinal core appeared out of nowhere in his palm before it charged to Miao Feng. "This core is from the higher realm and will heal your injuries. Swallow it and meditate for 2 hours, then bring me to the spot where you were injured." Once Su Ming finished speaking, he closed his eyes, but his divine sense had locked onto the old man in the distance and began observing him closely. Miao Feng received the medicinal core and swallowed it without hesitation before immediately beginning to meditate. Soon, sweat broke out on his skin, and 2 hours later, his eyes flew open. Excitement appeared in them, and banging sounds resounded in his body. In truth, the injuries on his body were not everything. During the disaster, he had also been injured, but had been suppressing it. Yet the 2-hour-long meditation had healed most of his injuries and even made his cultivation base slightly stronger. The qualities of the medicinal core made it clear that it was a valuable item. Miao Feng's gaze when he looked towards Su Ming immediately filled with gratitude. Right away, Su Ming noticed with his divine sense while he had his eyes shut that a power of the laws of fate leaning towards him had appeared around the old man, though it was weak. The old man himself did not notice it, but Su Ming could see it clearly. This proved that his previous analysis was correct. At that moment, he was no longer uncertain of what he should do. Once he opened his eyes, he remained still, but overlapping shadows instantly appeared around him. A muddled figure walked out and turned into another him. It was also dressed in a black robe, but it was Su Ming's clone, the one that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, and which he had just recovered. A faint layer of golden light surrounded the clone. It was one of Su Ming's personalities. At that moment, it had been extracted from him as the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole left him. In the past, Su Ming could not control his personalities with his own power, but when he gained an epiphany towards fate and took control of the fate in the world around him, he could easily control his different personalities. He could even extract them and fuse into different clones. "Lead the way," Su Ming's clone said in a hoarse voice from within the black robe. Miao Feng immediately voiced his obedience and stood up, turning into a long arc that charged into the distance along with Su Ming's clone. The white ripple was beneath their feet. When it spread out, it pushed away the whirlwind, increasing their speed. It was especially so for Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. He was already so strong that he could force his way through the whirlwind for a period of time without suffering too much damage. After all, his blood, flesh, bones, and veins were formed after absorbing the ancient god's body. While the physical power he controlled might not be able to make him imperishable, he had still reached a state that he was incredibly hard to destroy. With booming sounds shocking the heavens, 2 long arcs left swiftly into the distance. After a moment, they disappeared into the whirlwind. Su Ming slowly lowered his head while he was sitting in the millions of feet of empty space formed by the white ripple. He closed his eyes again and began meditating. Su Ming's clone forced his way through the whirlwind with his powerful physical power, and he was so fast that he surpassed Miao Feng. In the end, he grabbed the old man's arm and charged forward while stirring up piercing whistles which indicated that space had been broken as he charged at a speed faster than lightning. Miao Feng felt excitement as well as shock. He knew that his master's level of cultivation was astonishing, but he did not expect that a mere clone would possess such terrifying power. This shocked him, but no rebellious thoughts rose in his heart, only obedience. Half a month after the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole left, long arcs charged over from the distance into the region where Su Ming as Zhang Ji Dao meditated. The long arc was incredibly frail, and it seemed to be struggling. When the person rushed into the region within the ripple, he showed up to be Dao Zhong. His face was pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. There were numerous white insects squirming in his blood. When he spat some out with the blood, they let out shrill screeches before shattering with a bang. They then turned into centipedes with wings that charged towards Dao Zhong while roaring at him. Master! Dao Zhong, who was immensely weakened, immediately shouted while raising his right hand. When he was about to make the last bit of his cultivation base in his body erupt, Su Ming's eyes flew open. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. With it, a power of time descended with a bang on the region where the young man was. It caused a terrifying reversal of time in that small area. As time flowed back, the centipedes with wings fell backwards and turned back into white insects with blood staining their bodies. The blood also immediately flowed back and returned into Dao Zhong's mouth. At the same time, his body trembled. In just 5 breaths, countless white threads seeped out of his pores with a bang, then gathered together to form a small white ball the size of a fist in space. As it formed, Dao Zhong's cultivation base started recovering from its weakened state. He didn't recover to his best condition, but most of his cultivation base had been restored. Only then did the power to reverse time dissipated. Dao Zhong was struck dumb. His body shuddered slightly. His gaze when he stared at Su Ming filled with fear greater than ever before in his life. His heart trembled, for he could sense that what had happened to him just now then was due to a power of time. It was the reversal of time. A great divine ability allowed a person to control time. Only this sort of divine ability could make the injuries on his body to instantly become better. Only it could make the white threads come out of his body in the same manner they entered until they turned back to their original form. Su Ming's strength stunned Dao Zhong at that instant, as if he had been suppressed. He sucked in a sharp breath, then bowed deeply to Su Ming. With respect in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your help, Master." "What happened?" Su Ming asked flatly. He seized the space with his right hand, and the small white ball immediately went to him. When Su Ming caught it, he began observing it carefully. "Master, I found 31 spots where the cultivators who survived gathered to the west of this place. Most of them have less than 100 people. Only 2 of them have thousands, and they are 2 shattered planets. Based on my observations, I could tell that they are filled with cultivators who were once from the Immortals' Union. There are 4 Almighties in Mastery Realm among them. During the investigation, I was heavily injured by a mortal enemy of mine. If it was not because of the treasure you bestowed upon me allowing me to move through the whirlwind while the other could not chase after me, I might have already died there." Dao Zhong explained with a bitter smile. And he hesitated for a moment. "Speak," Su Ming said flatly while staring at the small white ball in his hand. "The forces of power from the Immortals' Union which chased after me seemed to have formed their own sect," Dao Zhong immediately said. Su Ming shifted his gaze away from the small white ball and let his eyelids fall slightly. Immediately, overlapping shadows appeared around him once more. After a moment, a layer of fog manifested around his body. When it moved out of him, it turned into a man with an indistinct appearance. There was an indescribable, malicious air about the man's body. It was Su Ming's Ikang clone, and the black shade from among Su Ming's personalities was within it. That color represented the will of midwinter, signifying destruction and slaughter. When the black shade fused with the Ikang clone, it gradually went black. The black-haired man's appearance could not be seen clearly, but a powerful, killing intent surrounded him. There can only be one sect in true Morning Dao sect from now on. No second one will be tolerated. Once any appear, we will simply destroy it. Only kill their leader. If the ones remaining submit to us, bring them back." Su Ming did not look at Dao Zhong, but instead continued staring at the small white ball, as if he was incredibly interested in it. A blood-red light shone in the eyes of the black Ikang clone. He did not speak, but took a step forward to appear next to its guide. Dao Zhong felt his heart freeze. He could sense the dense, killing intent emanating from the black figure, along with madness that made him shudder. He quickly lowered his head and voiced his obedience, while looking forward to the expression his enemy would have upon his return. Chapter 1161, MO. "Damn you, Zhou Tian Feng." This time, I will make you die without having a body to be buried. Killing intent shone in Dao Zhong's eyes, but when he looked at Su Ming's black clone beside him, his expression immediately turned into one of respect. He bowed deeply. Then he turned into a long arc and charged forward, disappearing into the whirlwind. This thing is rather interesting. It's an insect egg, but there is a hint of the power of a world contained in it. It seems like it isn't something that belongs to this true world. Su Ming stared at the small white ball in his hand, then sent his divine sense into it to observe it carefully. Once they fused, the small white ball started shuddering in Su Ming's hand as if it was struggling to free itself, but Su Ming's hand was like a seal that completely sealed up its movements. There were two long arcs charging through true Morning Dao world. Before them, there was a shattered continent in the whirlwind. It was not large and had already been broken up. Even the center of the continent was divided by the whirlwind. Miao Feng pointed at the continent in the whirlwind before he spoke respectfully to Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Master, it's this place. This is the spot where the small army formed by those who once belonged to Morning Dao Sect live. They have 3 almighties in there. The clone had a calm expression on his face when he cast a glance at the continent in the whirlwind. He walked out of the white ripple and forced his way through the whirlwind by turning into a long arc that stirred up shocking booms. Miao Feng followed behind him. He stared at the clone forcing his way through the whirlwind and became even more wary of Su Ming. The clone did not intend to hide his movements. The booming sounds he stirred up reverberated in the air and reached the continent. In just the span of a few breaths, a long arc flew out from inside it. Haha, trespassers are not allowed here. This is the territory of Morning Dao Sect. Those who trespass will be killed. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose. He was dressed in a golden robe, and there was a hint of arrogance on his face. His words traveled in all directions, echoing in space. The power belonging to those in Mastery Realm spread out from his body. His presence was slightly muddled, making it clear that he had just recently reached Mastery Realm, but his arrogance was much greater than that of most almighties in Mastery Realm. There was an air of superiority about him, but he was not someone who had fought in battles before. He might have seemed arrogant, but his heart was filled with caution. What answered him was a punch from Su Ming's clone as he descended from the long arc. The punch was thrown when the two of them were hundreds of thousands of feet away, but it was such a monstrous attack that the galaxy shook. The universe rumbled, the earth trembled, and the whirlwind froze for a moment. It immediately turned into an illusory shadow in the sky. That shadow was 1,000 feet large. When it closed in with loud bangs on the middle-aged man, it expanded until it was 10,000 feet large. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he quickly retreated without any hesitation. When he raised his arms, incantations tumbled out of his mouth. He also formed several seals before he tapped a few spots in front of him. Rays of light from treasures shone on his body. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a shield that was several dozens of feet large in front of him. It had a picture of 2 pythons on it. At that moment, the 2 pythons came to life and flew out to surround the middle-aged man. They formed a whirlwind that crashed against the incoming punch. Booming sounds shook the entire galaxy. The 2 pythons did not even manage to scream in pain before their bodies were reduced to ashes. The shield too instantly disappeared, allowing the punch to land on the middle-aged man's body. The man's face turned stark pale. Fearful disbelief appeared on his face, but no matter what, he was an almighty. He might not have been able to escape in time, but he bit his tongue with a snap of his jaw, and with that intense pain, he stimulated his nascent divinity. It fell back swiftly and rushed out of his body the instant its physical body collided with the illusory shadow of the fist. Boom. If anyone looked from above, they would find that the middle-aged man's body was reduced to a bloody shower. As rumbling sounds echoed in the galaxy, the fist landed on the continent. A loud bang shook the sky and earth, and the ground trembled violently. Wind swept outwards madly like the waves in an ocean, shocking and astonishing the 10,000-something cultivators on the continent. Most of them flew up before raising their heads to look the sky with fear and panic on their faces. Su Ming's clone revealed himself in the sky. With a swing of his arm, he said flatly, "The 9th summit has descended. Those who submit will enter the sect, and you will offer up your souls to do so. Those who do not will have no need to continue living in degradation." Once the dust settled, a huge pit was revealed on the continent. That hole went through the entire continent. Those above it could see the galaxy on the other side. The whirlwind shot through the hole and turned into a vortex that penetrated the continent to connect both sides of the galaxy. Thin cracks spread out from the edges of the hole to the entire continent with loud cracking sounds. The shock of it was enough to astonish all the cultivators in the area. 2 long arcs flew out from the continent and stood in the air to stare at Su Ming's clone with grim expressions on their faces. They were also staring at Miao Feng, who had only just arrived behind Su Ming. The 2 cultivators were old men. At that moment, one of them said in a dark tone, "Sir, what is the meaning of this? Are you taking advantage of us for having lost our connection with Morning Dao Sect and intend to forcefully plunder out souls? Aren't you afraid of Morning Dao Sect's rage once the whirlwind disappears? Morning Dao Sect has already been reduced to ruins. The Immortals Union is gone. Plenty of cultivators have died in the entire true Morning Dao world. All of you are trees without roots. Even if you can last for many years until the whirlwind disappears, you will not find the peace of the past welcoming you. Instead, you will be faced with a disaster that will be much more violent than this whirlwind. Enter the 9th summit and become the masters of true Morning Dao world. This is your only choice," Su Ming's clone stated flatly. "Nonsense. Morning Dao Sect is powerful enough that it will not be destroyed by this whirlwind. On what basis do you dare to say? On the basis that I can move through the whirlwind and on the basis that I can bring all of you through it as well," Su Ming said calmly. "Do you agree or disagree?" A brilliant light shone in his eyes when he said his final sentence. A chilling, killing intent shone in the eyes of the old man who had spoken, but at that moment, Su Ming's clone smiled coldly. He raised his right hand and seized the air in the direction of the hole he had just punched. Immediately, the vortex formed by the whirlwind jolted as if it was being sucked by a great force. As everyone stared in shock and horror, it charged towards Su Ming. It surrounded him, and when Su Ming clenched his fist and struck forward, booming sounds shook the universe. The vortex disintegrated and fell backwards, charging towards the whirlwind in the galaxy beyond the continent. Continuous booming sounds reverberated in the air, and a gap that was 100,000 feet big appeared in the whirlwind. This gap was formed by Su Ming throwing a punch with his full power. The whirlwind in the gap disintegrated, and the power of the world in it fell back. This shocked the heart of the old man who had killing intent in his eyes. What level of cultivation do you have?" Right after he said that, the other old man sighed under his breath. Determination appeared on his face, and he wrapped his fist in his palm to bow deeply towards Su Ming. "I am willing to join the 9th summit." As he spoke, the mark of his soul immediately shone at the center of his brows. Upon rising, it rushed out and charged towards Su Ming. In an instant, it fused with him, and he relaxed. Su Ming's strength had given him a great shock, but the more shocking thing was that with his power of Fate Realm, he had been able to tell that the person before him was just a clone. Compared to the success experienced by Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, his Akane clone, the one which contained his black, destructive personality and was yet to gather together a corporeal form, found himself faced with a different conclusion due to the different personalities Su Ming gave the 2 great clones. "Those who submit live, and those who defy me die," the Akane clone stated in a hoarse voice while its face remained indistinct. In his right hand was a bloody head whose face was full of disbelief. It seemed like the man could not believe that he would die even right before his death. As he spoke, Su Ming's Akane clone threw the head forward, and it landed on a tower made up of more than 1,000 heads piled up together. Behind the tower of heads were thousands of cultivators. At that moment, their faces were pale, and the 2 men right in front stared at 2 heads among the thousands of heads while their hearts trembled. The 2 heads belonged to almighties who were equal to them in terms of strength and who were their companions. However, before the indistinct figure with a malicious air spreading from its entire body, the 2 almighties did not even last for the span of an incense stick before they were killed. "Who are you?" One of the 2 men roared in a nearly hysterical tone. The moment his roar traveled into space, Su Ming's Akane clone lowered his head swiftly. Blood-red light shone in his eyes, and his body swiftly expanded. An Akane tree appeared between the sky and earth, and an endless, malicious presence spread out. It was an oppressive air that suffocated others, and it instantly landed in the hearts of the thousands of cultivators on the planet. "You may call me Mo Su, but you can also call me Mo." Su Ming's Akane clone said hoarsely. "Mo." The man shuddered, then lowered his head in anguish. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to Su Ming's Akang clone. The other Almighty was also forced to lower his head and worship him. As the two of them submitted, the thousands of cultivators knelt down and worshipped Su Ming without any hesitation. "We are willing to join the Ninth Summit. Greetings, Sect Master Mo." As they bowed, the mark of their souls immediately appeared at the center of all their brows. They gathered together and charged towards Su Ming's Akang clone. When they fused into him, his body instantly looked like it had become slightly more corporeal. At the same time, the power of the law of fate, which was visible to Su Ming alone, appeared on the thousands of cultivators. Immediately after, as if the power of the laws of fate reacted to Su Ming, a barely discernible law of fate belonging to him appeared around his Akang clone. Chapter 1162, and Fang. Su Ming sat in the big empty spot enveloped by the white ripple in true morning Tao world, right next to the edge of the relocation rune, while he stared at the small white ball in his palm. Shrieks came from inside it at that moment. There was madness and ferociousness in the voice, as if it wanted to rush out of Su Ming's right hand and devour him. However, his hand was like a seal that kept the small white ball imprisoned. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. This is definitely not something of this world. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The more he investigated the item, the more he sensed the strange qualities within it. There were 99,999 insects in the form of thin threads in the ball. None of them were sentient, but strangely, once they gathered together, a sort of will formed between them. That will was very faint. Once Su Ming's divine sense touched it, he immediately sensed a monstrous aggressiveness and madness within it. The white ball seemed to want to devour the universe, and its madness promised that it would not willingly submit, even in the face of the paragons in the universe. "This is an egg." A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes as he mumbled to himself. He sensed a hint of life force in the will. It was as faint and weak as the will, but it gave off the feeling that it could grow endlessly. Interesting. It is divided into nearly 100,000 parts which have no consciousness. However, when they are together, a faint will can be born. Since this item is not from this world, there is a high possibility that it is from Saint Defier or Dark Dawn. After remaining silent for a moment, Su Ming furled his right hand. At the same time, his divine sense became violent and swept past the small white ball, using violence to instantly destroy all forms of consciousness within it. Cracking sounds immediately came from the small ball. There seemed to be a shrill scream of pain, which only divine senses could hear in those sounds. After a moment, a wisp of green smoke spread out from the small ball. When it disappeared without a trace, the ball was no longer white, but had become dreary gray. The instant Su Ming destroyed the will in the small white ball, in the depths of the endless whirlwind within true morning Tao world, right under the gap, to Arid Triad expanse cosmos, a shrill roar rang out. If anyone could see into the depths of the whirlwind, they would be able to see a gigantic object. It was a locust that was magnified an unknown number of times. The insect was so large that its size was comparable to that of an ancient god. The locust was laying eggs, and there were numerous small white balls connected to it with thin threads. The small balls numbered to tens of thousands. They were connected to each other, and all of them were squirming and shrinking. If anyone saw it, their skill would crawl. It was a terrifying sight to behold. At that moment, the large insect was roaring, and its compound eyes filled with anger and madness. Buzzing sounds came swiftly from its body. "Who is it? Who killed my babies? My and Fang's babies?" As the locust roared, a fierce light lit up in its eyes, and the creature stared into space. After a long while, Su Ming's figure appeared clearly in its eyes. "This person is from Saint Defier's camp. All those from Saint Defier should die." The locust threw its head back and roared. Its cultivation base spread out, and it was so strong that it could make the galaxy tremble. It was a power that surpassed those of sublime paragons. Even though the insect had yet to reach Avicania realm, its level of cultivation was already incredibly terrifying. Just as it was about to rush out, a golden chain flew out from the gap in space behind it. With a crack, it hit its body, making the locust jolt. Damn this chain from Saint Defier expanse cosmos. If it wasn't limiting my descent, I would have long since become the master of Arid Triad expanse cosmos. My fellow Taoists from Dark Dawn, what are you doing? You asked me to descend so that I can gain the initiative. But if you don't get rid this Saint Defier chain, how am I supposed to descend with my full power? The locust threw its head back and roared. Its voice traveled straight into the gap that led to somewhere unknown. At that moment, golden light swiftly shone on the golden chain. Not only did it not disappear, it charged towards the Locust at an even faster speed. Judging by the looks of it, it seemed like it could crush the Locust straight away. Damn it! Damn it! This is a Saint Defier attacking me. Madness appeared on the Locust's face. When it saw the chain approaching it, it roared loudly, and its body swiftly crumbled before the chain to turn into tens of thousands of parts that fused into the eggs behind it. Immediately, the eggs resembling small white balls shuddered together before splitting up to turn into tens of thousands of parts that shot into all directions. The golden chain swept outwards, and the galaxy roared. The universe was damaged, and 9/10 of the tens of thousands of small balls crumbled. However, there were hundreds of them that vanished into space and disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, I activated the body-splitting art once I came here. Damn that Saint Defier camp. Sooner or later, all of you will die. A crazed voice traveled through the galaxy. When it reverberated in space, the golden chain lashed out again, stirring up a layer of golden ripples that swept towards the fleeing hundreds of small white balls. However, the instant it lashed out, a sinister, cold snort suddenly came from the gap in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. At the same time, a strange arm that looked like an octopus tentacle lashed out and collided with the golden chain. Booming sounds rang out. The war between us has yet to end. The battle between Dark Dawn and Saint Defier is still ongoing. If you dare get distracted by the matters in this place, you might die in this battle. The voice was answered by a woman's cold snort, but the golden chain disappeared. The two people's presences seemed to leave the gap within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos to continue waging war in their own battlefield. The moment the hundreds of small white balls spread out in the whirlwind, they rushed out in multiple directions to charge towards life forms closest to them. As long as they could touch a living and breathing creature, they would latch onto them as parasites and use them to nourish their bodies. When they merged together again, they would regain the form of the Locust. Its level of cultivation would be slightly lower than before, but given time and enough killing for offerings, it could return to its top condition in a short period of time. Not all of the hundreds of small white balls stayed in true Morning Dao world. Quite a large number of them split up and shot through the plane between worlds to head to the other three great true worlds. Kill, I need to kill. I need the fear of countless lives when they die. Only by doing so can I recover at the shortest amount of time possible. Only then can I build my own Locust army in this shoddy lower realm. The Locust roared, and it slowly spread out as the hundreds of small white balls gradually spread out. After about a day passed, in the galaxy to the north in true Morning Dao world, Chunwon and Sima Yu were looking around themselves with grave expressions. There were thousands of cultivators in red robes around them. All of the cultivators had numb expressions, which created a grim and chilling atmosphere. Each of them had extraordinary power, but what was even more shocking was their murderous aura as well as the feeling of superiority belonging to those who always won in the battles they participated. Perhaps by themselves they were not Chunwon and his wife's opponents, and not even 10 or 100 of them could hope to match up to them. But there were thousands of them. Their presences seemed to be connected, fusing into a single, shockingly strong one. Chunwon could instantly sense danger. When the thousands of presences fused together, what the wife and husband felt became even worse. My friends, are you cultivators from Morning Dao Sect's war chamber? Please ask your commander to come forth so that we may speak to him, Chunwon said in a mild tone, abandoning the arrogance usually adopted by almighties. However, the area around them was silent. No one answered. The thousands of people had no expression on their faces. They only stared at Chunwon and his wife coldly. Kill them. A calm voice with matchless chilling air said languidly from the legion of cultivators. Almost the instant the words were spoken, the thousands of cultivators looked like they had woken up from deep sleep. They moved, and a bizarre presence swiftly came from each cultivator's body. It did not seem to be formed by a cultivation method, but like a strange divine ability which belonged to the tribes in Divine Essence Star Ocean. At the instant the presence erupted, the eyes of the thousands of cultivators turned bloodshot. Their cultivation bases increased exponentially at the same time, and they roared in a manner that could shake the sky and earth. Kill them. Chunwon and his wife's expressions immediately changed drastically when the thousands of cultivators took a uniform step forward. Their murderous aura reached a monstrous degree and descended on the couple with loud bangs. At the instant it looked like a battle was about to erupt, Chun Wen activated his cultivation base. Sima Yu's expression changed, and she cried out in a piercing voice. The two of us represent the only sect in true Morning Dao world right now, the Ninth Summit. We came here to invite all of you into the sect. My master is a cultivator from the higher realm, and his level of cultivation far exceeds what you can imagine. If you insist on attacking us, you will surely be bringing upon yourselves the disaster of your entire race being destroyed. The instant Sima Yu said those words, the thousands of cultivators in the area revealed their killing intent. They charged forward, but at that moment, the voice which had come from behind the legion of cultivators spoke again. Stop! This one word immediately made the thousands of cultivators come to an abrupt halt. Their uniform movement caused Chun Wen's pupils to shrink when he saw it. Immediately after, the legion of cultivators before Chun Wen and Sima Yu took 3 uniform steps to the side to reveal a gap leading to the space beyond the encirclement. A tall figure slowly walked forward through it. That figure held a gigantic battle axe in his hand while taking huge strides forward. His body was tall and muscular, and he was filled with an indescribable, murderous aura, but he had no head. It was a figure that brought others fear when they cast their eyes on it. The man's cultivation base also exuded a bizarre ripple. He seemed like an almighty, but at the same time, not. Chun Wen and his wife could not help themselves and cast their gazes on him. The instant they got a clear look of the person, their expressions changed at once. They cast each other a glance before bringing out the jade slip Su Ming had given them to compare the portrait with the person before them. Chapter 1163, Senior Brother. Once they finished checking, a strange light lit up in Chun Wen's eyes. But before he spoke, the headless man walking over with a heinous murderous aura all over his body spoke in a ghastly, booming voice. Did you just say the Ninth Summit? It is indeed the Ninth Summit. Chen stared at the headless man, then wrapped his fist in his palm before he bowed deeply towards him. He swiftly squeezed the jade slip in his hand, intending to send the information of his findings back to Su Ming. But when he squeezed the jade slip, Chun Wen's expression suddenly changed drastically. It was the same for Sima Yu. They discovered to their shock that the jade slips in their hands had turned into normal stones at some unknown point in time. Their jade slips had instead appeared in front of the headless man. They shone with a brilliant light as the headless man used his divine sense to check them. This scene immediately caused Chun Wen and his wife to feel their hearts thump in their chests. Shock and fear filled their bodies. They had no idea how he had been able to do such a thing, and how they had been unable to even notice it. After a moment, the jade slips in front of the headless man shattered with a bang. The person who gave you these jade slips has extraordinary power. I cannot see the contents within them. Lead the way. I will go to the Ninth Summit you speak of. When the man mentioned the Ninth Summit, no one noticed that there was a slight quiver in his voice. His heart was far from the calm look he put up on his face. A huge storm was raging within him. It was mixed with extreme anticipation. Are you the one who gave them these jade slips, youngest junior brother? The headless man mumbled in his heart. In silence, he swung the battle axe in his right hand, and it immediately turned into a long arc that charged towards Chun Wen and Sima Yu. The long arc shot through the space between them, going straight towards the whirlwind. With loud booms, a path was opened. Lead the way, the headless man repeated languidly. Chun Wen and Sima Yu cast each other a glance. After a moment of hesitation, they made their choice. Su Ming had given them the jade slips, while saying that they were to immediately notify him when they saw the people in the portraits. Although the jade slips had shattered, they would still be considered to have fulfilled his request if they brought the man to him. As Chun Wen and his wife's expression changed, they chose to lead the way. The ripples under their feet immediately spread out and enveloped the area. The couple then charged along the path that had been opened in the whirlwind. Behind them, the headless man took large strides forward. He was followed by the thousands of cultivators with expressionless faces. Together, they all charged through the whirlwind. The headless man was completely unbothered by it. When he swung his axe, the whirlwind before it would disintegrate and fall backwards, opening a path for him. In the meantime, Su Ming was still sitting cross-legged in the empty space. The instant the jade slips shattered, his eyes flew open. A dark glare shone in them. He cast a glance at the galaxy in the distance, then frowned slightly. The jade slips I gave Chun Wen and his wife were shattered. It's not because of them, however, but someone else forcefully shattering them. Yet person would not have been able to obtain the portraits I left behind. Since the person could crush my jade slips, they should have become a true almighty in Mastery Realm, not like the others in Arid Triad, who have only reached a pseudo-Mastery Realm. Looks like even if true Morning Dao world is terrorized by the disaster brought by the whirlwind, there are still plenty of powerful warriors around. This is good. Su Ming pondered over it for a moment, then closed his eyes again. He could sense that Chun Wen and his wife were still alive and were rushing in his direction. All the answers would be clear when they returned. At the same time, Su Ming sensed that his clones with the different personalities were using different methods to collect more souls and gather more power of the laws of fate. Their actions proved that Su Ming's assumption was plausible. If he could gather together all the remaining cultivators in true Morning Dao world, he could complete the second step of his plan. He could control his own fate, then use the light of extreme darkness to replace the laws in a small area. To the east, Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was shrouded in golden light. It had a gentle air, but due to the clone's mighty strength, the golden light had a domineering presence despite its gentleness. Miao Feng stood behind the clone. He was followed by tens of thousands of people. They moved forward like a great flood while enveloped by the white ripple. Before them was a planet that was still partially whole. The moment they arrived, nearly 10,000 cultivators flew out. Submit to me and join the 9th Summit. You will then receive protection during the disaster. This is your only choice. You are not allowed to resist or refuse, because this is the only way for you to survive. The clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole had golden light spread out from his body. He lifted his hands slowly, and his voice from within the golden light traveled in all directions. In another place, the west of true Morning Dao world, Su Ming's Zikang clone killed all those who refused to join the sect with a murderous aura and bloodlust wherever he passed. Roaring behind him was a sea of blood filled with countless heads. They intimidated the tens of thousands of cultivators who followed him. Their numbers were similar to those that the golden clone had gathered. The hearts of the cultivators trembled every time they caught a glance of it. When they cast their gazes on Su Ming's Zikang clone, there was deep respect in them. In another place was a lone ship sailing through the whirlwind. The gentle man on it was drinking wine while accompanied by beautiful women. He looked like he was having the time of his life. Behind him was an incredibly boorish person. This man had a simple and honest look on his face. With a sideways glance, he stared at the gentle man with a scornful expression. Second senior brother, should I change the way I refer to that woman beside you as my second sister-in-law, or as your master? Damn it, that title is too confusing. The man harumphed. The lady sitting beside the gentle man was a beautiful woman. She was completely unbothered by the big man's words and covered her mouth to hide a chuckle. Due to her laughter, her eyes narrowed into the shapes of crescent moons, and she stared at the gentle man by her side. This adorable person was once her disciple, but had now become her man. Huzi, there are 3 things in a person's life against which they are completely helpless. Do you know what they are? The gentle man drank his wine, then put down the cup and signaled to the beautiful woman beside him to pour wine for him. When he turned his head around, he had a smile that was like spring wind. Nonsense, of course I know those stupid 3 helpless things you're talking about. To me, when I want to drink but there is no wine, I feel helpless. When I want to sleep but can't, I feel helpless. When I miss home but can't see the 9th Summit, I feel helpless as well. There's no way you'd feel helpless. Come on, why don't you tell me? I'd like to hear it. The honest-looking man seemed to be incredibly dissatisfied with the gentle man and spoke loudly. Ahem, 3rd junior brother, you are so rude. It would have been fine if there was no one else beside us, but when there are other people, could you show at least a little respect to your 2nd senior brother? The gentle man shook his head and picked up the wine cup to take a sip from it with an incredibly resigned expression. Rubbish. From the day you went off and left me in the Immortals Union, I swore that I would definitely take revenge. Why you? You went off to find love in a woman's bosom while making me suffer in the Immortals Union, and you didn't even bother picking me up after so many years. There were plenty of times when my body was shot full of holes. The honest man glared at the gentle man. But that is the plan set by Eldest senior brother. He wanted us to split up, and he said that you needed to put yourself through the mill. If you want to be angry, go to Eldest senior brother. The gentle man pouted and sighed. I wouldn't dare to get angry at Eldest senior brother, but as for you, I've already helped you preserve enough of your dignity by not mentioning you spying at the female disciples from the other summits in the past. I still remember that you even wanted to figure out the method to create the rune for peeking at others, but failed and were chased to the 9th summit. The honest man said with a harumph while glaring at the gentleman. The gentleman let out a few dry coughs and changed the topic. I have yet to finish speaking. There are 3 things in a person's life about which they feel completely helpless. Huzi, the 3 things we feel helpless against are envy, jealousy, and hate. Right now, you're envious of me, and you're even jealous of me, and because of it, you have hate growing in you, but I am your second senior brother. Haha. Oh well, look at the season, could it be spring? Don't worry, Huzi, I will handle your marriage. The gentleman patted his chest as if he was making a pledge. Come on, tell me, what type do you like? Don't worry, even if I can't find the type you like among the girls here, when we go to the barren lands of divine essence to search for youngest junior brother, he will definitely find one that is good for you over there. The gentleman said in a teasing manner while taking a sip of his drink. Huzi fell silent. Why aren't you speaking? Huzi, you shouldn't be embarrassed at such a young age. Come on, tell me. When the gentleman saw that Huzi had a different expression on his face, he became interested. He even sat up a little straighter. Huzi still remained silent. Let me guess. Do you like the younger ones, so that you can enjoy the feeling of protecting them when you're together? No, that can't be right. Then do you like older women? The mature ones who still retain some of their charms despite being past their prime? The gentleman spoke nonstop, causing Huzi's face to twitch. In the end, he could not take it anymore, and his right hand rose swiftly. A pot of wine appeared in his palm, and he threw it at the gentleman. An incredibly exaggerated scream of pain rose up. It was followed by a sigh. Women who are past their prime, young lassies. You're still too young. Oh, Huzi, why are your tastes so strange? Oh, sir, that is a good poem. That's right, sir. This is the 637 RD poem you made on your way here. I've recorded all of them. Huzi's face twitched a few more times before he cast the gentleman a resigned look and sighed long and hard. He then picked up a pot of wine and started drinking, no longer bothering himself with him. In one galaxy, but 3 different places. Fellow brothers of a lifetime. Perhaps there was some sort of fate manipulating events, but it did not matter whether it was the headless man or the ship. Both of them were slowly approaching the spot where Su Ming had made his residence. If they did not run into any accidents on the way, then perhaps soon, they would be able to see each other. A separation that lasted for more than 1,000 years. Perhaps soon, they would reunite. Chapter 1164, and Fang's baby. As time trickled by, another month passed. Su Ming remained meditating, quietly trying to gain an epiphany about the laws in the world around him. He also quietly sensed the increasing power of the laws of fate that his 2 clones absorbed. The aura of his cultivation base grew every day. It might not be much, but without a doubt, he was getting stronger. In fact, during the past few days, besides trying to understand the laws of fate, he had spent some time to understand Zhang Jidao's memories. From them, he gained a deeper understanding of essences and the existence that was Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos is like the origin of heaven. In the eyes of Saint Defier and Dark Dawn, this is an expanse cosmos that was just born. It is just like Dark Dawn and Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos during their early days. In the endless passage of time, they had grown until each of them obtained 180 expanse cosmoses. This can be considered a form of wholesomeness. It can be said that their expanse cosmoses reached the limit of their growth. If I say that the expanse cosmos itself is the mother, then the 180 expanse cosmoses in it are her children, and the cultivators as well as the lives in those 180 expanse cosmoses are her blood veins. Arid Triad is an expanse cosmos which has just been born. It is an origin of an expanse cosmos which will have 180 expanse cosmoses develop from it, if it is given enough time. This is why if Saint Defier or Dark Dawn obtain Arid Triad, they will gain the power to destroy the other party. It is also why from the moment they discovered Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, they began fighting over it ceaselessly. Su Ming opened his eyes and stared at the galaxy, falling silent once more. Compared to Saint Defier and Dark Dawn, the current Arid Triad was like a child. It was absolutely impossible for it to compare itself to the 2 ancients. It simply did not possess the power to fight. Whether it was Saint Defier or Dark Dawn, both of them would find it incredibly easy to subjugate Arid Triad. But unfortunately for them, they were fighting against each other, and neither allowed the other to make the first step. On top of that, Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos might be weak, but it was still an expanse cosmos in its early stages of development, which meant that it had a power within it that could suppress external forces. This was an instinctive reaction of Arid Triad expanse cosmos. While growing, it would reject all forms of external forces from stepping into it. Even if someone forced their way in, they would have their level of cultivation suppressed. However, this had changed because of the disaster a year ago. A gigantic gap had opened up, and it could allow those from St. Defier and Dark Dawn to step in without anything inhibiting them. It was as if a door had been opened, lying Arid Triad bare before anyone who came. It could only quietly await its fate of being gobbled up. And the cause of all this was Su Xianyi. Since I am not Su Xianyi's son, who exactly is his child? Could it be Yu Xian? But it couldn't be that simple. That man has incredible intelligence and a great mind for strategy. He also behaves in a manner as if he is nearly mad. His thoughts cannot be predicted nor guessed by a normal person. But no matter what, one of the segments in his plan is definitely built on the idea to destroy the entire Arid Triad expanse cosmos, to make St. Defier and Dark Dawn pay a devastating price. This would explain why he opened that gap. It would force the tension between Dark Dawn and St. Defier to reach its climax, and would bring them over en masse. The best result would be if all their powerful warriors descended. If that happened, then when Arid Triad expanse cosmos collapsed, they would face the destructive power of an expanse cosmos in the early stages of development collapsing. It would not be something that cultivators could withstand. But what would he gain by doing this? How can he make the Abyss Builders raise to power? What else is he planning? In silence, Su Ming shook his head. There were some thoughts in his mind, but he did not know whether his analysis was accurate. He could only continue waiting and observing in hopes to obtain a serendipity which would help him survive the disaster. Essence, the foundation of all external matters. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, all things that exist will have essences. Steel, wood, water, fire, earth, the cause of the changes in essences within everything in the universe. If I was to master essences, I would definitely be able to walk down the path of becoming a powerful warrior. The more essences I understand, the stronger my power will be. Is this the foundation of St. Defier Expanse Cosmos cultivation method? I wonder what is Dark Dawn's. Su Ming remembered the small white ball from before. He fell into a moment of pensive silence. Within the memories of Zhang Ji Dao were some battles with the cultivators from Dark Dawn. Interesting. Those from Dark Dawn are all beings transformed from foreign matter, and they are all different from St. Defier's cultivators. They can take human form, but usually they can only bring forth their full power when they are in their original forms. This is the truth based on the cultivator from Dark Dawn's camp who fought against Zhang Ji Dao in the past. His original form was a three-eyed toad that was thousands of feet big. Compared to the cultivators in St. Defier referring to themselves as immortals and gods, those from Dark Dawn refer to themselves as demons and ghosts. They do not practice essences, but their own cores. Even if their cultivation systems are generally the same, the core of it is completely different. When they cultivate the core in their bodies, it is their souls and their nascent divinities as well. It is also the heart of the mark of their lives. The changes in them are unfathomable, and this core can fight against Essence's energy from St. Defier Expanse Cosmos. From this, I can tell that this so-called power of cultivating the core contains the foundation of the universe. In silence, Su Ming raised his right hand, and the gray ball immediately appeared on his palm. There was still life force in the ball, but it was no longer sentient. The near 100,000 thin threads in it remained still, as if they were in deep sleep. If that's the case, then I can be certain that this is from Dark Dawn. Since it appeared in the whirlwind, could it be that someone from Dark Dawn has already descended? Su Ming pondered it for a moment before he spread his divine sense and had it fuse into each of the threads in the small gray ball. But no matter how Su Ming fused his divine sense or completely enveloped the inner parts of the small gray ball, he could not find a way to leave a brand of his divine sense. It was as if the small gray ball was transparent. A fierce light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He opened his mouth and let out a puff of the breath of his life. Once it surrounded the ball, he sent his divine sense to scan it again, but obtained the same results. The small ball might have seemed to contain countless threads densely packed together, but Su Ming still could not find a spot to leave a brand. He let out a cold harumph. When he lifted his left hand to form a seal, the white ripple around him shone. It spread out before falling back and charging towards Su Ming. In an instant, it turned into a white ring. With Su Ming's will controlling it, the ring instantly enveloped the small gray ball, and it shrank slightly. The ball let out a cracking sound, and the near 100,000 thin threads instantly shuddered. At the same time, Su Ming sent his divine sense inside once more. Without pausing for even a moment, he left his brand on the thin threads. Once he was done, Su Ming unfurled his right hand and tapped the small gray ball. It immediately shattered with a bang. Buzzing sounds soon echoed in space. The gray threads flew out from within the ball and surrounded Su Ming, forming a gray whirlwind. It consisted of nearly 100,000 threads. As they spun, a vague figure could be seen inside. This figure looked like a locust which had been magnified many times, and it exuded a strange demonic presence. Su Ming closed his eyes. He could sense that his brand existed on each of the 100,000 threads, and he could control all of them. He could also sense that the threads were like babies that had lost their foundation and could no longer keep growing. Before long, they would wither and die. The moment Su Ming had his divine sense finally brand the 100,000 threads with the power of the white ring, and they surrounded Su Ming, forming a whirlwind around him. Dozens of cultivators in various places in true morning Dao world shuddered simultaneously. A huge hole appeared at the center of their brows, but no blood gushed out. The holes had been made by a white ball of light which had appeared and penetrated their skulls while they were meditating not too long ago. Their presences had disappeared after that, but at that moment, as they shuddered, they opened their eyes simultaneously. Someone made a baby of mine manifest itself. This baby isn't one of those who had split up from me previously. This is the one I sent out in the beginning. It had latched itself onto the body of a cultivator of this world, but it soon had latched itself onto another person. Someone then took it out and wiped off its consciousness. This person has quite the courage. Since he could wipe off the consciousness of my baby and leave his brand, he cannot be weak, but he is a little too conceited. If my baby had enough nutrients, it could grow to my level. But unless it devoured billions of cultivators in Arid Triad, it would have trouble growing up. Still, I don't need to be worried about it. I'm actually looking forward to its growth. When I meet up with it, I can devour it and shorten my time of recovery. These sort of words tumbled out of the mouths of the dozen-something cultivators scattered in different places at the same time. Their words and tone were the exact same. In fact, there were also quite a number of cultivators and ferocious beasts who had holes appear at the center of their brows in the other three great true worlds as well. They had all spoken the exact same words. Su Ming stared at the threads spinning around him. He examined the faint image of the locust and narrowed his eyes. When he raised his right hand, he extended his right index finger, and a thin thread immediately shot out to wrap itself around his finger before half of it crawled into him. Su Ming's expression remained the same. He sensed the presence of the thread and discovered that the cultivation base in his body was being absorbed swiftly. His cultivation base was fusing into the gray thread, which was visibly becoming thicker. Its life force also increased at that moment, and it no longer looked like it was about to wither. So you absorb cultivation bases, huh? I wonder if this thing will be a huge supplement to you. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence before he decided to keep the strange thing from Dark Dawn as his pet to figure Dark Dawn's strength. After mulling over it for a moment, he flung his right hand. Once he sent the thread away from his body, a poisonous wasp appeared on his palm. It was the poisonous wasp which contained the God Ascension nectar. Under Su Ming's control, one drop of the poisonous liquid seeped out of the wasp's stinger. At the instant the drop appeared, the 100,000 threads surrounding Su Ming stopped rotating simultaneously as if they had frozen. Not one of them moved. Chapter 1165, 100,000 Locusts. God Ascension nectar was contained in the poisonous wasp's body. It was a treasure Su Ming had obtained when he was in Death region, and it had accompanied him for most of his life. Even when he was in the world with the endless light under space and beyond the universe, it remained in his storage bag. Su Ming had made his storage bag fuse with the resentful way, which was why it was not hurt in any manner. This was something he had done on instinct, and it allowed him to preserve his storage bag in a perfect condition. It was not damaged in the slightest. When the poisonous liquid with the God Ascension nectar was brought out, all the gray threads around Su Ming instantly stopped moving. All of them seemed to be completely attracted by the God Ascension nectar. After a few breaths, the gray threads let out a shocking screech and charged towards the poisonous liquid in front of Su Ming. They were so fast that in the blink of an eye, they merged together with a bang, turning back into a small gray ball in front of Su Ming that enveloped the poisonous liquid. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He stared at the ball, and after a moment, its color began to change swiftly. It went from gray to crimson red, then changed back to gray with a few scattered red spots. There seemed to be countless creatures squirming in the ball. They would occasionally sink inside before rising back up from the surface, creating an incredibly bizarre image. Su Ming could clearly sense that the poisonous liquid with the God Ascension nectar was being digested at an indescribable speed. The one drop of poisonous liquid with the God Ascension nectar might not be much, but if Su Ming were to absorb it, he would need a long time to make it fuse perfectly with his body. If he wanted to do it fast, he could only absorb a very small amount. Yet at that moment, the gray threads absorbed the drop of liquid so quickly that surprise appeared on Su Ming's face. In just the span of a dozen breaths, the small gray ball's squirms returned to normal. Buzzing sounds reverberated in the air, and the small ball shattered. Countless gray threads flew out simultaneously. The drop of poisonous liquid with the God Ascension nectar had completely disappeared. At that moment, Su Ming gained a new understanding of the gray threads. He noticed that they had not just devoured the God Ascension nectar, but had also devoured the poisonous liquid. It was incredibly terrifying, but to the gray threads, it was still something to be used. When the threads surrounded Su Ming once more, they let out piercing screams and formed a whirlwind. As it howled, cracking sounds rose into space nonstop. Su Ming's pupils immediately shrank. He could clearly see that one of the countless threads had cracked. As the cracks spread, gray and red lights rushed out, while intersecting with each other rushed out. They acted like they had broken out of a shell, and the thread became much faster than when it had been part of the whirlwind. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, but his expression was grim. He lifted his right hand, and when he spread his divine sense outwards, the gray-red light changed direction and rushed towards him. It instantly appeared on his right palm before turning into a locust with a gray body that had red spots. Its wings were thin, like those belonging to cicadas, but when Su Ming looked at them, he sensed waves of chilling air. If one of those wings slid past a person, it would definitely cut them as easily as a blade slicing through air. The locust's compound eyes were black. Even if it was looking at Su Ming, it was difficult for him to see it. He could only sense it with his divine sense. At that moment, cracking sounds rang out one after another. Su Ming lifted his head and saw all of the countless threads in the area cracking up. Immediately after, locusts which were identical to the creature on his palm broke out from their shells. Soon, the whirlwind surrounding Su Ming was no longer formed by threads, but of locusts. Su Ming's pupils shrank, but he gradually calmed down. He lifted his right arm and swung it forward. Immediately, a crystal flew out. The moment it appeared, the swarm of locusts instantly rushed over, and the crystal disappeared without a trace. Thankfully, the bald crane was sleeping in Su Ming's storage bag. Otherwise, if it saw something like this happening, it would definitely fight tooth and nail against the locusts. Wherever locusts go, not a blade of grass grows, huh? Su Ming mumbled. As he said those words, the swarm of locusts spat out some residue as their bodies rotated in the whirlwind. Every single one of the near 100,000 locusts only spat out a bit of it. Su Ming's expression changed, and he brought his right hand up to seize space. Immediately, the residue was gathered up, forming something the size of the crystal. But there was not a hint of spiritual aura in it. It's not that they devour everything. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. When he raised his right hand, he cut the skin on his palm and squeezed out a drop of blood. The moment it flew out, Su Ming's expression changed. When the locusts saw the drop of blood, their bodies shuddered like one. The small creatures were struggling incessantly to gobble up the blood, but with Su Ming's will controlling them, they could not act on their instincts. They could only continuously send forth their desire to Su Ming. This was feedback at the appearance of the drop of blood in the form of a will from nearly 100,000 locusts. It was so strong that Su Ming had a feeling that if he did not issue an order soon, it was likely that they would turn on him. During the short span of time in which Su Ming's expression changed, 8 of the 100,000 locusts flew out to charge towards Su Ming's blood. They had freed themselves from his control and did not care that he had not issued an order. They were going to devour the blood on their own. Su Ming let out a cold harumph, lifted his right hand, and made a few flicks. Banging sounds echoed in space, and the locusts instantly let out shrill screams of pain. Their bodies shattered, and they disappeared without a trace. However, one of them who was not destroyed by Su Ming's attack. It endured it with brute force, and with most of its body destroyed, it closed in on Su Ming's blood with a single charge. It opened its mouth and swallowed the blood. The next moment the locust threw its head back and roared. Its body instantly swelled up twice its original size, becoming much larger than the other locusts. When Su Ming saw this, he was shocked. Demon cultivators of Dark Dawn, what power! Right now I'm seeing just the baby of that demon cultivator. It's an existence akin to a clone, but it has such powerful potential. Given enough time, it could grow to a terrifying level. This sort of demon cultivator would be incredibly hard to control. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He raised his arms and formed a seal. Brands flew out, and he even let out a puff of his breath of life to envelop the clearly larger locust. He branded it with all his power and began refining it again. As for the other locusts, they gathered together under the control of Su Ming's divine sense and turned into a small ball that floated in front of him. That ball might not be big, but in it were nearly 100,000 locusts. It might seem impossible, but that was the truth. This is a demon cultivator born with the ability to control dimensions. That is why its baby could do this right after it was born. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After a moment, when he finished refining the locust, which was much larger than the rest, he sent it into the small ball and brought out another to refine. He did not think that it was troublesome. He had to completely refine all of the locusts. At the same time, the hundreds of cultivators and ferocious beasts who had holes at the center of their brows in True Morning Dao World and the other 3 great true worlds shuddered simultaneously. At the holes at the center of their brows slowly closed up, a divine thought with ghastly air and a cold bark of laughter was shared among them. He managed to open the first seal. The eggs have turned into nymphs, but to do this, that person must have paid a large price. Continue nurturing them. The better my baby is nurtured, the better it will serve me in the future. Foolish cultivator from Saint Defier. One of these days, I will let you know just how idiotic your actions are. That day is not far away. When all of my bodies return to normal, all of us will make the cultivation blood offering. When we reach enough power, our bodies will fuse together, and I, and Fang, will descend in Arid Triad. As this divine thought echoed in their minds, the hundreds of cultivators and ferocious beasts closed their eyes together. Time trickled by without their knowledge. When Su Ming refined most of the 100,000 locusts, his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole had already cleared a portion of the world in the easternmost region of True Morning Dao World. Over there, he was leading nearly 100,000 cultivators to sweep through the galaxy. With the white ripple, even the whirlwind could not stop them in their tracks. Wherever they went, those who submitted gave up their souls, and those who did not had their leaders killed while the remaining ones were forced to submit. The world of cultivation had always been built on the basis of strong preying on the weak, and this was especially prominent in the galaxy where the whirlwind raged. With the disaster around, the principle of the strong preying on the weak became even bloodier, and actually the only principle in this true world. However, compared to Su Ming's Akang clone, it could be said that his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was incredibly gentle in his actions. In the westernmost region, the Akang clone, which possessed Su Ming's destructive will, had stirred up a heinous wave of blood. There was no mercy nor reasoning. He only accepted obedience. Wherever he went, there would be endless slaughter. In the disaster-laden True Morning Dao World, only this sort of unflinching method would allow someone to unite everyone in a short period of time. The 2 clones had left around the same time, but while the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole had not covered the entire east, the Akang clone could already see the barrier connecting the east of True Morning Dao World and the 4th True World. It was like a snowball that had been sent rolling. The start was always the hardest, but once a momentum was formed, it would be easier. The charge of an army made of tens of thousands of people could crush all willpower. Even if the singular entity was incredibly powerful, in the face of such a disaster, they would still have to submit. All those who dared fight back would not just have themselves killed, but their entire bloodline. One day, while still refining the 100,000 locusts, Su Ming's right hand shuddered. Even though he swiftly recovered, he raised his head, and a hint of excitement and sentimentality appeared in his eyes when he looked into the distance. Chapter 1166, Eldest Senior Brother. Su Ming stared at the galaxy. With his power, he could see very far away, and his gaze could penetrate the whirlwind beyond the ripple. There, he saw a group of people approaching swiftly from the distance. Chen Wen was in the lead along with Sima Yu. They were followed by a headless man who was leading thousands of cultivators. He was striding forward at a calm pace, and when he swung the axe in his hand, the whirlwind would be blown to the sides with a roar, revealing a path for everyone to travel. Su Ming stared at the headless man, and the excitement as well as the sentiment in him mixed together. He had been separated from his senior brothers for more than 1,000 years. At that time, he was still slightly naive, but now, he had completely grown up and become mature. Yet even if a longer time had passed, the friendship between him and his fellow brothers would be like aged wine. It would only continue getting better and would not disappear. Eldest senior brother. Su Ming mumbled. There was no surprised delight on his face, and neither was there excitement. This was because both of them had grown up, and because there was no need to have any sort of external expression for real friendship. It existed in the heart and soul, and it was a sort of brotherly love which would allow them to understand what the other felt the moment their gazes met. Su Ming brought his right hand up and put away the locust he had been refining. He then stood up, and with a smile on his face, he slowly walked forward. His eldest senior brother's arrival was a great joy in his life. This was the first reunion since he was separated from his senior brothers more than 1,000 years ago. There was no way he could just sit around and wait for his senior brother to come to him. He had to welcome him. While Su Ming could see his eldest senior brother could not see him. When around a dozen breaths passed, the headless man moving through the whirlwind suddenly came to a pause, and while he had no head and his expression could not be seen, his hand which held the battle axe shuddered slightly. His murderous aura gradually disappeared. He stopped, and with the eyes of his soul, he stared into the distance. Gradually, he smiled in his heart, and joy filled him. The whirlwind in front of him howled at that instant. A white ripple spread out swiftly and violently. As it expanded, the whirlwind fell back to reveal a vast, empty galaxy, and in that galaxy was Su Ming walking over with a smile. When Chen Wen and Sima Yu saw him, they immediately wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed deeply. Greetings, master. With the black hood covering his face, Su Ming slowly approached the area. He walked past Chen Wen and Sima Yu to arrive right in front of the headless man. Su Ming was silent. The headless man, too, remained silent. All the people in the area were quiet. The silence lasted till Su Ming pulled back the black hood and revealed to the headless man an incredibly unfamiliar face. However, the eyes of that unfamiliar face made the battle axe in the headless man's hand disappear, and he spread his arms wide open. With a smile on his face, Su Ming opened his arms wide as well, and under the gazes of thousands of cultivators, the two people hugged each other for the first time after 1,000-something years had passed. Neither of them spoke. As the fellow brothers hugged each other, they patted each other's backs hard, as if they wanted to show the friendship which had lasted for more than 1,000 years in that one hug. You've grown. Eldest senior brother took a step back and stared at Su Ming. His voice was filled with an ancient and sentimental air. It held nostalgia along with the will to protect the ninth summit, even if he had to destroy the universe for it. This was something that he shared with his junior brother. He had said a single sentence. It were two simple words, but they contained everything that had happened in the past 1,000-something years. Su Ming's eldest senior brother was not used to expressing his thoughts, and his ancient voice quivered at that moment. Perhaps the others would not be able to sense it, but Su Ming could detect it. I've grown, Su Ming said with a smile while staring at his eldest senior brother. His expression held the nostalgia for the ninth summit, his fond remembrance of his senior brothers, and his longing for home. Chen Wen and Sima Yu sat cross-legged in the empty space, occasionally raising their heads to stare at Su Ming and the headless man, who were beside the relocation rune in the distance. The thousands of cultivators took the initiative to sit down to meditate away from Chen Wen. They were quiet and did not move. No one dared bother Su Ming and his eldest senior brother. When Su Ming sat down beside the relocation rune, a pot of wine appeared in his hand. Another pot of wine appeared beside his eldest senior brother. He did not drink it, but occasionally he would tap it with his right hand, and the wine in the pot would reduce. When Su Ming saw him drinking in this manner, a hint of pain appeared on his face. He would never forget how his eldest senior brother had beheaded himself in the land of berserkers to turn into Shingon. Even if a long time had passed since then, the memory of that moment still remained in Su Ming's heart. When you were forced into Divine Essence Star Ocean, I made the decision to leave the land of berserkers with the second and Huzi once I woke up. We wanted to step into the galaxy belonging to the immortals and search for you in the barren lands of divine essence, Eldest senior brother said hoarsely, then tapped the pot of wine with his right hand. At that moment, he finished all the wine in it. You are my junior brother, our youngest junior brother. We might have different blood flowing in our veins, but we are cultivators of the ninth summit. Destiny has gathered us together, so we will be family, which is much closer than those that share the same blood. Since you were willing to give up on the status of the god of berserkers and go to the barren lands of divine essence for us, then, as your senior brothers, we could give up our lives for you. You don't know how many times I saw Huzi crying on his own while drinking and staring at your cave abode after you left, and I woke up. Your second senior brother has also changed a lot. Most of the time, his expression is dark. I know that he hated himself for not being strong enough, for not being able to change what transpired. I know it because that hate exists in my heart as well. After you left and we woke up in succession, the three of us decided that we will become stronger no matter what price we had to pay, and we would grow stronger for the rest of our lives. We had to become strong enough to decide our own destinies, Eldest senior brother explained hoarsely. When he raised his right hand, another pot of wine appeared. He patted it, and all the wine within it disappeared. Su Ming stared at his eldest senior brother quietly. He watched the headless man who was incredibly tall and strong, and a smile appeared on his face. It held the ancient feeling of time that had passed, as well as a will that Su Ming could cling on to. Because the person before him was real, he was one of the few real existences in his life. This did not mean that he was real in terms of his physical body, but his soul, his will, and his friendship towards Su Ming. All of it was real. After experiencing all the things he did and going through Su Xianyi's plans, Su Ming no longer had the courage to believe in real or fake, because once he believed in something and became serious about it, then if all the things he believed ended up being mere falsehoods once more, the damage would be incredibly great. But Su Ming firmly believed that from the day he stepped into the ninth summit, that place had been real. His eldest senior brother, his second senior brother, and Huzi were all real. The three of them were the most precious things in Su Ming's heart. They were the treasures in his life for which he would give up the world. Su Ming had thirsted for blood before, had been cold-hearted, enveloped by madness, but there was always a fragility in his heart which only a few people could understand. That fragility came from all his family members and the ninth summit. How did all of you leave the land of berserkers? Su Ming stared at his eldest senior brother. He could sense the murderous aura emanating from the other's body. It was definitely not from ordinary slaughter, since it was a monstrous killing intent which could only be formed after surviving in a sea of blood for years. The land of berserkers. Eldest senior brother fell silent for a moment. If you could head to the barren lands of divine essence for us, then we could go out to search for you. We were willing to obey that damn ancient will from Eldest region and become its generals to conquer the other continents in Eldest region. We fulfilled his requests, one after another. I don't know how the second and Huzi got through it, since they did not mention it, but Huzi had automatically forgotten about those memories once we left. But I do know that I killed countless lives during those conquests. I obtained my power through murder. My level of cultivation isn't high, but my murderous aura is beyond compare. If I had to say that I cultivated something, then I cultivated a path of murder, a river of souls. When eldest senior brother said those words, he raised his right hand and swung it. In an instant, the galaxy roared, and a long river manifested. It went on without end. Within it, countless living spirits howled shrilly and roared while struggling. Their voices did not dim with time. As for how we walked out of Eldest region, it's because of it. Eldest senior brother pulled his hand back and seized his chest. Immediately, it turned into a bloody mess. As flesh and blood flowed out from his wounds, a complicated brand formed on his chest. That brand looked like the face of a ghost, and it was laughing hideously. This brand is known as Dark Dawn's ghost. Only when we took upon this brand and became Dark Dawn Expanse Cosmos sacrificial children did those ancient wills let us leave Eldest region. It's the same for your second senior brother and Huzi. Once we left Eldest region, we split up. I made your second senior brother enter any sect he liked to practice his cultivation. With his status as the Phantom King, he could change his form in any way he wanted and blend in with the children of all families to perfect his Phantom Dao. I had your third senior brother join the Immortals Union and raise from the bottom, because he was too honest and straight. It is both good and bad, but if we spared the rod, the child would grow up spoiled. I had to make him suffer a bit so he would practice the laws of his original form as a rune in the battlefield, creating his own Tao. As for me, I joined one of the many races and became their sword to train myself. Then, I turned against them to practice my murderous Tao. I made the three of us split up so we could use our own methods to search for the path to the barren lands of divine essence in you. If it was not because of the war with Morning Tao Sect, we would have long since headed out to the barren lands of divine essence. Eldest senior brother's words were calm. In fact, it did not sound like he was describing dangerous experiences. But since Su Ming knew his eldest senior brother's personality, he knew that what they had lived through was much more difficult compared to what his words entailed. Chapter 1167. Reunion. Su Ming was silent. He stared at the brand of the ghost face on his eldest senior brother's chest and picked up the pot of wine, finishing it swiftly. Wine spilled out from the corners of his lips and splattered on his body, but he did not care. Su Ming did not have good alcohol tolerance. In fact, while he did occasionally drink wine on his own, he needed to digest the alcohol with his cultivation base when he drank, but on this day, he did not do so. Let's talk about you. What happened to you? You. His eldest senior brother sighed. There were certain things he knew even if he did not speak of them. The youngest junior brother of his sitting in front of him had an unfamiliar face. Clearly, it was due to possession. When eldest senior brother observed it, he also felt that Su Ming's level of cultivation had reached a fathomless state, and it was precisely because of it that he knew that he had to have gone through incredibly perilous situations for it. In the past, he had been a mere cultivator in Earth cultivation realm. Yet in such a short time, he had become an almighty. The gap in his level of cultivation and his possession of another body made everything clear. There was no need for him to say anything. As Su Ming drank, in a soft voice, he spoke of the things he went through from the moment he found himself akin to a corpse lying in crimson flame planet upon stepping into the barren lands of divine essence. Su Ming did not seem to believe in his own words when he shared his story. The mild way in which he spoke about everything made his eldest senior brother drink 10 whole pots of wine without realizing it. Divine essence Star Ocean, the tribes, and the foreign lands belonging to a king. Su Ming mumbled as if recounting his tale, but also as if just talking to himself. When his eldest senior brother heard of Su Ming managing to find Tian Xiezi's tracks, he shuddered. When he heard Su Ming speak of their master taking in a 5th disciple, he fell silent. When Su Ming spoke of his experiences and assumptions in the 5th ocean, his eldest senior brother's right hand trembled, but he remained silent. I don't know whether master is among those people, but I feel that he should be. Su Ming dipped his head down and picked up his pot. When he finished it, he was drunk. I possessed Dao Kong, and with his identity, I left the barren lands of divine essence and went to Morning Tao Sect to become its dynast. At that moment, I saw the person I thought was my father. Su Ming smiled. There was no anguish in that smile, only a feeling that he was free from his burdens, as if he was talking about someone else's story which had nothing to do with him. The seed of life extermination is just a joke. It was simply a parasite, and there was not a single happy moment left for me to treasure in the dream about Dark Mountain. Even if I don't want to understand it, I still understand that all of it was fake. All of it was just part of Su Xianyi's plan, and I was just a single piece of his plan which he can cast away once he was done with it. When Su Ming spoke of his past, he downed one pot of wine after another, and his words echoed in his eldest senior brother's ears. They lingered for a long time, refusing to disappear. So you're saying that you want to turn true Morning Tao Sect into the laws under your will, which is why you built a sect called the 9th Summit in this broken true Morning Tao world. In fact, you want to replace the will of this true world with yours? But if you name the sect after the 9th Summit and grow to power, there is no way Su Xian Yi won't understand it. He will definitely be able to guess that you made a comeback. Eldest senior brother said softly while casting Su Ming a glance. If you dared to do such a thing, I refuse to believe that you have not made preparations for it. That's right. I named the sect after the 9th Summit to find all of you, and I don't care whether Su Xian Yi or anyone else learns of it. It's useless even if they know. What I need to do is to control true Morning Tao world. When the whirlwind around us disappears and Saint Defier descends, with my status and my forces, even Saint Defiers will have to think twice before they act. If they dare to do anything. Since Su Xian Yi could tear a gap in Arid Triad expanse cosmos, I can imitate his actions and make a true world crumble. If there was no gap beforehand, I would not be able to open another one out of the blue, but now that there is a gap, Arid Triad is no longer complete, and it will be much easier. The self-destruction of a true world can also tear a hole in Arid Triad. This is something Dark Dawn's camp needs, but definitely not something Saint Defier needs. In fact, I can already guess that when the people from Dark Dawn arrive, they will have the same thoughts and make these specific preparations. I have a feeling that this is part of Su Xianyi's plan, and he has already predicted this sort of conclusion. Su Ming took a big gulp of wine and laughed loudly as he spoke. Arid Triad will be destroyed. This is something not even the power of heavens can reverse. The 4 great true worlds will be destroyed. This is something that is impossible to change. I know that this is how things will end, so I will naturally expand my own influence before this becomes reality. I will increase my own level of cultivation to fight for a slim chance of survival and to get a serendipity during the disaster. If it is not destroyed, I won't be able to form my own power. If Arid Triad is destroyed, then if I can obtain a serendipity and a slim chance of survival, why would it be impossible for me to replace Arid Triad? Possessing a person is nothing. Perhaps my thoughts are pure madness to all other people, but I will still try. To possess Arid Triad expands cosmos. Su Ming laughed loudly. His voice echoed in space, but it did not travel outwards. No one else could hear it. Only Eldest senior brother, who was like family, could make Su Ming reveal his ambitions, shocking the other. His eldest senior brother's heart trembled furiously. He stared at Su Ming and watched him finish drinking his wine with an air of someone free of burdens, but also someone with an air of madness alongside it. He seemed to look down on the entire universe. Eldest senior brother could even vaguely see the signs of someone who could destroy Saint Defier and overturn Dark Dawn. This was what he sensed, and other people might feel that it was ludicrous. In their eyes, the act of a mere cultivator declaring to want to possess Arid Triad was plain ridiculousness. In fact, any other cultivator might find the feeling in the heart of Su Ming's eldest senior brother to be hilarious, and the whole thing impossible. Yet at that instant, Su Ming's eldest senior brother had indeed sensed these things. It was an indescribable presence which was not a ripple formed by any cultivation base or temperament, and neither was it a ripple formed due to the area around them changing because of something coming out of Su Ming's body. It was an arrogance which could shake people's hearts, and it was born from absolute madness, a desire for destruction, slaughter, and twistedness intersecting with each other. If you want to do this, then I will join you. Without any hesitation, eldest senior brother spoke hoarsely and laughed. In his laughter was a heinous, murderous aura. Su Ming picked up his pot and placed it by his lips before drinking swiftly from it. When he downed half of its contents, he suddenly put down the pot. His eyes, which were originally unfocused due to him being drunk, shone with a brilliant light at that moment, and he stared into the distant galaxy. His eldest senior brother's expression changed, and he looked over as well. After a moment, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. He even stood up, and when he looked at Su Ming, he found that a smile had made its way to his face a long time ago. There was excitement in that smile, along with joy, which was made more obvious by his drunkenness. Today, we have to become thoroughly drunk. Today is the day all of us fellow brothers of the 9th Summit reunite after being separated for more than 1,000 years, eldest senior brother said in a hearty tone. As his voice echoed in the air, it spread through the entire galaxy, even reaching the lone ship charging through the whirlwind beyond the ripple. The gentle man stopped drinking and dazedly stared into the distance. Excitement slowly appeared in his eyes. Tears streamed down the face of the honest-looking man behind him while he mumbled to himself. It's eldest senior brother's presence, and beside him is. Chapter 1168, Heavenly Incense Extinguished. In the easternmost corner of True Morning Tao was Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. At that moment, it was bringing nearly 100,000 people who had obeyed his will and joined the 9th Summit. They formed an army of cultivators who had delivered to him the brands of their souls. At that moment, they stopped at the region near the barrier set between the true worlds. In front of them were 9 huge incense sticks. Each of them was several thousands of feet thick and were more than 100,000 feet tall. From the distance, they looked like 9 huge pillars that stood tall in the galaxy, but no one could tell what they were supporting. Wisps of smoke rose to the heavens from the 9 gigantic incense sticks, which turned the area indistinct. 6 of the 9 incense sticks had been extinguished. Only 3 were still burning. and they looked like they would do so without end. But strangely, no matter how long they burned, their height did not diminish. They still reached up to the heavens and gave off a presence of majesty. This was heavenly incense. It was one of the three great mysterious lands in true Morning Tao world. Heavenly incense rune. No one knew who had set it up or when. It was as if they had existed since true Morning Tao world had appeared. Over the years, countless powerful warriors had come in an attempt to unravel the mysteries of the heavenly incense rune, but no one was able to do so. In the beginning of time, 9 of the incense sticks had burned together, but with the passage of time, only 3 continued to burn. They had borne witness to the changes, witnessing true Morning Tao world's birth and its march to glory, then oversaw its fall. During its most glorious moment, Morning Tao Sect had sent a lot of manpower and resources to research the secrets of the heavenly incense rune, but those people had returned empty-handed. Even Su Xian he had investigated the place before, but he had not obtained any answers either. The mysterious veil cast over the heavenly incense rune seemed impossible for any cultivator to lift. It was as if it was waiting for a special someone to unravel its secrets. But up till then, that living being had yet to appear, even as the incense sticks extinguished one after another. Su Xian he had investigated them before, but he had retreated when he could not solve the mystery. The cultivators who descended from St. Defier Expanse Cosmos had investigated it as well, but also found no answer. It was as if it was so ancient that it had existed long before the age of Old Man Extermination. Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole stared at the 9 heavenly incenses in the distant galaxy. He watched the wisps of smoke rising into the heavens as the 3 incense sticks burned, and uncertainty appeared in his eyes. This is heavenly incense rune. It is known as one of the 3 great mysteries of true Morning Tao world along with Death region in the territory of the Immortals Union and the Sun sinking talisman southwest to us. The mystery of the heavenly incense rune stems from the fact that it had definitely not formed naturally. We do not know who set it up, and we do not know what will happen when all 9 of the incense sticks extinguish. And it is also because, Master, you must have sensed it by now. The closer one gets to the heavenly incense rune, the more their cultivation base will boil, and they will get a vague sense of being near a breakthrough. If you get a little closer, the feeling will become even clearer. When you reach them and have a breakthrough, your level of cultivation will increase exponentially. But all of this is fake. You might feel like your level of cultivation had increased, but in truth, it is just an illusion. When you leave the place, everything will return to normal. The cultivators of true Morning Tao world are strangely attracted to this heavenly incense rune. Once they get close to it and experience the feeling of their cultivation bases increasing, they are unable to forget that feeling and constantly want to return to this place. However, once a cultivator gets close to this place more than 3 times, they will never be able to walk out. As if they had lost their intelligence, they will move into the space between the 9 incense sticks. The cultivator will fuse into them and have his body as well as spirit destroyed. This is the only way to enter the heavenly incense rune, but all those who enter it die, so all cultivators avoid this place unless they have to. Only when a cultivator has run into a wall for years and their level of cultivation is stuck in the same place would they come to this place to experience the false breakthrough and gain an epiphany. In conclusion, this heavenly incense rune can be thrice treated as a mirror. It will reflect your own cultivation base so that you can reach a pinnacle in the future, Miao Feng explained in a low voice while staring at the heavenly incense rune in the distance. He was forcefully suppressing his urge to walk into the rune. Thankfully, the heavenly incense rune did not possess a domineering force and was not something that would prevent people from suppressing their own urges. As long as a cultivator's willpower was firm, they could easily suppress their urges until they left the area. They could recover then, albeit with great difficulty. Then what about the sun-sinking talisman you spoke about previously? Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole said faintly. Sun-sinking talisman is slightly more mysterious. It is a talisman that has been placed in the southwestern part of true Morning Tao world for countless years. Once every 100 years, it will shine once. This does not affect the cultivation planets which are experiencing night time, but those who have daylight will become dark. Their suns would forcefully be sent to set. This is why the mysterious talisman is known as the sun-sinking talisman. Besides this, it can absorb all the light around it. All objects which can have light will lose it and turn dark. But compared to the heavenly incense rune, the talisman is easier to approach. As long as they can walk through the darkness, they can get close to the talisman and investigate, as well as copy it as they like. In fact, they can even use all sorts of methods to try and bring it under their control, but over the course of countless years, it has never been heard that anyone had managed to do so. No matter how much time passes and how the universe changes, no matter whether disaster falls on us or whether we are in an age of glory, it still exists in the Southwest, as if it is an eternal existence. The third mystery would be Death region, which is in the Immortals Union. It is a vast vortex, and it is rumored that it leads to another world. That is a world where the dead live, Miao Feng said, sharing all he knew. Su Ming's clone stared at the 9 incense sticks. The ripples in his body made him feel as if his physical body was becoming stronger, but it was a faint feeling. He felt like there were countless ants crawling inside his body, causing him to feel itchy inside out, but he could not scratch it. He could only endure this increasingly stronger urge formed by the numb itchiness. The urge even agitated the portion of the soul in the clone, causing ripples of power to manifest around it as well, but it was not impossible for Su Ming to suppress them. Soon, he did so, and with a sullen look, he cast a glance at the incense sticks in the distance, then turned around, intending to leave. However, at the instant Su Ming's clone was about to leave, one of the 3 incense sticks which were still burning among the 9 heavenly incenses suddenly extinguished. The 9 heavenly incenses which had been burning since an eternity ago extinguished one after another as time passed. Only 3 of them remained burning, but at that moment, another one of them stopped, leaving only 2 sticks still burning. At the instant one of the 3 incense sticks extinguished, a powerful ripple that was even stronger than before spread out through the area in an unseen manner. In an instant, it touched Su Ming's clone and the 100,000 cultivators behind him. Su Ming's clone trembled furiously. The feeling that he was getting stronger erupted within him, and it overpowered the portion of Su Ming's soul, causing him to throw his head back and roar. In an instant, he charged towards the heavenly incense stick. The clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole originally belonged to the portion of Su Ming's soul, but now, it left its control. This sort of thing was something that had never happened in the history of Abyss Builders, since their inborn ability made it so all their clones were not too different from their originally bodies. Possessing one soul and several bodies had always been a form of perfection for the Abyss Builders. Yet at that moment, Su Ming lost control over the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. If Su Ming knew this, his heart would definitely tremble in shock. At the same time, the 100,000 cultivators behind him, including Miao Feng, looked like they had lost their intelligence and descended into madness. They only knew that they had to get closer to the heavenly incenses, because the closer they got to them, the faster their cultivation bases would increase. Delight curled their lips upwards, but hidden under those ecstatic expressions were confusion. 10 hours before Su Ming's portion of the soul in the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole was overpowered beyond the heavenly incense rune, and he lost control over it. Su Ming smiled while being drunk. Excitement was on his face. His eldest senior brother was by his side, and they at the whirlwind in the galaxy beyond the ripples. There, they could see a lone ship that was charging forward at an incredible speed. The ship was originally not headed towards them and was supposed to pass by, but when Su Ming saw them with his divine sense, they too noticed their eldest senior brother's presence. It acted like a guidance that caused the ship to change direction and charge in their direction. As the ship drew closer and shot out from the whirlwind, it touched the white ripple, then rushed inside. At that instant, Su Ming saw the people on the ship with his eyes. His gaze automatically ignored all the other people besides the 2 men on the deck. One of them was as gentle as a flower, and the other was as built as a tiger. He stared at them with a smile full of happiness that had rarely seen on his face over the last 1,000 years. Eldest senior brother stood beside him. He had no head, but the murderous aura spreading out from his body had long disappeared and was replaced by joy. Perhaps it would be difficult for other people to notice it, but Su Ming could see this clearly. The ship drew closer, and the man who was like a flower stared at the 2 figures in front of him in a daze. The large figure without a head and the man by his side, who appeared rather thin and frail, and who had an unfamiliar appearance. But the excitement in his eyes and the faint bond existing between brothers caused the man who was like a flower to shudder. Behind him, Huzi fixed his stare on Su Ming, and soon he laughed loudly. As he did so, tears streamed down his face. With a single move, he rushed out of the ship and charged straight towards Su Ming. Huzi had always been the one who was the least capable of hiding his emotions in the Ninth Summit. When he wanted to cry, he would cry, and when he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. No matter how much he had changed due to his experiences, his honest personality was part of his nature that would never change. Perhaps he had learned how to hide his emotions before other people. Perhaps he had learned how to laugh heartily before others, while hiding killing intent in his heart. However, all of that seemed to have melted away before his senior brothers and junior brother. All of it was gone without a trace. He took huge strides forward, and with the fastest speed he could muster, he appeared in front of Su Ming. Once he cast a careful glance at him, he swiftly hugged his youngest junior brother with tears in his eyes. The man before him was a little unfamiliar to his eyes and divine sense, but his instincts told him that he was certainly his junior brother who had been separated from him for years and who he had missed dearly in his dreams. He might have changed his face, but that smile belonged to youngest junior brother. He might have changed his eyes, but the excitement in them was real, and it was definitely not something an outsider could fake. If they did not share the Ninth Summit between them, then that smile and gaze would definitely not be present. With this similarity, even if his appearance had changed, Huzi believed that he would definitely not mistake his youngest junior brother. Youngest junior brother. Huzi could not stop his tears. He remembered the Ninth Summit he had protected alone while he was in the land of berserkers. While he waited in endless pain brought by the torture of the outsiders, he believed that he had to protect his home. He protected that place because there would surely be a day when his senior brothers and his junior brother would return home. He had to protect it so they would have a home to return to. He could not let his senior brothers and junior brother not have a place to gather once they returned. In his heart, he was afraid that once they no longer had the Ninth Summit, he would not be able to see his fellow brothers scattered in the universe. He also remembered the excitement he felt when he saw Su Ming return to the Ninth Summit all those years ago, and how he had bawled. Compared to his two senior brothers, even if his mindset was still like that of a child, he still remembered that he was Su Ming's senior brother, and that Su Ming was his junior brother. He also remembered the principles of the Ninth Summit. He hugged Su Ming and bawled, "Youngest junior brother, it's your senior brother, Huzi's fault. If I was strong enough in the past, I would have pummeled those damn ancient wills who forced you into the barren lands of divine essence. After you left, I trained madly, but no matter how much I trained, I still missed you. When I think that you were all alone in the barren lands of divine essence, I felt so horrid. I was about to go mad, and I wanted to kill." Huzi was slightly rambling. His voice was thunderous, but his words did not travel too far. The people who should not hear him could not hear him. Su Ming stared at Huzi hugging him. This was his third senior brother, Huzi, who had walked up to him after he entered the Ninth Summit and patted his own chest before he let out a loud roar, declaring that he would protect Su Ming. This honest and straightforward man could give up his life for the Ninth Summit, as well as his senior brothers and his junior brother. Huzi was the senior brother who had always remained in Su Ming's thoughts. Compared to his respect for his eldest senior brother and his feelings of resignation towards his second senior brother, the brother Su Ming had been the most worried about when he left was Huzi, who was hugging him right then. The man didn't seem capable of growing up. There were times when Su Ming felt that he was Huzi's senior brother and not his junior brother. With a smile on his face, Su Ming hugged Huzi back and said softly, "Huzi, don't cry." He had said the same sentence many years ago. When they had reunited back then, the same words had left Su Ming's mouth, and now it caused more tears to flow from Huzi's eyes. It made him so excited that he hit Su Ming's body. Chapter 1169, Bosom Friend. Compared to Huzi being so excited that he could not hide his emotions and bawling as he hugged Su Ming, even drenching Su Ming's robes with his tears, his flower-like second senior brother walked down from the ship with calm. There was a smile on his face, and it was filled with joy and relief. He stared at Su Ming. He disregarded the unfamiliar face and looked straight at Su Ming's own face. "It's good that you're safe. I did say that even if our youngest junior brother was sent to an even more dangerous place, he would still grow miraculously, like a weed. What barren lands of divine essence, even if it was an even more dangerous region, as long as it is one of us from the Ninth Summit, we will definitely survive and will live even better. I have to say that sometimes I am very envious of our master. His level of cultivation might be nothing extraordinary, but when it comes to his talent in taking in disciples, there is no one who can compare to him in the universe." Second senior brother smiled faintly. He flipped open the fan in his right hand, let out a few fake coughs, then raised his head to stare at the galaxy, as if he was composing something. This expression took his eldest senior brother aback. I just reunited with second senior brother as well. This person no longer changes his personality at night and plays around with flowers and plants while thinking that someone is stealing his herbs. He now has another quirk. He likes to recite poetry. Huzi quickly explained, updating Su Ming and his eldest senior brother. This is a beauteous moment when all of us brothers from the 9th Summit have reunited. I suddenly feel an urge to create poems. I would like to recite a poem to all of you from the 9th Summit. Second senior brother let out a fake cough and swept his gaze past Su Ming and the others. He suddenly swung the fan in his hand a few times, and his eyes brightened. Huzi immediately put on a long face. He looked resigned. Their eldest senior brother sensed that something bad was about to happen, so he took a few steps back. Su Ming stared at his second senior brother's current demeanor in a daze. He had never heard his second senior brother recite poetry before, and in fact, he was a little unclear as to what exactly was poetry recitation. He was ignorant to all of it. When Su Ming prepared to listen somewhat seriously, his second senior brother suddenly shouted. This shout caused Huzi to take a few steps back and eldest senior brother to regain his murderous aura, a telling sign that he had been shocked. Su Ming felt his heart thump against his chest. The shout had been too sudden, and there was even a hint of a forlorn tone to it, causing Su Ming to almost instinctively send his divine sense outwards. Oh, 9th Summit. Second senior brother shook his head, looking intoxicated. He had his eyes half shut and looked like he had been so edified by his poem that he was savoring the endless aftertaste that came with it. Su Ming was taken back. His eldest senior brother was clearly also stunned. Huzi blinked, and a bewildered expression came onto his face. This time, even the beautiful women who disembarked with second senior brother and were now behind him, as well as the person who was once his second senior brother's master, but had now turned into his woman, hesitated for a moment. No one spoke for a moment. Ahem. Second senior brother, what's next? Su Ming coughed dryly. He did not want to disturb his second senior brother while he was intoxicated in his own satisfaction, but he could not help but ask. What do you mean what's next? There's nothing else. I've already finished reciting my poem. Can't you feel the appeal of it? Don't you sense the emotions contained in the poem? Did you truly not sense my fond remembrance towards all of you in the 9th Summit? Second senior brother looked like a person at the top of the world and lonely because of it. He looked a little sentimental, a little resigned, and a little lonely because he could not find a bosom friend who could understand his poem. Eldest senior brother was silent. He instinctively seized space with his hand, and a battle axe appeared in his grip. Huzi cast a glance at Su Ming, then at their eldest senior brother, and a ferocious smile suddenly appeared on his face. He clenched his fists. Su Ming fell silent. With a wry smile, he stared at his second senior brother who was like a flower. He was currently intoxicated and looked like he was asking for a beating. He suddenly had a feeling that his second senior brother, who had loved turning his face sideways while he was under the sun so that the light could shine on his side profile, because he thought that it gave him a very sunny disposition, made him look very manly, and could attract a lot of gazes from opposite sex, was much easier to handle than the narcissistic person before him. Good poem. Sir, it is such a good poem. That's right. This poem is filled with great emotions. It's definitely nothing ordinary. That's right. This poem should only exist in the heavens, the mortal world. This poem. The women behind second senior brother quickly spoke, but as they continued, they noticed Su Ming's strange gaze and could not help but turn red. They swiftly lost their ability to continue. It was quiet all around them. At that moment, a ray of black light suddenly flew out from Su Ming's storage bag. Once it turned into the bald crane, it stared at second senior brother with an expression of idolization. With a voice like a drake, it screeched loudly. Good poem. This is definitely a good poem. It's been so many years since I heard a poem filled with such emotion. That first exclamation should be a sigh of seeing your eldest senior brother. The second one should be due to the surprised delight that you managed to think of such a poem, and the third exclamation is clearly slightly lower in tone. You must have done so because you thought Huzi wouldn't understand it. The fourth one is filled with joy because you saw little boy Su. The final three words, O 9th Summit, is the highest form of art. It's the highest form of art. The bald crane shuddered while screaming in excitement. When it spoke, the wry smile on Su Ming's face became even wider. Eldest senior brother slowly raised his battle axe and rubbed it a few times against his leg. Only Huzi stared at the bald crane dumbly, like he was deep in thought, as if he was truly mulling over the meaning of the poem. Second senior brother experienced a full body shudder and turned his body sideways to scrutinize the bald crane. A long while later, excitement appeared on his face. A bosom friend. This is a bosom friend. My fellow Taoist, you have great literary talent. You actually managed to help me think of the appeal and meaning in the poem, which I haven't even thought of. It is difficult to find someone who understands you in your life. This won't do. I must break the rule of reciting at most one poem every single day. I must recite another one to celebrate meeting a bosom friend here, second senior brother said with great excitement. Ever since he learned how to recite poems, he thought that it was much better than having the sun shine on the side of his face, and his interest in it grew stronger. He had never met someone who could match up to him, but he was also happy just amusing himself, though he did feel a little regretful about it in his heart. On that day, however, when he heard the bald crane's words, he felt his spirits lift. He also had a sense that his literary talents had become much greater at some unknown point in time without his knowledge. With great delight, he quickly began composing another poem. Huzi, youngest junior brother, let's help wake him up. It's been years since we met second, and what does he do? He chatters nonstop. Reciting poetry? Reciting poetry, my foot. Eldest senior brother let out a cold harumph and took a step forward. Second senior brother had his eyes closed with an intoxicated look on his face, as if he was about to finish composing another poem after much difficulty. When he opened his eyes and was just about to open his mouth to speak, eldest senior brother took another step forward and kicked him. A ferocious smile lit up on Huzi's face. He quickly ran over, raised his leg, and stepped on him while explaining his actions. Second senior brother, you can't blame me for this. I don't want to hit you either, but eldest senior brother has already made the order. I have to obey him. Who asked you to recite poetry? Who asked you to recite poetry all the way here? Huzi rolled up his sleeves with excitement on his face. Su Ming blinked, then cast a glance at his eldest senior brother, Huzi and his screaming second senior brother. He was also itching for action in his heart. With a dry cough, he imitated Huzi's speech. Second senior brother, you really can't blame me for this. As he spoke, he quickly walked over and kicked him. You can't blame me, second senior brother. Eldest senior brother asked us to do this. Our master isn't around, so I have to listen to eldest senior brother, you know? Even if you hit me, I will still recite my poem. Bald crane. It's been a long time since we met. Second senior brother still struggled to speak, acting like he would absolutely not admit defeat. The bald crane shuddered, then quickly took a few steps back, feeling its skin crawl as it stared at the four brothers. It suddenly felt that it was an incredibly dangerous act to get out of Su Ming's storage bag, especially when it heard that second senior brother was still planning to recite his poem. It immediately took a few steps back, but this didn't feel like enough for it to draw a clear line between itself and the second senior brother. Thus, it raised its right claw and swung it, transforming into Fan. It then quickly ran over to Su Ming and the others to circle them while fanning them. Sirs, please go on ahead and hit him. I will help you dry your sweat. Sir Huzi, that one kick of yours is too incisive. The long arc drawn from the kick shakes the sky and earth. Eldest senior brother, that was a good punch. It was full of greatness. It's definitely nothing ordinary. Oh, how astonishing. Sir Su, that one finger strike of yours can shake the universe. The elegance and charm of that one finger strike is enough to make the others' cultivators want to learn it, but they would only comprehend the surface of this attack after learning it for 10,000 years. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a table was added to the field. Su Ming and his senior brothers sat around it. The bald crane poured wine for them in a show of great hospitality with an obsequious expression on its face. Second senior brother had a bruised and swollen face, looking like he was on the verge of being disfigured, and it made the bald crane nervous. Once it finished pouring wine, it quickly returned behind Su Ming and turned into a small black kitten, revealing an incredibly adorable look to avoid suffering the same end as second senior brother. Once all of you hit me, my mind has become much clearer. I won't recite any poems now. Youngest junior brother, I'm happy that you could come back from the barren lands of divine essence. Let's drink. A gentle smile was on second senior brother's face. He did not bother with his badly battered body and picked up his wine cup before taking a big swig from it. Once he drank from it, second senior brother's face started squirming. He raised his right hand and patted his head. Black smoke immediately rose from him. When it disappeared, his face had already returned to normal. He smiled at Su Ming, who's the eldest senior brother, then suddenly lifted his left hand to swing it behind him. The beautiful women swiftly walked up. They formed seals with their hands and pushed their hands forward. The seals turned into rays of white light that gathered on top of second senior brother's head. It turned into a pillar of light that was akin to sunlight, and it shone on the side of his face. Second senior brother raised his chin and looked at the group with a smile on his face. What do you think of me now? Eldest senior brother let out a long sigh and patted his pot of wine. The wine in it was immediately drained completely. Huzi rubbed his eyes. He was stunned for a moment. Then respect appeared on his face. He respected his second senior brother that was seriously too unique. Su Ming laughed. On that day, he laughed more than he had done in the last 1,000-something years. But just as he was about to say something, his expression changed. A brilliant light shone in his eyes, and he cast his gaze to the east. Chapter 1170, Heavenly Incense Rune. The change in Su Ming's expression and his action of looking to the east, especially the brilliant light that shone in his eyes, attracted his eldest senior brother's attention, and his right hand stopped on the pot. The pupils of Huzi, who sat by his side, constricted when he looked at Su Ming. The playful look on second senior brother's face instantly changed as well. In fact, a grimness settled on him. What happened? Eldest senior brother asked in a low voice. The moment Su Ming's expression changed, everyone's expression had become stern. An oppressed presence swiftly enveloped the entire land, causing the woman who followed second senior brother to have surprised expressions. What shocked them was the solemnness of the fellow brothers being able to cause an oppressed presence in the galaxy. The whirlwind beyond the ripple seemed to have frozen, and everything in the place had instantly adopted an air of dead stillness. Eldest senior brother's murderous aura, second senior brother's strange aura of the phantom, and Huzi's fierce air of madness surrounded each of them at that moment, but it did not erupt from them. However, it felt like with just one word from Su Ming, the three of them would give up everything for their youngest junior brother. They did this not because Su Ming's level of cultivation was the highest, and not because the three of them listened to his orders. Su Ming was not their youngest junior brother. No matter how high his level of cultivation was, they would not even spare him a glance. They only did this because Su Ming was part of the 9th Summit, and he was their youngest junior brother. It's nothing. I lost the connection with one of my clones in the East. Some power is suppressing my soul in it. Su Ming's expression was calm, and he spoke casually. The East. Huzi, eldest senior brother said faintly. The moment he finished speaking, Huzi grinned ferociously. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand on Su Ming's shoulder before he closed his eyes. Right away, Su Ming sensed Huzi's presence vanishing without a trace, and he could not even detect him with his divine sense. If it was not because he could see him with his naked eye, it would have been difficult for him to know that he was still around. Huzi has progressed a bit with his dream Tao since he left the land of berserkers. Many years have passed since then, and he has experienced many things. His control over this art must have improved because of it. With the method to enter dreams, he can use your senses and find the portion of your soul. As eldest senior brother spoke languidly, Huzi's eyes rolled up to reveal the whites of his eyes. A bizarre white light shone from within them. The East, 9 huge incense sticks, 2 are still burning, 100,000 cultivators. Huzi's body stilled, and his eyes fell shut. When he opened them, he lifted his right hand from Su Ming's shoulder. After a moment of pensive silence, he formed a seal and pointed at space. Immediately, a picture appeared. It was somewhat vague, but they could make out the heavenly incense runes standing tall in the galaxy. 2 of the incenses burned, and 100,000 cultivators sat around them while meditating. Their expressions were filled with excitement and madness. In front of these people was a single figure. He was seated near the second incense stick, and his expression was distorted. His eyes were shut in struggle, and his flesh squirmed as if he was going through indescribable pain. And yet the expression on his face was one of extreme comfort. Naturally, this figure was Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Heavenly Incense Rune. Second senior brother's pupils shrank. He stared at the 9 huge incense sticks in the illusory picture. No wonder. Youngest junior brother, your clone is beside the Heavenly Incense Rune. It's only natural that you would have the feeling that your connection with your clone has been severed. Heavenly Incense Rune can not only bring about the false impression of you reaching a breakthrough with your level of cultivation, but it also has a secret about which most people do not know. That place can cut off a person's clone from their real body and give them their own will. That is why the Almighties in true Morning Tao world will never allow their clones to come close to the heavenly incenses. But that clone of yours is clearly still struggling, youngest junior brother. This is slightly odd. Based on my understanding, the soul thread between the two of you should have been severed. Second senior brother frowned and looked at Su Ming. Heavenly Incense Rune. Su Ming stared at the illusory picture with a brilliant light shining in his eyes. Huzi looked up and spoke in a low voice. I have also heard of this heavenly incense rune. It is said that it has existed since true Morning Tao world appeared. Based on its appearance, it is not formed naturally, but was set up by someone. In the beginning, all 9 of the incense sticks burned, but as time passed, they extinguished one by one. Right now, only 2 of them remain burning. However, before this, it was 3. At the very least, before the whirlwind in the galaxy appeared, 3 of them burned. I went to this heavenly incense rune before. It is indeed a rune, but it is ancient and archaic and not something I can break. In fact, from what I can sense, the heavenly incense rune is similar to me in some sense. When the others heard his words, they were shocked. Huzi's real form came from a vast rune that surrounded Death region. He was a spirit born from it, and after Tian Xiezi used some unknown ingenious method to extract him, he gained human form and was taken in as a disciple. But the fact was that Huzi was another form of life created from a rune. If he said that the heavenly incense rune was similar to him, then it was enough for them to tell what the problem was. When I was there in the past, I noticed that it is an empty rune. After some investigation, I could not break it, but I discovered its deepest secret. I could tell that this heavenly incense rune is in truth an ancient summoning rune. The summoning range for this rune should be inconceivable, but clearly, since it has been around for a long time, it has already lost its usefulness. Unless we light all 9 of the incense sticks again, it would have no effect. Su Ming stood up with a cold glare in his eyes. We have just been reunited, and such a thing happened. Senior brothers, please rest here for a while. I will go to this heavenly incense rune and see just what makes this rune so mysterious. How dare it break my connection with the portion of my soul? Su Ming said faintly. As he got up, the presence of a powerful warrior naturally surrounded him. Oh well, let's have Huzi go with you. He is skilled with runes, and he can help you. Eldest senior brother sank into a period of pensive silence before saying, As for me and your second senior brother, since you want to make the 9th summit the only sect in true Morning Tao world, this will no longer be something that concerns you alone. It will be something that concerns all of us from the 9th summit. Your second senior brother and I will stay here and create the 9th summit. Creating a sect is definitely not as simple as gathering disciples. There are quite a lot of things to do. At the very least, you will need a place to set up your sect and its ideology. Eldest senior brother and I will handle it, second senior brother said gracefully while opening his fan. Huzi grinned and looked over. Su Ming nodded. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to his eldest senior brother and second senior brother. When he turned around, he raised his right hand and pointed at the white ripple in the area. The ripple instantly grew twice its size. It buzzed, and the ring charged towards Su Ming and fixed itself on his index finger. Su Ming might have already taken away the supreme treasure, but the ripple in the area was as large as ever and could still push away the whirlwind. This was a projection the supreme treasure had left behind under Su Ming's control. It could maintain the ripple for around 100 years. This was a preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. With the ripple around, he could give the 9th summit a place to serve as its foundation. The ripple in this place can prevent the whirlwind from coming inside. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, have your divine senses fuse with it to control it. This is a projection I left behind with my treasure. With it, I can send my divine thoughts to you as well. Su Ming cast a glance at his eldest senior brother and his second senior brother again. When he turned around, he changed into a long arc that rushed into the distance. Huzi laughed loudly and stood up as well. The bald crane looked around for a while, then quickly followed them. As their long arcs shone, Su Ming and Huzi disappeared. When they were gone, eldest senior brother and second senior brother did not relax. They talked about everything they needed to do to set up the 9th summit, then started doing their part. Su Ming was so fast that in an instant he covered a boundless distance. Huzi was not much slower. As he took big strides forward, He drank from his pot. This was, of course, not Su Ming's full speed, but he did not wish to use it anyway. Even if his connection with his clone had been severed, there was no use for him to be anxious, since it was already done. The two people charged forward through the galaxy. Wherever they went, the whirlwind would fall back, and huge, long gaps would be torn open. Only when the two people had long since left the area would the gap slowly recover. In just a few days, as Su Ming and Hu Zi charged forward with a speed akin to shifting, they arrived in the area of Heavenly Incense Rune. When they were hundreds of thousands of feet away from it, they found that the whirlwind there was thin. The galaxy distorted, and Su Ming as well as Hu Zi moved into the area with a single step. Right away, Su Ming saw the 9 vast heavenly incenses. They were 100,000 feet tall and gave off an incredibly grand feeling. It was especially so for the 2 heavenly incenses which were still burning. Smoke curled into the heavens from them. It drifted in the galaxy, and the flickering heads of the incense sticks attracted the attention of anyone who looked at them. Hu Zi had a grave expression on his honest face as he said in a low voice, "This is the heavenly incense rune." Su Ming's gaze remained normal, but his pupils constricted slightly. He could see the vast heavenly incense rune and the 100,000 cultivators sitting near it. Their expressions were different, but all of them had madness in their eyes. He also saw a figure practically stuck to the second burning heavenly incense. It was surrounded by smoke and had a rather indistinct feeling. It was Su Ming's clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Perhaps it was due to the haziness from the wisps of smoke, but the familiar clone actually gave Su Ming an unfamiliar feeling when he looked at it. Chapter 1171. Retrieving the clone that practices the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Youngest junior brother, is that your clone? Hu Zi cast his gaze on Su Ming's clone under the second incense stick, and his pupils constricted. The divine ability he previously cast could only allow him to see a picture. He could not see the details, like levels of cultivation, but when he personally saw Su Ming's clone, he immediately sensed a powerful, mighty pressure coming from him. That mighty pressure was not the product of a cultivation base, but was a great power that seemed as if it was about to erupt from a physical body. The strength of the clone's physical body made Hu Zi apprehensive. After all, he also practiced the path of cultivating his physical body. As for his cultivation base, while his primary focus was the dream Tao, in truth, he did not like that Tao and was more inclined to training his physical body. Because of it, he knew more than the others about just how terrifying was the power which could erupt from that physical body. Hu Zi turned his head to look towards Su Ming. When he saw him nodding, Hu Zi sucked in a sharp breath in his heart. He had gauged Su Ming's level of cultivation previously, and he appeared to have stepped into Fate Realm not too long ago. But only at that moment did he realize that even his eldest senior brother and second senior brother might have miscalculated their youngest junior brother's true combat powers. Just a clone alone is enough to make me feel such mighty pressure. Haha, the 9th summit is destined to rise to power. Just how strong is youngest junior brother? Hu Zi grinned, looking very happy. With his gaze fixed on all 9 of the incense sticks, Su Ming took large strides towards the clone with a calm expression. Hu Zi quickly followed behind him. As for the bald crane, it sashayed over as well. In its eyes, there was practically nothing in true Morning Tao world which could threaten Su Ming. Once the supreme treasure appeared, even if he ran into an almighty in Death Realm, Su Ming would still be able to fight back. If he ran into a sublime paragon, Su Ming might not be their opponent, but he would still be able to retreat with his body intact. With that being the case, what should he be afraid of? Su Ming did not move quickly. As he approached, a feeling of his cultivation base boiling immediately spread through his body. The closer he got to the heavenly incense rune, the livelier his cultivation base grew, and he had a vague feeling as if he was about to reach a breakthrough. As he closed in, hints of an epiphany suddenly appeared in his mind. However, this epiphany was slightly vague, so Su Ming could not make it out. It had come out of nowhere. When it echoed in Su Ming's mind, it fused with his cultivation base, making him feel as if it was about to reach a breakthrough regarding the fate in the world around him, thereby allowing him to control the fate in his own heart. The change brought a thought to Su Ming's mind. He stopped moving. When he turned his head to look at Hu Zi, the other's expression was incredibly grave. There were numerous runic symbols flashing in his eyes. There were distortions around him as well. They seemed to have formed a rune that enveloped Hu Zi within it. Hu Zi, wait for me here. Observe the heavenly incense rune. If any changes occur in the rune, You can detect it in time while you're here and tell me. Su Ming could see the difficulties Huzi suffered. Unless he completely gave up on fighting back like the 100,000 cultivators in this place, he could sit down and practice his cultivation. But if he felt conflicted in his heart, then as he drew closer, it would be increasingly more difficult to fight against his urges. Su Ming, however, had the supreme treasure with him. If any dangers appeared, it would not be difficult for him to retreat safely. But if Huzi entered the depths of this region, some accidents might occur, especially since he was a spirit of a rune. This was why Su Ming asked Huzi to wait for him there. Huzi hesitated for a moment before nodding. He knew that since he was a spirit of a rune, the effect of the heavenly incense rune on him was stronger than on the other cultivators. In fact, the vague sense of the rune calling to him far surpassed what other people sensed. In the past, he had not entered deep into the region. If it was not because of Su Ming, he would not have come at all. A thought appeared in the bald crane's head. It immediately stopped moving and put on an expression of incredible bravery, one which made it seem that it could sacrifice everything for Su Ming. In truth, though, when it drew close to the rune, the feeling of its spirit boiling rose within it. This was not a good sign. Once the boiling of its soul reached its peak, its soul would scatter. This terrified the bald crane so much that it quickly stopped moving. But it felt this ruined its reputation as the great grandpa crane, which was why it suddenly spoke up. About that, Huzi is an impulsive person. I will volunteer my services and watch him here. Don't worry, little boy Su. I will absolutely not let him be impulsive. Su Ming cast a glance at the bald crane with a ghost of a smile on his lips. When he turned around, he walked towards the heavenly incense rune. His footsteps were not quick, and he did not move fast, but every single time he took a step, the galaxy would shudder slightly. The mighty pressure spreading out from Su Ming's body grew increasingly stronger, putting up a fight against the heavenly incense rune. When Su Ming walked past the 100,000 cultivators, the mighty pressure spreading out from his body reached an incredible state. But the others could not see that while Su Ming's gaze remained determined, a hint of hesitation had arisen within him. This was because he sensed that his cultivation base had actually reached a breakthrough. Even though he could clearly sense that this breakthrough was false, the feeling that he had broken through the state of controlling only the fate around him to reach a state where he could control his own fate was incredibly great, giving him a sense that he had reached perfection in fate realm. This rune is strange. Su Ming did not stop moving. As he took a step forward, he walked past the region where the 100,000 people were and stepped into an area less than 10,000 feet away from the heavenly incense rune. About 8,000-something feet away from Su Ming, which was not too far away from where he was located, was the clone which practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Su Ming's expression was composed. The hesitation in his eyes had already turned into a cold glare. He continued walking forward none too quickly, maintaining a speed that was not too fast. However, while he seemed to be moving slowly, it was definitely not the case. He was still moving so quickly that he instantly closed thousands of feet. This scene caused Huzi to suck in a breath in his heart. Surprise appeared in his eyes. He could tell that Su Ming retained the clarity of his mind. The level of cultivation and determination required to be able to do this was incredibly terrifying. Haha, this is nothing. It's just barely the tip of the iceberg. The bald crane saw the surprise on Huzi's face and instantly put on a look of smug pride on its face. Huzi hesitated for a moment before he looked at the bald crane. What is youngest junior brother's level of cultivation? Haha, I can't really tell, but currently, there are very few people who can kill him. Of course, I'm talking about the people in the 4 great true worlds. The bald crane became even more smug, as if it had been waiting for Huzi to ask that question. I've never lied. Have you heard of the ancient gods? Those tall giants. Huzi was momentarily stunned, but he answered after a moment of thought. Ancient gods? You mean the grand immortals that belong to the ancient people? I've naturally seen them before. Su Ming killed one of them earlier, but it was with my help. The bald crane might be speaking casually, but the smug look on its face made it seem as if it was not talking about Su Ming but itself, and it was even in a boastful tone. Huzi shook his head with force. Buzzing sounds appeared in his ears. He was aware of the ancient god's strength, and he had even witnessed it with his own eyes before. A huge storm began to rage in his heart. Ahem, to be exact, he killed 2 of them. The second one was right at the spot where you were drinking together. The ancient god over there ended up being devoured by Su Ming. Of course, this was also with this grandpa crane's help. The bald crane continued with a look of pride. As Hu Zi and the bald crane spoke to each other, Su Ming closed the distance of several thousands of feet with a relaxed expression. He came to the spot where his clone meditated and cast a glance at the heavenly incense rune. At that moment, the ripples of power in his body grew stronger, but it could not be seen on his face. The intensity of the ripples made Su Ming feel like if he took a few more steps, his level of cultivation would break through Fate Realm and he would take a step into Life Realm. In fact, Su Ming had a strong feeling that if he continued walking forward, not only would he reach a breakthrough in Fate Realm, he could even break through Death Realm and the Sublime Paragon Realm. This feeling was so strong that it turned into a great temptation. Even if he knew it was fake, it was still difficult for him to suppress the urge to walk forward. This urge was so strong that it became easy for cultivators to ignore the scattering of their own soul while they felt like reaching a breakthrough in their levels of cultivation. However, the souls of all those who stepped into this region would begin to disperse. It was as if everything in this place was false, as if besides the strange characteristics of the heavenly incense rune, even all of them were fake, and that fact would be made true when their souls and bodies completely disintegrated. That was why Su Ming had lost his connection with the portion of his soul in the clone. It had completely disintegrated. Su Ming stood beside his clone with a contemplative expression on his face. After a moment, he raised his right hand and placed it on the top of his clone's skull. The moment he did so, his clone swiftly opened his eyes. A gray light shone within them, revealing a consciousness and chilling glare that did not belong to Su Ming. The clone moved, wanting to avoid Su Ming's right hand from landing on him. A great physical power erupted from its body, a ripple of power that charged straight at Su Ming to devour him. Su Ming remained calm. A hint of derision appeared at the corners of his mouth. He did not stop moving his right hand. With the same speed as before, he pushed his right hand at the top of the clone's skull. A ripple swiftly spread out from the ring on his right index finger. The next moment, the clone shuddered and found that it could not get up. Crazed madness appeared in the gray light of its eyes, but the struggle did not last for long. Su Ming struck the top of the clone's skull. The gray light in its eyes vanished without a trace. Gradually, a brilliant light belonging to Su Ming appeared in the clone's eyes like a burning flame. Hu Zi saw the whole scene with his own eyes. He was watching when the physical body, which had given off the feeling of incredible power, not being able to put up any resistance before Su Ming. This might be because the clone belonged to Su Ming in the first place, but its betrayal had been suppressed so easily that it spoke volumes of Su Ming's level of cultivation. It had to have reached an inconceivable state. Is youngest junior brother in Death Realm? Hu Zi asked instinctively in a foolish manner, his mind having gone numb. Death Realm? What even is Death Realm? Forget about him. Look, little boy Su grew up quickly under my help. Do you want to consider respecting me with hundreds, no, tens of millions of crystals every year? I can guarantee you that your level of cultivation will raise by leaps and bounds as well. So, think about it. This is a rare chance. Young Hu Zi, you have to seize this chance. The bald crane's eyes glowed. It had been confusing the honest-looking man with its words earlier for this very moment. Chapter 1172, Copy. Su Ming did not pay any attention to the bald crane playing around with Hu Zi. At that moment, all of his attention was trained on the heavenly incense rune before him. He fell into pensive silence. The heavenly incense rune could sever his connection with the portion of his soul. It could even make his clone give birth to its own consciousness. This made Su Ming apprehensive. In fact, he had a vague feeling that this rune seemed to specially target Abyss Builders. While all Almighties in the universe would have clones, the Abyss Builders' creation of clones was the most mysterious. In fact, they occupied most of their path of cultivation. With their clones, they could increase their power. This was a principle unique to Abyss Builders and was something other paths of cultivation could not compare. In fact, it was the subject of incredible envy and jealousy from the other races. In silence, Su Ming turned his head to cast a glance at his clone. Su Ming was certain that he had wiped off the consciousness which had been born in the clone and had fused another portion of his soul in it. After Su Ming carefully pondered over the heavenly incense rune, a barely noticeable glint shone in his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at his clone. Immediately, his divine sense charged out with a bang and fused with the clone's body. After searching it thoroughly, he did not find any problems. No matter how Su Ming stared at him, his clone looked the exact same as he did before he entered the heavenly incense rune, like it belonged completely to him. The feeling of it being part of his body was incredibly clear. This scene caused Su Ming to frown slightly. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Su Ming pondered over this for a moment before he sent a divine thought to his clone. The clone's eyes immediately sparkled, and he slowly stood up, obeying Su Ming's will. The moment he was about to leave Heavenly Incense Rune's territory, Su Ming sent his divine thought into the clone once again. He controlled the portion of his soul with his divine thought to make the clone return to him, but the clone did not stop. Instead, he charged out of the Heavenly Incense Rune's territory and turned into a long arc that dashed into the distance. Su Ming's eyes shone with a freezing glare. With a cold harumph, he raised his foot, intending to chase after him, but at that moment, the 9 heavenly incenses suddenly jolted. Numerous ripples spread out. The wisps of smoke drifting from the 2 burning heavenly incenses swiftly descended and surrounded the area, blocking Su Ming's path to his clone. At the same time, a vast mighty pressure spread out from the heavenly incense rune. Right away, Su Ming felt like he was sinking into mud. His soul could no longer be optimized with ease, and he felt sleepy. Su Ming might have been able to recover in a few breaths, but this short delay was enough for the clone beyond the blockade formed by the wisps of smoke to leave into the distance. A chilling glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but he did not continue chasing. Instead, he watched the clone leave into the distance. Hu Zi was stunned by this scene. He was slightly puzzled as to what had happened. I knew that there was a problem. Once the heavenly incense rune severed my connection with the clone, it wouldn't be that easy to form a connection again. The clone not only has his own independent consciousness, he has also learned deception. The method he used just now to handle matters is similar to what I would have done. Before I arrived, he might have already made preparations for this and created plenty of backup plans. But if he was prepared for this a long time ago, why did he stay here? He could just leave. Su Ming cast a glance in the direction of where the clone had disappeared. A hint of a cold smile appeared on his lips, but there was uncertainty in his eyes. I wonder if I can find any traces of myself in the consciousness born in the clone. I'd like to see just where the clone will go now that he has his own independent will. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He then turned around and no longer bothered with the clone who had now disappeared. Instead, he cast his gaze on the heavenly incense rune. This rune has been in this place for years. I wonder if Su Xianyi ever came here before. Logically thinking, he should have come here before, but the chances of him using his real self to arrive in this place are slim to none. After all, his real self was sealed in the isolation grounds of Morning Dao Sect. Based on this, if he truly came to this place before, then the one who came would have definitely been his clone. If that is the case, I don't know how many clones Su Xianyi has, but the clone who investigated this place in the past must have gained its own will. This rune, even if it is not targeted against Abyss Builders, the effect it has on Abyss Builders is incredibly great. After all, even if the clones from other cultivators come to this place and face the risk of forming their own consciousness, those people refine their clones every once in a while anyway. But it's not the same for Abyss Builders. We have very few refinement methods since we do not need to refine our clones. Once we possess our target, we can form a clone, and because of that, this clone will never betray us or form its own will. After all, for us, there is not much difference between our real selves and our clones. If we must talk about differences, then there is only one. The Abyss Builder's soul is like a person's body, and the clones are like clothes, that is all. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He moved slowly towards the heavenly incense rune, no longer in a hurry to leave. The strangeness of the heavenly incense rune had piqued his interest. There were 3 heavenly incenses burning previously. When Su Ming took a step forward, he raised his right hand and seized the space in the direction of the 100,000 meditating cultivators. One of them immediately shuddered and turned into a long arc that charged towards him. Su Ming pressed his hand at the top of his skull. His divine sense surged into him, and he found that the cultivator was not at all injured. He then sent him back, because Su Ming had already found his answer. When my clone arrived in this place, he was about to leave, but the 3rd incense extinguished. That's what happened. Yet when my clone approached this place, my connection to him was already lost. There were 9 heavenly incenses burning before. Now, 7 are extinguished. Then, is there a possibility that the extinguishing of the heavenly incense rune is not related to time alone, but also another reason? That is, due to making a clone form its consciousness. 7 incenses would mean that 7 clones have become independent. But this is also wrong. Heavenly Incense Rune has been here for countless years. There must be plenty of clones that have formed their own consciousness because of it. If each of them caused one heavenly incense to be extinguished, there would have been no more burning heavenly incenses since a long time ago. Either I have made a wrong assumption, or a certain condition must be met, such as only an Abyss Builder's clone can make it extinguish, or that besides satisfying this condition, there is also a requirement for the level of cultivation. Perhaps there are other requirements as well. Su Ming took a step forward and moved to an area nearly 1,000 feet from the 9 heavenly incenses. At the instant, a wave of ripples erupted from the cultivation base in his body, instantly causing Su Ming's mind to stop working. In the mid of the ripple of power no one else could see, Su Ming sensed that he had reached a breakthrough in Fate Realm. He had entered Life Realm, though it was false. The epiphany of reaching Life Realm filled Su Ming's mind, but when he tried searching for it in detail, he found that his mind was blank. In silence, Su Ming frowned. The closer he came to the heavenly incense rune, the more prominent was the feeling of his mind warning him that there was something dangerous around. It was as if there was a secret lying between the heavenly incense rune and his clone. That secret was the key to why the clone had not left after he had formed his own consciousness, but had instead waited for Su Ming. Yet Su Ming could not figure out why even after some time passed. His expression was dark. He cast a glance at the heavenly incense rune, then decided to continue walking forward. When he was around 500 feet away from the rune, his cultivation base let out a bang and reached a breakthrough, arriving at Death Realm. This power felt incredible to Su Ming, as if he had truly reached this realm. When the ripple from the ring on his right index finger spread out, Su Ming recovered from the false perception. A glint appeared in his eyes. When he raised his head to look at the 9 heavenly incenses, he lifted his right hand. A powerful ray of white light spread out from the ring, and it expanded rapidly through the area. In a forceful manner, it spread to the 9 heavenly incenses. At the instant it swept past them, Su Ming cast his gaze on the 3rd incense stick. At that moment, Su Ming saw a presence that was almost the exact same as his in the 3rd heavenly incense. While Su Ming's cultivation base increased exponentially in the illusion, it seemed to continuously analyze Su Ming and perform a certain form of copying. No wonder the clone waited for me here, even though he had already gained consciousness. He predicted that I would definitely come to this place, and he needed me to come here. He wanted to lure me here so that the heavenly incense which had extinguished because of him copy my path of cultivation and the future path I will take for my cultivation. Once it copies it, it will definitely use some sort of special method to make my clone sense it. This is equivalent to the incense stick providing the clone with the exact same path of cultivation as mine, that it will also give the clone the chance to surpass me. Su Ming's experiences over the years had already honed his intelligence until it was like that of a monster. The moment he connected all the suspicious parts together, he found the truth behind all the strangeness. Copying, clone of mine, you were created by me, and you are the body I formed after I possessed the Crimson Python Phoenix. You became stronger as I practiced the secret art of surging indulgers. You went through the various changes to mend the flaw in your life, and you gained perfection when I devoured the ancient god. From the beginning to the end, you were created by me. You are just a mere clone. How dare you harbor such ambitions against me? You want to copy my future path? I'd like to see whether this heavenly incense rune is worthy of copying me. If you can completely copy me, then I will give away this clone. There is in fact no harm in me giving you a serendipity. Arrogance appeared on Su Ming's face. After going through everything in his life, he had confidence in his words. It was the confidence that all cultivators and powerful warriors had to have. Chapter 1173, Secret of the Universe. While the 3rd heavenly incense in the heavenly incense rune 500 feet away from Su Ming copied his level of cultivation, far away from the galaxy where the rune was, whirlwinds were roaring as they spun. As they tumbled about, the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole breathed in the whirlwind with the power of his own physical body. There were numerous wounds on his body at that moment, but they were all healing quickly. Gray light shone in the clone's eyes, with a strange form of intelligence. As he charged forward, countless pictures flashed swiftly in his pupils. They contained Su Ming's future path of cultivation that the 3rd heavenly incense had copied. It was exactly as Su Ming had deduced. The clone was indeed using some unique method to brand Su Ming's future path of cultivation into his heart. This brand would turn into the path that he would take, allowing his level of cultivation to not stop simply because his connection with Su Ming had been severed. He could see Su Ming's future, so he was confident that he could surpass him. As the clone charged forward, Su Ming continued walking deeper into the heavenly incense rune, without any hesitation and with an arrogant look on his face. He swung his arm, relaxed his mind, and simply allowed the third heavenly incense to copy him as it pleased. When he was about 200 feet away from the heavenly incense rune, a rumble only Su Ming himself could hear rang out in his body. Right away, he felt as if his status as a life form had increased once more. His level of cultivation broke through Death Realm and reached a strange realm that made him feel as if he could turn into a galaxy. It was the realm of the Sublime Paragon. A true world could only have one Sublime Paragon. It could not have a second Sublime Paragon under any circumstances. This was a law, an Arid Triad's law. At that moment, Su Ming sensed the power of the Sublime Paragon. It was a sensation that made him feel like he would have the universe under his control when he raised his head. That sensation came from the fake power of a Sublime Paragon he had at that moment. Sublime Paragon. A willful look appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he charged towards the heavenly incense rune. When he was less than 50 feet away from it, his cultivation base stirred up again, causing his level of cultivation to reach the peak of Sublime Paragon realm. But Su Ming still did not stop. When he stood right under the third heavenly incense, his cultivation base let out a bang, and he surpassed the realm of Sublime Paragon and reached a state he could not understand, but he knew that it was definitely not Avacania realm. This realm was so strong that it possessed a power that could disintegrate the whirlwinds in the galaxy with one thought, and with another, extinguish the flames of life in all living beings. Is this the strongest level of my cultivation that you can copy? Su Ming asked languidly while he stood under the third heavenly incense with a willful look in his eyes. If that is the case, your copy isn't worthy to make that clone of mine independent. Su Ming lifted his right hand and struck the third heavenly incense. It shuddered with a bang. Then, a vague will spread out from the third heavenly incense with a hint of derision. It charged towards Su Ming and pushed down on him. It was the will of the life form in heavenly incense rune that Huzi had mentioned. He had said that it was similar to him. Clearly, the willfulness of Su Ming's words had angered the will. When it pushed down on Su Ming, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind. This realm is Boshate 1. It is thine strongest state oft which I predicted based on the life form that thou possess. Thou art willful, but ye shalt know that I dost speaketh not empty words. If thou hast the courage to open thine heart, and allow me to understand thine true thoughts, then ye shalt know that there is no path of cultivation in the world that I cannot copy. Laying my heart bare before you is impossible, but it is not difficult for me to let you know my thoughts on my cultivation. But if you cannot copy it, what will you do? Su Ming said faintly while swinging his arm. If it be true that I am unable, then I shall naturally make thine clone lose his consciousness and make him belong to thee once more. The voice of the will in the rune buzzed with an air of confidence. Is that all? If you can copy it, then I will give up on my clone and let him have his independence under your will. But if you can't copy it, then I will have one of the 9 heavenly incense sticks destroyed. This will serve as your punishment. I will make you know that all those who touch my belongings must pay a price. Su Ming's voice was calm, but the grim, murderous air about him made the will in the rune fall silent for a while before it let out a cold harumph. Su Ming leaped up and charged towards the top of the third heavenly incense. In an instant, he sat down on the extinguished head of the incense stick. A glint shone in his eyes. Once he closed them, a ripple came from the ring on his right index finger. It did not spread outwards, but fused into his body and surrounded his soul. Then, as he let his mind scatter, the will of the rune immediately surged into Su Ming's body from the third heavenly incense, charging at his soul. But Su Ming's soul was protected by the ring. He was completely unbothered by the actions of the heavenly incense's will. His soul did not dissipate as he revealed a corner of it, showing the determination he had towards the path of his cultivation. At the instant rumbles echoed in Su Ming's body, the will from the rune sensed Su Ming's thoughts from the portion of the soul he had showed to it. Immediately, Su Ming's level of cultivation rose once more in the mid of the illusion. He had still yet to reach Avacania, but as his power rose, his cultivation base became stronger. As the rumbles continued echoing in his body, the will of the rune roared in disbelief. This is Thou desireth to possess Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. 'Tis impossible. Why would it be impossible? I have the power of possession that belongs to the Abyss Builders with me. You can continue predicting whether this is possible. Su Ming opened his eyes, and a ghastly look appeared in them. When he spoke, the will of the rune used its unique method to predict his path once more. In just a few breaths, Su Ming's level of cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he sensed the 4 great true worlds of Arid Triad in his consciousness. They seemed to become part of his body. During that instant, Su Ming also sensed the 3 ancient kingdoms in the galaxy, the ones beside the 4 great true worlds. The ancient kingdoms of Arid Triad. The instant the 4 great true worlds and the 3 ancient kingdoms appeared in Su Ming's mind, his level of cultivation reached a breakthrough and attained an inconceivable realm. Before he could experience it, 2 pictures appeared in his head. Su Ming had not created them. The will of the rune had been shocked by the power Su Ming had envisioned for the future, and it accidentally lost control of its unique method to verify and predict a person's level of cultivation. Because of it, a few pictures only it as the will of the rune could see were leaked. The first picture was of a blood-red galaxy. It had that color because of countless broken bodies strewn all about it. There was no end to the corpses. They formed a picture which would shock all those who saw it. Only in a while would they be able to sense that this galaxy belonged to Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. Amid the countless corpses was a man with a head full of white hair. He was dressed in a black robe and stood with his head thrown back. His extremely sorrowful cry echoed through the galaxy. That man was Su Ming. It was Su Ming after an unknown number of years had passed. He had an ancient air about him, and his hair was snow white. There were countless wounds on his body. He had lost his left arm, and only bones remained of his legs. There was a crimson arrow stuck in his chest. Next to him was Hu Zi. His eyes were wide open, but he was no longer breathing. Second senior brother's body had already been destroyed. Only his head remained, which had a hole at the center of his brows. It was a telling sign that both his body and soul had been destroyed. Eldest senior brother floated among a pile of corpses not too far in the distance. He had died in battle. The white ring had shattered, and its fragments were all around Su Ming. Most of the corpses belonged to strangers, but there were also some whom Su Ming recognized. Among them was Yuxian. Her eyes were closed as if she was sleeping, but the spot where her heart was located was full of dried blood. No one could say how long it had been since she had died. On the side was Su Xianyi, kneeling with his head lowered. He held a woman's corpse in his arms, still and unmoving. He had already breathed his last. Lying among the corpses further away was Su Ming's elder. His legs had been shattered into powder, and even in death, his unfocused gaze remained on the galaxy. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Su Ming even saw the figure of a baby further away. It was Lei Chun, who he had never been able to find. He had been torn limb from limb, and his head was pierced through by a long spear which pinned him to a piece of torn flesh. He was staring at Su Ming with regret as well as anguish in his eyes, but there was also the joy of finally gained freedom in them. Chang He, Flame Fiend's progenitor, everything. All the people Su Ming was familiar with had died in battle. Su Hui was even right next to him. She lay with a smile on her lifeless face. Su Ming, you have to persevere. You have to live. You must continue living. A weak voice with endless grief reached Su Ming's ears from a huge gap in the galaxy. A black feather floated down, landing in front of Su Ming. The voice belonged to the bald crane. The picture ended, and Su Ming shuddered. Then, the second picture appeared. In that picture, he was dressed in a blood-red robe. With a callous and merciless gaze, he walked with a boundless sea of blood trailing behind him. The 180 expanse cosmoses were within it. He was in Dark Dawn. The entire Dark Dawn had turned bloody red. Devil. He is Arid Triad's Devil Paragon. Terrified and forlorn screams of pain rang in the area in front of Su Ming. Before him was Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos, which was also created of 180 expanse cosmoses. The picture ended almost instantly, and Su Ming's eyes flew open. They were bloodshot as he glared at the heavenly incense rune. His tone was an ancient gust of freezing wind, but there was a slight quiver in his voice. What did I see? Silence. During that instant, the heavenly incense rune fell into total silence. What did I see? Su Ming growled. When he lifted his right hand, the white ring flew out with a rumble from his finger. It grew to thousands of feet big and surrounded the area, ready to shatter it. A boundless mighty pressure descended on the galaxy, and a destructive intent came down on the area from Su Ming's body. He wasn't holding anything back. I'll ask you one last time. What did I see? Mine rune is not used for relocation, neither is it for summoning, but for premonitions. I predicteth the future and open the path of time. What thou hast seen is a secret of the universe, which cannot be changeth. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Bashate. If Avakaniya means to not speak of it, then Bashate is Sanskrit for to speak, but Bashate is below Avakaniya. Chapter 1174. 3. Will break. Secret of the universe. Su Ming fell silent before he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. And that laughter was derision. He did not believe in this so-called secret of the universe. It didn't matter how realistic were those pictures. Despite having been immersed in them for an instant because of how true the him, with an ancient air on his person, felt while watching everything around him destroyed with a thick wave of grief. Su Ming still did not believe that all of this would be the future regarded as the secret of the universe. Killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. With a cold chuckle, he spoke languidly. You are just a mere spirit of a rune. How dare a mere heavenly incense rune speak of knowing the secret of the universe? This is clearly just something you created with your art to confuse me, and it'll only become real if I believe in it. Like that, you will have planted a seed in my soul. This is just simply ludicrous. Since you declare yourself able to predict the future, I wonder if you can predict how many of your incense sticks I will break today. Today is a day of disaster. This disaster cometh not from thee, but from mine act of revealing the secrets of the universe. The disaster has fallen upon me through thy hands. On this day, 3 of the 9 heavenly incenses shalt be broken. The spirit of the rune said in anguish after being silent for a moment. 3 will be broken? As Su Ming spoke, he did not give a chance for the heavenly incense rune to continue speaking. He raised his right hand and brought it down on the 3rd heavenly incense. At the same time, the ring floating above him descended rapidly. It was so quick that it touched the heavenly incense practically at the same time as Su Ming's right hand. Booming sounds reverberated in space. While Su Ming's own power might not be enough to destroy the 3rd heavenly incense, his ring, a supreme treasure with the power of Avakaniya realm, fixed itself on it and sank down. Wherever it went, the heavenly incense would roar and cracks would appear. Cracking sounds echoes in space. When the ring reached the bottom-most part of the incense stick, it let out a loud bang, and the 3rd incense stick, which had stood tall in true morning Tao world for countless years, crumbled into ashes that scattered into the wind. There was no resistance. The heavenly incense rune spirit did not put up any fight. It quietly accepted the fate of its 3rd incense stick being destroyed. Not fighting back, killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. But when he cast a glance at the heavenly incense rune, his eyes returned to normal, killing intent turning into aloofness. He did not continue attacking. He could tell that since the heavenly incense rune said that 3 of the incense sticks would be broken, it would definitely fight back at full strength to prevent the 4th from being broken if Su Ming continued attacking after the 2nd and 3rd were broken. At that moment, he would be forced into an incredibly passive position. That was a freezing glare shone in his eyes. He swung his arm, and the supreme treasure immediately returned to him. When it fixed itself on his right index finger, Su Ming turned away and walked out of the heavenly incense rune's territory to appear beside the bald crane and Huzi. He swung his right arm, and a sandglass appeared beside him. He cast a cold glance at the heavenly incense rune. You said that 3 incense sticks will be broken today. Right now, only 1 has been broken. There's still plenty of time left. I'd like to see how you will use me to break 3 of your incense sticks. With a cold sneer on his lips, Su Ming sat down cross-legged. 'Tis the secret of the universe. It is predestined. I doth not knoweth how ye wilt break 3 of mine, but 'tis the secret of the universe, and so it will be. The spirit of the rune's voice had a hint of an ancient air to its speech. Its words sounded like a sigh. Time passed as Su Ming sat in space and stared at the heavenly incense rune coldly. He had already made up his mind that he would not attack. He wanted to see how the heavenly incense rune would end up having 3 of its sticks broken, as it had declared. If this was part of the heavenly incense rune's plan, then when a day passed, when all the sand in the sandglass fell to the bottom and a new day arrived, Su Ming would not mind breaking the other incense sticks of the heavenly incense rune, but he would absolutely not attack on that day. He He might have said that he did not believe in the things shown to him by the secrets of the universe, but if anyone else was in his place, it would be impossible for them to not believe in them. If there was even a slight possibility that it would happen, Su Ming could not help but worry about it. In the pictures, his eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, and all the people he knew had died miserably. At that time, his ancient self had thrown his head back and screamed forlornly. This scene kept repeating in Su Ming's mind, and it made his heart tremble. It made him afraid. He was afraid that it would become true, that all the lives around him would die. He was afraid of this so-called secret of the universe. Time passed, trickling by slowly. Gradually, there were only a few grains of sand left in the sandglass Su Ming had placed beside himself. Most of the day had passed, and in less than 4 hours, the day would come to an end. However, Su Ming did not notice any changes in the heavenly incense rune. The spirit of the rune seemed to be incredibly certain that whatever was revealed to it through the secret of the universe would definitely come true. At that moment, what Su Ming did not know was that a refinement process had been launched several months ago in the Emperor of Abyss True World. This refinement process was held in a huge palace. Within it, there were 2 platforms. On one of them was Yuxian. She sat silently on the platform filled with countless runes. Before her, on the other platform, was a middle-aged man. He was wrapped up in chains formed by countless runic symbols that were shot through his body. They secured him tightly to the platform, and he could not move an inch. He had his head thrown back as he screamed in pain, and his forlorn voice was filled with endless hate as well as madness. As he screamed, rays of milky white light were extracted forcefully from his body. The chains formed by the runic symbols were like tunnels that continuously extracted his life force and cultivation base to fuse into Yuxian's body, who was on the other platform. Yuxian had an apathetic expression on her face. With her head lowered, she sensed the cultivation base and life force from the unfamiliar middle-aged man fuse into her, and her body go through a strange form of modification. Above the 2 platforms was Su Xianyi. With hands behind his back, he was floating in midair while staring below himself aloofly. Behind him was the Emperor of Abyss as well as Fang. All of them were silent. Not bad. Everything is proceeding quite smoothly. It's hilarious that Di Tian attempted possession and tried to become an abyss builder. What he didn't know is that I had the same plan, and clearly, I am about to succeed. Once Su Xianyi swept his gaze past the middle-aged man on the second platform, he said faintly, "Emperor of Abyss, you've done well over the years. Everything that I did was based on your orders, Master. If what I did is satisfactory to you, then it is good." This former clone of an abyss builder who now possesses his own independent will has always been hidden in the Emperor of Abyss True World. I had gathered all the powerful warriors in the Emperor of Abyss True World, used the rune you gave me, and even paid quite the huge price to capture him alive. Thankfully, everything went well. I hope that the process of the young master's blood being stimulated back to life can also go smoothly. But I do wonder to which senior of the abyss builders this clone belonged to in the past. The Emperor of Abyss said with a smile. My younger brother, Su Daoyi, who also has the royal blood of the abyss builders. His clone went to True Morning Dao World's heavenly incense rune before the 5th True World was destroyed a long time ago. He inherited the 6th heavenly incense. When he fused with it, he came to possess his own independent will. Before my younger brother had time to leave the 5th True World and search for his clone to fuse with him, disaster fell. Su Xianyi cast a glance at the middle-aged man screaming forlornly on the second platform. A hint of callousness could be seen on his face. I can sacrifice everything for the abyss builders to rise to power. Heavenly incense rune. What exactly is the relationship between the rune and the abyss builders? The one who asked the question was Fang, not the Emperor of Abyss. Heavenly incense rune appeared before the abyss builders. It is said that it belongs to the age of old man extermination, but I don't believe it. Abyss builders might not care about the other uses of this rune, but we can exploit the fact that it can make our clones independent from us. It can allow the abyss builders who have reached a bottleneck to be able to attain a breakthrough. Every single time an incense stick is extinguished, it means that an abyss builder's clone went there and fulfilled certain requirements to become independent. Even I do not know what those requirements are. Once the incense stick is extinguished, the clone will be separated from its host and will have independent thoughts. He can practice cultivation and make his own decisions, but it also means that he can be possessed a second time. A strange glare appeared in Su Xianyi's eyes. If the same body is possessed a second time, he will have even greater power erupt from him. If the possession is successful, the cultivator can reach a breakthrough. This is the greatest benefit of the heavenly incense rune for us. Su Xian turned around and looked at Sang as he spoke. 6 of the heavenly incenses have been extinguished. Besides this clone, there are 5 more Abyss Builders clones. It's a pity that they have hidden themselves very well. Besides one of them, even I can't locate them. Su Xian said faintly. Besides one of them. That one clone must be yours, right? Sang said calmly. A brilliant light shone in Su Xian's eyes. He smiled faintly and did not deny it. At that moment, the chains formed by the runic symbol shot through the middle-aged man's body once again. The clone who once belonged to Su Xian's younger brother threw his head back and let out a shocking roar. His entire body instantly withered. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a mere skeleton before he turned into ashes. A large amount of white light charged towards Yu Xian through the chains. As they changed her constitution, they also amalgamated with her soul. The amalgamation might seem perfect, but some time would still be needed before the energy could truly be absorbed by the seed of life extermination, which had now matured. Half of the seed of life extermination had belonged to Su Ming, while the other half was still a fragment. They were connected together, and at that moment, they were swiftly absorbing the cultivation base and life force from the clone. One of the biggest reasons that could in fact be said to have indirectly wiped off the clone's mind before reducing him to ashes was not Su Xian nor Yu Xian, but the half of the seed of life extermination which had once belonged to Su Ming, but now lay in Yu Xian's body. It was the one that finished everything and perfectly killed the Abyss Builder's clone. There was still a hint of Su Ming's presence left in the seed of life extermination. After all, its growth was due to it absorbing Su Ming's blood and soul over a 1,000-something years, which was why even if this item had been separated from Su Ming, it still contained his presence. Chapter 1175, A Mystery. The instant the clone in Su Xian's field of vision turned into ashes in the Emperor of Abyss True World, and the sandglass showed that there were only about 2 hours until the day ended. The 6th heavenly incense shuddered violently. Su Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the 6th heavenly incense shatter with a bang. As it crumbled layer by layer, it was reduced to ashes and disappeared. At the same time, a faint presence spread out, and they caused his expression to change before it eventually settled on a dreary look. He could tell that the presence belonged to him. The second, the spirit of the Rune, who had now lost 2 of its heavenly incenses, said in an ancient voice. As it reverberated in space, it caused Su Ming's expression to turn even more dreary. So it's not only me attacking you personally, but all the things done by those who are connected to me, be it people or objects possessing my presence, that will be counted within this day. Su Ming's eyes swiftly fell shut. In an instant, he found his Ikang clone. He had noticed that the presence that destroyed the heavenly incense just then belonged to him, but he also realized that it came from the seed of life extermination, which had already been separated from his body. Though Su Ming might not know what happened to the seed of life extermination and what had caused the heavenly incense crumble, but it was obvious that this was due to another independent clone. Yet Su Ming had no time to care about why and how it had happened. At the instant his divine sense connected with a Ikang clone, his pupils constricted. Su Ming sensed that his Ikang clone had brought tens of thousands of cultivators to surround a broken planet. With killing intent emanating from him, he brought his right hand up, intending to destroy the planet. It did not matter whether there was someone in the planet who could affect the heavenly incense rune, but once Su Ming fused his divine sense with his Ikang clone, he immediately made his decision. Ikang clone slowly brought his hand down. The murderous glare and the blood-red light in his eyes gradually disappeared as well. Instead of attacking, he sat down and waited for the final 2 hours of the day to come to an end. As for Su Ming, he carefully thought back on all the people and objects who had his presence. In the end, he was certain that no other accidents would happen. Then, with a sullen expression, he stared at the heavenly incense rune. Only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn remained until the day was over. I'd like to see how the 3rd heavenly incense will break. There was an aloof look in Su Ming's eyes. By his side, both Hu Zi and the bald crane were silent. They had discovered that something was off. They knew that Su Ming had descended into a monomaniacal state, and they did not dare bother him. Time trickled by breath by breath. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn was about to pass, and there were less than 10 grains of sand remaining in the upper level of the sandglass, The heavenly incense rune spirit did not react. It still believed wholeheartedly that what it had predicted would come true. At the instant the final grain fell, signaling that the day was over, the image of the last of the 7 heavenly incenses inverted in Su Ming's eyes, which was also clearly the very first heavenly incense extinguished a long time ago. With a bang, it shuddered, and countless cracks went down its side. The instant the day ended, it collapsed and shattered. The spirit of the heavenly incense rune did not react. In fact, it was very calm, since it was not the spirit itself destroying the incense stick. Su Ming could sense this clearly. His face gradually turned pale, and his body shuddered, because he noticed the presence that came from the incense stick the instant it was destroyed. That presence belonged to Su Ming. What caused him to tremble and go pale was the fact while that presence belonged to him, he was completely unfamiliar with it. This was a very contradictory statement, but at that moment, it was what Su Ming felt in his heart. "'Tis the secret of the universe. Through thy hand, it hath descended upon me. 3 incense sticks hath broken. 'Tis mine punishment for revealing the secret of the universe. What the secret of the universe hast revealed wilt come true. It wilt happen," the spirit of heavenly incense rune muttered. Its ancient voice echoed in space. "Secret of the universe." Su Ming slowly stood up with a ferocious look in his eyes. With a single move, he charged at the heavenly incense rune. When he raised his right hand, the ring flew off his finger with a bang. At the same time, an astonishing power erupted from his body. This was not the power that belonged to ordinary almighties in Fate Realm. It was great enough for him to fight against those in Life Realm within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. In fact, even if he was faced with those in Death Realm, Su Ming would still be worthy enough to fight against them. The secret of the universe might have said that you will have 3 of your incense sticks broken, but I will break all of them. While speaking, Su Ming approached the rune. As his cultivation base erupted from him, a piercing light spread out from the ring. An astonishing presence erupted from the supreme treasure. It was a power that could destroy space. With a bang, it charged at the heavenly incense rune. "Wherefore doth thou do this? Yesterday is over." The spirit of the heavenly incense rune sighed softly. It did not fight back and allowed that vast power of the ring to descend upon it. Amid the loud bangs, the remaining 6 heavenly incenses shuddered simultaneously. One of them shattered swiftly, disappearing into space. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and formed a seal. The ring immediately howled, and with a vast power, it charged at the heavenly incense rune once more. The rune crumbled. The 5th heavenly incense rune shattered, meaning there were only 4 incenses left. 2 of them continued burning, and the power of reversing time surrounded the 3 incense sticks which had extinguished, as if they were about to recover. Su Ming struck the center of his brows with his left hand. Immediately, the past and future appeared next to him, and the power of reversing time spread out from his body. As he let out a low growl, he controlled the supreme treasure with his right hand. The ring swept out, drawing an arc that rushed once again at the heavenly incense rune. This time, Su Ming's inborn power to interrupt the flow of time was contained in the ring. As booming sounds reverberated in space, it charged at the heavenly incense rune. Rumbles surged into space without end. Besides the 2 heavenly incenses which continued to burn, the other 3 were reduced to powder, but as Su Ming watched it, a complicated expression appeared on his faces. He saw that the 4 heavenly incenses he destroyed disregarded his power to interrupt the flow of time. They still slowly but surely recovered and manifested, as if their reformation was not as Su Ming saw. It was not due to the reversal of time, but was a power that surpassed what he could currently understand. With it, they recovered after they had shattered. "'Tis useless. I revealed the secret of the universe, and has thus paid the price. I doth not know when ye shalt pay thine. But what the secret of the universe has shown wilt be fulfilled. This wilt never change. There is nothing thou can changeth even if you destroy the remaining heavenly incenses. Today is today, yesterday has passed." The heavenly incense rune sighed softly. Slowly, its will dissipated. The 4 heavenly incenses Su Ming had destroyed manifested once more, but since the will of the spirit of the rune had disappeared, they became no different from lifeless objects. "I have revealeth the secret of the universe. Having 3 of mine heavenly incenses broken is just an external punishment. Mine internal punishment is that of mine will falling into slumber for 3,720 years. When I awaken, I shall see the scene thou hast seen from the secret of the universe. At that time, we shall meet again. As the voice of the heavenly incense Rune's spirit became increasingly weaker, the two burning incense slowly went out. They had not extinguished because of an Abyss Builder's clone, but because the runes had fallen asleep. They would not burn for 3,720 years. After that time passed, the two heavenly incenses would light up once more. Su Ming stared at the extinguished heavenly incenses. As he watched the 6 incense sticks and sensed the strange power from the heavenly incense rune around him fade away until it was completely gone, he fell silent. Anguish appeared on his face. In truth, before he attacked, Su Ming had already known that he had lost against the heavenly incense rune. Even if he destroyed the other heavenly incenses, the previous day had already passed, and the secret of the universe had said that 3 sticks would be broken on that particular day. If I had broken 3 or more beforehand. Su Ming stood quietly in the galaxy and watched the extinguished heavenly incense rune. He could not help but think of that question. After a long while, he sighed softly. In the end, the mysteriousness of the secrets of the universe lay in only 2 words. What if? The secret of the universe was contained in those 2 simple words. He would understand this matter if he could, and if he could not, then there was no forcing himself. The pictures he saw from the secret of the universe flashed in his eyes again, but he buried them all deep in his heart. I do not believe in the will of heaven, neither do I believe in destiny. I only believe in myself. So what if this is the secret of the universe? If I change the secret of the universe and replace the heavens themselves, I will also be able to change my destiny. What the secret of the universe showed is just one point in the future. With this point as a reference, I can change the future. Determination and resolution appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that he could not think too much about this. The more he thought about it, the more he would instinctively believe in it, and if he did so, the more likely it would become that it would come true. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes as he stared at space. Clone of mine that practices the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole, I will start with you. The heavenly incense has been destroyed, so I'd like to see just where you can hide. With a step forward, Su Ming appeared beside Hu Zi and the bald crane. Hu Zi looked like he wanted to speak, but he hesitated. He cast a glance at Su Ming, and in the end chose to say nothing. Hu Zi, for the time being, I won't return to build the 9th summit. I want to search for the clone of mine who betrayed me and fled. Do you want to come with me, or go back? Su Ming looked towards Hu Zi. Naturally, where you go, I will follow. I am your senior brother. Eldest senior brother has already ordered me to help you, so you can't leave me and go alone, Hu Zi said loudly while patting his chest. Su Ming stared at Hu Zi. He could not help but remember the picture from the secret of the universe, the one where Hu Zi was covered head to toe in blood while glaring at the universe with eyes open as he lay dead. Pain struck Su Ming's heart, and his resolution to avert what was to come grew even stronger. Chapter 1176, All Spirits Hall 1. A long arc charged through the whirlwind. Su Ming was at the front of it with Hu Zi was by his side. As for the bald crane, it was lying on Hu Zi's shoulder and continuously trying to confuse him by whispering into his ear. This gradually annoyed Hu Zi. He grabbed the bald crane by the neck and threw it into the distance. Yet in the span of a few breaths, the bald crane returned and lay down on Hu Zi's shoulder once more to continue with its work. Su Ming's expression was calm. The third eye at the center of his eyes had already opened, and it was shining with a strangely enchanting light while staring at the whirlwind in the galaxy. With it, Su Ming could see a silver line stretching into the depths of the whirlwind. This silver thread was a sign left behind by his divine sense when he struck the top of his clone's skull. Through it, he could find his clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month was gone. Su Ming had been charging forward all that time. He rushed forward in the direction of the silver thread, and the distance between him and the clone grew smaller. His clone, a person who now had his own independent will, had clearly noticed Su Ming's actions, and he was fleeing into the distance, continuously changing his direction in an attempt to shake off the pursuit. But no matter how he tried to flee, he could not run away from Su Ming's senses. On the 19th day of the pursuit, a glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He took a step forward, disappearing. When he appeared, he was far into the distance, standing above a broken planet. The moment he stopped there, his third eye saw the silver thread going into the broken planet. As the third eye magnified the view, Su Ming saw his clone meditating on a mountain. The instant Su Ming looked at it, The black-robed clone raised his head and stared at the sky coldly, meeting its old master's gaze. Su Ming's lips curled up into a cold sneer. At that moment, Hu Zi and the bald crane arrived behind him, and their gazes fell on the broken planet. Hu Zi, guard this place. My clone is slightly cunning. He must have made preparations against me since he chose this place. If he runs, try to block him, but just a little. Baldy, guard this place as well. Su Ming lifted his finger and pointed in the direction before him. Hu Zi grinned, and with a single move, he appeared at the spot Su Ming had requested of him. The bald crane quickly patted its chest, putting on an expression that told Su Ming not to be worried. A glint shone in Su Ming's eyes, and when he looked at the broken planet, the cold sneer on his lips became even colder. The clone's personality was incredibly similar to his own. Since he chose this place, he had to have prepared an ambush, but Su Ming did not intend to step into the broken planet. Instead, he raised his right hand, and the ring on his right hand sparkled. A ripple spread out from it and surrounded Su Ming's palm. He formed a seal with his hand. Immediately after, countless ripples that formed multiple circles charged towards the broken planet. The moment the ripples touched the planet, it shuddered, and cracks spread through the ground with loud noises. In just 2 breaths, booming sounds reverberated in space, and the planet crumbled. Su Ming took a step forward as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. He stepped on the broken pieces, then lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and pointed forward. With it, space was sliced apart. Su Ming changed the rules in the place by using his power of Fate Realm. This power was gathered on his finger as he charged straight towards the center of the clone's brows, while the planet crumbled around him. He was so fast that he closed in on the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole right away, but the clone looked like he had expected Su Ming to do such a thing. Not a hint of panic could be detected on him. The instant Su Ming closed in, he raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and let out a low growl. His body instantly started squirming, and he threw a punch at Su Ming. When it collided with Su Ming's finger, a deafening bang echoed in the air, shaking the sky as well as the earth. A huge wave of power swept towards Su Ming from the clone, causing him to freeze for a moment, but it was only for a moment. No matter how strong the clone was, he was still just a clone, and the time in which he had an independent will was too short. Su Ming let out a snort, and his cultivation base surged to his finger. Once he formed a seal with his right hand, he flung that power forward, and immediately, the clone coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He staggered backwards, retreating several thousands of feet backwards in one go. Su Ming's pupils contracted. The clone being forced back was within his expectations, but if it was forced back several thousands of feet back, then there was a problem with it. Almost at the instant Su Ming noticed this, the clone's lips curled into a ferocious sneer. There was even a hint of derision in it. He raised his hands, pushed his palms together in front of him, and a string of words with which Su Ming was familiar tumbled out of his mouth. Formed the earthen script, grave. The clone raised his hands, formed a seal, then pointed forward. Immediately, the shattered planet froze for a moment. In the blink of an eye, they moved in reverse, no longer scattering away. Instead, they fell back. It looked like time was flowing in reverse, but in truth, this was due to the clone's divine ability. In an instant, the shattered planet gathered together once more, forming something that was no longer the planet from before, but a lone grave formed by countless shattered rocks. That grave was like a seal. There were countless bolts of lightning swimming on its surface, and they let out crackling sounds as they sealed Su Ming inside. All of this had happened in a flash. The clone's personality was practically the same as Su Ming's, and he was incredibly cunning. He had predicted that Su Ming would definitely chase after him, and when he saw that he was on the planet, he would definitely guess that there was something off about the place. The probability of him landing on the ground was not high. It was more probable that he would destroy the planet. Yet as long as Su Ming closed in on the place, the clone could execute the earthen script. He made a bet that Su Ming still did not understand him and believed that he was only skilled in physical arts. Almost the instant the seal was formed, the clone threw his head back and roared. His body was immediately covered in blood, and wisps of silver light were forced out of the center of his brows. All of this lasted for about 3 breaths. Hu Zi's expression changed in the distance. He roared in anger and rushed over, but the clone just laughed at the heavens. In the end, he forced out all of the silver threads from the center of his brows. He moved, and in the face of the incoming Hu Zi, the clone laughed ferociously, raised his right hand, and threw a punch at him. Booming sounds reverberated in space. Hu Zi jolted and was forced several thousands of feet backwards. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and when he raised his head, he found that the clone had not chased after him, but had turned into a long arc that left swiftly into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the whirlwind. Only his laughter echoed in space, and there was a wild, untamed quality to it. When my real self no longer has the silver threads to chase after me, I'd like to see how you will follow me. Don't worry, I can tell you where I will go. Even if you destroyed the third heavenly incense and broke my path to copying your power, it doesn't matter. I can go to the other true worlds and search for Su Xianyi. I believe you will be very interested in me. When I am powerful enough, I will devour you and replace you. The clone's laughter gradually faded away, and his body could no longer be seen. With a bang, the gigantic grave formed of shattered stones, sealing Su Ming crumbled. He walked out from within it with a sullen expression. He cast a glance at the galaxy in the distance, and a contempt shone in his eyes. He had indeed not expected the clone to have mastered his divine abilities instead of relying on his great physical power. However, the clone did not know that Su Ming had never put all his hopes on a single plan. Besides the silver threads, he still had another method to track the clone. The golden shade of his personality had fused with the clone. Even though the clone had severed the connection with his soul after he gained his own will, the golden personality still remained within it, faded away, so it was almost unnoticeable. However, due to the existence of the golden personality which was part of him, the clone was like a torch in a dark world in Su Ming's eyes. He stood out starkly. Hu Zi, go back to eldest senior brother and second senior brother and build our 9th summit with them. This clone of mine is incredibly cunning. Capturing him will require some time. Once I subjugate him, I'll go back and search for all of you. Su Ming turned his head around and cast a glance at Hu Zi. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm before a gentle power immediately surged out from him to seep into Hu Zi's body. Once most of the injuries had recovered, Hu Zi stared at Su Ming, and after a moment of hesitation, he chose to agree. After all, the clone was so strong that no matter how extraordinary Hu Zi's level of cultivation was, there was still a great disparity between them. Not only would he not be of any use to Su Ming, he would even hold him back. Hu Zi, you're the most skilled among us in regards to runes. Please help me crack the rune for relocation to Morning Dao Sect. I want to go there and see whether there are any survivors in there, and its land can be used as the bedrock for the 9th summit. And the predecessor of Dao Ocean is also there. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm towards Hu Zi, then sent a ripple that could reject the whirlwind under his feet. When he turned around, he changed into a long arc. The bald crane quickly followed after Su Ming and disappeared with him. Hu Zi watched Su Ming leave into the distance while standing alone in the galaxy, and a hint of determination appeared on his honest face. Level of cultivation. I must increase my level of cultivation. I absolutely cannot be so much weaker than them. I have to become stronger. Resolution shone in Hu Zi's eyes. When he turned around, he changed into a long arc and left into the distance. Su Ming moved quickly and also shifted. With the supreme treasure sweeping around him, the whirlwind could not affect him in the slightest, allowing Su Ming to move incredibly fast. In an instant, he covered a boundless distance. In just around a dozen breaths, he sensed the clone in his heart. He's moving through the whirlwind. No matter how strong his physical body is, he cannot do it for a long time. With the distance he covered just now, he should be reaching his limit. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes, and he rushed forward. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. All Spirits Hall, mentioned in the 5th kiln as one of the 3 mysteries in Divine Essence Star Ocean, a place where all ancestral spirits are born, or so the rumors say. Chapter 1177. All Spirits Hall, 2. Damn it. How can he still chase after me? A powerful killing intent shone in the clone's eyes. With a sullen expression on his face, he charged through the whirlwind. It blew against his body, and he was already beginning to feel sharp stabs of pain from it. He knew that he could not persevere for much longer. With the power of his physical body, he could last for quite some time, but if it continued for a long period of time, he would end up with the exact same problem as the ancient god. Earlier, he had thought that he had shaken off his pursuer. Once he forced out the silver threads, Su Ming should have lost his tracks. This would then have forced him to give up because he would not be able to find him. However, even after losing the guidance of the silver threads, Su Ming still kept on drawing closer to him. The clone's expression was sullen. He let out a low roar, and after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, his expression changed drastically. The space in the whirlwind behind him had distorted. A figure walked out from the air before the clone. When it raised its right hand and brought it down, the whirlwind disintegrated with loud bangs. The figure moved forward while stepping on the crumbling whirlwind. Soon, his appearance was revealed. Needless to say, it was Su Ming who had come chasing after the clone. I have indeed underestimated you, clone of mine. Su Ming looked like he knew what the clone was thinking. His tone was flat, and he swiftly raised his right hand, pointing forward. Mountain Shifter! The galaxy roared at his words, and the whirlwind shuddered. Countless mountains manifested in the form of illusions in all directions. When Su Ming attacked, he started with one of his strongest divine abilities. The clone's expression changed. He moved back with a fierce look in his eyes. He too raised his right hand and pointed at space. Mountain Shifter! It was the same divine ability, the same art. Su Ming had used his cultivation base to execute the art while the clone had used his physical power to activate it. The difference was that Su Ming had thousands of mountains in all directions, while an illusory mountain had appeared over the clone. He had used his own body to form the mountain to resist the upcoming attack. Su Ming's eyes focused. He was no longer surprised that the clone understood the Mountain Shifter art, but he was surprised that this art had changed in such a manner in the clone's hands. This was something he had not expected. Looks like you do not just have your own independent will, but have also obtained some serendipities. When Su Ming said those words coolly, he lowered his right hand. In an instant, countless mountains which contained his full power charged towards the clone. The image of the mountain had completely formed around the clone. Once it turned into a huge mountain, the mountains that came charging towards him from all directions collided with it. Booming sounds instantly surged into the heavens, and all of the mountains shattered inch by inch. The mountain around the clone fell apart, and the clone coughed up blood. The next moment, he raised his right hand and struck his chest. After that, he threw his head back and roared. His body instantly withered. Su Ming's pupils shrank as he watched it. The clone's body slowly changed form. Then, right before Su Ming's eyes, the clone turned into a gigantic crimson python phoenix. It had a gigantic body that shone with multiple colors. The crimson python phoenix shot through space with a screech, charging into the distance at a speed that surpassed what the clone had possessed previously. When it looked like he was going to escape, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. He lifted his right hand, pressed his fingers together to form a blade, and took a step forward while making a slashing motion with his hand. God Slayer art. This was an art formed from the principles of the laws of fate. When Su Ming used it before reaching Fate Realm, it had been incredibly powerful. Right then, however, after he had mastered the fate around him, the effects of this art were even more shocking. The first thing he cut was the laws in the area, and this action was followed by the power of absolute accuracy. As booming sounds reverberated in space, the clone that had turned into the crimson python phoenix and had fled into the distance let out a shrill scream of pain. His body cracked, but he did not break down. Instead, he continued to charge forward in desperation. Right after, though, the third part of the God Slayer art, the power of rebound, arrived. The loud bang that shot into space then was even stronger, shattering the crimson python phoenix's body. As he was reduced to a bloody mess, he turned back into the clone. His face was pale, but he still stepped into space and disappeared without a trace. If it was any other cultivator, they would have definitely died under Su Ming's series of attacks. But the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole possessed a powerful physical body that not even Su Ming had at that moment. The strength of that physical body even allowed him to move through the whirlwind. Naturally, this meant that he would not die that easily. You're this injured, so you should be thinking of going to that place. Su Ming smiled coldly. He had not expected to be able to capture the clone with that attack. After all, he could be said to be the person who understood the clone the most. He knew just how difficult his physical body was to deal with, which was why he had told Hu Zi that he would need some time. In reality, it was not hard for Su Ming to kill the clone. However, what he wanted to do was not to kill him. He wanted to possess him a second time. He thus rushed away, chasing the clone with the tracks he had left behind. The heavier his injuries, the harder it will become for him to move through the whirlwind. When I catch up to him again, I will be able to capture him alive. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He was so fast that with a single charge, he sliced apart the whirlwind and left into the distance. Damn it, damn it. I must still have some sort of mark that he can follow. The clone's face was incredibly pale, and he was growing increasingly more sullen. Su Ming's 2 divine abilities had severely injured him. If it was not because he was being chased down, he would have immediately searched for a place to heal his injuries. Su Ming's Godslayer art had been especially vicious. It had nearly cut the clone's body in half, making his injuries much worse than before. He had already felt stabs of pain when he moved in the whirlwind before and knew that he could not last too long like that. Now, his body had even began trembling. His injuries weakened his ability to resist the whirlwind, and it shrunk the already limited time he could spend in the whirlwind. Su Ming clearly wanted to use this to force him into a corner. The clone's eyes flashed while he kept charging forward. When he noticed that Su Ming was even closer to him after a shift, a hint of madness arose in the clone's eyes. If that's the case, then don't blame me for disregarding the relationship we shared in the past. The clone suddenly changed direction. He no longer charged forward. Instead, he moved left and disappeared into the distance. Heavenly incense enlightened me. Not only has this allowed me to gain sentience, it also presented me with the memories left behind in the heavenly incense rune by countless cultivators from true Morning Dao world. One of them contained the sun-sinking talisman, one of the 3 mysterious places in true Morning Dao world. That part of the galaxy is constantly dark, and your divine sense won't be able to leave your body when you are there. When a cultivator goes there, it is the same as having all of their 5 senses sealed. In fact, even their power is suppressed. Su Ming, since you want to die so much, I will devour you in the galaxy where the sun-sinking talisman is. And even if I can't devour you, your divine sense and your cultivation base will be suppressed there. I'd like to see how you will continue chasing after me then. Their clone looked positively evil at that moment. He flew swiftly towards the sun-sinking talisman, which was not too far away from him. He could reach it in about 5 days. There will be no end to us unless one of us dies. This isn't a grudge, but a fight for freedom. Only when I kill you will I be able to be completely free. From then on, I will be Su Ming. The clone's expression twisted. As he charged forward, he was worried that Su Ming would catch up to him halfway through, so he struggled for a moment before gritting his teeth. A bang shot up from his body, and his skin turned crimson. Gradually, layers upon layers of his skin fell off, revealing the flesh and blood stream. At the same time, his blood and flesh went inwards, as if they wanted to seep into his bones. Waves of indescribable pain caused the clone to grit his teeth, and he descended into madness. Pain. Only this extreme pain can stimulate all the potential in my body. He gritted his teeth. In an instant, his speed reached an unlimited pace as he charged straight at sun-sinking talisman. As he rushed forward, his flesh and blood slowly seeped into his bones. This might seem inconceivable, but in truth, it was a forbidden art that could allow his bones to be outside while his flesh and blood were inside. Muscles on white bones art. This is a forbidden art I sensed in the heavenly incense rune that can stimulate my subconsciousness and make my speed increase by leaps and bounds in a short span of time. The clone's face was no longer a face, but a white bone with flesh and blood inside it. He no longer looked like a human, but by going through with it, his speed had increased several times. In the blink of an eye, he increased the distance between him and Su Ming, who was chasing after him. Su Ming's expression changed, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He noticed that the clone's speed had suddenly surpassed it should be able to achieve. He had almost escaped the distance in which Su Ming could detect him. Without any hesitation, Su Ming jumped forward, raised his right hand, and patted the storage bag. When he sent his divine thought into it, a roar echoed in space. The resentful Wei appeared before him the next moment. After the long slumber, the resentful Wei's aura had become slightly stronger, but cultivation base was not its specialty. Its strongest asset was its speed. Once the resentful Wei appeared, Su Ming jumped on it. In an instant, the horse shot into space, chasing after the clone. While the clone used the forbidden art to flee, Su Ming used the resentful Wei to give chase. After 3 days went by, the clone rushed into a black galaxy. There was no whirlwind there. Even if it fused into the place, it would turn dark. The galaxy looked incredibly huge, as if it was a black ocean. It didn't allow any light inside, hiding all that was within it. Almost 6 hours after the clone rushed into the black galaxy, the resentful Wei's burning body appeared before the place. With Su Ming on its back, it rushed straight into the black galaxy. When the resentful Wei stepped into the black galaxy, Su Ming stood on the resentful Wei's body and stared before himself. A glint shone in his eyes. It's just as I expected. It won't be hard to catch the clone in the sun-sinking talisman's area. It'll be difficult possessing him the second time, but this is a good place for it. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. Chapter 1178, All Spirits Hall 3. Sun-sinking talisman was one of the three great mysteries in true Morning Dao world. It was on the same level of mysteriousness as the heavenly incense rune and Eldest region. No one knew its origins, and just like the heavenly incense rune, it had existed since before true Morning Dao world had been born. Over the countless years, an unknown number of cultivators had come to this place. They had all tried to investigate sun-sinking talisman. Many even came with the intention to take the runic symbol for themselves and become its master. But no one had ever succeeded. Droves of cultivators had come. Each one of them had left, while the runic symbol remained in the galaxy. It seemed like it would stay there for all eternity and would never disappear. It had watched true Morning Dao world walk to its glory, and then how it fell into emptiness. Throughout it all, it floated quietly without getting in anyone's way. It seemed like it would be this way even if another million years passed. Compared to the vortex in Eldest region, which did not allow anyone in, the sun-sinking talisman was like a wide, open gate which allowed all cultivators in. It also did not have the strange power of the heavenly incense rune, which could make clones independent and charm all cultivators, making them unable to free themselves from the addicting feeling of their levels of cultivation reaching false breakthroughs. Many souls had been injured like this. In fact, with just the least bit of carelessness, it was possible to get stuck in the rune for all time. In comparison, the sun-sinking talisman was much gentler in nature. If cultivators could reach it, then they could leave it as they liked. They would not come to any harm by visiting it. The only thing they would have to suffer was their cultivation bases being suppressed in the pitch-black world. Their divine senses would also be restrained, making it impossible for them to see beyond themselves. This turned all cultivators into mortals. Even if they opened their eyes, they would be blind. Yet this seemed to be the only use of the sun-sinking talisman. That was why, compared to the heavenly incense rune and Eldest region, much more people had visited the sun-sinking talisman. After all, it was the safest place. However, for this to be true, there had to be no murderers among those who entered. Over the countless years, plenty of people had died in the black world surrounding the sun-sinking talisman. Yet it was known to all that the people who had died did not do so because they were attacked by some sort of strange power from the sun-sinking talisman. They were actually killed by the people who had entered the place with them. Due to the strangeness of the place and other motives, they had attacked their companions. At that moment, Su Ming's clone was clearly thinking about this. Su Ming stood on the resentful Wei that had rushed into the black world. At the instant he stepped inside, Su Ming sensed a powerful pressure press down on his divine sense, forcing it to instantly bounce back into his body. He could only spread it on his skin and no farther. To cultivators, losing their divine sense was equivalent to losing an eye, and if that was not enough, there was also no light in the place. It was pitch black. The darkness was so deep that even if a person focused his vision, they could not make out anything. This was equivalent to losing the other eyes as well. In other words, once any cultivator entered the black world, they were completely blind. At the same time, Su Ming's cultivation base was also greatly suppressed at the instant he entered the black world. This suppression was not at all weak, but incredibly powerful. Su Ming instantly fell from Fate Realm to Mastery Realm, and judging by the fact that it didn't stop, it was likely that the closer Su Ming drew to the center, the greater the suppression on his cultivation base would become. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He did not hesitate. He moved forward along with the resentful Wei, not even searching for the clone. He believed that the clone would come to him on his own. In fact, even if he did not come, Su Ming would still have his ways to track him down. After all, Su Ming had pushed the clone into having no better option than to come to the sun-sinking talisman. Clearly, during the chase, the clone had turned into an existence akin to a prey in his eyes. With ingenious pushes and his pursuit, the clone's only choice had become this place. Su Ming's expression remained the same as he went forward. He might not be able to see his surroundings, but the resentful Wei was incredibly familiar with such complete darkness. As it charged forward, it did not show any discomfort. Su Ming had foreseen this. After all, the resentful Wei came from the void existing in the relocation spots within Divine Essence Star Ocean. That world might have seemed colorful, but there were plenty of places in it that were bathed in year-long darkness. The resentful Wei lived there, so it was only natural that its familiarity with darkness was much greater than that of normal people. This was one of the reasons why Su Ming had chosen this place. When he closed his eyes, his mind fused with the resentful Wei's. He used the resentful Wei's eyes and saw the dark world, which was something very few cultivators got to see. It was a gray world with no other color present in it. The area around him was empty except for a huge, gray screen of light in front of him. It moved about continuously as if it was a ball of flames. With the resentful Wei's eyes, Su Ming swept his gaze around the area. He did not see the clone's figure. However, the black world was really vast, so it was not surprising for him to be unable to find the clone within the small area his eyes could see. Su Ming's shut eyes moved slightly. He did not open them, but raised his right hand and clenched his fist in the air. It does not matter whether you are willing to stay here. Since you came to this place, don't think about leaving. A hint of arrogance appeared on Su Ming's face, a confidence that he had everything in his grasp. When he clenched his right fist, the clone shot out of the pitch-black world on the other side. His eyes instantly brightened up. When he turned his head around, the corners of his lips lifted up in a ferocious sneer that was full of smugness. You are the original body, so my personality and manner of thinking are affected by you. That is why if there is a possibility for you to understand my thoughts, there is also a possibility for me to trick you. While you were chasing after me, my instinctive thought was to find a place which could limit you and allow me to devour you. That is why I chose this place. But that is just an act of deception. I wanted to lure you to this place and then leave you in this dark world. Su Ming, go on, continue believing in yourself. I know you're sure that I will attack on my own in this place. When you find out that there is something off, I will have long since left true morning Dao world. The clone let out a cold bark of laughter and charged into the distance. Yet when he was about to leave the place, a buzzing sound reverberated in space. The instant the clone heard it, his expression changed, and he came to an abrupt halt. His face was incredibly dark. He no longer moved forward but retreated backwards, because he saw a white layer of ripples that looked like a board in front of him, and it was charging towards him. By the looks of it, the ripples near him were just a small part of the whole. They had spread through the entire region that belonged to the sun-sinking talisman. The ripples were Su Ming's supreme treasure. The instant he stepped into the place, he had sent the supreme treasure away from his body and made it float above him. It had enlarged until it covered the entire region belonging to the sun-sinking talisman. Then it turned into ripples and formed a seal akin to a cage. This meant that the place had truly turned into a prison. If the clone tried to force his way out, he might immediately get sealed by the mighty pressure of the supreme treasure. This forced him to retreat and return to the pitch-black world in the sun-sinking talisman. Damn it! For the first time, panic appeared on the clone's face. He had thought that he had predicted all of Su Ming's moves, but every single time, Su Ming showed up to be one step ahead of him. There was no way for the clone to leave the area. If you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. The clone no longer had any other choice. He gritted his teeth, and madness appeared on his face. Even if his cultivation base was restricted and he could not spread out his divine sense, it did not matter to the clone. To him, they were just external objects. His real strength lay in his physical body. With a loud whistle, the clone rushed through the pitch-black world. With killing intent and madness in its eyes, he started sweeping through the place. Su Ming stood with a calm expression on the charging beast. Within the pitch-black world, he saw a gray galaxy with the resentful Wei's eyes. As time trickled by, Su Ming's cultivation was suppressed more and more. The closer he drew to the core, the worse it became. Soon, he was going to be suppressed to the state of only being in solar Kulpa realm. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared within the gray world. It was formed of countless threads and exuded a presence that did not mix with the world. The instant the presence appeared, it immediately devoured the gray shade around it. Even if Su Ming could only see the outline, he could tell at first glance that it was his clone. He could not see the clone's expression, but he could sense a thick, foreboding air from the threads forming the figure. The clone had been moving in another direction, but its figure suddenly stopped in its tracks and looked at Su Ming. This scene birthed a thought in Su Ming's heart. Awareness. Once he gained his independent will, he should have awakened the awareness within his physical body that comes from the Crimson Python Phoenix. That's why I can vaguely sense my existence in the darkness. Su Ming had come to a quick understanding of what had happened. At that moment, The clone turned and charged towards him without a sound. He had already lifted his right hand, and a killing seemed to be swiftly gathering on his fist. Even if most of his strength comes from his physical body, he is still suppressed in this place. Based on how much time he used to gather his power, his level of cultivation should have been suppressed till he is only in Mastery realm. Su Ming's lips curled into a cold sneer. He watched the clone charge towards him. Soon, his eyes shone, and he lifted his right foot, stepping off the resentful way. In an instant, he appeared in front of the clone. The clone's expression changed swiftly, as if he had noticed him. He wanted to move back, but it was too late. Su Ming raised his right hand and went to swiftly capture him. The clone let out a low growl, then raised his right hand, gathered all his power in it, and threw a punch towards Su Ming's incoming right hand. Booming sounds erupted in the black world, and Su Ming let out a harumph. He did not move back, but instead went forward. As for the clone, his expression had changed drastically. Coughing up blood, he fell back swiftly. Chapter 1179, All Spirits Hall 4. Why you? You can see me. The clone's mind was in a mess at that moment. He did not think that Su Ming would be able to see his surroundings in the pitch-black world within the sun-sinking talisman. This was something that the clone had been sure about. Himself, he could see his surroundings clearly. After all, it was not due to his eyes that he was able to notice Su Ming, but due to his perception. Since the other was the original body, its existence was like a ball of flames in his eyes. The reason Su Ming was unable to perceive the clone in the same manner was also because of their relationship. It was like a small and big object. Due to the small object being small, it was hard to notice it, while the big object would be incredibly clear in the eyes of the small object. The clone was almost scared out of his wits at that moment. As he retreated swiftly, a cold sneer appeared on Su Ming's lips, and he took a step forward to give chase. This time, I'd like to see how you'll run. Su Ming's voice was ghastly, and it had an imposing tone that caused the clone's heart to tremble. As he retreated, he gritted his teeth. Then with a roar, he executed the forbidden art to stimulate his potential by having his bones act as his skin while his flesh went inside him. His speed instantly increased exponentially. The instant Su Ming raised his right hand and seized space, the clone escaped by a hair's breadth, fleeing madly. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. He clenched his fist, and booming sounds immediately rose all around him. They came from the white ring, which Su Ming had released earlier. It shrunk swiftly. As it did so, its ripple became an unmovable barrier. The clone couldn't get past it, and could only wait to be captured. All of this happened in an instant. The moment it was done, Su Ming charged towards the clone once more. The clone might be incredibly fast, but there was a reason why the art he used was known as a forbidden art. It had its drawbacks, like it could not be used for long periods of time, especially when it was cast twice in a row. The clone had less time than it takes for an incense stick to burn. After that, he would not only immediately slow down, he would also be heavily injured. But what else could he do besides this? He gritted his teeth and charged forward as blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. He rushed desperately towards the place where the sun-sinking talisman was at the center of this black world. Only when he was there would he have the slightest chance of survival. Roars reverberated in the world outside at that moment. The sound of the ripple from the ring shrinking inwards signified a dead end. The clone would only have a chance to survive if he reached the sun-sinking talisman, where both of their cultivation bases would be suppressed to their limit. That was why it activated his full speed regardless of the cost. He was confident that he could reach that place in the span of the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, but he did not see that a hint of derision had appeared in Su Ming's expression as he chased after him. The sentience born due to the heavenly incense rune might make the clone very similar to me, but he is more easily alarmed and less cautious. Once he runs into life-threatening situations, his confidence falters, and he will run for a dozen-something breaths. Then, I'd like to see how you will continue running away. Su Ming chased after the clone at a moderate pace. He could sense that his level of cultivation had been suppressed, and he was no longer in a stable state in Solar Culpa Realm. He fell to Lunar Culpa Realm. Then his level of cultivation was reduced to that of a person who had attained great completion in World Plane Realm. And this had only taken 16 breaths. At that moment, the clone coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, and his body shuddered. He had thought that the forbidden art could last for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, but the duration had been cut short. A feeling of weakness rose in his heart, and it resulted in a broken smile on his face. He disregarded the suppression of his cultivation base. The suppression on his physical body was slightly less, but he was charging straight at the sun-sinking talisman. Besides, he had activated the forbidden art, so it had become way worse, and it all fell on his already weakened body. This was why the duration of the forbidden art had been reduced to only 18 breaths instead of the original span of time, which was the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. The instant the clone slowed down, Su Ming took a step forward. When he raised his right hand, a mighty power landed at the top of the clone's head. At the same time, Su Ming's will surged into his body. He was about to execute the second possession. The fear of death stimulated the clone, and he let out a shrill scream filled with his desire to live. Instant Su Ming activated possession, his body shuddered, and a crack immediately appeared at the center of his brows. The moment Su Ming's nascent divinity filled the clone's body, a small human crawled out from the crack at center of the clone's brows and fled madly into the distance. The small human was the independent will born in the clone due to the heavenly incense rune. It could be said that it was a soul, but it could also be said that it was a nascent divinity. At that moment, its speed instantly became incredibly great, and it rushed towards the sun-sinking talisman. The body of the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole no longer had any form of consciousness or soul. To Su Ming, there was no longer any need to possess it. The thing before him was only an empty shell. His nascent divinity instantly fused back into him, and he quickly retrieved the body to put it into his storage bag. Then, Su Ming lifted his head and stared at the gigantic runic symbol in the shape of a long strip within the huge gray screen of light. It stood distinctly before his eyes despite being far in the distance. The clone soul was charging at the runic symbol. Without your soul, I cannot possess you, and I will not be able to go through the second possession. I wonder what will happen during the second possession. Honestly, I'm very curious about it. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The reason why he was so incredibly persistent in chasing down the clone was not just to make him his clone again, but more importantly, because he wanted to know whether he could possess the same clone the second time and whether there would be some changes if that happened. With that sort of thought in mind, there was no way he would let the clone who had formed an independent will go so easily. This was such a rare occurrence. He let out a cold harumph and moved forward to chase down the clone's soul. The two of them were already incredibly close to the sun-sinking talisman, so the clone soon arrived at its side. The moment he reached it, his soul started trembling, and he started becoming vague, as if he was withstanding some sort of mighty pressure and was about to dissipate. Su Ming had also felt his level of cultivation being restrained in a manner that he had never experienced before. His level of cultivation was being continuously weakened while he was getting close to the talisman. He fell from great completion in World Plane Realm to only possessing the power belonging to those in the later stage of World Plane Realm, then fell to the middle stage before sinking straight to the initial stage. When he closed in on the talisman, his cultivation base sank swiftly, and from Heaven Cultivation Realm, he dropped to Earth Cultivation Realm. This was a power level he had not experienced in a long time. It was the level of cultivation he had possessed when he was sent from the land of Berserkers to Divine Essence Star Ocean. Even so, Su Ming's intelligence and experience collected over the years did not allow a single change on his face. He might have become much slower, but he showed no hesitation. In an instant, he reached the sun-sinking talisman. Booming sounds surged through the area. The moment Su Ming arrived at the sun-sinking talisman, the white ring swept towards him from all around him. It had already shrunk to a point where it could envelop the sun-sinking talisman within it. The clone soul looked like it was about to crumble. When it saw that the white ring had completely sealed the area and Su Ming was walking towards him, panic and fear which had never appeared on it before showed up on its face. Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? I've already given you my physical body, the clone screamed in a shrill voice. Your physical body? Su Ming chuckled coldly. He did not waste his breath on the clone. He took a step forward and charged towards it, then lifted his right hand and seized it. Despair appeared on the soul's face. It had no power to fight Su Ming. Even if what Su Ming showed at that moment was the power of those in Earth Cultivation Realm, the clone could not face it. Madness and desperation twisted his features. The instant Su Ming seized him, he closed his eyes before swiftly opening them again. The aura of self-destruction instantly surrounded the soul. But the clone knew that self-destruction was useless. It knew that Su Ming was skilled in reversing time, but it could not accept not even attempting self-destruction and just allowed itself to be wiped off. That was why, even though it knew it was useless, it still chose to self-destruct in a bout of madness. However, just as it had known it would be, self-destruction was completely useless before Su Ming. The power of time reversing blew past him. Su Ming caught the clone's soul, and once he curled his fingers around it, layers of seals immediately covered it. Only then did Su Ming put it into his storage bag. Once he left the place and his level of cultivation was no longer suppressed, he would immediately place the soul back into his clone's body and possess it a second time. Once he sealed the clone's soul, Su Ming lifted his head and cast a glance at the huge sun-sinking talisman. The gray light shone 100,000 feet around it, and there were 3 large words written on it. However, Su Ming did not know those characters' whole strokes formed the entirety of the talisman. Yet when he looked over, he could sense a primitive, savage power contained within them. For some unknown reason, the ancient feeling brought back memories of the ancestral spirits who were worshipped in Divine Essence Star Ocean. In fact, Su Ming could sense that the terrifying power in the talisman surpassed that of the White Ring. It was clearly a supreme talisman which was in a Vanicea realm. Su Ming did not intend to linger for too long in this place. His level of cultivation had been suppressed to the point that his earth cultivation was already showing signs of instability. He turned around, intending to leave and return to the world outside to reunite with his senior brothers. But the moment he raised his foot, the sun-sinking talisman suddenly shuddered. The presence of an offering has appeared. Activate All Spirits Hall. Make the offering, and you can enter All Spirits Hall. Buzzing sounds came from the sun-sinking talisman. A strange voice traveled through the area, causing Su Ming's heart to tremble. At that instant, a great suction force came from the runic symbol. It enveloped Su Ming's body and pulled him over, as if it wanting to drag him into the runic symbol. There is no offering. The ritual master will offer himself as an offering. The buzzing sounds became as loud as a roar, and Su Ming's expression changed drastically. The suction force had suddenly increased exponentially. The instant it looked like Su Ming would be dragged into the runic symbol, he lifted his right hand and pointed at the white ring. It shrank with a whistle and fixed itself on his right index finger to drag him out. When Su Ming was about to leave the suction area, light shone on the sun-sinking talisman, and a relocation power was activated. Su Ming's eyes went wide, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips as a light spread out and covered him. It disappeared the next instant, but by then, Su Ming was already gone from the Black World. Chapter 1180. For years, Su Ming's Ikang clone led nearly 100,000 cultivators through true Morning Dao world. Wherever he passed, all the remaining cultivators would either deliver their souls and join the 9th summit, or their blood would flow in rivers. The instant Su Ming and the ring were relocated by the sun-sinking talisman, he shuddered. The Ikang clone had long gray hair, and there was a blood-red light shining in his eyes. A murderous, bloodthirsty air fused with his madness to form an aura of death filled with a destructive intent that brought with it a heinous, malicious air. This was a clone that was almost identical to the darkness itself once Su Ming's destructive personality fused with the Ikang clone. This clone was filled with aloofness. His appearance was slightly different from Su Ming's, and it would be difficult for anyone to notice his presence, but he was still Su Ming. The clone stopped in space at that moment. The near 100,000 cultivators behind him were silent. No one dared utter a single word. All of them only looked at the black Ikang clone with respect in their eyes. Sun-sinking talisman. The eyes of the black Ikang clone sparkled at that moment, and a pensive expression appeared on his face. He could sense that his original body had been relocated. At that moment, the connection they shared had been severed, and he could not detect where his original body had gone. He could only vaguely sense that it had not ran into any dangers. But even though their connection had been severed, and it looked like they had become two people who were completely unrelated to each other, the Black Ikang clone still acted according to Su Ming's will. He was Su Ming. This was the inborn talent of the Abyss Builders that nothing else besides the heavenly incense rune, as far as Su Ming knew, could interfere with the clones they possessed. After a moment of pensive silence, red light shone in the eyes of the Black Ikang clone. He knew that he could not help his original body, which was why he decided to not bother himself with it. He could only act based on his original body's will and build the 9th summit in true Morning Dao world. I will gather enough power of the laws of fate in the world around me. Then when the original body returns, he can replace true Morning Dao world. Resolve appeared in the eyes of the Su Ming's Black Ikang clone. Without any hesitation, he charged forward. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. During that time, almost all the remaining cultivators in most of the regions of true Morning Dao world were gathered together under the joint efforts of Eldest Senior Brother, Second Senior Brother, Hu Zi, Su Ming Zikang clone, and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had spread out to search for them. Their efforts seemed to have kick-started a huge snowball rolling down a cliff, and it was slowly getting larger. Huge rocks were gathered from all over the world, and they combined together to form the Ninth Summit's territory. They made up a huge continent with tall mountains in it. Towers rose up right after, and the outline of the Ninth Summit's sect was slowly formed. Another half a year passed, and the outline of the Ninth Summit could no longer be seen. What was contained within the continent was a huge sect. It had an extraordinary air, and there were nearly 500,000 cultivators practicing cultivation over there. Some of them had become disciples of the Ninth Summit willingly, some were forced, or some joined due to other reasons. They were made up of various races. Some of them were originally from Morning Dao Sect, and some were once from the Immortals Union. Yet at that moment, Morning Dao Sect was no longer around, and neither was the Immortals Union. All of those people were members of the Ninth Summit. There were 9 huge mountains within the Ninth Summit, and they were the most distinct creations of the sect. Mighty pressure spread out from them and enveloped the entire continent. In the distance, it turned into white ripples that blocked the whirlwind from entering the region. Even though Su Ming's original body had gone missing, his Akang clone was still around. Once the Akang clone wore the black robe, besides his senior brothers, all the other people did not know that the black-robed man known as the Great Sect Elder in the Ninth Summit in the open and the malicious fiend in private was just a clone. The first sect master of the Ninth Summit was Second Senior Brother. Eldest Senior Brother was not willing to take up that position, and Hu Zi was far too lazy to do it. Su Ming's Akang clone did not care about statuses, so it was only natural that the title fell on Second Senior Brother's head. As for Eldest Senior Brother, he was also a great sect master, just like Su Ming's Akang clone. He was in charge of punishments. With his murderous aura, he intimidated all the disciples. Hu Zi had nothing to do, but he was already accustomed to fighting. So he took up the responsibility of bringing more disciples to the Ninth Summit and continuously expanding its territory in true Morning Dao world by ceaselessly conquering new areas. It did not matter to him whether the territory had once belonged to Morning Dao Sect or the Immortals Union. At that moment, there were only cultivators who had lost their foundation in these places. Within the Ninth Summit were 9 huge mountains, and the Ninth Summit was where the sect's Great Hall was located. Su Ming's Akang clone occupied the 4th Summit. Once he let Hu Zi take care of the battles, he went into year-long isolation to refine the power of the fate in the world gathered on him. The 3rd Summit belonged to Hu Zi. The 2nd Summit was their Second Senior Brother's chamber, and the 1st Summit belonged to Eldest Senior Brother. Time passed, and it soon were 2 full years since Su Ming had disappeared. During them, the 9th Summit continued growing stronger. The sect had expanded and become a gigantic object in the galaxy. In the 2 years, the number of cultivators in the 9th Summit had grown from its initial 500,000 to nearly 800,000. This might not sound like much, but it has to be remembered that a disaster had struck true Morning Dao world. Before it, there were tens of millions of cultivators, but they had been reduced so greatly that not even 1/10 of the original number remained. There was also one time where the 9th Summit's continuous expansion had come to an end. It was when Hu Zi had brought the cultivators from the 9th Summit to engage in a fierce battle against another group of cultivators in the northernmost area. This matter had even shocked Su Ming's Akang clone, causing him to end his isolation. Once he egressed, he personally went to the northernmost area of true Morning Dao world. Once he went through a battle of arts that shook the universe, he severely wounded the most powerful warrior there. But he was also heavily injured, so he retreated to the 9th Summit to enter isolation once more. After this event, Hu Zi ended his conquest of the galaxy. Once he returned to the 9th Summit, he placed his full attention on Su Ming's initial request of cracking the relocation rune leading to Morning Dao Sect. Even Hu Zi, who had extreme talent with runes, needed some time to crack the rune. After all, it was a rune that served a function similar to protection for Morning Dao Sect for countless years. It had been shut down from the inside, so if it could be easily cracked open from the outside, it would not live up to its name. But Hu Zi was confident. With just a few years, he would definitely be able to crack it. However, based on that battle, it was made sure that even if Su Ming had disappeared, he was still the strongest person in the Ninth Summit. Even if the Akang clone fought against him at full power, he would not be Su Ming's opponent. This was something publicly acknowledged by his senior brothers. It was also because of this that the Ninth Summit stopped its expansion. They halted right beyond the spot, which belonged to the sect which had appeared around the same time as the Ninth Summit. It was known as New Dao Sect, and all the cultivators in it had once belonged to Morning Dao Sect. If anyone continued making deductions based on this, they would be able to guess that they were once an army sent from Morning Dao Sect to fight against the Immortals Union. They might have suffered a blow under the disaster, but they still had nearly 1 million cultivators in their New Dao Sect. It was them who had stopped the Ninth Summit from continuing their expansion. Their strongest warrior, someone known as an almighty in New Dao Sect, had an unfathomable level of cultivation. It was him who had personally fought against Su Ming's Akang clone. That battle had even forced the Akang clone to reveal his true form, which resulted in both of them being injured badly, and they isolated themselves due to their injuries. This had stopped the Ninth Summit's expansion, but it was the same for New Dao Sect. They could not do anything to the Ninth Summit. No large-scale battles occurred between them anymore, but small-scale scuffles were a constant event. If true Morning Dao world only had the Ninth Summit and New Dao Sect, then the scuffles between them would only continue growing until they reached a point when one of them could no longer hold on. But this did not happen because Su Ming and New Dao Sect's Almighty were not the only ones who had the idea of creating a sect. There was a third force to the south of Morning Dao Sect. It was known as the South Union, formed by many small races who were remnants of the Immortals Union. There were also nearly 1 million cultivators among them, and plenty of them were powerful warriors. In fact, their overall strength surpassed that of the Ninth Summit without Su Ming and New Dao Sect. However, the gap torn through Arid Triad expanse cosmos existed between the South Union and the Ninth Summit. That region was where the whirlwind was the strongest. As it raged there, it indirectly stopped most of the movements of the cultivators in the South Union. Even if they had found a way to move through the whirlwind, it was still difficult for them to move through the region with the strongest whirlwind in large numbers. They did not have the protective ripple which could allow them to move for long periods of time in the whirlwind. So even if they decided to circumnavigate the whirlwind, once they suffered a setback, they would all perish. This was why they had not engaged in major conflicts with the Ninth Summit and New Dao Sect. Just like that, during the period of 2 years Su Ming was missing, the three great forces in true Morning Dao Sect slowly expanded. They kept each other in check, and a rarely seen balance existed among them. However, this balance was incredibly fragile. With the slightest mistake, it could be broken. Once it happened, a battle among the three great forces of power would break out, and each of them would have to reveal their trump card. The Ninth Summit had no way to know about the trump cards of the South Union and New Dao Sect, just like how the other two forces had no way of knowing theirs. The Ninth Summit's trump card was Su Ming's return, and their other trump card was cracking Morning Dao Sect's relocation rune. Once it was gone, the people of the Ninth Summit could occupy Morning Dao Sect. Even if it had been reduced to ruins, as long as they were there, they could swiftly grow stronger. In fact, they could then disregard the whirlwinds in the world outside. With 100-something relocation spots, they could instantly appear anywhere they wanted. Time continued to pass, slowly. The third year went by, and then the fourth was gone. The scuffles between the three forces gradually grew more intense, and they seemed to be reaching a point where they could no longer be controlled. Chapter 1181. If you desire life, then you must possess life. For years, fog covered an area so great it seemed boundless. The humidity there and the occasional sounds of water dripping that came from far in the distance and just nearby had accompanied Su Ming for 4 years. The fog was divided into different colors. They would occasionally change and occasionally intersect with each other. There was a figure in the purple layer of fog. He was stumbling forward, and his footsteps were slow. It was as if with every single step he took, his body would suffer great pain. After a moment, the figure revealed itself out of the purple layer of fog. It had a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles. The person seemed to have just crawled out of his grave. No signs of any ripples of cultivation bases could be detected from his frail body. He was just like a mortal. If it was not for the resolve in his eyes, and because Su Ming could be barely recognized from his features, no one would be able to imagine that this old man, who looked like he would fall from a single gust of wind, would be Su Ming, who was sent to this place 4 years ago. He panted harshly while walking out of the fog at a slow pace. The moment he stepped out, A long arc charged over from within the purple fog. It rushed towards Su Ming and shot through his body before leaving with a trail of nearly black blood. That blood splattered on the floor and let out sizzling sounds. The thing that had shot through Su Ming was a flying fish. Right after hitting him, it melted due to the black blood in his body. Su Ming staggered, then fell to the ground, still and unmoving. Time trickled by. When the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn past, signs of the purple fog about to undergo a change in color appeared. When red shade slowly appeared, a figure flew out of the fog. It was a wild dog with flames spreading out from its body. The wild dog had 6 eyes, and they were all shining at that moment. The creature was so quick that it instantly reached Su Ming, but it did not immediately approach him. Instead, it circled him a few times, occasionally lifting its head to look at the fog changing color. When it saw that the fog was about to turn red, hesitation appeared in all 6 of its eyes. Then, it lowered its head and went to bite Su Ming's neck. The moment it opened its mouth wide, Su Ming's still body suddenly moved. He raised his right hand, and he was so fast that he sent his fist straight towards the wild dog's wide open mouth before it could react. He grabbed its tongue, then yanked it out in one swift, clean motion as if he had done this countless times. At that same time, he stood up and rammed himself against the wild dog. When it let out a broken groan, Su Ming grabbed the wild dog's neck with his left hand, forced it to run with him. When the fog behind them turned from purple to red, Su Ming had already vanished without a trace with the wild dog. About 10,000 lis away from where Su Ming was originally was a black mountain. It was barren, and not a single plant could be found on it. On the mountainside was a hewed-out cave abode. The moment a body appeared inside it, the fog in the distance turned completely red, and an indescribably hot wave of air erupted from that place. Wherever it went, the ground would immediately melt. Every single existence disintegrated, and several wild dogs could be seen fleeing swiftly, but they were engulfed by the hot wave of air in the blink of an eye and reduced to ashes. Su Ming stepped into his cave abode without any hesitation. At the moment he did so, the hot wave of air crashed against the mountain with a bang. A huge force rushed into the cave abode. When it was about to touch Su Ming, he charged forward and avoided it by a hair's breadth. Like this, he entered the depths of the cave abode. A sullen look appeared in his eyes. Su Ming turned his head back and cast a glance behind him. In silence, he lifted the dead dog and bit down on its neck, devouring its blood in large mouthfuls. That blood trickled down the corner of his lips, faint golden in color. As he swallowed up the blood, the wrinkles on Su Ming's face slowly disappeared. His hair, too, gradually changed. By the time he drank all of the wild dog's blood, his appearance had changed drastically. He looked similar to how he was 4 years ago, but a faint, undefinable, imposing aura had appeared about him. That imposing air did not come from his expression, but from his blood and his aura. He flung the wild dog's corpse to the side. It landed in a large pile of skeletons in the cave. There were thousands of them, and they were packed densely together, which gave them an incredibly ghastly air. 4 years, this damned all-spirits hall has trapped me here for a full 4 years. Su Ming wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth and sat down cross-legged by the side while staring at the sky beyond the entrance of the cave. The sky was red, and below it was a hot wave of air that could burn even him to a crisp. Its heat surpassed the destructive power of the 5th kiln. In truth, it surpassed all forms of destruction Su Ming had ever witnessed. All Spirits Hall. This damned All Spirits Hall, one of the 3 great mysteries in Divine Essence Star Ocean, is actually connected to the sun-sinking talisman. They form one whole entity. This is the birthplace of all spirits spoken of in the legends among the tribes in Divine Essence Star Ocean. It is the source of all ancestral spirits. Su Ming's expression was dark as he stared at the crimson-red sky beyond the cave. It reminded him of all that he had went through during the last 4 years. 4 years ago, he had been relocated to this place. While ceaselessly searching for an exit, he had ran into the changes in the fog. In the face of the terrifying red light and the hot wave of air that could burn him, he experienced and survived many perilous situations. He also noticed that while his level of cultivation was back to its normal level, he could not replenish it. Every single time he wasted a bit of it, it was gone forever. If he could not find the exit by the time he used up all of his cultivation base, there was a high possibility that he would die in this place. Because of this, he didn't dare to casually use his enchanted treasures, especially the white ring. In this strange place where he could not recover his cultivation base once he used it, retaining his strength was his best option. When the scenes from the past 4 years flashed through Su Ming's mind, his pupils suddenly shrank. His presence immediately disappeared. An aura of death surrounded his body. He fixed his gaze on the small red layer of sky he could see beyond the cave. Figures bathed in faint golden light charged past there. He could tell that most of them were in human form, but there were also existences like ferocious beasts among them. When they charged through the sky, they let out piercing screams that could make a person's soul ache in pain. One form of life was born before heaven and earth. It allowed all the other forms of life to be born, and it nourished them. Heaven and earth could exist for so long because they do not operate for their own survival. This is what allows them to stay eternal. 1. If you desire life, then you must possess life. Ancestral spirits precede antecedental spirits. They come from before the time of the universe, which is why those who live must destroy lives. Amid the piercing voices were jumbled up murmurs that echoed without end. Su Ming fixed his stare on the figures in the crimson-red sky. In his ears he heard the murmurs he could not understand. He clenched his right hand into a fist and did not move. He would never forget those figures. On the 3rd month since he had arrived in this place, he saw them for the first time. In the face of these bizarre entities which disregarded all divine abilities and power from his cultivation base, almost all of Su Ming's life force had been sucked out, forcing him to activate his supreme treasure. Only by sparing no pains and using up his cultivation base could he crush one. However, he had not expected that once he destroyed one of them, thousands, or more like 10,000 of them rose in its place. A huge hall had suddenly appeared in the crimson sky and chased Su Ming through the bizarre world. During the relentless pursuit, Su Ming's body had become increasingly weaker. When his life force was almost extinguished, the crimson-red sky disappeared. The fog in the place turned white, and all the strange creatures chasing Su Ming disappeared without a trace. Everything had returned to normal. Red appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He stopped recalling the scenes which had happened in the past 4 years to stare at the figures in the sky beyond the cave abode. After a long while, he turned his head around and cast his gaze on the ferocious beast skeletons. If he had not accidentally noticed that some of the strange, ferocious beasts with flesh and blood in the area could allow him to restore his life force when he drank their blood, while also allowing him to restore his cultivation base a little, it would have been very difficult for him to persevere. But the ferocious beasts in this place are all incredibly cunning. It's clear that they possess intelligence. If I want to kill them, I need to do it one strike, or else even if I manage to kill them, I won't be able to make up for what I lose. In silence, Su Ming raised his right hand and touched the bloody mess on his chest. The blood there was black, and it was a poison he had formed after killing numerous ferocious beasts and drinking their blood. This blood had already spread through Su Ming's entire body, but if he stopped drinking the golden beast blood, he would not be able to replenish the cultivation base and life force he used up. This was a dilemma. He had contemplated over this in the past, and in the end, he chose to drink the creature's blood. His blood might have turned black, but this wasn't the only change in his body. His chest was a good example of that. The injury he sustained when he was pierced had already healed completely, without Su Ming needing to use any of his power. As time trickled by, the crimson shade in the world outside slowly disappeared after lasting 7 whole days. It was replaced by a white world. Only when the sky beyond the cave abode turned white in Su Ming's eyes did the aura of death around him disappear. When he returned to normal, his expression became gloomy. Over the past 4 years, I've walked through all the regions. This is a world that seems to have no end. Yet I didn't see any signs of cultivators. Perhaps the exit is not on the ground, but in the palace that appeared in the sky in the past. Su Ming was silent. This was a theory that had appeared in his mind a long time ago, but he was always a little uncertain about it. He turned his head around and cast his gaze at the cave abode around him. The signs of hewing made it clear that the cave had not formed naturally. Su Ming had found it coincidentally. The cave abode was already like this when he arrived. After being silent for a while more, Su Ming directed his gaze towards another direction in the cave abode. Near one wall, there was a black skeleton that belonged to a human. It was a cultivator, most likely the previous owner of the cave abode. Even after he had died, waves of mighty pressure still spread out from his skeleton. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Up to this point, everything said there refers to Tao Te Jing, written by Laozi during the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1182, Path of Life. All Spirits Hall, the place rumored to be the spot where all ancestral spirits appeared. Su Ming cast his gaze at the skeleton and frowned. There was an ancient air to it, making it clear that it had been there for countless years. All Spirits Hall was completely separated from the world beyond. If it was not for the sun-sinking talisman, it would have been impossible for Su Ming to step into this place and be trapped in it for 4 years. He stared at the skeleton, and the skeleton's empty eyes seemed to be staring back at him. There seemed to be a hint of derision in that look. He was mocking Su Ming for expecting to leave the place. The skeleton was waiting for him to end up like it in the future, for the day when his blood and flesh will disappear and he will turn into mere bones. The black color of the bones might be due to time leaving its tracks onto them, but there was also a possibility that the cultivator had drank even more blood from the ferocious beasts than Su Ming. In time, it not only has turned his blood black, but even his bones. Make the offering. Su Ming sighed softly. He still remembered that the sun-sinking talisman had been activated for some unknown reason 4 years ago. Once he was relocated to this place, a buzzing sound from the sun-sinking talisman had reverberated in the area. It said that there is no offering, so the ritual master shall offer himself as an offering. The ritual master it referred to should be me. Based on the situation at that time, some unintentional action of mine had fulfilled a condition for the activation of the sun-sinking talisman, which has existed for countless years. But another action of mine after that made me unable to complete the sun-sinking talisman's request, which is why as a punishment, I was sent to this place as an offering. In truth, Su Ming had come to understand this a few years ago. There was only one thing that could work as the so-called offering: the soul of the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. Perhaps only this sort of independent will born due to the heavenly incense rune could somewhat fulfill the requirements for the offering and fit the description of the spirit within the All Spirits Hall's name. However, Su Ming had put away the clone's soul, which meant that he removed the offering right before the sun-sinking talisman activated, which was why everything after that had happened. Since this skeleton exists here and I could be relocated to this place, then even if it has been a long time since the last time someone came in, there has to be more skeletons in this place. And in fact, there is a high possibility that there are still living people. Locating the survivors could be a method for him to get out. Even if he could not, he could still come to understand this so-called All Spirits Hall. After a period of silence, Su Ming stared at the white sky beyond the cave abode. He knew it would last for 7 days. At that time, the color of the fog would change again, and new types of dangers would appear until the red shade descended on the ground again. This was like a cycle. Su Ming turned his head and cast a glance at the cave abode again, and a determined expression appeared on his face. He had already stayed in this place for several years, only moving around in the area nearby, so that he could rush back when he needed to avoid the bizarre existences in the red fog. However, this could not be a long-term plan. If he wanted to leave, he had to gain more knowledge of the world outside. At the very least, he had to learn about the origins of the figures in the red fog. Also, he had to be able to step into the gigantic palace which had once appeared in the sky. There was a good chance it was the way to leave. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. His eyes shone, and his skin immediately aged. His body slowly turned old, and his hair started graying. An aura of death slowly filled his body. This was the way of existing which required the least amount of his cultivation base. It was something he had found out during the 4 years through trial and error. With this method, he could keep his precious cultivation base instead of wasting it. Once he turned into an old man, Su Ming stood up and walked out of his cave abode. He cast his gaze into the distance, and everything tithing his line of sight was white fog tumbling by the ground. The sky was filled with it as well, so there was only a white shade all around him. There was no sign of anything breathing either. The place was as silent as a gigantic grave. Su Ming quietly went down the mountain, ignoring the white fog. He quickly headed in the easternmost direction. He did not use his cultivation base, only his legs. This might not be able to compare to his speed when he traveled with his cultivation base, but he was still much faster than mortals. It was something that Su Ming had been incredibly used to when he just entered the world of the fog. His speed had become much slower, and the weakness from not using his cultivation base made him feel as if his body could not accept this fact. However, as he drank the beast's blood and his own blood changed, his physical constitution went through a gradual change. Su Ming did not know whether this change was good or bad, but he needed it to survive. He had already become very familiar with the area around him, and he did not stop along the way. When the fourth day arrived, he stood at the summit of a tall mountain in the easternmost direction. When he turned his head back, he could still locate the cave abode he had lived in for years, even though his vision was obscured by the fog. The place where he stood was the furthest spot he had ever traveled to during the years he had investigated the area. As he stared at the concealed cave abode in the white fog, resolve appeared on Su Ming's face. Hiding was indeed much safer, but being safe meant dying while trapped there. If he remained there, he would turn into a skeleton in the end, just like the other cultivator in the cave. If Su Ming wanted to leave the damned All-Spirits Hall, he needed to leave the cave, which was his safe haven, first. There might be plenty of dangers in the world outside, but this place also held the chance to ever escape. It was not easy to make this sort of decision with unswerving resolution. After all, it was human nature to refuse leaving a safe place they found in a dangerous land only to be placed themselves in danger once more. This sort of act was instinctively rejected by all forms of life. Most of them would choose to stay in the safe haven. Even if they knew that nothing would change by doing so and they would just end up dead, dying later was still better than dying sooner. Su Ming had also only made up his mind after staying there for years. At that moment, he cast a deep glance at the cave and turned his head away to walk along the mountain marking the spot he had moved the furthest in the past. He then dashed into the fog beneath him, stepping where he had never gone to in the past 4 years. The fog obscured his vision, making it impossible for him to see even a few inches before his eyes. Every single time he used his divine sense, it used up a bit of his cultivation base again, which was why Su Ming rarely did so. Besides the fact that it would make him spend his cultivation base, he would also attract unnecessary trouble to himself. This was a lesson Su Ming had learned 4 years ago. The main reason behind why he was chased down by the living creatures in the red fog in the past was because his divine sense had attracted a figure in the red fog to him. All of the living creatures in this place seemed to be incredibly perceptive to divine senses. They would instantly notice it even if he used just a tiny bit of it. That was why, unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Ming would not use his divine sense. The white fog, however, had the safest white light among all the colors, so Su Ming attempted to use his divine sense to scan the area. His divine sense was weakened and limited in the fog, which was why even if he used his full strength, it would not reach too far. But if he wanted to leave a brand of the terrain in his mind, it was still possible, and it would help him to not get lost even if he could not see the area. Days passed as Su Ming continued moving ceaselessly. Without any time to rest, he walked for 7 days. When the fog gradually turned from white to blue, he had already traveled an incredibly long distance. When he saw the blue shade appear in the white fog, Su Ming visibly relaxed a little. His constantly vigilant heart even allowed him to sit down cross-legged and rest for a while. During the 4 years, Su Ming could not find the pattern in the fog. He only knew that white would definitely come after red, but it was completely impossible for him to deduce what would come next. There was a possibility that it could be blue, but it could also be green, and even purple. In fact, there was even a possibility that it would turn back to red. That was why the span of 7 days was a limit and a gamble. It was also the reason why Su Ming would never move for more than 4 days, making it the furthest distance he would travel in the past. He never risked not having enough time to return to his cave abode, unless he went out to hunt. Caution, vigilance. Su Ming was constantly on alert during the 4 years he had stayed in this place. Even if the white fog turned blue, Su Ming only relaxed for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before focusing and looking around himself with caution. Then, he slowly walked forward. He knew that the white fog and the red fog would definitely last for 7 days, but the period of time the other colored fog would last was uncertain. They might last for a day, but they could also stay for 7 days. In fact, there was even a possibility that they would remain only for half a day, or even just 2 hours. Su Ming had personally witnessed this. While remaining vigilant, he continued running forward without hesitation, using the full speed he could muster at that moment. It's a pity that I couldn't possess my clone, or else I'd be much faster. Su Ming sighed in his heart. He had tried multiple times in the past 4 years to bring out his clone and its soul from his storage bag so that he could possess and fuse with it, but every single time the clone appeared, the fog in the world outside would instantly turn red. Even if it had been the completely safe white fog previously, it would still change, and a large number of figures would instantly appear. The amount of time he had was not enough for Su Ming to possess his clone. If he persevered, he would only find himself drowned out by the existences in the red fog. The blue fog lasted for 3 days before it turned orange. 5 days after the orange fog, which marked half a month since Su Ming had set out, it turned purple. The instant Su Ming saw it, an extremely vigilant expression appeared on his face. During the past 4 years, he had learned that the purple fog was the fog for hunting. The ferocious beasts which could allow him to recover his cultivation base after he drank their blood would only appear in the purple fog. But Su Ming was not just on guard against these creatures. There was another pattern that he had noticed happen almost every single time during his countless observations. Red would definitely appear after purple. Chapter 1183, The Red Fog Descends. Boom. While in the purple fog, Su Ming had his right hand wrapped around a ferocious beast that looked like a fierce tiger. The creature might resemble this familiar creature, but it had a horn on its forehead. At that moment, the tiger look-alike was pushed tightly on the ground by Su Ming's hand on its neck. Veins popped up on Su Ming's right hand. The power of his cultivation base reverberated between his fingers. With a calm expression on his old face, he swept his gaze across the area. Then with a powerful squeeze, he crushed the tiger-like beast's neck, resulting in a loud crack. He then lowered his head to bite down on the creature's neck and sucked in a large mouthful of its blood, swallowing it all down. Even if the tiger-like beast had its neck crushed, it still struggled. But with Su Ming's right hand pushing it down, its struggles were futile, no matter how hard it tried. As Su Ming drank its blood, it gradually stopped moving. When Su Ming finally raised his head, the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. If anyone saw him at that moment, they would definitely be terrified, and their hearts would tremble. At that moment, Su Ming looked incredibly horrifying and hideous. Even if his Akane clone was not around, there was still a malicious air spilling out from him. He wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth and unfurled his right hand, letting go of the ferocious beast he had pushed down. He stood up, and with a single move charged into the distance. This time, he no longer used his feet to walk, but his cultivation base to do so. If this was a usual hunt, Su Ming would not do so, but right then, he was in the world outside, and he had no idea when the purple fog would turn red. He had to charge forward. This was part of his plan. Only when the purple fog appeared would the ferocious beasts appear to become his replenishment, making him have fewer misgivings about using his cultivation base. Su Ming was so fast that he instantly disappeared into the distance. After a moment, a ferocious beast resembling a python had its skull seized by his left hand. No matter how tightly the python wound itself around his body and bound him, Su Ming's speed did not decrease. As he charged forward, he bit down on the python's body and swallowed large gulps of its blood. After a moment, he let go and simply allowed the python's body to slide off of him. His speed then increased once more. Time trickled by like that. When the first day of the purple fog was over, Su Ming came to an abrupt halt and let go of a wild dog whose blood he had completely drained. Dark red light shone in his eyes. Besides the color of his blood changing, this was another thing that came from him continuously drinking the beast's blood over the past 4 years. When he stopped, Su Ming's eyes shone, and he turned his head to the side to cast a glance at the fog to his right. He had sent out his divine sense outwards before retrieving just as fast. He sensed that there was a small hill in the fog to his right. The inside of the hill was empty, but there were faint ripples from a rune in it. He only hesitated for the span of a few breaths before changing his direction and charging towards the small hill. He moved quickly since he had already activated his cultivation base. Before long, he arrived near the small hill. When he looked at it, his pupils shrank. Before him was a small white hill. Even though there was a purple tint to the hill due to the purple fog, Su Ming could still tell that it was white. The hill was empty inside, and there were indeed ripples of a rune coming from it, but they were damaged. With a single move, Su Ming appeared on the hill. He saw a gigantic pit at the top of the hill, and within it was a cave abode. The inside was a wreck. There was even dust in it. In fact, there was even some purple fog seeping into the cave and filling it. Su Ming walked in and immediately saw 2 corpses pinned to the wall of the cave. One of them was large, and the other small. He could tell that the larger corpse belonged to a man, and the smaller one was clearly a child of only 5 or 6 years. Their bodies were twisted, a telling sign that they had suffered great pain before their deaths. The twisted angles on their bodies made Su Ming remember the pain he had suffered when he had almost all of his life force sucked out by the figures in the red fog. The corpses were pinned to the wall, and the thing which held them there were 2 red spears made of bone. They had pierced their skulls an unknown amount of time ago. There were quite a lot of shattered rocks on the ground around them. Su Ming stood there and quietly stared at the 2 corpses before shifting his gaze to the 2 bone spears which still exuded waves of murderous, chilling aura. He lifted his head silently and looked at the huge opening above him. A scene naturally formed in his mind. He saw the 2 people who were originally not corpses, one an adult and the other a child. They lived in this place to hide from the dangers of the outside world, but one day, perhaps when the fog in the world outside turned red, their cave abode was blasted apart by someone. Shattered stones fell, and 2 bone spears descended, pinning the 2 people, who might be father and son, to the wall. They screamed shrilly when a bunch of figures from the red fog pounced on them and sucked out all their life force. Su Ming stared at the opening quietly, his wariness growing stronger. A fierce light lit up in his eyes. In the cave abode, he learned that the dangers in his new world were not just exclusive to the figures in the red fog. There was another equally dangerous existence who could throw bone spears around. Just what happened in this world? In silence, Su Ming left the cave abode. He might not know when the purple fog outside would turn red, but the cave abode was already damaged. With the hole around, it was impossible for him to use it to hide. That was why before the fog turned red, he had to quickly find a spot to hide from the disaster. As time passed, the purple fog tumbled more intensely. While Su Ming charged through it, a dark look appeared in his eyes. His experience of the last 4 years told him that once the purple fog reached its most intense, it would then descend into a relative calm. Usually, once this happened, the red fog would descend. Although this was not absolute, the probability of it happening was 6 out of 10. The second day, the third day, when the 4th day arrived, the purple fog around Su Ming became like a roaring wave. It tumbled around while roaring. This was the moment when it was at its strongest, but during the past few days, Su Ming had not managed to find a place to hide from the disaster. He did not give up, however. In silence, he continued charging forward. When the 5th day arrived, the fog suddenly calmed down, and Su Ming came to a halt. He sighed softly, then threw a carcass of a ferocious beast drained of blood down. I can only use this method now. It might be slightly dangerous, but since I chose to walk out of the cave, it's only natural for me to hold on to the resolve to face dangers. Su Ming shook his head. He raised his right leg and stomped on the ground while facing the calm purple fog. With a bang, cracks appeared on the ground. Su Ming lifted his right hand, then threw a punch down. With booming sounds reverberating in the air, a deep pit appeared in the ground. Su Ming swung his arm, and the pit immediately sank deeper. The next moment, Su Ming sensed a powerful repelling force spreading out from the ground. Even if he wanted to continue downwards, it was beyond his capabilities to do so. He knew that this was his limit, so he sat down cross-legged, formed a seal with his hands, and pushed outwards. The earth above him immediately gathered together, and in just a few breaths, the land became flat, burying Su Ming underneath it. Around 2 hours after Su Ming hid himself, the calm purple fog in the world outside suddenly started changing color. In an instant, it turned red, and at the same time, the sky was covered in crimson, casting a world in its shade. At the same time, shrill, piercing screeches echoed in the red fog. Figures who looked like they were born in the red fog walked out and devoured all the life force of the lives they saw. Murmurs echoed in the world during that instant as well. One form of life was born before heaven and earth. It allowed all the other forms of life to be born, and it nourished them. Heaven and earth could exist for so long because they do not operate for their own survival. This is what allows them to stay eternal. If you desire life, then you must possess life. Ancestral spirits precede antecedental spirits. They come from before the time of the universe, which is why those who live must destroy lives. The piercing sounds seemed to possess some sort of strange power. Even if Su Ming had hidden himself in the depths of the ground, he could still hear the voices. He had made his presence disappear and filled his body with the aura of death while hiding from the red fog in the depths. Su Ming had used this method when he was chased down by the figures in the red fog, but he understood that it was only a temporary measure. It could not be used for a long term. During the span of the 7 days that the red fog was around, he had at most lasted for 4 days before he was found. 4 days. It's all right even if I last for only 4 days. If I can last for 1 more day, I will have 1 day less to be pursued by them. Su Ming had to make himself calm down and count down the time quietly in his heart. Days slowly passed. The second day, the third day, and the fourth day went by. While Su Ming waited quietly and vigilantly, the fifth day passed, but when the sixth day arrived, he suddenly jolted, and a fierce light shone in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and punched the earth above him. As booming sounds surged into the air, the ground trembled, and Su Ming rushed out of it. At the same moment, more than a dozen red figures pounced at the spot where he had hidden previously. If it was not because Su Ming had noticed them quickly, he would have instantly had all his life force sucked out. 2 more days. Su Ming's eyes flashed. Once he rushed out of the ground, he immediately charged into the red fog. He did not choose to hide in the depths of the ground again. He had tried it before, and he had gained some experience after paying a price for it. He knew that he could only hide in the ground once in the red fog. It was completely useless if he tried it again. As he charged forward through the fog, the piercing voices behind him grew stronger. Figures appeared and charged towards him, dashing in his direction in a frenzy. In less time than it takes for an incense stick to burn, numerous red figures surrounded Su Ming. He gritted his teeth and leaped up. With the power to fly, he charged into the distance. Right away, many red figures manifested above him. Once they saw him, they screeched and chased after him. Chapter 1184, Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Whoosh. The sound caused Su Ming's expression to change. When he formed a seal with his right hand, the power belonging to those in Fate Realm immediately appeared around him, turning into layers of seals that enveloped him. Yet right away, they crumbled layer by layer, and Su Ming shuddered. He opened his mouth, but he could not even cough up a single bit of blood. His aura had obviously become slightly weaker. The whooshing sound came from the red figures around Su Ming breathing simultaneously. With each breath, quite a large amount of Su Ming's life force would be sucked out. Even though he did not directly come into contact with the figures, and the indirect manner of absorbing his life force meant that only a little bit of his life would be absorbed, there was nearly 100 of the red figures around. This meant that the amount of life force lost was still terrifying. If it was not because Su Ming had enough experience and immediately executed the seals formed by the laws of fate at the instant he heard the voices, he might have already had 2/10 of his life force sucked out. Damn it! With a dark expression, Su Ming became even faster. At that moment, he no longer bothered about the use of his cultivation base. He gathered up his power and had it erupt in an instant. This was the greatest reflection of his cultivation base's power. Su Ming had tested the red figures before. They did not care about any sort of divine abilities attacking them. All arts seemed to be non-existent to them. In fact, even physical attacks were useless, and it was the same for enchanted treasures. Only Su Ming's white ring could kill them. However, Su Ming had already experienced the price for killing them in the past. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to pay it. Yet as Su Ming charged forward, more and more red figures appeared around him. Their numbers had already increased to the point that they were 6/10 more numerous than before. In fact, they did not even need to chase him anymore. They only needed to breathe in like before, and they could reduce him into a mummy. He would lose all his life force and die. Whoosh. When that sound appeared again, killing intent rose in Su Ming's eyes. He had always been an unyielding person and a man who killed to a heinous degree, to a point where his murderous aura reached a maddening degree. And at that moment, he was filled with a ruthless aura after being oppressed in this strange world for 4 years. The transformation of his blood had also made Su Ming's mind to often fill up with great killing intent. At that moment, while being chased by the red figures, he decided to just throw his head back and roar before raising his right hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, the white ring on his index finger absorbed a large amount of his cultivation base, and with a bang, a powerful ripple exploded from it. It spread outwards, making the red fog disappear layer by layer, as if it was melting. The 100-something red figures, too, instantly let out piercing screams of pain. All of those who were touched by the expanding ripple immediately had their bodies and forms destroyed while screaming in pain. In the blink of an eye, all the red figures around Su Ming vanished without a trace. But Su Ming did not relax. The usage of the white ring had made him spend quite a lot of his cultivation base. With that thought on his mind, he charged into the distance at full speed. He knew that there was no end to the red figures, and it was impossible to kill all of them. When he had killed one of them in the past, he had brought upon himself a frenzied chase by the red figures. And now he killed 100-something of them. so the consequences for it might be even more severe. There were countless red figures drifting around in the boundless red fog within the strange world. The instant Su Ming charged into the distance, they stopped moving. Swiftly, they turned their heads and simultaneously turned to look in Su Ming's direction. With piercing screams, their bodies disappeared. Just like a cultivator shifting, they immediately appeared around Su Ming. They came in the span of a few breaths, and there were more than 1,000 of them covering the sky and earth. Their appearance made Su Ming's skin crawl. But that was not all. At that moment, the sky roared, and a tall, majestic hall manifested in the sky out of nowhere. When this hall appeared, a vast, mighty pressure descended on the ground. It was the second time Su Ming saw it, and this time, he saw it even clearer. While the hall was grand and majestic, there were quite a few areas of it that were damaged and cracked. It did not seem complete. At the same moment the hall appeared, countless red figures who looked as if they had red robes on their bodies flew out. There were thousands of them, and their piercing screams reverberated through the air, shaking the fog so much that it began to tumble and shaking the ground so much that it trembled. They rushed together towards Su Ming. He suppressed the urge to use the power of the white ring again, which had surfaced in his mind. As he charged forward, he used his advantage of having widened the distance between him and the red figures to grit his teeth and charge forward. There were thousands of the red figures chasing after him. Their piercing screams echoed in the air, causing Su Ming's heart to tremble. There were red figures continuously appearing from the hall and the sky as well. In fact, many of them had shifted to appear around Su Ming. In the blink of an eye, another few thousand red figures appeared. They surrounded the area and encircled Su Ming. Before they even approached, the sound of their breathing reached his ears. The whooshing sound shook the sky and earth, deafening the ears. This was an inhale which could instantly suck Su Ming dry. It was powerful enough to instantly take away all his life force. A ferocious look appeared on Su Ming's face. He had been waiting for the moment more red figures appeared. When they started breathing, he raised his right hand again. He could no longer care about the loss of his cultivation base at that moment. He sent all of it surging into the white ring, and with a low growl, an even more powerful ripple erupted from the ring. Humming, it spread outwards with loud rumbles and stirred up an unseen wave of sound. In the mid of the rumbles, all the fog within a circular area of 1,000,000 feet disintegrated. The near 10,000 red figures surrounding Su Ming were simultaneously destroyed as they screamed in pain. In fact, the hall in the sky had also shuddered at that moment, but it resisted the power of the ripple. At the instant all the fog within 1,000,000 feet disappeared. A mountain which had previously been concealed by the fog was revealed in the distance. It was all white. Su Ming shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the mountain that had been hidden in the fog. During the instant it was revealed, Su Ming immediately noticed that there was an empty space in the mountain, reminding him of a cave abode. Similarly, Su Ming had now become sure that the destruction of hundreds of red figures would attract thousands of red figure. So the destruction of thousands of red figures would definitely attract tens of thousands of red figures to him. And his level of cultivation could only allow him to trigger a wide-scale explosion with the ripple from the ring one more time. After that, even if the red figures did not chase after him again, Su Ming would lose all his cultivation base and turn into a mortal. Like this, he would also lose the right to hunt. With a lunge forward, Su Ming rushed through the area of the 1,000,000 feet that were cleared of the red fog. During that instant, a furious roar came from the hall in the sky. Upon hearing it, countless red figures walked out of thin air. They did not appear in groups of hundreds or thousands, but tens of thousands. They were packed densely together, and the sight alone was enough to cause a person's heart to tremble viciously. But that was not all. As booming sounds reverberated in the air from the hall in the sky, a tall figure walked out of the hall. It was about 50 feet tall, and its body was like that of a mummy. Red light shone in the person's eyes, and in his hands he held a red-boned spear. He was not alone. 3 such creatures appeared in succession. A terrifying ripple of power erupted from each of their bodies. Yet their presences resembled a state of emptiness, as if they had no souls. In fact, when Su Ming swept his gaze across them, he saw a scene which caused his pupils to shrink. The mummies were not originally 50 feet tall, but there were multiple dried-up heads and rotten limbs attached to their bodies. Clearly, they were terrifying existences formed by multiple corpses by using some unknown method. Their appearance caused Su Ming's heart to instantly let out a thump. Tens of thousands of red figures rushed towards him while shrieking, and the three mummies roared in anger. When they stepped forward, ripples appeared under their feet, and they too immediately charged towards Su Ming. The hall in the sky was still humming, as if more figures would appear soon. Su Ming was in the face of a perilous situation which might spell his imminent death. Before him was the White Mountain, however. It might have been concealed by the fog again, but he was already very close to it. As the three mummies arrived and the tens of thousands of red figures charged towards him with piercing whistles, Su Ming used his full speed to charge forward. In an instant, he appeared on the mountain, and once he scanned the area with his divine sense, he immediately found the middle section of the mountain housing a cave. He instantly rushed inside it, and the three mummies in the sky roared in anger at once before lifting their right hands. The bone spears turned into red bolts of lightning. With a momentum to tear apart the sky and earth, they charged towards Su Ming, who was already in the White Mountain. With a bang, Su Ming stepped into the cave. He was immediately pushed forward by the impact formed by the bone spears behind him stabbing at the mountain, but a ray of protective light immediately surrounded him. When it fought back against the impact, Su Ming coughed up blood. He rushed forth a few more steps before turning around. A fierce and murderous expression appeared on his face. He was prepared to fight against the creatures in the cave. But at that instant, an old voice suddenly shot out from the mountain. It had a domineering tone, and a will that said that the speaker looked upon the universe in scorn and stood above all lives. Begone, all of you substandard life forms who have failed in the ascension of your spirits. Get out of the territory of my heavenly spirit tribe. Go back to your spirit dissension hall. Begone. When the voice rang out, the red sky trembled. The tens of thousands of red figures retreated while shrieking, and the three mummies tumbled back like kites. The voice thundered and stirred up the lightning in the world, causing the red fog in the area to tumble about. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, making the piercing screams from the red figures to grow stronger, and the red light in the eyes of the three mummies faded away. They all quickly retreated. Chapter 1185, A Theory of the Four Eras. Leave this place in 3 breaths. All of you substandard life forms who have failed in the ascension of your spirits. If any of you dares to not obey, I will slaughter my way into Spirit Dissension Hall and destroy all of your spirit plates. I will destroy all of your spirit forms. An ancient voice with an unparalleled, domineering tone reverberated through the air with loud rumbles. Upon hearing it, not only did the red figures retreat while shrieking, even the red fog in the area tumbled about, as if shivering, and fell back. In a span of 2 breaths, not a single red figure could be seen in a circular area of 1 million feet. Even the hall in the sky had faded away and disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to a state of calm. Even the red fog in the distance gradually gained a white shade, as if it was about to turn white ahead of schedule. Su Ming stood at the entrance of the cave. All that had happened caused his eyes to flash rapidly. A hint of shock and uncertainty appeared on his face. He stood unmoving, still hearing the old man's words echo in his ears. Su Ming did not move as the area sank into a state of dead silence. Not a single sound could be heard. It was as if Su Ming's presence did not gain any attention from the voice, which declared itself to be part of Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Failure in the ascension of their spirits. Spirit Dissension Hall. Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the depths of the cave. After a moment of pensive silence, he did not step in. Instead, he walked out of the cave and stood right outside the entrance. He stood at the mountainside of the White Mountain and stared into the distance. He could clearly see the fog in the distance changing. White fog took up half of it, and before long, the red fog would disappear, replaced by white, and the world would welcome 7 days of relative safety. So these red figures and the mummies who held the bone spears in their hands are products of people who failed in the ascension of their spirits in this place. Then since there are beings who failed in the ascension of their spirits, there must be those who succeeded. Ascension of spirits. Could it be that the so-called ancestral spirits and antecedental spirits are a product born after someone succeeds in the ascension of their spirit? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He remembered the words that you families Yuro had told him when he was in Black Ink Planet in the barren lands of divine essence. Legend has it that when the sky, the earth, the universe, the heavens, the galaxy, and the cosmos had yet to take form, the first living things that were born were known as Ancestral spirits. They created life, which is why we have so many races and so many different types of living beings. These living beings worshipped the ancestral spirits. In the endless passage of time, among the races that did so, life forms that could bear the power of the ancestral spirits slowly came into existence. They were known as antecedental spirits. A disaster no one knows about caused all manner of living to die or fall to sleep. It didn't matter whether it was the ancestral spirits or those who became antecedental spirits due to their worship. None were able to escape from the disaster. As the disaster went on, the races fell to ruin. They were either dissolved or destroyed, and in the end, they were no more. In the endless passage of time after the disaster, there were no longer any ancestral spirits or antecedental spirits, but the people could see the changes in the universe, could see the world, the planets, could sense the rules and laws in the universe, and from then on, consolidate some of the cultivation methods to slowly create their own cultivation systems. It was a cultivation system that aimed to achieve perfection and become a superior life form. The system for each race was different, but their goal was the same. Over the course of time, the outstanding ones who practiced this sort of cultivation system were known as succeeding spirits. By now, even succeeding spirits are incredibly rare, and due to dissemination and growth of the numerous races in the universe, the people who practice these sort of cultivation systems are known as cultivators. Based on the ancient titles, some of them could be known as succeeding spirits. This was the explanation Yuro had provided him in the past. It was also the first time Su Ming had come to know of the meaning of titles like ancestral spirit, antecedental spirit, successor spirit, and succeeding spirit. When Su Ming heard it, his heart had been stirred up slightly, but he did not take it to heart. He believed that the understanding of the tribes in the barren lands of divine essence towards cultivators was not complete. They only had superficial knowledge about them. Yet when Su Ming went to true morning Tao world and met the predecessor of Tao Ocean, when he saw the red figures and All Spirits Hall, the place spoken in the legends of the barren lands of divine essence, saying that it was the birthplace of all lives, and heard the keywords in the old man's words, his heart was shaken greatly. Based on the words from the barren lands of divine essence, cultivators are in truth succeeding spirits. The barren lands of divine essence are part of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. So is there a possibility that Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos has already gone through 4 eras? Perhaps Sui Zi, Ikang, and Old Man Extermination are just people who existed or were outsiders during one of the eras. Besides the era of the succeeding spirits, the other 4 eras have already been buried in the long river of history. Only a speck of information has been passed down. Only due to ancient history and still living tribal lives in divine essence Star Ocean. The people there have the complete version of the 4 eras. Su Ming remained silent as a contemplative expression appeared on his face. The more he thought about this, the more shocked he became. He suddenly thought of another problem. Even though the Almighties in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos were in the same realm as the cultivators from St. Defier's camp and should have been equals in terms of strength when they fought against each other, a cultivator in Solar Culpa realm from St. Defier Expanse Cosmos could win against those in Fate realm from Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. In fact, they even had the courage to fight against those in Life realm. Just what was different between them that could create such a disparity? Su Ming had always been puzzled about this. He had once believed that Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos was simply slightly more primitive, which was why they did not have the cultivation system which had been formed over countless years in St. Defier Expanse Cosmos. In fact, Su Ming had even been slightly envious of the core of St. Defier Expanse Cosmos cultivation system, Essence. Those from St. Defier cultivated Essence, and those from Dark Dawn cultivated Spirit cores. When he learned about this, Su Ming had sighed in his heart, because he did not know what Arid Triad cultivated. He had no clue about it, and feeling perplexed, he had tried to learn from St. Defier Expanse Cosmos and cultivate this so-called essence energy. He had really taken a few steps down this road, but he could never forget how casual the predecessor of Tao Ocean had been when it analyzed essence while Su Ming was undergoing the trial of the Dynasts in true morning Tao world in its illusion. Its voice might have sounded no different from other people, but Su Ming could still tell how dismissive it was. It was as if, to the predecessor of Tao Ocean, essences were very simple and not at all complicated. It only needed to think about it for a moment before being able to help Su Ming sense the existence of essences of tremors. This made it clear that essences were not mysterious to the predecessor of Tao Ocean. They were merely some simple principles. As long as one could comprehend and master them completely, they could execute them. Su Ming's breathing quickened slightly, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. These were questions and doubts which had always existed in his mind. At that moment, when he heard the old man's words, they became keys in his mind which instantly made him think of many things. They slowly turned into a theory which was incredibly mad, but Su Ming still somewhat believed in it. It's not that the cultivators in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos are not strong, but that they are now fourth-generation cultivators. They have lost the cultivation system they owned in the past. It can be said that they have tried to develop it again. But while St. Defier Expanse Cosmos might have also gone through several eras, there is no doubt that even though they might have also lost their cultivation system in the past, theirs is still more complete. This is why there is such a huge difference between us. The fourth era is the succeeding spirits era. Then based on this, I can tell that the third era is the era of successor spirits, and they watch the changes in the universe and the planets in the galaxy. They sensed the laws and rules in the world, then merged it with what little remained of the cultivation system of the past, and slowly, they created a new cultivation system. It is a cultivation system which allows them to perfect themselves and make themselves become a greater life form. During the third era, the people practiced cultivation with this cultivation system. They were known as cultivators who were successor spirits. In that era lived Sui Chenzi, a Kang, and Old Man Extermination. During those glorious days, the cultivators of that time should have been able to fight against those in St. Defier and Dark Dawn. Even if their overall strength was still not enough to win against them, their combat abilities should have been strong enough to stand on equal grounds. But when the third era was destroyed, Sui Chenzi and the others died, while a Kang fell asleep. This is why when the fourth era started, the cultivators became weaker. After all, they could only practice cultivation based on some of the incomplete cultivation methods passed down to them from the third era. That is why they are no longer able to fight against those from St. Defier's camp in terms of their combat power despite their levels of cultivation being just as high. And the third era's destruction might be because of Old Man Extermination's ballad. Su Ming's heart trembled. He had a vague feeling that even if his guess was not completely accurate, he was definitely close to the truth. His breathing quickened. If he continued making his deductions based on this train of thought, then the second era belonged to the antecedental spirits. It was completely dislocated from the third era. It was to the point that even their cultivation systems were completely different. The cultivators of the second era worshipped the first era's ancestral spirits, and from this, they obtained overwhelmingly powerful cultivation bases. They slowly stood out among their tribes and became known as antecedental spirits. In time, they brought their tribes to glory, but in the end, they still faced the decline and destruction of their era. That destruction submerged everything they had created. Antecedental spirits. Antecedental spirits. There's a high possibility that the predecessor of Tao Ocean is an antecedental spirit from the second era, and it's still alive. A brilliant light, which had never appeared in Su Ming's eyes before, shone at that moment. He felt that the more he analyzed things in this manner, the closer he came to the truth. That's why the predecessor of Tao Ocean could investigate the cultivators from St. Defier Expanse Cosmos and the ancient god as it pleased. In fact, it could imitate all their divine abilities and execute them in the illusion even after they died. It could even imitate essences that is the core of the cultivation system in St. Defier Expanse Cosmos. From this, it can be seen just how powerful the antecedental spirits of the second era are. Then, I now have the perfect explanation for the use of the All Spirits Hall and the failure in spirit ascension mentioned by the ancient old man. This All Spirits Hall is a legacy which can allow the people from the second era to become ancestral spirits. Su Ming shuddered. As the shock traveled through him from his own theory, a great desire suddenly erupted in the depths of his heart. Chapter 1186, The Figure Behind Him. That's why the voice mentioned failure in spirit ascension. This means that there is a high possibility of failing in this spirit ascension. If I fail, I will turn into one of those mindless red figures. As Su Ming's heart shuddered, he remembered the red figures' murmurs once they appeared. One form of life was born before heaven and earth. It allowed all the other forms of life to be born, and it nourished them. Heaven and earth could exist for so long because they do not operate for their own survival. This is what allows them to stay eternal. If you desire life, then you must possess life. Ancestral spirits precede antecedental spirits. They come from before the time of the universe, which is why those who live must destroy lives. That must be it. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes, and his breathing quickened. When he lifted his head, he stared at the now white sky. He watched the spot where the hall had floated, and longing born from resolve appeared in his eyes. Make the offering. The heavenly incense rune should be something from the second era as well. That is why the soul with the independent will born in the clone that practiced the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole would naturally possess the required characteristics and could be treated as an offering. I can activate the All Spirits Hall and obtain a chance to make my soul ascend. This is. Su Ming forced down the desire in his heart. He suddenly thought of Old Man Extermination. The ballad he spoke of in the past also required all lives to give him offerings. If that's the case, then was Old Man Extermination imitating the second era's All Spirits Hall? Or was he misleading people? There is another possibility. He could have known the secret of All Spirits Hall and wanted to become an ancestral spirit, but lacked offerings, so he used the ballad as bait to gather the power of the entire expanse cosmos to find the offering. With this method, he could destroy the third era, and he could also obtain the right to enter the All Spirits Hall. Su Ming did not know whether his assumption about Old Man Extermination was correct, but regardless of it, this was not what was important. What mattered was that Su Ming would never give up on this chance. He stared at the sky, and after a long time had passed, he murmured, "Then, what about the first era? Just how strong were the people during the first era, the most ancient era in Arid Triad expanse cosmos? If my assumption is correct, then the predecessor of Tao Ocean is just an antecedental spirit, someone who worships the first era's ancestral spirit, and from this obtains great power. Then, just how strong were the ancestral spirits of the first era in Arid Triad expanse cosmos who had the universe at their beck and call? Where did they come from? Why did they disappear? Do they still exist now?" Su Ming narrowed his eyes. If he could verify these assumptions then, he suddenly had a feeling that perhaps he was wrong in certain things that he thought he knew. For example, his experiences as well as those of the old black-robed man he had possessed all pointed towards Saint Defier and Dark Dawn, with 180 expanse cosmoses being ancient, eternal existences, while Arid Triad expanse cosmos was like a newborn universe. It might be weak, but if it had enough time, it could grow into an ancient expanse cosmos just like Dark Dawn and Saint Defier. But if this was wrong, what if compared to Dark Dawn and Saint Defier, Arid Triad expanse cosmos was not a newborn, but an existence even older than them? Su Ming did not continue with that train of thought. He stopped himself from thinking about that theory. He had no proof for this, and it was merely a thought that even he felt was slightly absurd. He threw those thoughts away, but these assumptions were buried in the depths of his heart. He quietly turned his head around and looked towards the white mountain and the black cave behind him. His eyes sparkled, but he did not immediately step inside. Instead, he slowly sat down cross-legged and remained still outside the entrance of the cave. He simply allowed time to pass, sitting there for half a month. The color of the fog changed continuously. When it turned purple, Su Ming stood up and left the mountain to rush into the purple fog. 3 days later, he returned to the mountain. This time, without any hesitation, he charged into the cave. He wanted to go to the Heavenly Spirit Tribe. He wanted to see whether his theory regarding the 4 eras and the spirit ascension was correct. He had not immediately stepped into the cave half a month ago because he had already used up nearly 8/10 of his cultivation base when he had the ripple erupt from the ring. He did not know whether there were any dangers in Heavenly Spirit Tribe, so his cautious nature did not allow him to act recklessly. That is why he had went out to hunt many ferocious beasts in the purple fog. Once he drank their blood, he recovered about 8/10 of his cultivation, and he returned to the mountain. The cave was narrow and long, and it extended downwards. Su Ming did not move quickly. He sent his divine sense outwards in a barely discernible manner. Time trickled by as Su Ming continued down the cave. Eventually, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he reached a large opening. At the instant he walked out of the tunnel and saw the cave abode clearly, he shuddered and sucked in a sharp breath. It was a huge cave. A small part of it was the inner part of the mountain, while the majority was a huge pit dug in the ground. In the pit were skeletons of people who had died an unknown number of years ago. He was not in Heavenly Spirit Tribe, but a mass grave. There were quite a number of skeletons that belonged to children in the pit as well. They might have belonged to a tribe called Heavenly Spirit Tribe while they were alive, But right then, all of them were dead and had been thrown into pit. The pile was high, and all the skeletons were black, terrifying anyone who saw them. They also gave off a ghastly presence. Su Ming was silent. He had clearly heard the old voice come from the cave half a month ago, and he had also seen fear appear on the apathetic faces of the red figures who had failed in the ascension of their spirits. They had swiftly retreated as if they were extremely terrified of the voice. Su Ming looked around him quietly. The place was filled with dead silence. Not a single sound could be heard. When Su Ming cast his gaze on the stone walls around him, his pupils constricted. He saw some carvings on the wall. They were usually a habit shared among tribes to record certain things. Su Ming knew about this, and he approached the murals to observe them closely. The first carving was of a beautiful, large tribe. It was peaceful, and the sun as well as the moon were simultaneously in the sky. Su Ming could tell from the second carving that the people in the tribe worshipped a statue. It was of a man who had long hair, and it had clearly been worshipped in the tribe for years. The people knelt before it, their faces filled with sincerity. The third carving was of a teenager in the tribe being brought before the statue. Once he knelt down and worshipped it, he seemed to have obtained some sort of legacy. When Su Ming saw this, his heart suddenly trembled. He was incredibly familiar with this scene. It was clearly the same as Berserker's initiation from the time he was in the land of Berserkers. He immediately moved and checked another wall. He saw a tall stone platform in the fourth carving. Kneeling on the platform was an old man. He had both his arms raised as if he was calling to the sky. There was a gigantic face there, and it belonged to the statue of the man Su Ming saw before. That man stared at the ground and the people on it with a gentle gaze. There was a smile on his face, and he seemed to be bestowing the old man some sort of power. Light spread out from his whole body. In the fifth carving, Su Ming saw that the face of the man in the sky was no longer smiling. Instead, it held grief. The members of the tribe on the ground were kneeling, and their faces were also filled with grief. The man's face was no longer in the sixth carving. The sun and moon in the sky had been shattered, and in their place were now countless figures. It was as if they were disappearing somewhere, and most were still staring at the ground. In their gazes was reluctance to leave, grief, and also a thick aura of death. It was as if they were about to die, but before they did so, they seemed to be worried about the lives on the ground. They joined their hands, raised their arms, and pushed against the air. Then, in that spot, a towering hall appeared. But a bolt of lightning came from above and struck the hall. When Su Ming saw this, his heart shuddered. He could understand the meaning pertained in the drawing. There was a high possibility that the figures were the ancestral spirits of the first era. Due to some destruction which had descended upon them, they had to leave and walk towards death. But before they died, they gathered all their power and built the hall. Yet at that moment, a bolt of lightning descended, making it flawed. This was what the carvings wanted to tell him. Su Ming was silent. He continued observing the final two carvings. One of them showed a hall in the sky. There were plenty of people worshipping it on the platforms on the ground with faces filled with ferociousness and madness. Carved above them were indistinct figures. These figures were filled with the air of death, and they were dressed in long robes. With just one glance, Su Ming could tell that those were the red figures he had seen outside. When he recognized them, he sucked in a deep breath. The scene in the carving verified some of his assumptions. The red figures who had failed in the ascension of their spirits were once members of the tribes on the ground. In silence, Su Ming turned his head and looked towards the final picture. When he did so, he did not notice that a figure had appeared behind him at some unknown point of time. It belonged to an old man, and he was covered in filth. His gaze was unfocused even though he was staring straight ahead while standing behind Su Ming. Chapter 1187. Victory in terms of the soul. The last picture was incredibly complicated. It was also slightly crude, as if the carver's heart was not in a state of calm at that time, but they had still insisted on carving the picture to record something. In that carving was a tall platform. There was an old man on it, and he had his arms raised. Floating above him was the hall, and beneath him were countless members of his tribe kneeling and worshipping him. There was excitement and hope on their faces. However, if Su Ming looked at this scene from another point of view, then the excitement might not be what it looked like, but fear. Similarly, the hope might not be hope, but despair and sadness. That was all to the picture. The last crude carving was completely different from the other pictures. It was as if this story said nothing in the end. Su Ming was silent. When he turned around, he looked at the area where he stood earlier, but he still did not see the old figure behind him watching him silently. Su Ming swept his gaze across the area and frowned. He could not sense any life in the place, but the voice had clearly come from here. When he immersed himself in his thoughts, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that there seemed to be a different region by the side of the skeletons in the depths of the pit. He charged towards the bottom, where the skeletons were. In the blink of an eye, he reached his destination and stared at a faint hollow on the ground near the wall. That hollow made it seem that a person had cultivated there for countless years, causing the stone to slowly sink in and form the brand of someone meditating there. As he stared at the brand, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. When he approached it, he crouched down and raised his right hand to swipe it past the hollow. At that moment, the hair on his body stood up, because there was a faint warmth coming from it. This meant that not long ago, there was still someone meditating in that place. That is the spot I used to meditate. Right then, an old voice came from behind Su Ming. He had not noticed the speaker previously, and the voice made it sound as if there was someone whispering by his ears. Su Ming had his cultivation base erupt from his body without any hesitation. He rushed forward, and only when he was some distance away did turn around, but he still did not see anything. Su Ming's heart raced, and his skin crawled. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder lightly. "What are you looking for?" Su Ming's expression changed. This time, he did not immediately turn around. Instead, he brought his right hand up without any hesitation. A ripple spread out from the ring, and he chose that time to charge away. While doing so, he turned around to look behind him, but it was still the same as before. He still did not see anything. His heart began to race even quicker than before. He might not have seen the person's body, but he was certain that the person was definitely behind him. In silence, Su Ming forced down the anxiety in his heart and decided that he might as well sit down. If the stranger wanted to attack him, he would have done so a long time ago. Since he did not attack even up to this moment, Su Ming laughed wryly. He could only sit down and speak in a low voice. "Thank you for saving me earlier, Senior." It was quiet all around him. It was as if Su Ming was talking to himself. There was absolutely no response. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, an hour went by. At that time, a thought rose in Su Ming's mind. He slowly stood up, then walked towards the entrance of the cave, but when he reached the entrance, the air around him suddenly distorted. In an instant, with a wry smile on his face, Su Ming noticed that he had been sent back to the spot where the person had previously meditated. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and murmured, "Senior, since you won't speak and won't allow me to leave, you can just tell me your requests. If this junior can fulfill them, I will do my best to repay you for saving me earlier." "Young lad, which tribe did you come from?" a faint voice asked from behind him after a long time. "Dark Mountain Tribe. I am a member of Dark Mountain Tribe." Su Ming spoke without hesitation, and he prepared the words what he would say once the person said he had never heard of the tribe before. But while he waited for the upcoming questions, he heard the old voice behind him say words that caused his heart to tremble violently. Dark Mountain Tribe, one of the 13 tribes born and split from Great Berserker Tribe. When these words fell into Su Ming's ears, his heart trembled. At the same time, an old man's withered right hand appeared on his shoulder. It patted his shoulder, and immediately, a domineering presence seeped into Su Ming's body before it swimming a complete cycle in him. Then, it rushed towards Su Ming's soul. The old man did not perform a soul seek, but only touched Su Ming's soul lightly. Then, the presence moved back and returned to his shoulder before retreating to the withered right hand. It's indeed the presence of the Berserker's initiation, but your soul belongs to Great Abyss Tribe. There is also something nourishing you, something that doesn't belong to this world. Humph. I've been the most vocal objector towards interracial marriage, but at the very least, you showed that you're a berserker by not lying. When the old voice echoed in the air, a huge storm raged in Su Ming's mind. Dark Mountain Tribe. So Dark Mountain Tribe really exists. Berserkers. Great Berserker Tribe. And he says that my soul is from Great Abyss Tribe. This is... Su Ming could not calm down. His heart was in complete turmoil due to the old man's words. "I'll make a deal with you, young berserker. Since you can come here, you and I are linked through fate. Your soul and aura might be a little mixed, but it doesn't matter whether you're from Great Berserker Tribe or Great Abyss Tribe, for you're still a member of the younger generation from one of our allied tribes. This deal will grant you a great serendipity," the old man said in a faint, ancient voice. A decaying air even formed due to the sediments of time. Su Ming did not immediately ask what sort of serendipity he would receive. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, He forced down the storm that had begun raging in him due to the old man's words. Senior, if you had determined that I wasn't a member of the younger generation belonging to one of your allied tribes, you'd share the fate of all the other people who had come here. You have your soul sought through, your skin flayed, your bones plucked out, and when you're dried up, I would add some seasoning to your flesh and feed you to the beasts of offering, the old man said faintly. A barely noticeable glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He then asked another question. What about the other members of the younger generation from your allied tribes who received this great serendipity of yours, Senior? They are among the substandard beings you saw in the red fog in the world outside. The old man's voice was as calm as usual, but when those words landed in Su Ming's ears, a cold chill went through his heart. He fell silent, and the old man did not continue speaking either. When the time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed, Su Ming smiled wryly and sighed. Senior, this great serendipity you speak of is a chance for me to have my spirit ascend and become an ancestral spirit, right? Boy, you're a shrewd one. You must have deduced this from how I dispelled those substandard beings. That's right. The serendipity I will give you is a chance for you to have your spirit ascend. Since you like to analyze things, then you can analyze what you will need to do for the deal before I give you the serendipity. If you can guess it, I will give you some rewards. The old man's words came to a halt, then, as if some emotion that had not existed in him previously had entered his heart, but he soon finished what he wanted to say in a faint voice. You only have one chance to guess. When the old man's voice reverberated through the air, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. You should not be thinking of leaving this place, Su Ming said, and the old man behind him snorted coldly. Don't try pulling some meaningless schemes. Senior, you want me to search for the person who killed your tribe? Su Ming suddenly said in a firm voice. He was making a bet, but even if he lost, he would not suffer any loss. Still, Su Ming wanted to win because he had constantly been in the passive during his entire contact with the old man. His constant presence behind him had caused a shadow to loom over his heart. It was also growing larger, and it would continue to do so until Su Ming could no longer muster any will to fight back. At that time, the old man would completely control his mind. Su Ming wanted to seize control even if it was just an insignificant amount of it, for to him, it was still a form of resistance and struggle against the old man. And Su Ming had not chosen this answer out of the blue. He had formed it from a couple clues. 1. The place had been reduced to ruins and become the burial grounds for Heavenly Spirit Tribe, and the old man had chosen to remain with his tribe members. Su Ming could tell a number of things from this. There was also the very distinct, crude craftsmanship of the final carving. The things shown in the picture had a bizarre air, and they have the feel of the end of the story. This revealed plenty of things as well. Heavenly Spirit Tribe could have walked to their ruin with all the members' lives coming to a natural end, but there were children among the skeletons, which wiped off this possibility. There was also the possibility of the red figures killing them. But even though this was possible, it made no sense with the old man's strength. There was also the possibility of external reasons causing it, but Su Ming only had one chance to guess, so he had chosen his answer without hesitation. Even so, he was not certain of it himself. Yet when the person behind him remained silent for a time, Su Ming knew that there was a possibility that his guess had been correct. Perhaps I should have agreed to the matter of interracial marriage in the past. After a long while, a long sigh came from behind Su Ming. You're very smart, and you have a good idea for observations. Your guess is correct, but also wrong. The person who killed my people is me. Tell me, what sort of reward do you want? There was a hint of sorrow in the old man's voice as it echoed in the air languidly. Su Ming was silent for a moment before a glint shone in his eyes, and he spoke in a firm voice. This junior does not want any sort of reward, but would like to have a look at your face, senior. You are indeed very intelligent. The mental state of a person able to see and unable to see is completely different. After some time, the old voice reverberated in the cave, and the air in front of Su Ming distorted. A moment later, an old man walked out. His body was filthy, but Su Ming could tell with just one glance that he was the old man in the last picture, who was sitting on the platform with his arms raised in the hall in the sky, while being worshipped by countless people. There was a profound look in the old man's eyes, but there was apathy mixed with loss in it. People could not look straight into them, for it would feel like their souls would be sucked into his eyes. The old man just stood there. There was no ripple of power about him, but Su Ming could sense a mighty pressure much greater than what he had felt from the predecessor of Tao Ocean. It was as if there was an entire realm between this person and the predecessor of Tao Ocean.